Josh just mentioned it. Are we ready to do what we have to do to make sure when we get to these opportunities late in the season that we can win these games? And, I can sit here and answer your question directly like I did and say me, but I do think it is the group. And when we come back together, we reconvene as a team, I think we're more than ready to take the next step. And like I said at the start, we talked about player development. This is about every man in that room, coming back, being better, ready to win the day. And if we can do that, obviously we'll all take the steps we want to take to find ultimate success.
Okay, that is the new coach who's the old coach, but also new, but not really new, but new head coach of the Nuggets, David Adelman. They introduced a head coach that has 13 playoff wins under his belt already before he's ever become a permanent head coach before. I liked a lot of the answers that Adelman gave. I think for a couple of the concerns that I really had, about, a main concern, just being honest, was I thought it would have been very odd if you fired Malone to hire another Malone type. Now, obviously, personality-wise, they're different. But there's a few things that I think over the years, as good a coach as Michael Malone was, that he refused to do that didn't help you. And a couple of things that he mentioned, a couple of things strictly like right at the beginning of the press conference. The main one to me is there has to be a balance. Like, if I had to put this all in a overarching sort of main headline, but from a couple specific things that I heard, the overall headline would be this: David Adelman knows there has to be a balance between the long term and the short. And it applied to a bunch of different answers that he gave yesterday. A lot of them revolved around him swinging back to, at the end of the answer, yeah, we need to do this, this, and this, but this needs to get us ready for May, not for January. And I think too many times, and it's hard because you're tasked as a head coach to go out and win every single night that your team takes the floor. So it does make it difficult. But when you're in the position like a Nuggets team is, or like a perennial playoff team is, you have to balance, what am I doing tonight, and how does this affect us in May, June, when the real money's made? And I think multiple times Adelman gave the right answer. One of them is all about the balance of getting younger guys or inexperienced guys time on the floor and also winning. Like, I think this is one of the biggest tasks that he's going to be dealt. Because if you heard the same thing that I heard yesterday, and the same thing that I heard in the solo Kroenke press conference last week, it doesn't feel like a giant change is on the horizon. It feels like you're going to go out, and we learned yesterday from Jake Coyne that they can get some guy for the mid-level exception. But that's going to be, I think, the bulk of your big roster changes, is that. A lot of them are going to, in a horror movie, the call's coming from inside the house. Yeah, the answers are coming from inside the house. And that might be a scary prospect, but the only way you even have a shot for that to work is by getting guys on the floor early in the season. That's it. It's got to be earned. It's got to be earned from them. But still, it is, I think, a major, major thing with David Adelman. The other is this. He gave this answer, and I thought it was so great. And Nelly, I can't remember which cut this was, but he talked about doing things. It's kind of like, what are you different from Malone about? I mean, that wasn't how the question was framed, but that's how I heard it. And he said, you got to get creative defensively throughout the regular season. And he wasn't just talking about zone defense, but it was, you play man-to-man every night, intense basketball, it will wear a team down, especially a team that doesn't rely on a huge rotation. Especially. Like when you have somebody trying to go man-to-man, run through screens every single night, as opposed to, every once in a while, especially when these guys are playing, like Jokic was playing 36 minutes a night? For all the things last year about being fatigued at the end of the season, Nikola Jokic, Jamal Murray, Michael Porter Jr., they played the most minutes of their career, at least on a per-game average. I mean, Jokic was almost at 37 minutes a night. That's too much, and especially too much if you're asking just to play man and stick to your guy for, 48 minutes. It's tough. And he acknowledged, it felt like it wore some guys down. So let's just hear a little bit of Adelman at his presser yesterday. Go ahead, Nelly.
Yeah, in the past, it's always been 9.5 to start the season. And then as you gradually work your way to the playoffs, it usually morphs to 8. But every year is different. You know what I mean? I see two teams right now in the playoffs playing more than that in these rounds, in Indiana and OKC. So, it's about progression of our players, and the trust goes both ways. It has to be developed both ways. But yeah, the ultimate goal would be playing 9 guys to start the season. And like I said, sometimes 10. And that's the best way to get through the year. And then I think guys earn their spots. As you play more games, you realize stylistically how you're going to play. And that also helps to know who's going to be in that rotation. So, yeah, there's a lot of ways to do it. Obviously, I would say, the year we won it, it was more like a 7.5, 8-man rotation. We stayed healthy that year, but the goal would be to have more people in the fold, as we go forward. So I said it before. There's going to be spots open. It's going to be an open competition to win those spots in our rotation. And so guys that come back ready to roll are going to, reap the rewards of that.
I think that it's still chicken or the egg. You want to have a 9 to 10 man rotation. I think that obviously that's ideal. And again, you look at the teams that are still left in the postseason, you see a whole bunch of them that employ a whole bunch of guys. We'll get to the games last night. Pretty wild comeback for Florida to make it back to the Stanley Cup Final, and then absolutely demolishing the T-Wolves as OKC just rolled in that game, gave up 9 points in the first quarter. We've seen that before against us. But these teams, they can roll that many guys out there if they want to. They can tell if a starter doesn't have it on a given night, okay, well then take him out of the game. It can happen that way. The Pacers run, they had an 11-man rotation in Game 4 that they beat the Knicks. They played their starting 5. Everybody got about 30 to 35 minutes. And then 6 guys off the bench all played more than 10. It just helps guys for later in games, later in the season. So something else we were just talking about with David Adelman. Go ahead, Nelly.
Yeah, I think you saw some of it defensively. I think we have to be, much more creative throughout the season. And that's not just zoning or things like that, but I think it gets guys through the year healthier. You can demand a very aggressive man defense, but I think you can change things up. I think we have high IQ players that allows you to be, more variety defensively. And I think offensively, obviously we were top 5 in the league, but it showed in the Oklahoma City series, our execution has to get better. You can run similar things that we've ran that have been very successful. And I thought, our transition game was very impactful throughout the season, but some of that does not translate to the playoffs. And so that's a major goal for us. We have to get back to being an execution-based team. If that takes away some of our pace numbers or whatever the analytics want to say, I think that's okay if it wins you a game in May.
Yeah. I mean, all of that stuff, and I love that there was a common theme over and over again about that's what helps you in May. 2 years in a row, you've gone to the second round, and you've lost in Game 7. You know, this year, injuries had a lot to do with it. AG obviously being hurt doesn't help, along with Porter, along with broken hand. What is a broken hand or torn ligaments for Russell Westbrook? Which one is it? Keep seeing different stuff.
I believe it's torn holes in his jeans.
Yeah.
Didn't he post it on his fashion blog? Isn't that how we found out about his injury?
You know what's funny about Westbrook can wear whatever he wants, and he looks good in it, and I can't. Everybody says it's a confidence thing. I was like, no, I think it's like having an 8-pack thing. I think that also helps.
Can we have a dumb outfit competition between Westbrook, Von Miller, and Cam Newton? I would watch that. Who can dumb outfit each other?
Well, I remember Westbrook wore one day the orange, like neon construction site sort of thing. He wore that to a game. But Cam Newton looks like he's from a different timeline of a different universe.
Right. He looks like he would try to kill Batman.
Yeah, he's some sort of villain that smokes cigars and plans things. Anyway, a couple texts coming through, and look, I'm unsurprised by the ones coming through here. But it's basically skepticism about Adelman. That's fine. You can have skepticism about a quote, new coach. But one thing is, Texter says, by the time Adelman gets enough credibility as a head coach to the refs, enough to get key calls in a playoff game against OKC, for example, Joker will be ready to retire. All right, let me just tell you this. Michael Malone was the coach of this team for a decade and won an NBA championship, and Joker still didn't get calls. I don't think it matters who the head coach is. I think it just matters in the way that Jokic is officiated because he's 7 feet tall and 280 pounds. And those guys are they're officiated differently than a guard. And it's not just Joker, it's a whole bunch of big guys around the league. Now, the guys who fall down that we make fun of for flopping, name the bigs who get foul calls. Well, it's Embiid and Anthony Davis. Why? Because they fall. Joker can start doing that all the time now if you want him to, but I don't think you're going to have respect for that either. It's just the way he's officiated. But I come away the opposite. Like, look, I don't know if Adelman's the right guy for the job. We'll find out as this goes on. I will tell you this. I think he says a lot of the right things. And as long as he employs those right things, then I'm going to be happy. I had a couple of major concerns about going from Malone to Adelman, and I think he answered them in a way that's satisfactory to me. I think he's good behind a mic. And in the short stint that we saw, he's pretty good on the bench too. I thought that team was left for dead. I thought they might collapse and get into a play-in game and maybe not make it out of there. And instead, we'll tie this into what happened last night with both of these games, but especially OKC. So the closeout games look similar, right? OKC closed you out in a similar fashion. You got more than one win on the way there. And that was a healthy team that ran about at least 8 guys deep. So we'll get to that in just a couple of minutes. 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. Back after this. All right, so last couple things, at least for now, from the presser yesterday. Text coming through here. And again, I get a whole lot of these. I understand them. But a texter says, did the Nuggets officially hire Tenzer as GM, but allow Adelman to essentially do the basketball GM duties relative to roster construction? First of all, if I had to guess, at least from how it sounded yesterday, and again, the cuts on here, Nelly, I don't know where these would be. If you can parse these through, my guess is it might be 11 here. But I heard the way that Josh Kroenke talked about Tenzer, and it certainly sounds like that guy's probably getting the job. It sounds that way. You know, when he said something along the lines of, there is not a cultural problem within the building, that just lets you know that they don't feel like they have to go super outside the organization to fix that. And look, that's a good thing. It's a really good thing. Starting a culture all over again is very difficult to do, especially when you have people who've been here for a long time, like Jokic's and Murray's and guys like that. To ask them to think sort of a different way for a team mindset, I think is different, but he sounded very optimistic about Tenzer. Here's a little bit of it.
You know, I've already been thinking a lot about the front office. I mean, first of all, I want to give a big shout out to Ben Tenzer, just like DA did. Ben's been unbelievable since he took the reins. This time of year, there's, through the playoffs, there's minimal things that go on in that world from a roster standpoint. But Ben and I have been spending a lot of time together talking about each individual player, how we think we can improve them, as individuals and within the context of the team. Ben has a lot of great ideas of how we can improve the front office, both internally and externally, and I'm also soliciting a lot of opinions outside. DA will come into that process at some point, but right now I think it's just, focusing on getting him the right staff, making sure he has the right pillars underneath him to give him the most chances for success.
I mean, you guys tell me, does that sound like he's probably going to be the guy or not?
Well, and in one of the cuts earlier in the press conference, Josh Kroenke said, basically, we don't need a cultural reset. That was
right.
Those were his words. We do not need a cultural reset. So I think it all comes back to his first comments when Malone and Booth got the axe, and he kept talking about juice. He still believes that there is a lot of juice
why
left
not?
in the roster, in the organization.
Well, it's a great point, Nelly, because I watched the game yesterday. I've watched this series. Here's what happened. Minnesota had one really, really good game and one close game, and every single other one of them, they got wrecked by Oklahoma City. To the point, it's always funny how this kind of works, doesn't it? You know what I saw a lot of on Twitter yesterday? A lot of something along the lines of this. Man, how in the hell did Jokic take that team to 7 games? Like, a lot of that was being said. And it's the truth. Because Anthony Edwards, that everybody's been trying to crown as the upcoming face of the NBA, couldn't get a fully healthy team with talented NBA caliber players, both in the starting 5 and coming off the bench, to get past 5 games without getting their asses kicked 3 separate times. And it's just the truth. Now, could you argue that OKC learned a lot or whatever by playing the Nuggets? Like, yeah, probably, and it's probably true a little bit. When you face a team that's that good, you face a little bit of adversity and you make your way through it. It's always a good learning experience, especially when you're winning. But I do think to some extent it speaks to, if not Jokic specifically, but maybe your starting 5 as to being like, dude, this is still really good if we can just get a couple more things around it.
At this point, I think Anthony Edwards has more children with more women than Western Conference Finals wins, but
Ant is, for 2 straight years, they've gotten to the conference finals and lost in 5 games. Now, it was a closer series the previous year against Dallas. God, it's weird to think about that Dallas was in Dallas was in the finals last year. And then they traded Luka. So weird. But again,
and now I have nothing.
they're obviously a really good team. And I do think that a lot of this is about matchups, and maybe the T-Wolves just didn't match up well with OKC for whatever reason. I would have thought they would have been one of the teams that do match up well with how intensely they play defense. And just didn't happen. I think that Conley made a mistake by trading Cat in the offseason. I still don't understand the purpose of why he did it. It's probably about money and trying to keep things together, but he was really good. It's hard to watch that game last night and not come to the conclusion of, like, how good is Joker in this starting five overall? When you really want to go through it. The Nuggets had a 7-man rotation. And I'm going to use that term with some air quotes. Because it was really 6.5, if you want to call Peyton Watson part of it. I'm not even throwing Julian Strother in it for, a 15 minutes of a good game and then 10 minutes in another one, but didn't play in a whole bunch of others. They had a 7-ish man rotation. It was the starting five. It was Westbrook, and then like a little bit of Peyton Watson. And then you come to find out, well, we knew this, that Porter's got the shoulder thing, the AC joint thing. Can't take off his own jersey by himself. So let's take that already what was about 6.5 down to 6. And then in Game 7, Aaron Gordon doesn't have a hamstring. So let's take that 6 down to 5.5. And then you find out that Russell Westbrook's playing with torn ligaments in his hand, his shooting hand. All right, so let's take that 5.5 down to 5. That few of players. And the core of your team, and specifically Joker, took them to the brink, is incredibly impressive. OKC's really good. And it's obvious in what we witnessed last night and throughout the course of these playoffs. But it's also wild to think that the Nuggets took them that far with like basically 4 to 5, well, let's just say 4 healthy bodies.
I still keep coming back to the reference I made when they won Game 1 in Oklahoma City when I said, it's like Iron Man. Nikola Jokic took that team to 7 games in a cave with a box of scraps.
Yeah, it is. But he did. And it's just hard to get your mind wrapped around. Like, what OKC is capable of doing. And it's something that I hope the Nuggets get back to. And we just played a clip from Adelman earlier. So again, guys, I understand that maybe it's not, when you make a coaching change, you want this like sexy hire that it's like, oh my God, we got Phil Jackson or whatever. You know what I mean? I don't think that stuff really matters. If they went out and got a proven, experienced former coach like the Phoenix Suns did with Mike Budenholzer, he's a champion. Does it make you feel any better, really? Maybe initially it does. But I want you to listen to what Adelman's talking about. Because he was just saying this too. No, it's about getting young guys involved in the rotation, and it's about playing defense differently. But he talked, and we played the clip already, so we don't got to play it again, but about pace. And he goes, if we just execute, because that's what matters most. Getting points in transition is great and all that different stuff, but it puts a strain on your defense. If you can go out and execute in half court, and maybe your pace is down a little bit, then that's fine. Why? Because that's how playoff basketball is played. And I'll tell you right now, it helps you on two ends. It helps you a little bit defensively, a lot of bit defensively, actually. And OKC is in the NBA Finals and as good of a basketball team as they are because they play insane defense. They had multiple games against two pretty damn good offenses in Minnesota and Denver where they held them to less than 10 points in the first quarter. You know how difficult that is to do in today's NBA? And when the Nuggets won their championship, how'd they do it? They did it with defense. They're one of the better defenses in the league. They were able to get stops when they had to. So I think that mindset, it's the proper one. By the way, on the other side of the ledger last night was Florida coming back and beating Carolina to make their second straight appearance in the Stanley Cup Final with a chance to go back-to-back overall. Yep. I'm gonna have to go that route, I think. Florida, if you watched the game early, it felt like Carolina. It was a team that kind of knew that they weren't on the level.
And actually, by the way, it's their third straight finals appearance.
Third straight finals appearance. A chance to go back-to-back with the Stanley Cup. My apologies.
As a Florida man, y'all got to know these things.
Carolina, it became very clear and obvious. I mean, throughout the course of this series, really, but early in that game, they had a mindset, and that mindset was, I'm going to do whatever I can to piss off Florida and get in a fight. Because if we get these guys in a fight, we can take these guys to the penalty box, and we can try and capitalize on power plays early. And it was working. Like, early in the game, Florida wasn't really playing hockey. They were looking to punch somebody in the face. And then as the game sort of settled down from that standpoint, it was just a complete takeover. 3 straight in the second period to make it 3-2. Carolina does score to tie it up in the third, but the goal scored by Viragi, and then if you saw the end of the game, so Florida's in the box, extra attacker on the ice. It's a 6-on-4 for Carolina, and they are just like, I mean, they're playing like their lives are on the line, which they were. So close to scoring multiple times, and just as luck would have it, Florida gets on the puck. I mean, tries a little bit of getting the empty netter, but mostly it's just a clear, and it happens at the same time as Bennett leaves the box for the easy empty netter, and the game's over. Florida's just, they're a wagon. They do a lot of everything that you want out of a hockey team. They got skill, they got speed, they got physicality, they got ass kickers, they got intimidation, they have crisp, sort of tape-to-tape passing. They have good defense. They got good goaltending. Like, they got everything that you'd want. And whoever comes out of the West, which I'm assuming is going to be Edmonton, is going to have another bear to deal with like they did last year. If that is indeed what we're going to see, which is a Stanley Cup final rematch. Texter says, amazing that Florida can go to 3 finals and not be so tired like the Avs after they won it. The Avs were, yes, the championship fatigue thing I think is real for most. Certainly is in the NBA, or at least it seems that way. But the Avs are also dealing with injury problems. Remember, Landeskog was out, and a whole bunch of guys were sort of in and out of the lineup, and then Val disappears in the postseason, and you lose your goaltender that won you a Stanley Cup because you couldn't afford to pay him, and then you bring in somebody else who's not that good, and, like, that's what's tough. Like, if Florida lost Bobrovsky, would they be here again? Who knows? But that's a difficult thing to try and navigate. And why did you lose your goaltender? Well, because you had to pay a whole bunch of guys that were really good on your team to keep that part of it together. So, difficult. And, yes, at that time, it actually points out, we always kind of forget this. I certainly do. because of the COVID season, those off seasons, if you remember, the Avs were off for, what was it, Nelly, after they won that championship? Was it like 2 months before the season started again or something?
Yeah, they had the shortest offseason in NHL history, I believe, because they won the Cup it was the end of June. It was like June 26th. And then the season was back in September. They barely had a chance to breathe.
I remember that because beautiful baby Jamal Kale was born on June 4th, almost her birthday. She's going to be 3. But she was born on June 4th.
Beautiful baby girl.
That was in the middle of the Western Conference Finals with Edmonton. So, yeah, that was late June. And then it was, really, really short. So that also put a compounding factor on top of it. But God, man, Florida is, they feel like they don't have a weakness. And a texter says, I don't feel like these Panthers players are special like that 2022 roster was. Maybe, maybe not. I honestly, I would put the Avs 2022 roster. They were so good up against a lot of teams in the history of the NHL. A lot. Bednar's mentioned it before, just how special that team was and how things all had to come together from guys not quite getting paid yet, so you're able to bring in cadres and people like that and blah, blah, blah. You had so many things just working in your favor. That one would be incredibly tough. Incredibly. To go back and take a handful of teams that have all won cups in the past. I'd put that Avs team up with a lot of them, a ton of them. 303-504-0925. We're broadcasting for the Backus and Shanker Studios. Serious lawyers for the seriously injured. Back after this. All right. Saw something yesterday in regards to the Broncos. And I think there's a couple of things about the Broncos that I find really interesting at this point in the calendar and looking ahead. And some of it has to do with their schedule. Some of it has to do with some things that I've seen in a couple articles on NFL.com. But there's been this sort of story that's been out there over the course of the offseason that I just want to put my 2 cents in here on this because it is more of it's like emblematic of the way that I think a lot of sports fans think that I think is flawed. So this from Mike Kliss. Von Miller says he's definitely playing in 2025. Just a matter of which team. Said the Broncos haven't reached out, and they wouldn't make sense anyway for him because they have 2 strong pass rushers in Benito and Cooper, and he's, quote, not playing special teams at 36. 36 years old, he said. The whole Von thing, and look, there's going to be a day where Von Miller comes back here. He still refers to the Broncos in Denver as we. Seen it before. He's going to come back. He's going to have his name up in the Ring of Fame. He's going to be a Hall of Famer. He will go in as a Denver Bronco. And he will be re-embraced by this franchise. They didn't leave on bad terms. I mean, what did they do? They traded Von to a team that won a Super Bowl. It's pretty cool. If you wanted Von Miller on this franchise, I just think that you're into fairy tales and rainbows.
What would Tim Tebow do right now?
I love Von. Von is one of the greatest pass rushers I've ever seen in my life. But not at 36. And not for a team that has as much depth on the D-line as the Broncos do already. Like, if you're into the Von Miller thing, then I think you're in it for the vibes. Because I would say, like, it would be cool. It would be cool if Von came back. Be a neat little story. Come back, finish out your career with the team that you started with, that's embraced you, that you are going to be remembered for, all that different stuff. Like, the story would be cool. But I'm not a sports writer. I'm more into, is this going to help the team or not? And there is something that I always ask myself when it comes to stories like this. You know, whether it's this one or whether it's NFL draft regarding your team's college. Is part of the reason why you want it to happen because of the story? And if any part of you is yes, you need to really evaluate how much you believe that this is the right choice. You know, I'll give you an example. It doesn't have like the local tie feel to it, but Chris Bryant wasn't hired because he was going to help the Rockies in the postseason. Chris Bryant was signed because they're like, oh God, I think we need something. Let's get this. It made no baseball sense. Now, I'm not saying that Von Miller wouldn't make any football sense. I guess it would because he's still quasi-effective in sort of like a pass-rushing specialist role. But he's dealt with a lot of injuries. And again, if his name wasn't Von Miller, if he had the exact same numbers, he was the exact same dude, and his name was Joe Johnson, would you still think that's a good idea? And the answer is probably not. Unnecessary. I just thought it would be cool, and it would have been. But this team, they have such a specific mindset on what they want their roster to be. Like, you know what's crazy? The Broncos were seen as a dysfunctional, non-operating organization about 4 years ago. Maybe 3. Like, couldn't get anything right, had no idea organizationally where they wanted to go, had no idea what they wanted their culture to be, had no idea of anything. And now I would hold them as one of the standards. Not just here in Denver, but I would say in football. They went from a team that you had no confidence in overall that they were going to do the right things, to one that I trust the most. Not to say that I don't trust the Nuggets, the Avs. Of course I do. They had championships the last couple of years. Nuggets, a little bit on the fritz with what happened towards the end of this year. The Avs, I still have a ton of faith in, but this does feel like kind of a do or die year. Like the Broncos are one of the teams that if they make a move, how about this? If they make a move I don't quite understand, whatever the move might be. Jahdae Barron is a great example. Like, good player, but you were pretty deep in the secondary already. First-round draft pick on a guy that's probably not going to be a starting outside corner. All these different things. And at the end of the day, I said this. I remember I said it during the broadcast when we were live at number 38. Because it was one of those, wait, was that NFL draft and Nuggets game combined with each other, right? So DMac and Polumbus and Sanford and Lindahl were all doing a broadcast, and I was hosting a viewing party for the Nuggets game. Same place. Broncos make their pick. They're like, Brett, what do you think? And I'm like, I have no idea. No, I didn't do that. What I said was, I honestly don't know. Like, I didn't do a deep dive into corners about first-round draft picks because I didn't think there was any chance they were taking a corner in the first round. And I told them this at the end of the answer. I don't understand it because it felt like they didn't need anything right there. But this organization has my trust. And I'm going to believe that's going to work until it doesn't because they've earned that from me. And that applies to a lot of decisions that they make. And that's a great place to be in an organization. Like, I'll give you this, just a little precursor to something we'll talk about later in the show. NFL.com, Eric Edholm, which I'll try and get him on the show tomorrow. Eric Edholm had an article, the 10 most complete teams for the 2025 season. And the Broncos were at 10. And think about that for a second. Complete team. And I'll take it a step further than he does because he's talking about just roster. I will say complete in that I got faith in ownership. Complete in that I got faith in the GM. Complete, I got faith in the head coach. And then you look at the roster and you're kind of like, where's the weakness? And here's the weaknesses that I see with the Broncos. They have a depth problem. They have that. If they lose a couple of guys at a couple of different positions, they're going to be in some trouble, specifically offensive line. But beyond that, a lot of teams in the league have depth problems because it's hard to keep a 53-man roster of people that you fully trust all the time. But beyond that, if you look at specific positions within the starting 22, we'll say on offense and defense, the only weaknesses that I truly see are the positions that they tried to fill and I think did a good job of. Like, weaknesses could potentially still be running back if RJ Harvey doesn't work. It could potentially be tight end if Evan Ingram either has a bad year or gets hurt or whatever. Weakness could be linebacker if Greenlaw doesn't get healthy. But it's all things that they've already tried to fix. So again, they have my faith. And I'll tell you this right now. The previous iteration of this organization might have been open to Von Miller coming back. Why? Because vibes would be cool, man. Because that would be neat. It's not how you run a team. You should never do something just because that's cool. It's how does it help us win? And the Broncos are focused on that.
Oh, that was cute.
That's why that they made the tough decisions initially of getting rid of Justin Simmons, of eating the money of Russell Wilson. They knew it was in the long-term interest of this team to do that, despite how hard it might have been at the time to make the decision.
It also helps that this ownership group is, to quote Jean Ralphio from Parks and Rec, flush with cash.
I mean, that too. Yeah. Having a lot of money certainly helps an ownership group.
Did you see somebody in the offseason published a graphic of all the ownership groups in the NFL from richest to, I don't want to say poorest with owners. You still have millions of dollars, but they put them all in order.
Yeah.
And the Broncos ownership group was like $60 million richer than second place.
Right.
They have so much room to play with.
They're one of the richest people in the world. I mean,
Hey,
yeah.
Shout out Walmart. Anytime you buy shampoo from Walmart, you're helping get an O-line for the Broncos. There you go.
So you watch the show live on Twitch, twitch.tv, search Altitude SR on the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast. That is the Safeway Twitch feed. You can order online. Safeway does the rest. Get easy delivery or free pickup with the same great deals. Get started at Safeway.com or in the Safeway app. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. Can also watch on YouTube. Subscribe to the Altitude Sports Radio YouTube channel today and don't miss anything from Denver's #1 sports station, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane next.
Josh just mentioned it. Are we ready to do what we have to do to make sure when we get to these opportunities late in the season that we can win these games? And, I can sit here and answer your question directly like I did and say me, but I do think it is the group. And when we come back together, we reconvene as a team, I think we're more than ready to take the next step. And like I said at the start, we talked about player development. This is about every man in that room, coming back, being better, ready to win the day. And if we can do that, obviously we'll all take the steps we want to take to find ultimate success.
That is your brand new, old but new, but has 13 playoff wins, but new head coach and David Adelman. It's always funny. It's like this guy has won a playoff series and 13 playoff games already before he became the head coach.
He hasn't won 13 playoff games.
Oh, I'm sorry, not 13. That's 13. He's coached in 13 playoffs.
He's coached in 14. Yeah.
I don't know what's going on.
Let's try again.
Off this morning.
You know what's crazy about his record?
Who told you that?
He's a coach who's coached now. Overall, he's 13 and he's 10-7. 10-7 overall as a coach.
Yep.
He already has more playoff victories than all but 4 coaches in Nuggets history.
I know, that's
there
wild.
have been 23 coaches in Nuggets history, and only 4 have more playoff victories than David Adelman. Can you name the 4?
Well, Michael Malone.
Michael Malone is 1. He's got the most.
George Karl.
George Karl is 2.
Doug Moe.
Doug Moe is 3.
And
Larry Brown.
Larry Brown.
yeah,
You got
that's
him.
crazy. You know what? You said this before, Vic, and I can understand if Nuggets fans are out there, like, when you have a head coaching change, I think everybody would love to hear, like, guess what, guys? We've hired Phil Jackson. Isn't that great? You want, like, this sexy name hire thing, and maybe for some people, they wanted something different.
Mm-hmm.
I understand that. I get it. But you've mentioned this before about Adelman. He says a lot of the things that I want to hear. And it happened on multiple occasions yesterday, and there was sort of an overarching theme, I would say. So he gave different specific answers to specific questions, but they all had this in mind. These are about winning in May and not winning earlier. When that comes to getting guys experience that early in the season, when that comes to getting creative defensively to not tax your starters so much throughout the course of the regular season, all of these different answers had in mind. We've lost 2 Game 7s in round 2. Part of it's due to injury or fatigue, and I'm going to try and do my best to stem that however I can. Now, we can play the specific answers of these, but that's the overall feeling that I got from him, which that's what I wanted to hear.
I sat down with him after the press conference and asked him a little more detailed questions. I did ask the 75-second question that Moser laid out for us yesterday. That took a while to get through.
Good job.
And he had a lot more to say. And I'm trying not to be biased here. I need your objectivity, boys. I need you to sit me down and say, quit it.
I need to stop rubbing my eyeballs.
Is it me, or does every time he speak in front of a microphone, David Adelman, I'm impressed? Am I easily impressed, or is he impressive with his words?
I think he comes off, Vic, as a smart, capable, ready for the task kind of guy. He gives off that vibe to me. And because he does, I think that you feel confident in his ability to move this team forward. That's all.
You know what it is?
But I think, but by the way, I don't think it's an act. I think he's being genuinely who he is. I think that's part of it too. You can see that. He's not faking anything.
You know what it is? It is a true, I don't care what anybody thinks, this is what it is type of mentality. And he's himself. And I think he sort of feels like he's playing with house money anyway.
He's comfortable.
Yeah. Comfortable in his own skin.
Mm-hmm.
Very comfortable in his own skin.
Yeah, I just a couple things specifically.
I'm reading a couple people here say, well, should have gone outside, should have brought in Jeff Van Gundy. Why? And I'm just
Jeff
curious.
Van Gundy?
I'm just, no, and I mean that because that name came across my list too when I was thinking about coaches. But why? I'm curious, if you saw a guy come in and already make an impact creatively, right? Changing up the defenses, he said he's going to do more of that. You like his approach. I'm asking all of you, why? Why do you think somebody else is going to be more successful and impactful? Do you think, and I asked you people who are writing right now, you people, do you think Jeff Van Gundy would have beaten OKC? Do you think Jeff Van Gundy would have beaten LAC? I mean,
No idea.
Do you think he's that impactful as a coach? He was a failed coach in New York.
You know,
He never won a title. Did Jeff Van Gundy win a title? Last time I checked, did he win a title?
no. But I think I mentioned this before before they made the hire of Adelman. That Adelman did everything that he should have done to earn the job, and I think for some people it just doesn't matter. And I can bring examples up. You know, the classic one I'll say is back in 2021. That wasn't who was the coach before McDaniels? Oh, Gruden, right? The John Gruden year for the Raiders. In 2021, the Gruden stuff comes out. They fire him. The Raiders aren't playing that well. They promote Rich Bisaccia, the special teams coordinator, head coach. He goes 7-5, takes them to a playoff game.
Yeah.
You would think, like, dude, you came in a weird situation, took a team to a playoff game.
Yeah.
Probably earned the right to be the head coach. Didn't hire him.
Yeah.
Now, that's the wrong decision because they hired McDaniels afterwards. But sometimes it's just like, you know what? If we're going to do something new, then let's do something new. And I think that's what I think a lot of Nuggets fans, maybe not a lot, but a few Nuggets fans wanted.
Well, let me blow back on some of this because listen, and again, to each his own, and we'll find out. We'll find out soon enough whether this hire is going to work. Jay Stock says it doesn't matter. The problem is doing more of the same. Hiring people below you fired isn't change. Hey, Jay Stocks, did you watch the playoffs? Did you notice any change in the way the Nuggets played? I'm just curious. How closely did you watch those games? I'll wait for your response. Respond. Did you notice any change in the way the game was played under a new coach? Watched every game. Jay Stocks, did you notice any change? Go ahead. I'm waiting. Have this response. Because if you didn't notice change, you ain't watching the game. I don't know what you're watching, but you ain't watching the game. There was ample change. They zoned it up every other time down.
Yeah.
They guarded SGA better than anybody in this damn playoff run. And they were supposed to have a bad defense. If you didn't notice change, what are you watching? No change. Are you blind? Freaking blind? I saw ample change in 3 weeks. I just don't understand how people automatically assume it's going to be conducted in the same manner just because it's a person under. He was required to do what the head coach wanted to do.
Well, again, he can prove everybody wrong. I'm not like, I can't get upset at the people that think that way because you would think, Vic.
Well, you're blind.
Well, hang on a second. You would think that if you have an assistant coach.
I think what he's getting at here
is that they can't see.
Is that correct?
Yeah.
Is that you're blind? I think.
I mean,
is what,
if you watch the
if
Nuggets,
there's a vibe that I'm
if
trying
you
to
watch
get.
the Nuggets before April 9th and then the Nuggets after April 9th, and you're telling me that that was the same team in the style they played,
It wasn't the same team.
You're blind.
It
What are you
wasn't.
talking about?
But again, if you're an assistant coach to a head coach, you guys are probably on the same page in a lot of different areas and details. Okay, he was different. I'm agreeing with you, Vic. This is why I like Adelman being the head coach. I'm fine with it. I understand where these people are coming from. It's like something wasn't good enough, so you made a change. And then the change that you made was hiring the second in command of that. Like if your army wasn't good enough, Moj, and you said, let's get rid of the general and hired his number 2, it would look probably kind of weird on the surface.
Right.
Not to say it wouldn't work.
Well,
It would just look weird.
let me take a different tact here. Let's say I'm on a sailing boat, right? When I look at the Denver Broncos, has Greg Penner and the Walton Penner group, has Greg Penner given me any reason in the world to not trust what his vision is for his own franchise?
Nope.
No, he hasn't. Therefore, when I talk about the Broncos and I talk about some of the moves made and so on, I can be questioning of it a little bit, but I've got to default to it seems like the Walton Penner group kind of has their friggin' act together.
Yeah.
And they're putting the right things in place step by step, and they're building something. Fair enough?
Yes.
Same with Sean Payton, by the way.
Were we wrong on Sean Payton?
Well, I don't know if we were wrong.
I mean,
what
was the assumption?
I didn't think he was going to fail.
No, but what was the assumption after one season of Sean Payton? After half a season of Sean Payton?
Does the old fella have what it takes? Can he coach nowadays? Blah, blah,
2
blah,
lattes
blah.
in the morning, 40 minutes later, I'm regretting it.
Okay, likewise, Josh Kroenke, in the understanding that he understands the responsibility of what he has with his own team and what the ownership group has, they haven't given me any reason to not trust them either.
Yeah.
Do you see what I'm saying?
Yes.
So my default mechanism will go to, you know what? I think they get it. I think that they understand what they have in Nikola Jokic. I think that they want to win. They've shown with their checkbooks on both sides that they want to win. If this is their choice, then I've got to default to they probably know what the hell they're doing.
Well, there's a lot of people that think they're smarter than everybody. Let me ask you a question because I'm still getting blowback.
Well, hold on. You can want something else. You can wish for something else.
Doesn't mean it's going to work.
Yeah, exactly right. And for the people who own the team, who have a proven track record of some pretty damn good stuff, I would default there. Before I say, Jeff Van Gundy. And by the way, we're talking about Jeff, the bald one, not his brother Stan.
I'm gonna destroy a lot of the points made by people on this. People that are criticizing the move because it's from within. I'm going to destroy your debate topics right now. I'm going to destroy you.
Here we
I'm
go.
so mad now.
Brett, 7:12 in the morning, ready
what
for some
bothers
destruction
me
here.
is a blanket statement from people without doing any hint of work or research on this. Hey, Moj.
Yeah.
When Greg Popovich took over the San Antonio bench, did he come from within the organization?
He did. He was the GM.
Huh. How'd that work out?
Pretty good.
Hey, Moj, when Pat Riley took over as head coach of the Showtime Lakers, did he come from within the organization?
He did.
What was he doing?
He was an assistant coach.
He was also the color guy on the broadcast.
Correct. That's correct.
So he came from within.
Correct.
Do you know how many examples I can give you of coaches coming from within the organization that did it in an entirely different way? Hey, Mike Shanahan, before he left, wasn't he a member of the Dan Reeves staff?
He was.
Huh. Interesting. How'd that work out?
Pretty good.
Okay.
You could do that the opposite way.
Sure you can. But you can't give me a stupid blanket statement saying just because somebody came from within the organization, it's not going to work.
Yes, I agree.
Because you're being stupid and blind.
Mm-hmm.
See, now
Again, can't see.
You can't see, and you have no intelligence.
Look, I think it's just more of if you think that the Adelman hire wasn't the right call or whatever, you just wanted something entirely different.
You just wanted another flavor.
You wanted change. You wanted change for change's
and great,
sake.
I respect that, but it doesn't mean it's going to work.
All right.
Do you know how many different coaches the Denver Broncos went through for change's sake?
Mm-hmm.
Let's try this guy.
Right.
Here's another guy from outside. Let's go with this guy.
Hold on a second, too. Guru.
And it'd be different if Adelman took over and just kind of fell on his face as an interim, and he didn't. He didn't do that.
But what bothers me, the people who are disingenuous out there who think that he didn't change things. Oh my God!
Oh, yeah,
let me
oh
go.
my God!
Let me go
What are
full
you
Vic.
watching?
Guru 303 is on our Twitch feed. Says, Cronkies never give you a reason to question them, Moser, because they pay you. Of course, you're not going to be critical. You want a paycheck. I do work for the company. Yeah. At the same time, Guru and everybody else, and I'm really struggling right now, Brett, not to say something mean to Guru, because probably just trying to get a reaction. They've also won championships.
I'll say something mean.
Well, hold on.
Let me say something mean. Let me have it.
I've also been drunk on a fire truck. I've also been twice. I've also been hammering little bottles with bread at 6:30 in the morning at the Capitol. Okay, hang on a second.
I believe they're the only ownership group to have won a championship in this town, correct?
Of current ownership groups? Yeah, that is correct. You're 2 years removed from an NBA championship, 3 from a Stanley Cup championship, but contending teams every single year, they're going for it, and you want to bitch and moan?
Oh, man, you can
unbelievable.
Let me tell you something.
People are unbelievable.
First of all, I don't want to be cast. It's insulting to say that we never say anything critical of these teams because we do it every damn day. You wouldn't have a radio show if you didn't say anything critical, all right? You wouldn't have a radio show. So don't tell me we criticize the hell out of these people.
Yep.
And sometimes it's very uncomfortable. Trust me, I saw Jamal Murray at that press conference yesterday, the same day I was critical of Jamal Murray on this radio show. And it's not a fun thing to do. But don't insult me and say that if only other ownership groups provided championships like this one, can you imagine this town?
Well, look, save this for a second. We'll get to some of the actual audio from David Adelman.
I don't
the
take
hell
a
outta here.
cent. I don't take a cent from Greg Penner.
And he's a great owner.
I think he's pretty friggin'
great
good
owner.
so far. Yeah.
Is that okay to say?
I mean, I think he's pretty damn good. I trust Greg Penner and that ownership group right now implicitly. You know, Brett, they jumped in to the National Football League not knowing jack about being an owner in the National Football League.
Mm-hmm.
And they went through a fire hose of information that first year.
That first year was bad, too.
And you know what? They also got their hands dirty and their feet wet in it as well, and they jumped in head first. This guy's done a damn fine job so far, right? But I think it's going to pay off. I don't get a dime from them.
Well, we'll get back to this in just a second, along with some audio. Also, the games last night. Yeah, there was one overarching theme with that T-Wolves and Thunder game, and it has to do with Nikola Jokic. We'll get to all that next.
Yeah, I mean, in the past, it's always been 9.5 to start the season. And then as you gradually work your way to the playoffs, it usually morphs to 8. But every year is different. You know what I mean? I see 2 teams right now in the playoffs playing more than that in these rounds, in Indiana and OKC. So, it's about progression of our players. And the trust goes both ways. It has to be developed both ways. But yeah, the ultimate goal would be playing 9 guys to start the season. And like I said, sometimes 10. And that's the best way to get through the year. And then I think guys earn their spots. As you play more games, you realize stylistically how you're going to play. And that also helps to know who's going to be in that rotation. So, yeah, there's a lot of ways to do it. Obviously, I would say, the year we won it, it was more like a 7.5, 8-man rotation.
It's one of the answers I liked because it's one of the things that I think matters. There was 2 real details in how I wanted him to answer questions that I think would be different from Malone. And one of them has to do with rotation and how to get guys the balance between getting them experience early in the season as opposed to trusting them late in the season. And that was one of them that he got to. Now, how they implement that, I don't know yet, but I like the answer that he gave at least.
Did you hear what he said when he was asked, are the players on this team properly conditioned when they come back from the offseason?
I did hear that, yes.
He said no. 3 players were in attendance listening to him when he said that.
Mm-hmm. He said you build trust in the offseason.
He said you have to be better conditioned, and we have to do a better job getting these guys conditioned for the first part of the season.
Yeah.
That's a direct hit, man.
No, sure it is. Sure it is. And here's the thing, it's not arguable. It's pretty clear to see. But when he talks about using his different rotations, or go ahead, Nelly, go ahead and give us the clip.
No, I think we can come back better. I think we can come back more ready to start the season. I think you can every year. I think every guy comes back, and as they take a year, they get a year older, they're all trying to maintenance themselves through the offseason into the first part of the first games. I would love for us to come back, more ready to go. Because I think the thing that's funny is the year we won the championship, yes, it was a totally different conference. But the bottom line is we got off to a great start that year and just crushed it throughout the season, which allowed us to be right for the playoffs. And it's hard to say we're going to do that because the Western Conference is really tough, but you have to give yourself every opportunity possible to have the best start possible.
Yeah. I mean, we talk about them not being, or at least a few guys not being conditioned enough to start the year. I mean, Jamal Murray's been the one that's caught the most heat. And I think it's pretty clear that he hasn't been the last couple of years. Again, that also it's just about finding balance, whether we're talking about rotations or that. Because he is right. The older you get, the more you kind of want to maintain your body and make sure that you aren't overexerting either during the offseason. But staying in shape has to be a prerequisite.
No doubt about it.
That's a professional
Yes.
requisite.
Sure. When a team gives you a contract like that, another one, that means that organization is putting a tremendous amount of faith in you. If you want to win and it's important to you, then you respond likewise with how you conduct yourself, how you condition yourself, everything that's involved in it. That's what the expectation is. And I don't think you're asking for more than that. You're just asking, live up to the need and expectation that this franchise has put in you. Is that too much to ask?
Getting paid a lot for it.
Yeah, the answer is no, it's not too much to ask. You're being handsomely compensated for that exact thing.
Any surprise last night watching OKC completely rip Minnesota?
Turned the game off. I said to the Bear, God, how much was left in the first quarter? I said, well, this is over. It's done. When Minnesota got stuck on 9 for a while, or even before that, it's over. No more of this crap. I said, do you mind if I turn this? She said, no. Then I turned the hockey. I switched over to the hockey game real quick. She said, I thought you said you were going to watch something else. I said, I am.
So let me ask you.
Watching hockey now.
As you're watching that unfold, you're watching them just get ripped apart, and it was very obvious. Piranha, right? Piranha is what OKC is. David Adelman was on PhD yesterday. He called OKC, and this is such a he called them the greatest AAU team ever assembled. Do you know what he means by that?
I don't think I do. No.
Like AAU teams you pick and choose your talent.
Right,
And you could put together super teams. This OKC team right now,
see.
like most teams are locked up. They can't do certain things. Because of their timing and because of their great trades, and it's brilliant the moves they made with Sam Presti. They're in a place right now, they got a super team of just incredible talent. It's going to go away. Eventually, they're going to have to pay the piper, right? It's going to go away. But
they're then going to have to pick and choose who they want to keep and who
exactly
they will let go.
They're going
or
to go
move
down
or
the same
whatever.
road that most teams. But right now, they're in a window. They're not going anywhere next year. That's going to be the same team.
Keith Smith, NBA writer, said this. OKC, and if the Pacers advance to the final, would be the first NBA final since the luxury tax was in effect where neither team was a taxpayer.
Yeah. Well, but
Very interesting.
That's what you get.
They either will be taxpayers soon or they're going to have their team break up.
This is what you get when you're able to fleece teams on trades the way OKC and Indiana did, to be honest with you.
OKC is not replicable. With that trade,
No.
Paul George trade,
No chance.
It's just to get 7 picks along with a future MVP is like you
But
can't
every
do
time
that.
we say that, dumb trades happen, and you're like, why would that happen?
Yeah, but you look at the Herschel Walker trade with Dallas, the Cowboys. You could never duplicate
Paul George is
that.
worse.
They never duplicated
worse.
that. It is. It probably, in fact,
the Paul George trade is, I think it's like the worst trade ever.
the Cowboys used that trade to basically set their team up for 3 Super Bowl championships. That's exactly what they did. When I saw, real quick, back to your boy with the thin ankles. When I saw Chet Holmgren take the dish, flying down the wing, and he can leap from way outside, and I'm like, he can't get to the bucket from there. Bam! I'm like, this guy, his wingspan, I think you forget when he leaps and he can reach so far for a dunk.
He's 7'2".
Well, no, I understand that.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, when Chet was flying down the wing and dunking in that first quarter, it's over.
Sure.
It's done.
But as you're watching that unfold and you're watching Minnesota get humbled, and that does a body good sometimes, watching Minnesota get humbled, watching Ant get humbled like that. Humbled.
Yep.
Did you ever ask yourself, how in the hell did the Nuggets take 3 games from this team and almost 4? They
Tell you
could
what.
have. They could.
I'll tell you what the narrative was.
Did you ever ask yourself that?
A little bit.
Tell you what the narrative was.
Yeah.
The narrative from about everybody who was watching that game last night, at least on Twitter that I saw, had one conclusion. How the hell did Nikola Jokic take this team to 7 games with that roster that was that hurt?
But let me push back on that narrative.
I like you to blow back.
Let me push back
Forget
on
the pushback. I want to hear blowback.
I saw the same thing. Bill Simmons, how good is Nikola Jokic? Did you not watch the series?
Yeah, Jokic wasn't even.
It
all
wasn't
that great.
just Jokic.
Mhm.
Aaron Gordon won a game, 2 games in that series by himself.
No, it's the starting 5.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not just Nikola. Now, Nikola was Nikola. I'm talking about the Nuggets. Took 3 games from that team, from that wagon we just saw. Could have taken easily 4 games had they finished games 4 and 5. So it's not just one player.
No, it's not. It's their whole starting 5. But that's the thing. You watch the way that OKC can just dismantle somebody.
So these same people are saying how good is Nikola Jokic are the same people who voted SGA MVP. How can you?
Simmons voted for Joker, but
Well, it's just, look, and I was the first one to say it. I'm like, Jokic has not been good for, what was it? Games 2 through 4 was just, it was like foreign to me watching Jokic. But that's, here's what I've realized. It's way more of a compliment to OKC than it was like poor things done by Jokic. And I knew that Jokic was being harassed, okay? That was clear. But God does it put in perspective. Why is OKC so good?
Because they have manageable contracts of players playing way above their money.
Just from a strictly basketball
Way above
thing.
their money.
Strictly basketball thing is this. They play defense in a way that is really, really hard to replicate because guys just don't want to do it anymore. They have held 2 of the best offenses in the NBA throughout the course of the regular season to a quarter in which they scored less than 10 points to start a game.
They've paralyzed them.
That's unbelievable.
Yeah, they've paralyzed
And
them.
if you go back to when the Nuggets won the championship, the Nuggets defense was one of the best in the league.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, if you can do that, if you can just handcuff somebody in that kind of way, good Lord.
The comments I enjoyed most from David Adelman yesterday were these, and he's so right. When you run and fast break in the regular season and you lead the NBA in fast break points, and everybody says, Denver, you got to run. And I don't disagree. Running is important. That stuff doesn't matter in the playoffs. All your fast break points, all your running and gunning, all your dunks, all your flash, all your dash, that goes away. That goes bye-byes in the playoffs.
Sometimes it does.
Oh, no, it goes bye-bye.
Well, I mean,
no. It goes bye-bye.
There was plenty of fast break points last night.
It goes bye-bye.
Well,
For
if you have a
OKC
defense
anyway.
that can get turnovers,
Right.
yeah.
But the point is, the way you play like that, you have to execute in the half court. The Nuggets won a championship in 2023 because they were the best half-court team in the NBA.
Yeah. No, I'm so with you because I thought the same thing. I always thought the Nuggets should run. Like, hey, pace. You're playing altitude, pace. And
Not in the
I have
playoffs.
not had my mind more changed more quickly.
He was right on there.
Yep.
In the playoffs, you know what's most important? Shot making in the half court.
Yeah, execute.
Shot making in the half court. He said it. He said it to we need better shooters. We need more shooters. We need better shot making. We don't have enough shot making.
I'll tell you what's pretty
Their
telling.
best shooter played with one shoulder.
Yeah.
Did not execute in shot making. Now, was it the injury? What was it? But that's a big hindrance. Big hindrance.
I mean, one thing that's pretty clear is that getting out and being sort of running gun team transition, Christian Brown was as good as anybody in transition this year. And Moj, he did not get transition buckets in the postseason. He just didn't.
No, he didn't.
That
No,
aspect
he
of his
didn't.
game was gone, but it also did one other thing. God, did it put a strain on your defense when you run that quick. The amount of possessions the other team gets that can wear you down late in games. That's why I love the answer that he had on the defensive side, which was you have to be creative. And, God, especially if you don't have a deep rotation, you can't ask a team to play man defense super intense for 82 games a year and then do that again when the postseason rolls around.
I honestly
it taxes them too much.
All right, so when I interviewed David after, I don't remember half the crap I asked him. I don't. I just don't remember things. I do remember one question that I was eager to ask because it's very awkward, right? When you take over the job of your former boss, like, can you imagine, like, your boss hires you,
Yeah.
and you're like, he's out, and I'm working in his job. It's always weird. It's always awkward.
Sure.
Like, how awkward must that have been? Nelly, just run it.
It's difficult, but like I said, I think we all know that as you move up in this league, you're taking somebody's job one way or the other.
Yeah.
And I think what he did here is never going to be forgotten. He's the greatest coach in the history of this franchise, not even close. His leadership ability, the staff that he brought in, the ability to develop the players, all those things are incredible positives. And I think you feel mixed feelings because you feel proud that you were a part of it with him. And then you feel proud that you made progression as a coach because of him. Mm-hmm. And so it's a weird feeling. You think about him and his family, and then there's this flip side of you that goes, I can't thank him enough for one, the opportunity to come here, but two, to be ready to take this job. It's because of him. Yeah. And so, a lot of mixed feelings, but all I can say is he's the reason I'm sitting here. He's the reason why there's a banner up there. So just nothing but an honor to work for him. And honestly, an honor to take the job, the seat that he had, and try to keep it at that level, that standard that we've had for so many years.
That's the first time I've heard that. That is, as I think back to yesterday on the show, that is exactly the answer that I thought he was going to give. And it's the correct one as well.
Mm.
He nailed it.
I mean, what else are you supposed to say there, right?
Right. But he also nailed it. He's correct, but he's also going to take it and do his own thing and move it forward.
And if he weren't, Malone would expect him to do his own thing. I'm sure many times during the course of the season, DA probably whispered into Malone's ear, let's try this, let's try that. That's what coaches do.
Yeah.
But ultimately, it's the head coach who makes those calls.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
They don't always work.
Again, I'm kind of not caught in the middle because I agree with you. I think that everything that I've seen in the way that he coached over, what was it? How many
10
total
and
games?
7, 17 games.
17 games. In 17 games, I think that he did a phenomenal job
Can I
coaching
shoot
the
down
team.
one other misnomer?
Sure. Can you do it
And I'm
quickly?
sorry to interrupt you.
Quickly.
The perception is and again, this is my opinion. This is not right or wrong. It's my opinion. The perception is, well, you can't hire a head coach before you hire a GM. Well, the GM's got different. GM's going to come in here, probably want his own coach. It's not going to work out. You just heard from the guy. I've talked to him many times. What makes you think that guy's personality, what you heard, wouldn't be able to get along with any damn person you put in that job? Does he sound like someone who's going to go, oh, no.
No,
We ain't doing that.
The concern would not be the same thing that happened with Malone, which is there was some sort of infighting stuff. He's not going to do that. Again, it's just a matter of making sure guys are on the same page. And it's not impossible to do if you hire a coach first, then a GM. It's not impossible. It's unorthodox. It certainly isn't that. I mean, Vic, in most hiring processes, when you don't have a coach or a GM, you hire GM first, and then you help with the coaching search, typically. That's it. It's just a little weird.
There are also jobs out there. I don't even think it's that weird. You hire personalities. You hire people to work together. There are coaches in the NBA today who have jobs and their GMs got fired.
Yeah.
So what happens now?
No, you're right. You're right. It's just typically that's how the business is done. It doesn't mean it has to be, but typically that's how it's done. Now, we'll get back to this a little bit later. I do want to talk about the hockey game last night because Florida, it's funny. I think Carolina very obviously knew they weren't as good as Florida, and they tried some things early to try and get them out of their game, which I thought was interesting. So we'll get to that in a bit.
Score?
Well, no. We'll get to it in a second.
Well, they did do that.
Jeff Legwold at 9 o'clock. We'll get to all of it in a second. Stick around. All right, so when it became very clear yesterday that OKC was just going to beat the snot out of Minnesota and the upcoming face of the NBA, Anthony Edwards, like, this is why they got to relax and that kind of stuff. Just chill. By the way, Jay's been really good at that series. Like, he was crushing people. Now, when it became obvious, though,
Dude, the Nuggets have given the Thunder by far their biggest pain in the butt.
Yes. And I think whoever comes out of the East, that's probably going to remain the same.
I think you're probably right about that.
Now, as that game got out of hand, I was like, all right, let's see what's going on with the hockey. You watch it before the OKC.
What's going on with the hockey?
OKC Minnesota game started.
That's exactly like something Vic would say.
Yes.
Oh, what's going on with the hockey thing, the stuff?
So I'm watching the beginning of this Florida and Carolina game, and I think Carolina knew that Florida was better. And here's what I noticed, Moj. They were just going to try and punch Florida in the face until they trotted everybody off to the box as often as they could. That's
Pretty
how
much.
it felt.
Pretty much.
I mean, how many like 4 or 5 stoppages for guys either face rubbing or throwing some knuckles every once in a while? You know what I mean? Like, they just felt like they were trying to get Florida off their game, and the second that Florida stopped taking the bait on that, they started to take over.
That's exactly
hockey.
Right. So with that hockey thing, that hockey there, huh?
First of all, let me stop. Let me start here. Florida's nickname, the Panthers. The Panthers.
Right.
At what point in life is the Panther in hockey? Panthers they're not associated with cold weather sports. A Panther? How is that even relevant to hockey?
Hey, remember that time when the Bronco would they make footballs out of Broncos?
Yeah.
No.
I mean, what?
Mhm.
Mm-mm.
Okay.
I mean, look, Moj, Snowflake the Dolphin hit field goals in
Yeah.
Miami.
Completely misnamed. That's not Snowflake. That's not Snowflake.
Okay, forgive my ignorance.
Did you like that scene?
Are there Panthers in metropolitan Miami? Are there Panthers running
No,
around
but there are Panthers in Florida. That's what they're legit
No,
Panthers in Florida. Yeah.
I don't like the team. I don't like
Okay.
where they play. I don't like.
Are there
just-
Flyers in Philadelphia? Do people fly?
Wah! Are there Kings
No.
in LA? So this game.
Is Minnesota actually wild?
Yeah,
Ask yourself that
that's
question.
The decision to land on Wild is really weird. But that's neither here
I mean,
nor there.
we can all agree the most apt name, at least for this year, because it's only going to last this year, is Hockey Club. I mean, there is a hockey club.
I just think there should be some
Well,
relevance
not
with
anymore.
your
It's the
nickname.
Mammoth now.
Well,
remember?
I just said
Yeah.
for this year was accurate.
Well, here's the story. I think it's Brett. You saw it. What I've been talking about with the Florida Panthers for
Or Canadians in Montreal also applies.
that's pretty accurate. There's probably a Maple Leaf in Toronto too, someplace.
Yeah.
Anyway, when the Florida Panthers get serious about hockey, what do?
They kick your ass.
That's exactly what they do.
Yeah.
When they stop jerking around and just getting knocked off their game and all, when they say, "Hey, dudes, let's
go.
Let's play," they go bang bang bang. They score again. They score 30
they're
seconds
physical.
apart.
They kick your butt.
Yeah.
They got great goaltending. They got everything, man. They really do.
Yeah, they do. And let me give credit to the Carolina Hurricanes because I don't think that team can be better than they are.
I agree with you,
I think
actually.
that Rod Brindamore and company with that particular club, I think that they get the very most out of what they've got every single year. They have some good players. Sebastian Aho is a good player. I mean, they've got some terrific players on that roster all over the place. Seth Jarvis obviously is very good. Slavin's obviously very good. They've got some very good players. They don't have any great superstar type of guys. They got some very good ones. But I think they squeeze out what they can every single season. And they simply don't have enough to go all the way.
Well, at least they won a conference championship game for the first time in 2 decades.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, how do you deal with that? Brindamore,
Again, that's
hang on.
getting there.
Brindamore, like Bednar, one of the longest tenured coaches in the league,
Mm-hmm.
they have not tasted the Stanley Cup final yet. They have had, I think, 3 conference finals exits, few second rounds, maybe a first mixed in, but it's like everybody with expectations now, what do you do? And I'm like, I think Brindamore's a pretty damn good head coach that I'd love to have. And I think if I'm in that situation, I don't think that Brindamore's a problem. I don't.
Well, it depends on how you view success versus failure. Like, what is failure in your brain? What is success? I'll give you an example. The early 90s Buffalo Bills, success or failure?
I think they were successful.
I mean, that's a success.
You go to 4 straight Super Bowls. Are you successful?
One of the greatest success stories in the history of the National Football League.
Yeah.
4 straight Super Bowls.
But they couldn't win.
Okay, now you're changing the narrative. What is it? Success
or
or
failure?
failure?
Also on the foot of a kicker who blew it wide.
I'm talking about that era. When I say Buffalo Bills, Jim Kelly, what comes to mind?
They were a very, very good team. Very good.
It depends on how you look at it.
I
It depends on
suppose.
you, not them. It depends on your personality.
Daryl Talley and Bruce Smith and
if I say to you,
Thurman Thomas,
Jim Kelly, Buffalo Bills, and the immediate thought in your brain is failure, then I think you're an ass.
Yeah, but the goal is also to win the whole thing. Agreed. I mean, was Dan Marino a failure because he went to one Super Bowl,
Not
didn't
one
win
bit.
it, and that was it?
One of the greatest players to ever play the game, and
Well, there you go.
and Jim Kelly and those Buffalo Bills. Has it happened since?
Hey,
4 straight?
Well, I was just going to say that.
No.
When's the last time the Bills have been back? Never.
Never.
Got it.
So when you look at the Carolina Hurricanes, Brett, if I'm a fan of the Hurricanes, I'm saying to myself, yeah, you're disappointed that you lost to Florida, right? You are. At the same time, I think that's all they could possibly do.
Yeah.
If you're a Colorado Avalanche fan, the pain is even more real because I believe that team could have gone and met Florida for another Stanley Cup championship.
Sure.
And that would have been hella fun. We'd do the show from South Beach. How would that be?
That'd be great.
Oh, yeah, it'd be great.
Man, that's an
Why'd
opportunity
you do that?
lost.
Why'd you do that to me? I said that would be great.
You'd be inside all day. You can't be outside.
Yeah, it's true. You wouldn't be able to go
You
outside.
can't be
I
outside.
go outside all the time.
We can't put you outside.
Yeah, you're wearing a pup tent so you don't get burned.
Look, man, before baby Jamal Kale, who's going to have her birthday here really soon.
Yeah, she's coming
Beautiful
right up.
baby.
Baby girl.
She driving yet?
Not yet. But before I went to Mexico every year, and I stayed outside the entire day.
How much
I just needed to load up on spray. That's all.
How much load?
I mean, a lot.
I know.
It's a lot.
Slather.
But I took care of myself.
You look like a basted turkey. The other day at the golf
No,
course.
it's always the spray. It's always the spray. I don't,
Well, I know,
I
but
don't
you
do
glit-
the
but
lotion anymore.
you glit-
Please.
I saw you lotion up at the golf course a week and a
Not
half
like
ago.
the white one. Not. I'm saying not like the
Oh.
white stuff that people put
Anyway.
on their nose.
Do you do the zinc coated sunscreen all over the nose like a lifeguard?
No. I just glisten. I just glisten
He does.
with the spray.
He gleams. But the deal is that if you're an Avalanche fan, I mean, they could have gone all the way and faced Florida and maybe won. That's why. I mean, that again, Dallas fans, I think, are when they get bounced by Edmonton tonight. I don't know. Maybe they will. The Oilers have to adjust playing without Zach Hyman. So we'll see if they can hang on to this 3-1 series lead. But the point is, if and when the Stars get busted out, their fan base should be excruciatingly hurt because that team could have won it all.
Hey, what did you make of Maurice and Brendan Moore's little
I don't make
thing?
much of it because Paul Maurice was actually Rod Brind'Amour's coach. Kind of gave him his start in coaching as well. I don't make much of it other than the fact that Maurice has decided that coaches should not be part of the handshake line for him.
Why is that?
Okay, well, Mr. Hockey traditionalist, that everybody has to do the things by the book after the series gets done.
They never used to do it.
Okay, but they do now. So what do you think about Guy venturing off on his own saying, I am going to make my own tradition as opposed to what we've decided as a league?
If it was me, I'd be on the ice because I think it's about showing respect to the opposition, whether you win or lose.
Well, this is kind of what I'm getting at, is that I was the one who said, and everybody yelled at me, like, I think the handshake line at the end of the series is cool. I also think if you don't want to do it, then don't do it. Whatever. It's no big deal.
Yeah, but then it reflects poorly on you.
But then Maurice does this, and he goes, well, we never used to do it. And it's like, well, you do now. So does this guy get a pass because he's pointing back to something years ago?
You know, look.
I mean, if that's what you do in your sport, shake hands. It's not a difficult concept. Don't be bigger than the moment.
I mean,
that's a guy being
agree.
bigger than the
look,
moment.
If this is what everybody participates in, then I think you should do it.
Vic, help me out with this. Was there ever a time when football coaches after a big game did not shake hands in midfield at the 50-yard line?
We've seen
No.
grumblings of
I
it.
mean, what is tradition?
Tradition is to seek out the opposing coach and shake hands.
Correct. That's what I would do.
That's why I like baseball.
And more,
Baseball, I'm going to high-five my own guys. We'll start a big line where we just high-five
you know
each other.
You know what happens when a team wins a series in baseball? One team kicks stuff around their dugout and heads into the clubhouse. There ain't no high five. I mean, there ain't no handshaking. There ain't no.
Nope.
Some guys stare.
You guys suck. Leave.
Right.
Bye. This is
That's-
our field now.
That's exactly how it goes down. In the NBA, they're all milling about on the floor, right? Everybody's hugging everybody. Good, everybody's all friends.
We're going to make your dugout in your home stadium smell like champagne. So you guys have a great day.
It's
Bye.
pretty interesting how every sport is unique. Football, everybody hugs everybody, right? Out there on the field. There's a billion people out there who shouldn't be there anyway.
Is there anything more belittling than an opposing team celebrating a championship in your barn, on your court, on your field?
Yeah, that hurts.
It's the worst.
That hurts a lot.
When the Red Sox won when they won the World Series
Yeah,
at Coors Field
that
and
sucked.
took over.
Yeah.
How was it when the Avs won in Tampa and took over the ice?
It was awesome.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. If you're an opposing,
It was
If you're an
awesome.
opposing fan, I mean, this is your home, and now it's theirs temporarily. It's theirs.
Yeah.
They've taken over.
They have rented it from you for the night.
The locker room in Tampa, I find that most opposing locker rooms that the Avs go to, a lot of little ones.
Can I ask you
Like
something?
the opposing locker room at Ball Arena for the visiting hockey teams, it's pretty decent sized.
Okay, honest question, just real quick. When the Nuggets won the championship, they did it at home, and they partied in the locker room forever.
Ooh, we remember that party.
Yes. When it's the opposing arena,
Yeah, get out.
do you want to get out and
Yeah.
like go to a bar somewhere?
Go back
or
to
do
the
you hang
hotel.
in there? You know what I mean?
Go back to the hotel.
Yeah.
You go back to the hotel
Well,
usually.
the best case scenario on the planet is
Like how long were you guys? You were there. How long were you guys in Tampa's locker room?
Hour and a half, couple
Okay,
hours?
so it was pretty quick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. It's ideal in Tampa because the hotel is literally 500 yards down the road,
gotcha.
and they had the whole room prepared upstairs and
Gotcha.
all that sort of thing. And then that went till I don't even know what
Do
time.
they
but
have to pre-prepare that room? Or do they just watch the final and then just get moving to make sure the thing is
they
ready?
just turned some tunes on and threw up a disco ball, I think.
When the Broncos won Super Bowl 50
But by
in
the way,
Santa Clara,
hold on, Vic. There was lots of beer ready to go.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
when the Broncos won Super Bowl 50 in Santa Clara, they had a post-Super Bowl party at the team hotel. Most of the players opted to go to downtown San Fran, but the coaches and staff, they were all at this party. Wade was dancing all night long. Wade Phillips was dancing like a madman.
Really?
I mean, like a madman.
I love it.
It was one of the great parties I've ever attended after a championship.
What was he dancing to? What was the music
Hip-hop.
style?
Hip-hop.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Good for Wade.
I don't know that watching Wade Phillips dance all night is tops on my bingo card, bro. I don't know that that's
You saw Wade Phillips do the Dougie, you might think differently.
no. Well, it might be cute for half a song, but beyond that, bro, I'm not getting my jollies on watching Wade Phillips breakdance all night.
Speaking of the Broncos, I read an article yesterday that I want to get to, along with a yes.
The last thing, because are we going to get back to hockey at all today?
Yes. Yeah,
Okay,
we'll do it
you
later.
mentioned it in the appetizer hour. How sick was that Verhaeghe goal that put him ahead?
Oh, yeah.
Well, the whole play was made by Barkov.
Yep.
Their captain danced. Anyway,
We'll
that's
get to
all.
it a little bit later. I do got something on the Broncos, though. It was a story yesterday that I saw on NFL.com regarding Denver. And also, a little note of a former Bronco that I want to get to next. I went to Mexico every year, and I stayed outside the entire day.
How much
I just needed to load up on spray. That's all.
How much load?
I mean, a lot.
I know.
It's a lot.
Slather.
But I took care of myself.
You look like a basted turkey.
We just had somebody lose it here in studio. This is like, calm down. Things are falling, breaking, throwing things. And listen, I'm right there with you. You have every reason to be angry.
All right, let's not talk about that anymore. Brett, move on, please.
He has every
I know, but get to your Broncos.
Okay,
Brett.
also, hey, Vic, word of advice.
Yeah.
When you're not at home doing the show,
Mhm.
if Moser's in the middle of a yelling fit, you don't turn the mic on in the middle of it, because I had to hit the dump button just to make sure we were in the clear, by the way.
Wait, you dumped what I was saying?
When you first turned the mic on, there was a word that was said that should not have been said.
Dump what I say.
And I don't think it made it, but I just wanted to be clear. Again, guys, know your teammates.
Moser had every reason to go off there.
He did.
Moser, why did you go off?
I'm not. No. Are
we not allowed to talk about it?
No, please don't. I will. No, I'm asking you, please.
Okay, fine.
Thank you. Brett, get on with your Broncos.
All right, I'll continue on the Altitude Sports Radio.
On the Altitude Sports Radio.
Now listen. There's a couple things here. First of all,
get off the damn sports radio.
I heard or I saw this from Mike Kliss yesterday.
Why don't we ever get classic moments like that? I mean, we get people going like pretending they're a roller coaster. That was funny.
We did do that.
But we don't get, that's my damn cat.
All right, listen.
Okay, sorry.
Saw this from Mike Kliss yesterday. So he talked to Von Miller. Von Miller had I think he gave away
Von's
glasses.
Vision. Yeah, he's
glasses
had this,
to kids.
it's a wonderful charity organization he drummed up while he was here.
So Von said that he's definitely playing in 2025. It's just a matter of which team. Said the Broncos haven't reached out, and they wouldn't make sense anyway for him because they have two strong pass rushers in Benito and Cooper, and he's, quote, not playing special teams at 36. Now, this is just sort of like an overall thing that I always kind of go back to. You know, if part of the reason why you want to bring somebody onto a roster is because you're like, well, that would be cool, then I'm generally not for it, generally. Like, if the main thrust behind this is it's a neat story, I'm kind of out. You know, Von is a legend here. He will go in the Ring of Fame. He'll go in the Hall of Fame as a Bronco, a whole bunch of different things. Great guy, great player, all of that. I don't need a 36-year-old pass rusher on this roster.
You don't like trophy hires?
No, I think that they're like, if part of the reason why you want it to happen is you think it would be cool,
There has to be usefulness.
yeah. And that's why I ask things when it comes to, like, when you hire a coach and somebody says, what about this local guy? It's like, do you actually believe he's great? Or is part of this like, wouldn't it be cool if local guy got this thing?
Okay, trophy wife. Thoughts?
Trophy wife?
What?
I mean, you're basically describing a trophy wife.
What is,
Well,
what? Big Lou is just like you. He's got a trophy wife too.
I don't think it's so
What?
much a trophy wife. No. The trophy wife has attributes that are probably pretty nice for the guy, is what I'm saying.
Oh my
You know what I
God.
mean?
All right, you know what?
But it's the truth. That's why it's not the
All
same.
right, so that's not the same.
Yeah. All I'm saying is, would it be cute if Von Miller came back here and was a Bronco again? Yeah, it'd be cute, but it's unnecessary, and I don't think he helps all that much. So whatever.
It's just not a need.
No.
It's not a need. Now, if this is a former Broncos, I don't know, if it's an extra tight end in the room, sure.
Yeah. If Shannon Sharp had some game left and you want to throw him in as a backup,
good.
then
They're
sure.
good at pass rusher. They're good. The defense is
Exactly.
good.
This is the same guy who yesterday, let me call you out a little bit, Brett.
Me? Sure.
This is the same guy yesterday, Vic,
Mhm.
who wanted 52-year-old Manny Ramirez to be the Rockies hitting
but the
coach
Rockies-
so he could DH
He
once
wanted
a
a
week.
trophy DH.
I'll tell you what, if the Broncos just went 0-16, then go ahead and let Vaughn on the roster.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay. Okay. The way, point taken.
Yes. The Broncos are a good football team now, which is an odd conversation to have entering an NFL season.
I'm going out to OTAs today, practice. After this show, I'm going to go out. And I thought about this. What am I there for? What am I looking at? You know what I'm going out to see?
What's that?
The thighs on Hampton.
Yeah. His name's Harvey.
Harvey.
so I don't know. I guess maybe there's a Hampton on the roster. I don't know about that. Also has good thighs.
He's thinking of the former Nugget, the little guard that they shipped off.
Oh, R.J. Harvey, Hampton.
I got 3 hours sleep.
Yeah, I know.
I'm going out to see the thighs on this guy.
Yeah.
I want to see him with my own
What's
eyes.
his name again? I just said it. What's his name?
R.J. Harvey.
There you go. All right, good.
Was it R.J. Hampton?
Yeah,
R.J.
he was
Hampton
the little guard that he's going to be
he got
so
shipped-
good.
he got
I'm
shipped
gonna
off.
Do
R.J.
you realize
Hampton
how
got
many
shipped
times
off
I'm going to do
in the
this?
Aaron Gordon trade.
Do you know
the
how many
AJ
times
trade.
I'm going to call him R.J. Hampton because of R.J. Hampton?
I probably will at some
gonna
point
do-
as well.
I used to call Ty Lawson all the time.
The fact that you now put that in my head means I'm probably going to do it a time or two as well.
Is it also Omarion Hampton was one of the guys that
That was the guy they were interested in.
they were interested in too?
Yeah.
Well, was he related to Ontario Smith,
That's stupid.
the guy, the Wizinator guy?
What else are we looking for today? What else are we looking for today? Pat Bryant?
Yeah, kind of. You know, I still am. So here's the other part of the discussion, by the way. I was on NFL.com. Eric Edholm, who I can try and get him on the show tomorrow. He had this article, the 10 most complete teams in the NFL as he sees it right now. And he had the Broncos at number 10. And I think that he's right. Like, if you look at the Broncos roster, there's not a glaring weakness anywhere. You know what I mean?
There aren't any gaping holes. Now there's questions.
There's
but not
questions.
weaknesses. Like, will this backfield hold up? You're relying on a rookie.
Yeah, right.
To be the starter.
Is R.J. Harvey going to bring something to your running game? Yeah. Is Evan Ingram going to be the actual answer of a true tight end that you've been missing? Is Dre Greenlaw going to stay healthy? Like, all of those are questions.
But they're not weaknesses.
But these guys have also had injury issues that need to be
depth.
They need to answer that they can hold up.
Now, I would argue
I wouldn't mind seeing Pat Bryant, though.
I would argue that 31 other teams in the league would say depth is a weakness of their roster because it's just like that in the NFL. You don't have
Coach
too
starters,
deep everywhere.
too deep. Yeah.
Bottom line is, I cannot wait to get a look at Paul Harvey's legs.
And now you know the rest of the quad. How many people wouldn't get that joke?
How many people old enough to know who Paul Harvey is? Do you know who Paul Harvey is?
I think I do. Okay, can I take a stab at it?
Yeah,
And I
take a
might be
stab.
completely
Yeah,
wrong.
please. All right, shh.
Is he there was a commercial during the Super Bowl with a farmer, and he narrated it. Is that him?
That's
Yeah,
him.
Okay,
he's
good.
one of the most famous radio voices in the
all
history
time.
of the
He's the
medium.
one that every week would do. And now you know the
And-
rest of the story.
And he also did did he do the If I Were the Devil thing?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, so you know what it is.
Yeah.
He's a very famous radio pundit.
Gotcha.
You know,
I mean,
he
he did it for like 90 years.
He lived off number 5 at Biltmore in Arizona.
He did?
Yeah, and when we go play there, he would always be on his back patio reading.
You're kidding.
And I wanted so badly just to hit my ball near him to say, "Hey, Paul, I just want to hear his voice." He used to do his radio hits from his home before he was a thing.
And now you know where your golf ball is. Anyway, he was a very
Good for
famous
you.
guy. He
I
passed away.
appreciate
Thank you.
that.
Thank you.
Yeah, but good job, man.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So here's the thing, though, because you're right, Vic. You're saying what to look forward to, and we're just talking about is there weaknesses on the roster. You mentioned Pat Bryant. The one question that maybe I do have, something that I did want in the offseason that didn't happen. I think the only thing that I was requesting the Broncos do, or curious if they would, and they didn't, was bringing in sort of a veteran wideout to round out the room. They get Pat Bryant, and here's what I'm looking at. You have essentially 5 wideouts that are packaged 3 and 2 that do completely different things.
Mm-hmm.
3 guys, and Sutton, Vele, and Pat Bryant all look to be the same type of dude.
They look
Big, lanky, possession guy, that sort of thing, right? And then you got 2 in Mims and Troy Franklin that are sort of your speedsters. What's the balance there between that? Because the balance at the end of the year became we get Marvin Mims to football.
correct.
At the beginning of the year, it was a lot of Sutton Vele.
I mean, teeth pulling and teeth pulling and teeth pulling. Get the kid the ball.
Yeah.
And finally they did.
So where does Pat Bryant fit in that mix? I don't know. I'm also curious to see, and this is something we won't know until the games actually start, but You don't draft Jahdae Barron at number 20 to not have him play.
He'll be on the field.
He is
They'll
absolutely
play dime. They'll
going
play
to
nickel.
play.
He'll play all over the place. They'll go quick on deep. I can't wait to see.
Well, I wonder what it
defense.
means for McMillan is what I'm asking. Because McMillan was your nickel corner
He
for
could
a
still
while.
play. They could play 6 DBs, dude.
Well, that's what I'm wondering. If they go nickel, are they doing sort of rotation between him and Barron? Is he just going to become a dime guy now? Like, that's what I don't know. Because I liked McMillan. I thought he was good.
Yeah, but I think everybody also gave him a little bit of the business from time to time as well. I mean,
His
anytime
problem is he couldn't guard bigger guys. Like, if you put a tight end out there and lined him up in the slot, it's like, good luck. He's too tiny.
Well, yeah, and anytime you're compared to Pat, that's tough too. I mean, everybody's going to look less when you look at big number 2.
Well, I'll tell you this. For Jahdae Barron specifically, Vic, do this for me. Do this for me as a favor.
What?
When you go there, I want you to look at Jahdae Barron's size, okay?
His legs or what?
Just how he's built.
Right.
Because I've heard him compared to somebody that I've watched quite a bit in Brian Branch. If he is a Brian Branch type of guy, where you're around 6 feet, you're over 2 bills, you're athletic enough to stay in coverage.
He's listed at under 6 feet and at 2 bills.
Okay. If he's Brian Branch, the versatility you can use that guy in, where you can play him kind of anywhere in the secondary, you can have him guard a bigger sort of tight end type. He can guard guys in the slot if he has to. That is such a – you want to talk about joker on off? That's a joker on defense.
Yeah.
They can do a lot of different things for you.
I want to get a good look at that Lufunga guy too.
Hufanga.
Again, depends on your perspective.
I don't think names are perspective.
It's all about
Hold on,
perspective.
did you say Lufunga?
Hufanga.
It's all about
What'd
your
you say?
perspective.
What'd you say?
Lufunga.
It's Hufanga.
Yeah, but you pronounce the H with an L if you're from the island.
Ah, I see.
Yeah.
I didn't
Also-
realize that.
Can you get a look at Blacklaw for me?
Remember, there's a new punter.
Is it Drew Brownlaw? Yeah, that guy.
Hey,
Drew
this,
Orangelaw?
This is the time of the year where you start to know names. You get those. That's why I don't see you guys there.
Hang on a
You
second.
just dropped to me. There's also a new punter.
Yeah, you're.
I remember I tried to talk kickers with you guys a couple of years ago before they got Will Lutz, saying, hey, this is a pretty big deal not having a kicker. And you guys screamed at me.
You know who the punter is, right? This is a guy that
Crenshaw.
again, I thought it's Crawshaw.
Whatever. Your Crawshaw's my Crayshaw.
It's Crawdad.
Yeah, he's
Crayfish.
Australian. Do you know how many of these Australian dudes?
Jeff Crayfish. They used to pick on a punter, so the guy better be able to punt the damn ball.
It is Crawshaw.
Yeah. He's going to be a starter. I mean, you pick a punter in the draft, he's starting.
Absolutely.
So it's Hampton, Lufunga, and Crenshaw are the ones that you're.
Crayshaw.
All right.
I don't understand what the big deal is here.
Hampton just killed me when you first said that.
In all seriousness,
Texture says, take a good look at Fairbanks for me, please.
yeah. In all seriousness,
That's
Black
who's
Horse,
it-
Black
who's
Torch.
that referring to?
Black Torch?
I think
No,
it's-
Fairbanks was the guy. You called him Black Horse.
Black Torch. In all seriousness, Vic, take a look. What is the story with Dre Greenlaw right now?
I'm not even sure if he's here.
He's not going to be there for this. I heard that he's probably going to be back for training camp.
Yeah, I'm not even sure he's here.
Okay.
So
And that's the
we
thing.
can ask that to
You know,
Leggy.
the one thing I hate about OTAs, and we'll talk to Leggy about this. This always becomes a theme.
I think
and a narrative.
he is here.
The narrative is.
I'm pretty sure he's here.
Okay, well, we'll find out. The
I'm
narrative
positive.
is always going to be, oh, so-and-so's not here. Oh, no. Oh, my God. This guy's not here. Oh, no.
I think the guys that are missing this portion of practice really matter if you're young. If you're a young guy, you got to get this time. If you're a veteran, you don't have to. Now, I will say that
What was the storyline last year, OTAs? Who wasn't there? And
Cortland.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And how did he do? He was fine.
He was fine. He was actually really good.
I just think the way guys train now and the training you can get, even on your own, half a country away, you're fine.
Now, if Cortland Sutton was not at these and then he was on a yacht with Cardi B, partying,
That'd be a problem.
like Stephon
Yes.
Diggs
Dude,
was.
it wasn't-
I think your head coach, like Mike
Yes.
Vrabel, would feel some sort of way about that.
I know we got to wrap it up here, but it wasn't just that he was partying with Cardi B on a boat. He gave somebody a baggie full of some stuff.
Yeah, I don't know what that stuff is.
Like a prize package?
Yeah, that's what it was. Vic, a prize package.
Like when you go to a
Exactly.
birthday
Yes.
party and
yeah,
they give
it
you a
was.
prize
It was a
package?
party favor. Yes. Now, what was in the party favor?
Yeah, well, I don't
Nobody
know.
has any idea.
But he was holding that very casually for a lot of phones being out. Very casually. I can only imagine, by the way, if...
Let me say, it wasn't a baggie full of sweet tarts, okay?
All right, hang on. Who's somebody that would be like...
I don't know what it was.
A new signing? Evan Ingram. We'll take Evan Ingram. Evan Ingram, who was just signed by the Broncos, did not show up to this camp. And there was a video that emerged of him with, I don't know.
Justin Bieber?
Justin Bieber.
Mhm.
On a yacht with a whole bunch of bikini-clad women around him, and he's holding a bag of stuff.
Yeah, that's a problem. That's a bad look. Yeah.
I can only imagine what Sean Payton would have to say about
That's a
that.
bad look. But
Yeah.
if it's a guy that's working out, that's not a bad look. Guys, some of the best players,
Especially if he's hurt right now.
Walter Payton, worked out on his own like no one ever did. He used to run this hill. I mean, some players make their legacies off of their own private workouts.
And some players make their legacies on boats.
Yes. I remember a guy who made a legacy during the NHL honors when the Norris Trophy was about to be announced, and our guy was on a boat in Tampa. Do you remember that?
That is true.
Yes. Our own Mark Moser, when we got him on the air, hey, are you going to the awards to see the Norris handed to Cale Makar? Nope, I'm on a boat. So you have no room to talk. None.
I do like a good boat.
I mean, boats are pretty cool.
Yeah,
They're pretty cool, though. That would be actually my retort. If I were Stephon Diggs, I would say that to Mike Vrabel. I'd be like, hey, but boats are cool, though, bro. They're pretty cool.
What are you, mad I didn't invite you?
Yeah. All right. 303-504-0925. Jeff Legwald at 9 o'clock. Stick around.
Mazda. That's what we say in America. In Canada, they say Mazda. Go figure. Hey, it's Moj. Mazda, one of the most reliable auto brands on the planet. Now at Silterhar Motors in Broomfield, they have an unbelievable selection of Mazda cars and SUVs in every possible style, color, all the options. And at Silterhar, prices and the value on your trade-in is the best you can find. So shop online at sthmotors.com. That's sthmotors.com. Go see Greg Larson and his crew. Highway 36 in Wadsworth. Silterhar. Everything you want out of a dealership. Party all the time. Party all the time.
So if I have this right,
Eddie Murphy, baby.
I know that you guys, you two, Moj and Nelly, are the music experts, but I believe that he did this because Rick James told him he could never make a hit song.
Well, no, he was buddies with Rick James.
No, I know, but I think this came from like a challenge from Rick James.
It was a big hit back
I
in
have
the
no
80s,
idea.
man,
This
when I
was
was a
around
kid.
Beverly Hills Cop, wasn't
Yeah,
it?
when I was a kid, this was actually a big hit, believe it or not.
God, it's such a terrible song, but
Yeah.
it's catchy.
The time.
I mean, there's only one set of words in here. That's why I like it. I can remember the words.
Can I blow your minds real quick?
In response to a $100,000 bet made between Eddie Murphy and Richard Pryor, wagering on whether Murphy had singing talent or not. That's what it was. Okay.
100 G's?
100 G's.
He made a lot more than that off the song. Can I blow your minds real quick? A man passed away this past Sunday over Memorial Day weekend at the age of 96. He was the grandson of the 10th president of the United States.
I know this.
Oh, I
Hang on.
saw.
Hang on.
That's.
Can I guess? Can I guess?
Yes.
The president? Is it
The younger
Tyler?
Yes, that is correct.
John Tyler.
James Tyler, right?
James Tyler.
John
Tyler. You're right. You're right.
John Tyler. Let me blow your
Wasn't
minds.
John Tyler like a bad president?
Yeah, I think he's a bad guy. I think. John Tyler
Bad
was.
guy.
Listen, his grandson just passed away this weekend. His grandson. He was born in 1790.
Oh, hold on. Hold
No,
on.
John Tyler.
John
John Tyler was born in 1790.
was born in 1790. He was president 1841 to 1845. Okay.
Wait, that doesn't.
Yes.
Okay,
Let me
okay, hang
explain.
God, he looks like a John Tyler.
He
Look
does.
Look at that face. That
Okay,
nose. Look at
here's the
sharp.
story. So John Tyler has a kid when he's in his 60s, late 60s, something like that. Okay, 63.
He's got an untrustworthy face. I will say that.
Remember the Whig Party?
Yeah, a
Whig?
bunch of wigs.
Whig?
Cool whip. So John Tyler gets it on in his 60s, has a kid. That kid gets it on in his 70s, has a kid in 1928. That kid just passed away at the age of 96.
That's crazy.
Does that blow?
Oh, so he became president not because he was elected, because William Henry Harrison died 31 days
Correct.
after assuming
Very,
office.
very quickly. Correct. So this guy just passed away, and his grandpa was born in 1790. That just blows my mind. I saw it over. I forgot to bring it up to you guys, but I saw it over the weekend. I can't believe it.
What does it have to do with Eddie Murphy's girl wanting to party all the time?
Absolutely nothing. You know what's crazy about these guys?
Not only that, but through his mother's side. this guy?
So that's where the campaign, Tippecanoe and Tyler too. That's where it came
Yes,
from.
yes.
Was Harrison and Tyler.
Not only that, but on his mother's side, he was related to Pocahontas.
What?
Yes. I mean, you get to almost 100 years old, man. You go back that far, you probably have all
Did he
kinds of
meet
connections.
Pebbly Jack?
No, the guy who just passed away wasn't born until 1928.
No, I'm talking about John.
Yeah. You know what's
he very well could have. Certainly his kid could have.
You know what's crazy about these
Anyway,
dudes?
that's all I got.
These forefathers, these dudes back then. John Tyler got his law degree when he was 19 years old. He passed the bar at the age of 19. He was already in college, doing college-like things at 17. What? Do you see, like, some of these...
In our defense, Vic, there wasn't a whole lot of learning to do back in the day. I mean, you get your ABCs and 1, 2, 3s, and you get a law degree.
I got to be honest. This Harrison Tyler ticket, Tippecanoe and Tyler too.
Mm-hmm.
So they defeated Martin Van Buren. I'm pretty sure if
Van Buren didn't he have the big old mutton chops?
Yeah, if I existed back in these days, I think I would have beaten Van Buren on looks alone.
Do you know how
it's a wild appearance from
Do you
this
know
guy.
how old John Tyler was when he started in politics? He was a state legislator. Do you know how old he was? 21.
Really?
I mean, they get going young back then.
Do you remember one of the
wasn't 21 then like 39 now?
pretty much, yeah. I mean, if you're supposed to die at 40,
Right.
you got to get stuff done
pick the
early.
pace up a little bit.
Hey, here we go.
I feel bad for college graduates today. Did you guys see the unemployment rate for recent college graduates? One of the highest of all time.
Horrible.
Yeah. I mean, you're spending all this bread on college is a scam. I've said it a million times.
After having gone through 3 of them now, my third.
I mean, I went to college.
I'm wondering what the hell's going on here.
We all went to college, and it is a scam.
Well,
at
not
least
for
nowadays.
everybody. No, not for everybody. That's not true.
Yeah,
I mean, if you
scam
get
is
the right,
probably-
it's a bit of a stretch there. If you go to college and you get a medical degree, you get a law degree, you get a degree that you can get out the workforce and you're guaranteed a job. There's great money, bank for buck. If you go to Colorado School of Mines, you know how much bank those kids are making?
You're right. But if you're going to go into social work and you pay, if your college costs you $110,000, it doesn't make any sense. Hey, real quick though,
I remember that. I got out of college.
Yeah.
Got my first full-time job in the degree that I was looking for, my broadcasting degree.
Mm-hmm.
Not to brag, ladies, $25,000 a year.
That's pretty awesome.
Dude, my first job, I made $13,100.
I did that. I made $25,000 though in 2013.
I made $13,100, dude.
$25,000 in 2013.
I ate out of a Texaco across the street. I was on the Moser diet for a good 2 years.
But I still remember when I got that little piece of mail that said, basically, congratulations, you've graduated. I need $497 a month now. And I go, you need what from me with what I'm making? Excuse me? Then just kill me. You're never getting this money.
When did you pay off the loan?
Literally like 4 years ago.
How'd that feel?
Incredible. To be not burdened with that anymore. Yeah. Incredible.
I don't want to. I'm not going down any rabbit holes. It's just that I'm glad that my daughter is getting an education. I'm glad.
No, listen.
I don't get me wrong. Yeah. It's the cost that's. College is not a scam.
It's ridiculous.
It's the cost.
I saw something where in
insanity.
Listen to this. In 1978, you could get a summer job, get paid minimum wage as a kid, as a student, and have enough money to pay for your college education.
Yeah.
Imagine that today.
You can't. Brett, wait till little baby Jamal Cale is ready to say sayonara and go off to school.
I think the rules are going to change by then.
Maybe Jamal Cale's going to have a trade school in her future.
Well, no, listen.
I got screwed. I came along at the right time paying for these people.
Listen, I love to learn. Do I not? That's why you give me guys grief about my National Geographic history and all this kind of thing. Learning is good. Being educated is good. Having it cost $130,000 for 4 years it's crazy.
Hey, Moj, when we go to Italy, I'm going to take you to the Gulag Line. Are you familiar with the Gulag Line?
No.
That's the line that was held by the Germans during World War II.
Yes.
It was a lot of bloodshed at the Gulag Line, and it's not too far from my parents' village.
Does that have to do with college?
I don't know.
He's a learner.
Sorry. Anyway,
gotcha.
I'm sorry to bring up the John Tyler thing. I thought it was going to be a lot shorter, and now it's morphed into this.
Hey,
you brought up Martin Van Buren.
Did you know that when I was paying $1 million a month for my student loan that I didn't have, they also had the balls to call me for a donation to the Alumni Association? I mean, that's pretty out there to do that.
But you donate to things that are meaningful to you. Like I donate to my old radio station in college. It was meaningful to me. It helped me get to where I am.
I donate to local breweries all over this town, Vic.
I know you do. On a daily basis.
I make donations all the time. You might say that's just paying for things. I don't see it that way.
I encourage everybody, if you want to get educated, that's fine. That's great.
You can get just as educated on YouTube.
Well, maybe. Colleges, how in the world? It's just crazy expensive. It's hard to even fathom.
Now you got people chiming in their first salaries out of college. G-Man said he made $12K.
Sweet.
That was the height of G-Man's income.
G. Love you, G.
Hey, just something real quick. Let's just throw it out there for bleeps and giggles, shall we? Paul Pierce. And what do you guys think of Paul Pierce right now, by the way? Just out of curiosity. He's got that podcast with KG.
Inconsistent.
They curse a lot. They look like Paul Pierce looks like he has a good time while he's speaking.
Well, you know me. I love KG. Love.
Mm-hmm. He has an idea for the Nuggets this offseason.
Okay.
He has a trade proposal,
Let me
and
hear
it's
it.
not crazy.
Let me hear it.
It's not.
Let me hear if we can even get it done.
It actually sounds reasonable. It's just a matter of would you do it or not.
Throw it at me.
MPJ
Mhm.
to the Sacramento Kings
Mhm.
for DeMar DeRozan, and it would have to be somebody else
No.
to make the money work.
No.
Okay. DeMar DeRozan, by the way,
Mhm.
averaged 22 a night on 47% from the field. He is 36. He's got 2 years left on his contract.
Yeah, he's on the other side of his career, and he's not a three-point shooter. In a three-point shooting league now, where 3 points are so important, he can't shoot a three.
Totally fair. But that is, look, whenever somebody throws out a trade, it's like, well, this could never happen. It actually would make sense money-wise and whatever, but
Well, how old is DeMar DeRozan?
36.
36.
No.
He is?
I didn't know he was 36. Are you
He-
sure about that?
Yes. He still averaged 20. Well, he's going to be 36 next season.
It feels like just yesterday he was drafted. Why is time flying by?
So he's going to make 24.7 next year and 25.7 the year after that. So there's just you could throw another piece on the Kings to make the trade work.
That's not the yeah, but I think you need somebody for the MPJ role. He doesn't play the same game.
Just curious if that would be something, because here's one thing with DeRozan, though. This is one thing that DeRozan has that
Let me
MPJ
look
really
something up
doesn't.
here.
Vic, he's pretty consistent.
Yeah.
Even at his age right now, he's pretty consistent.
At this rate, I would be stunned if the Nuggets traded one of their starting five. I'm not
too.
stunned. Surprised
Yes.
is a better word.
I would too.
And I was thinking about this yesterday, and I asked Josh Kroenke after the press conference. I said, "What is your timeline for a GM? And might you get one in place before the draft? They don't have a draft pick. Might you try to work your way back into the draft?" And the more I thought about it, I was like, "Why would you?"
Yeah.
Because all you're going to get is a late round pick anyway, and you already have a bunch of young. The last thing this team needs is another young, unproven player.
Here's what you do on draft night if you're the Denver Nuggets. You sit around with pizza and a coldie, and you wait for the phone to ring in case anybody wants to give you something crazy. That's it. You're not looking to get back in. You're not looking to move your dudes. You're not looking for anything other than is somebody going to call you and jump the shark.
Okay, how about this, Vic? It would have to take somebody else. But just again, we're working hypothetical here. MPJ and Zeke. I think the money would work.
For who?
DeRozan and Malik Monk, who will be 27 years
Now
old.
you got my ears perked up a little bit.
Because Malik Monk,
Yeah.
first of all, kills the Nuggets every time he plays them.
They're
Second of all, can shoot.
Yeah, they're not going to do that.
Okay.
That's not.
Would you do it?
Yes, they're not
Okay.
going to do that.
Okay. Just curious. We had a couple of minutes. Why not deal with the hypothetical?
But see, here's the thing. When you start to sweeten the deal, when you add that little bit of Splenda, right?
Yeah.
You keep adding a couple grains of Splenda into it.
Yeah, you gave me depth.
That
there.
yeah. Now all of a sudden I'm the same way. You're starting to get my attention.
Yeah.
Okay.
You gave me depth. You gave someone who's going to contribute.
Mhm.
You know, and I think that's where we are in this day and age of the NBA. You need Adelman said it yesterday. His rotation early in the season, 9, maybe 10.
That'd be
That's what
great.
he wants to do.
But the fact of the matter is when you throw a Monk in there, he can shoot the basketball.
Yes, he can.
Obviously, he's not a super big
He's
guy.
a dynamic player, though. I like him.
So let's say you trade the outside shooting of MPJ for that of Monk, and then you have DeRozan to still bang down low. Even though he's a small forward, I mean, his scoring comes from in the paint.
Like I said, wasn't a crazy idea. Wasn't crazy.
It's not, no, but okay. A couple more Splendas, you probably got me.
All right.
I mean, the whole term crazy ideas off the board. If you had told me back in
Well, why would the Kings
February,
do that?
Luka for AD,
Mhm.
I mean, essentially.
Yeah. Can listen to us anywhere on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It is powered by the Will Height Law Firm. Injury lawyers go to willheightwins.com. That's willheightwins.com. All right, so Jeff Legwold's going to join us here at the top of the hour, 9 o'clock. Going back to some of the Adelman press conference stuff with Josh Kroenke yesterday, there's one thing that seemed pretty clear. Nelly, sorry, could you have this, pull this up for me? He was talking about Tenzer and the idea of, still looking for a GM, and Adelman's going to be involved in some capacity with trying to find the right guy, which is smart, have people fit. But the answer that I heard sounded a lot like Tenzer's just going to be your guy. Now, whether that's the answer or not, I don't know. But here's what Josh Kroenke said about the GM search.
I've already been thinking a lot about the front office. First of all, I want to give a big shout out to Ben Tenzer, just like DA did. Ben's been unbelievable since he took the reins. This time of year, there's, through the playoffs, there's minimal things that go on in that world from a roster standpoint. But Ben and I have been spending a lot of time together talking about each individual player, how we think we can improve them, as individuals and within the context of the team. Ben has a lot of great ideas of how we can improve the front office, both internally and externally, and I'm also soliciting a lot of opinions outside. DA will come into that process at some point, but right now I think it's just, focusing on getting him the right staff, making sure he has the right pillars underneath him to give him the most chances for success.
Wouldn't you love to be a fly on the wall when they're discussing each particular player?
Yeah. Yep.
Like pros and cons, how they could work them into the lineup.
Sure.
Maybe they're not workable.
If we're talking about Tenzer, this is where I'm going to go a little bit off script. I believe that they're going to have to surround him with very smart basketball people, talent evaluators, that sort of thing. I don't know much about him other than I know he was a legal guy, and he probably knows that CBA inside and out, and probably has some creative ideas on how to navigate through it. If it was me, it was my team, I would want a person in that job who I could trust, A, but B, who can navigate the CBA well and has a vision for quick navigation and the future, whoever that may be.
He spoke very glowingly about Tenzer, and it sounded to me a lot like the way that he was speaking about Adelman when the season wrapped up. My best guess would be, if I had to put down money right now, I would assume that he's probably going to be the guy. Would you, Vic?
I think there might be other additions. I think he's going to be in the front office in some capacity.
Yeah.
I just don't know what that capacity is. There's going to be other additions, and I'm more interested, to be honest with you, how Adelman changes his coaching staff. Will he bring in a veteran coach? He was hired in Orlando by who's the former Lakers coach? Vogel. He's out there looking for work, right? I mean, would he bring in a veteran coach to be at his side, or he did stress that? I love this answer by Adelman. He said, hiring is not about hiring your best friend. It's about hiring somebody that is going to help you win. You don't always have to agree with somebody.
Right.
I've learned that in my old age. The older I get, the more I appreciate this. When I was younger, I fought this all the time. Like, you work with someone that perhaps you didn't agree with all the time, that made life at times hard. At the end of the day, does it make your job better? Are you winning? Because that's all that counts. It's not about going home and saying, hey, let's hang out later and watch that's not what it's about. You don't have to be friends.
In going back to, I guess, the initial place that we started this morning, the only rift there seems to be, because I have not heard somebody say, I don't like the answers that Adelman's giving. I think that Adelman's really good behind a mic, and I don't know if he's going to be good at this job or not. I think we got a pretty good preview of it, where if that's what he does as a head coach, I'd be happy. But one thing I do know is he says the right stuff. Like, he gives me answers that I'm looking to hear. But the big thing seems to be this separation between at least a segment of Nuggets fans. Whether or not you like the coach and you like his answers and you like the way that he coaches, talking about Adelman, they wanted just something different.
Yeah.
And maybe that's just it. It's you don't like the idea of this wasn't good enough, so we fire the head coach, and then you're hiring from within.
There are coaches who say the right stuff who are wonderful behind the mic but don't produce. We saw
Right.
Nathaniel Hackett. We were praising what he had to say behind the mic. And it just didn't work out on the field. I think Adelman proved in 17 games he can coach.
I think so too.
He's not afraid to try new things.
Well, and especially I'm going to be honest, dude. It's really hard for me to watch the Thunder roll through teams like that, and then how difficult that they had it against the Nuggets, not have that factor in at all.
You know what? When I'm watching the Minnesota series, the first thing that's coming to my mind is, why aren't you guys trying more zone? Because the Nuggets did that pretty well.
If there was a team that I would have chosen to match the physicality of OKC,
thought
I
it'd be
would have
Minnesota.
chosen Minnesota,
Yeah.
and they weren't. They just weren't. That's what weirded me out, is that the Nuggets looked more physical at times than Minnesota did.
Has Chris Finch, has he addressed that at all?
Just what?
Why they were playing the way they were playing and guarding the way they were guarding and so on? Because it would seem maybe he doesn't feel he has the personnel. I think he probably does.
I think what happened to Minnesota is directly what David Adelman referred to yesterday is in the half-court offensive set, they could not execute.
Right.
And in the NBA playoffs, again, you better be able to protect the ball. That's the other thing that came to mind. Adelman was talking about every series, every possession you have to execute. What hurts your execution?
Turnovers.
Does that say something about Russell Westbrook?
Yeah.
I reckon. Yeah.
You know,
I reckon.
you can read into that.
Again, with Russell Westbrook, it's the unpredictable factor, right?
Yeah.
He can be unpredictable every single time down the floor. And what do coaches want? Coaches want predictability.
You know what I just noticed, by the way, because I was looking at the differences, star players that went up against OKC. So obviously it's Jokic with the Nuggets, and then it's Ant with Minnesota. Anthony Edwards had 3 out of 5 games in which he scored less than 20.
But didn't Joker have a few games there against OKC where he wasn't Joker?
Jokic, for as much as we say that, and it was the truth, games 2 through 4 were bad for him. He finished that series averaging 28.5 a game.
It helps when you have a couple outbreak games where you go nuts.
But he had 1 game in which he scored less than 20, and that was game 2 where they got smoked, and he only played 32 minutes. He had a couple of 20-point games, but mixing a 42 and a 44, I mean, yeah. Just crazy what they're able to do. I mean, OKC is, you said it, Vic, it's not like they're going to go anywhere anytime soon.
Mm-mm.
They're going to be that same
It's
team.
the toughest division of basketball. You inherit a job in which you're coaching in the toughest division in the NBA, a division that houses one former champion already in the Denver Nuggets, another team that's been to 2 straight Western Conference Finals in the Minnesota Timberwolves, and a team that right now is on the precipice of its first NBA title, the Oklahoma City Thunder, and young and deep. That's insanity.
Can we go through this for a second? Toughest division in basketball is the one that the Nuggets reside in. The toughest division in hockey, Moj, I think, is the one that the Avs reside in.
I've had this conversation with Bednar. Same thing.
You're not going to get any argument out of me. And you know who else? You're not going to get any argument amongst the rest of the damn coaches in the Central Division. I promise you that.
The toughest division in baseball might be the one that the Rockies reside in. Could be. It's up there.
The toughest division in football.
And the toughest division in football, I don't think is the AFC West, but it's pretty damn close.
How many teams did you get in the playoffs last year?
3.
How many teams total in the AFC go to the playoffs?
7. Or is it 8?
7.
7. I think the NFC North probably still has that as far as toughest division.
Yeah, the Vikes are good. The Lions are obviously very good. The Packers are good.
Won 11
the
games.
Bears stink.
Yeah.
I mean, you could argue that the AFC West is
goodness
tied as the toughest or second most difficult division in football. Although
NFC East is pretty good too. Eagles and Commanders pretty good.
That's only 2 teams where the Cowboys stink.
Yeah.
The Giants stink.
Yeah, you're just kind of surrounded by some dogs. Kind of all these teams are.
Yeah, well, also when you look at the AFC North, that's no picnic. Pittsburgh's always there. Baltimore's always there. The Bengals, They can
The
spike their way to
second
12
half of
wins.
the second half of the year, the AFC North might
It's
be
a pain in the
best.
butt. Yeah, exactly. No, it's pretty interesting that you say that though, and you bring that up. Yeah, it's we're residing in the difficult situations,
Well,
so to speak.
Can talk more about that with Jeff Legwald of ESPN.com. I want to get his thoughts on that, along with if he had to pick a weakness for the Broncos right now, what would the weakness be? We'll get to that in just a second. Stick around.
Is there anything more disgusting than radio people with a box of donuts nearby?
Oh, God. Yeah, it's a mess.
The way we just run through those things?
Well, take a look at Leggy. It looks like he could handle a donut pretty well.
Thank you, Kevin, for the donuts.
As we head out to the Ramos Law Hotline, car accident unit Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. Kevin, if the Broncos go to that media room and put down a box of donuts.
You said Kevin.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. Jeff. We were just talking to Kevin. Jeff, if the Broncos put out some donuts in that media room, does it just look like a bunch of vultures? What is it?
Depends on the time of day. Mm-hmm. You get it early, you're gonna get your choice.
It's like Pizza Friday. Do they still do Pizza Fridays?
Now, only like for special times. Gotcha. They don't do much of that stuff anymore. But certain times of day, it's pretty much carnage.
Yeah. Have you ever seen, one of those documentaries from Africa, and you got like a water buffalo carcass out there, and everybody's getting a piece of it? Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's media members on a box of donuts, no doubt about it.
I'll be out there today, Jeffrey, for OTAs. I guess the topic at hand, every OTA is who is not there, and it always seems to steal the narrative. Do we know of any big-name players that won't be at practice?
I have not heard of people who won't be participating other than recovering from injuries. So, we'll see when we get out there, but I don't think they've had the I'm staying away because I'm mad thing, but we'll see. There's always a surprise. Because the thing about this time of year is maybe a guy isn't there today, but he took part in the other 3 days of the week. You don't have to come for all 4, and even coaches aren't always, nuts if a guy isn't there for all 4 days. Like a guy will come for 3 or 2 or have something going with his family or an appearance or something, and they bail. So, today is the day we get, but they've had 4 days of work this week.
Well, who would be on that list? Not that they're mad, but who's on that list of, it's time to start negotiating and getting some leverage financially? Who are some of those players?
Last year it was Sutton, who stayed away. This year, the only guy really, and 2 guys in that category are, Zach Allen's made his preference pretty clear that he wants a new deal. And Cortland, again, is, they didn't add any new money to Cortland's deal last year at all. They just turned base salary into signing bonus. He didn't get a raise. He didn't get more guaranteed money. He didn't get more of anything other than some incentive bonuses he earned. So they didn't add new money last year. Cortland did him a favor by coming back and coming to the mini camp. So I really think in terms of the locker room and other things, they should probably get something done with Cortland that, people can see and that is a real deal.
What about John Franklin Myers, who was active on social media saying he wants some money?
That's another guy in that category. And again, like I say, these are far more voluntary than they've been in past year. I mean, guys are really empowered now to I think it's more accepted league-wide. A guy might not be there for every single OTA day, like in the past. So again, we get the bare minimum here in terms of the media rules. We get 1 OTA session a week that we can see. And, a guy could have participated in all of the other ones and not be here today. So, again, until you see it with your own eyes, that's always my test.
It's one thing that I was actually curious about as we're talking about guys who want more money. The Broncos draft Jahdae Barron, and it sounds like he's probably going to be your nickel guy to start the year. But you had somebody there that was on an undrafted free agent rookie contract that seemed to outplay at least that in Jaquan McMillan. What happens with him?
I think Barron's going to line up a lot of places, Brett. I mean, I don't think you can just classify him as a nickel on every down.
Sure.
I think he's going to be multiple places in the defense. At least that was their plan, early on here. And he's already shown he can handle it. I mean, the rookie mini camp, I saw him line up at 3 different places in rookie mini camp, which means you're a pretty smart guy. If they give you the install the same day and you can line up successfully at different spots the same day, you're a pretty sharp guy. So I think McMillan will play. His snap count may not be equal to what it was, but because Barron's in the mix, we don't know officially until we see him play a game, but he can line up on the outside and be one of their top two corners. He can be their best nickel, and he could be a dime linebacker. He could line up at safety and be one of their top three safeties right now. So no matter where you put him, he's going to be okay.
I heard somebody compare him to Brian Branch. Is that too much of a comparison? Is it close?
It's that type of player. I don't think Branch had Barron's explosiveness in terms of playing on the outside. Branch can play on the outside, but he was the best nickel corner in that draft. And they did play the same position in college, the star, that quote unquote star position. Nick Saban really made it a thing, but Nick used it, and Branch was his star, his last couple of years at Alabama. So they did play the same college position, but I think Barron has more explosiveness and top end speed overall.
Your latest article focused on something that I never even thought of, which is why I love to read your stuff. When you look at the Broncos draft, Jeff, and all the guys who are non-transfers in college, that they played at their schools, and they played a lot at their schools. It got me to thinking down the road with the way the transfer portal is going and players getting paid big money to move because they're very good players. Will Sean Payton and company be able to keep up this trend of they want guys who have stability and so on when there's so much talent out there moving all over the place right now?
Yeah, that's why it intrigued me when it, other than the 7th rounder who was a basketball player,
right?
All of their draft picks, the other 6 played at least 41 games at another school, at one school. And I'm not sure any other team had that in their draft class.
And I love how he said it wasn't by accident, right? I mean, that it's not the only thing, but it's something that they consider, which Jeff, I never even thought of that before.
And Jeff, it's also a reason a lot of those guys they pick are captains of their teams.
Right. No, and Harvey did transfer, but he transferred after never playing a game at Virginia. So that's a different sort of thing than a guy going 3 times. Now I think the portal is a fact of college life until, whatever legislation's coming happens. But I think there is data out there to show that unless you were an elite player, that transfers had an impact on your draft status. And I think the league is far more accepting about it than they used to be because they have to. But I was curious if the Broncos had made a concerted effort to look at that, and they did.
Yep.
He said they did. It was a part of the equation because there's some sentiment that the portal makes it easy for a guy just to be angry or I'm upset I didn't get to play.
Or a quitter mentality
in week 7. Yeah, they you didn't fight through adversity, which is a big part of being a pro football player, is dealing with the crap that comes at you, week to week. So I think that was some of it. They wanted guys who hung in at some place and invested themselves in the place, because I think draft built teams are better over the long haul because the players are invested in the team that picked them. I think there is something to that in football still to this day. And the Eagles are largely a draft built team. The Chiefs are largely a draft built team. We've seen largely draft built teams win the most. Free agency gives you that one guy that, pushes you from 11 wins to 13. But to get in the mix, you got to be a draft built team. And I think those guys are invested. And I think the Broncos thought that players like this are more invested in what you're doing.
Jeff Legold with us, ESPN.com. One thing we were talking about is the wide receiver room. So they have three guys that feel like they're built kind of the same in Sutton, Vele, and Pat Bryant, who they just drafted. And they have two guys in Troy Franklin and Marvin Mims that bring a little different dynamic. Was curious to see if they're going to add a veteran in the offseason, and they didn't. What do you think that room looks like when the season rolls around, knowing you haven't seen much of Pat Bryant yet?
I think it looks like that. But I think those five guys are your starting point. And if somebody can force them to keep six or something, maybe that happens. But it's no accident. That's how Sean Payton wants receivers to look: 6'2", 6'3", 210 pounds, 208 pounds. That's what he wants. I don't think it's any accident. It was an eyebrow raising comparison, but he went right to Pat Bryant. Reminds me in his release coming off the line of scrimmage of Michael Thomas. I mean, that's his vision of a wide receiver. He thinks, and has said many times, he thinks smaller receivers have a much more difficult time in the league, and especially in his offense. There's a lot of stuff coming across the field, short, intermediate stuff. I mean, there's a lot of things in his offense where the big guys have to win contested catches, and that's what he wants. He wants guys that can win those for his quarterback.
Then why is Marvin Mims on this team? Just to return stuff?
No, because there's an exception to everything.
Okay,
and
okay.
The exception is he's a damn good player and he needs more snaps.
Yeah.
And,
I was talking about this earlier, Jeff, that for a couple years ago, why can't the kid get on the field at all, right? And then they started to use him. Yeah.
Yeah, and when they did, what happened?
He went over the top.
He was almost WR1 down the stretch. I mean, it's one of the great mysteries of life. And, I still don't have a great explanation of why he didn't get more snaps in the first half of the season, because you go out to practice and he's clearly one of the two best receivers on the field. And if you're good enough with the ball in your hands to be an all-pro returner twice, I'm pretty sure you should touch the ball at other points in the game.
Jeff, I saw this little blurb. It was in ESPN, and I can't remember what the article was or who wrote it. So my apologies. Maybe it was you. Who knows? But it was about dark horse Super Bowl contending teams. And the reasoning for it was teams that had a good offensive line and a great defense. And it was the Broncos and the Vikings in that discussion.
Well, that's the formula.
Yeah.
Every coach in the world is going to point that one out. You got those two things. And a quarterback. You got to have a quarterback you feel good about. But, yeah, no,
but my question was going to be, what do you make of the offensive line? Because here's what's funny. It doesn't feel like outside of Quinn Miners, anybody is like elite level. Like Garrett Bowles is good. Mike McGlinchey is good. They aren't Trent Williams or Penei Sewell or anything like that, but they're good. What do you think of them overall?
Yeah, I think in the league, if you talk to personnel people, Garrett Bowles is like elite 1A type, the just the very next layer beneath the top two or three, because his footwork and it's never been probably appreciated because he had such penalty issues when he started that people can't sort of forget some of that. But even then, his footwork is rare. His athleticism is rare. And Garrett has, you have to give him credit. He has stayed more healthy than an awful lot of guys with his snap count. And he doesn't even miss practice, really. So I think he and Meinertz are probably your two, your anchors in there and allow you to do some things. I think personnel people have their eye on McGlinchey, how will he age through this contract and how will that look 2 years from now or whatever? But I think the issue is they don't really have a lot of depth. I'm not sure they're in a position right now. If two of those guys were hurt in the same week, what kind of adjustments would you be able to make? And, frankly, that's a difficulty everybody has in the free agency era. But I think it's pretty I think it would be attention worthy here. And I'm interested in camp to see how some of those, other guys on the depth chart look. Would they be ready to go right now if they had to? But, Meinertz is an all-pro level guy. Bowles is close, and everybody else is one of the better guys at their position in the league. So they invested a lot. They have the most expensive line in the league, I believe. Still, they put their money there, and they've gotten the results.
Hey, Jeff, the Cardinals and Broncos are playing that preseason game in Denver. They're going to do joint practices, correct? Here? Is that what they're doing?
I've been told at least one. I don't know if there will be more than one, but it may be like Green Bay last year. They only came in for one day and then played.
Oh, okay. Do we know when
they're going to have joint practices with San Francisco before that preseason opener in San Francisco?
Okay.
Too.
So they'll be out of town for that. Okay.
Yeah.
Where? And I know training camp is still a ways off. Where are they going to put fans? There's like construction everywhere there.
No, you look around and you wonder where the spot is. I think, to me, that there might be room at the end of the field for some bleachers. I think it will be limited attendance, but I think they're going to try very hard to have some people in there with the bleachers at the sort of the south end of the fields.
They tore that stuff up quick, man.
There's a lot of cranes over there.
Hey, listen, man, they're digging holes fast, and they're putting stuff up fast over there.
No, the steel is up. The skeleton is up of the new building. It's just, all the stuff you got to do to fill it in. But for fans, camp isn't going to look normal until the new building's open and the old building has been removed and the hill added back, because they saved the dirt from the hole. They essentially bought the lot next door to keep the dirt that they dug the huge hole out of, and that's what they're going to make the berm out of in the future.
How do you know all this stuff?
Hey, I check things out. I'm not just out there on vacation, Bo.
That's a good point. It never occurred to me. Hey, man, save the dirt.
Oh, speaking of, what do you think Sean Payton's reaction would be if he hired or
if I ask another question? There'd probably be a lot of scrunched eyebrows and. Oh, anyway.
No, sign somebody in the offseason, like, I don't know, an Evan Ingram. And Ingram goes, you know what? I'm not showing up to these little mini camp things. I'll wait until training camp. And then there's a video that emerges of him on a boat with Cardi B partying. What do you think his reaction to that would be?
Yeah, I don't think it would be spectacular for the player. I could just leave it at that.
I mean, he would blow his stat.
I wish we had radio OTAs so I can go off and party with Cardi B.
Yeah, Vic doesn't need to be here.
No.
Right. Yeah.
Voluntary radio days. But
every day's voluntary.
Good point.
Jeff,
I'm afraid if I don't show up, they'll just get somebody else. So I just
keep showing up,
hold
baby.
my spot.
That's it.
Right. Jeff Legwald, ESPN.com. Always appreciate it, Leggy. Thank you, buddy.
You can't make the club in the tub, Jeff. You do a great job.
See you, fellas.
See you, buddy.
Jeff Legwald, all conversations with Leggy are brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career.
Did you ever consider the Broncos drafting guys and maybe honing it down between guys based on their stick-to-itiveness with one school?
Well, I can tell you what is a factor.
That was a fascinating article by Jeff.
I had a deep conversation with somebody of interest here. The evaluation of a player now goes to, well, how much NIL money is this made in? Is he still hungry? Is this person still hungry after making a ton of money in the college game? Is the hunger there? Are they playing football or are they just playing for the money?
Wow.
I think it is because you have to have some level of pride, right?
I don't know, man. I've seen hockey players, as long as they had the money and the chicks, man, they could do without the hockey.
Well, is that why the NBA curbed that before that rookie wage scale? When, like Sam Bradford was walking in and getting a $70 million contract immediately, that sort of thing?
Yeah, I'm telling you, it's a factor.
Sure.
It's a factor. Having that hunger in the league, when you come into the league, show me how hungry you are.
What did Spinal Tap's drummer say?
This one goes to 11.
No, that was one of the guitar, but that's Nigel.
I've never seen the movie.
He says, As long as I've got the sex and drugs, I can do without the rock and roll.
Yeah, that's work. All right. When we come back, it's an article that I think is surprising regarding Brock Nelson that I want to get to in a second. And also, how much is too much? Because I'm seeing something about Shea and what could be coming his way, which is insane. We'll get to it next. Can you guys make your lunch plans a little bit later, please, so I can do my job?
Try to get some food, learn about Cuba.
Saw this from Mark D'Amico.
My man.
That the New York Islanders, when they went to trade Brock Nelson this year, originally had a trade done for Winnipeg. And Brock Nelson said, no. Avs.
Yeah.
I want the Avs.
Mm-hmm.
If he wanted that then.
Why doesn't he want it now?
Yes.
Well, he's free now.
Understood.
If you're talking about a temporary place to be, if you don't intend to re-sign with that team, then
I suppose.
would you rather be in Winnipeg? Maybe he just thought the Avs had a better chance of winning.
Okay, he just thought the Avs had a better shot.
Yeah.
Despite Winnipeg being first place from day one through the end of the year.
Look, you're not going to get me to bag on Winnipeg, the town. Bagged on.
You've quite literally done that, I think, every time Winnipeg has
Vic,
been mentioned.
Vic, do I bag on Winnipeg?
Bagged on. Yes.
Do I Bogdan? Do I bagged on?
Yes. Bogdan, bagged on, Big Don, bagged on.
Bogdan, Bogdan, Big Don, bagged on. Well, okay. I don't. Far be it for me to bag on Winnipeg, but I would choose Colorado over Winnipeg as well. All day, all night, and twice on Sunday.
So, okay, if that's the case, if Nelson leaves, then that trade kind of failed, right? You gave away a first, a third, you gave away Richie. I mean, it's a lot.
It's a lot.
It's a lot for a guy who played here for a few weeks and then you got bounced in the first round. I understand that they were going for it. I get that, and I respect it.
Yeah. Sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. I mean, here's what I want out of my team. And it sucks it didn't work. It sucks that they didn't beat Dallas. It sucks.
But they're going for it.
But I always want my team to go for it.
I agree.
And again, Vic, in this Avalanche team in 2039, are you going to care?
I told you my investment is in the teams while I'm here.
Yeah.
You know, I was
so go for it. Look, I know it's a heavy price to pay, but you know what? When you're a suckhole, and not the Islanders aren't a suckhole, but when you're not in it,
yeah,
and you have players to deal at the deadline, and teams are going for it, that's how teams do the deals, and they get big time value back in return.
Yeah. Okay, just curious if you think that meant anything for this offseason. I understand he's free now, and he's a Minnesota guy, right?
Mm-hmm. He's from War Road.
So maybe.
Do you know how many teams in this league are looking for a number 2 center?
All of them?
All but maybe 6?
Yeah.
A lot.
Mm-hmm.
You know how many teams are looking for a number 1 center?
A lot of them?
A lot.
Yeah.
They're not easy to come by, which is why, Vic, what do you think about Paul Stastny's career as a hockey player?
I love Paul Stastny.
Was he a great player?
Not a Hall of Fame player, but a player who made an impact.
He was a good player.
Yeah, impactful
good player.
Yeah.
I don't know who planned this out for Paulie, but God bless him if it's him. God bless him if it's his agent. God bless his agent. But every time, and Paul Stastny was a good player, Brett. He was never a first-line center ever in his entire life.
He was also a Millard North Mustang.
Yeah, I know.
Did you know him?
No.
But
he was a little older than me.
Every single time that Paul Stastny became free, he was either the best or one of the top 2 centers available at that moment. And you know what that did? That got him paid. Because having a guy who's competent in the middle and can help you it's a tough thing to find, man. They just don't grow on trees. Hey, man, go find me a left-handed pitcher who's going to chew up 200 innings all the time. Starting lefty to chew up 200 innings with an ERA under 4.
Yeah, it's tough.
Yeah, they don't grow on trees. So when those guys become available, they get paid. When you have one of those guys to deal like the Islanders did, you're going to get paid.
You don't have to yell at me. I was just asking a question.
You ask a dumb question.
Pretty violent response on your part.
Yeah, kind of.
Here's the other thing. I saw this from Bobby Marks. I'm kind of in disbelief. I know that salaries in the NBA are just skyrocketing right now.
Oh, don't say it.
So Shea is eligible this offseason to sign a 4-year, $293 million extension with OKC. But because he won MVP, if he waits until next offseason, he is eligible to sign a 5-year, $380 million extension. That would come out to around $76 million a year on a contract.
Settle down just a little bit.
76 per season.
And he might be worth.
How is the NBA profitable?
Pay him. Pay that man his money.
How does the NBA make money?
Guys,
the money's gotten so silly that I don't even know what money is anymore, right? When you hear some of these figures that are coming through, just a starter in the NBA, just a starter, is making more than $20 million. A starter. If you're a starter, you're making $20 million plus. Think about that for a second.
I'm thinking about it. I can't well, listen.
Guys.
Who am I to fathom? What does Ronaldo make?
Well, that's the thing.
I mean, what is that cat making,
the only guys in organized team sports, professional sports, that made that kind of money were like the super unbelievable high-end soccer guys, right?
Ronaldo. Mm-hmm. What's Messi?
Messi.
I mean, well, he's in Miami now, but
what was homeboy's name that went to Saudi Arabia this year? Mbappe?
Yeah,
Mbappe?
Kylian Mbappe, yeah. He played
Neymar, like those kind of guys. They get we'll pay you $100 million a year to come play for the team. No other sport could do that. He's approaching, let's just round up, $80 million per year in this contract. $80 million.
Well, look at Joker's new contract when he gets that extension.
It ain't 80.
I think it's 62.
Yeah, something like that. It's around 60. But we're just what? We're one CBA away in the NBA from guys having $100 million a year contracts, right? Getting that close?
I guess my question is, when does it get to the point where
pay off your mortgage?
Mortgage?
When does it get to the point where
you can pay off small countries?
Yeah.
Where
you just say, you know what, we can't. There's no more bread.
I'd like to buy the Panama Canal, please.
Well, this is what I'm wondering. Vic, this is what you said to me earlier. College football players who make $1 million on an NIL deal, do they stay motivated when they get to the league?
I'm told Mbappe's with Real Madrid.
Didn't he go off to Saudi Arabia for a year?
Ronaldo's going to Saudi Arabia.
Ronaldo went there.
Oh, okay, whatever. You know me, huge Premier League guy. If you're wondering that about a college kid who made a couple of million over his college career, how about the NBA superstar who makes $100 million a year? How do you keep that guy motivated?
You know, we complain about this a lot, and yet if my son came up to me and said, "Hey, Dad, I'm going to be making $80 million a year,"
sweet. Hang on. I'm not blaming the guy. I'm asking a legitimate question here. We just played a clip from David Adelman saying guys got to be better conditioned over the course of an offseason. Throw me $100 million and a yacht.
How does
and Cardi B.
Yeah,
let's see how many sit-ups I do during the course of that.
No, you're
summer.
right. Human nature. You get paid, and all of a sudden those.
I'll do a few sit-ups. You know what I mean?
Hey, now.
I ain't asking for the world here. I'm just asking for an 8 ball and $2 million.
I'm going to say that if I see Shea so. I'm not asking for the world, Shea. But you know what I'm talking about here. Like, that is.
The great ones. And when I say the great ones, the Hall of Famers, the ones that you evoke memories of greatness are the ones who get paid and still play at that level. Those are the great ones. Who get paid and you're always saying, man, they're not paid enough, right?
Mm-hmm.
Those ones. Like Michael Jordan was never paid enough.
Well,
Bulls.
He was paid by some other people quite a bit.
But his salary, though, look up Michael Jordan's highest salary.
Oh, in the NBA, yeah. I don't even have to. That's not close.
At the height of his powers, what was Tiger Woods earning?
Oh,
not even golf, but just in endorsements per year. Was it $100 million per year?
He's a billionaire,
so it had to be $100 million per year. What does Taylor Swift make per year?
Minimum wage?
Yeah,
I don't know.
What? God, I actually want to see this. Taylor Swift's. Hold, please. Highest earning year. Highest earning year, according to artificial intelligence, was 2018, where she earned $185 million. That was driven by the success of her Reputation World Tour, which grossed $345.7.
Jeez Louise. Jeez Louise, that's a lot of bread. Man, look, if you're the best in the world at what you do, then the compensation is going to be significant. I mean, the Rolling Stones can do a summer tour, and all those guys probably make, $50 million or something.
Hold on.
Uh-oh, what?
Hold on.
Bogdan.
Bagdon.
Big Don. Bagdon.
According to Billboard estimates that the 2023 Times Person of the Year honoree, Taylor Swift, that year grossed $1.82 billion in music sales and royalties, concert tickets, merchandise sales, and movie ticket sales.
Oh, my Lord.
So what's the problem?
It's a lot. I mean, I guess I shouldn't be. How can Shea get $80 million per?
Imagine this, guys. That 10 years down the line, I have disappeared from your life. And I come back and I say, yeah, people paid $1.82 billion to see me.
Do what?
Radio shows, podcasts.
Yeah.
NASDAQ, Dow Jones.
That's just, I don't know. That's crazy. Just crazy. I listened to Bobby Hebert the other day. Remember Bobby Hebert, the quarterback?
Former Saints QB.
Yep. Bobby Hebert was talking about guys holding out and the money and so on and so forth. He says, I got all kinds of, he talks that.
Yeah.
He's
playing Creole.
Yeah. He held out in 1990 with the Saints, trying to get $1 million. Trying to get him, and he took all kinds of grief for it, too. All kinds of crap they gave him.
There's a great joke.
Because he wanted $1 million a year. They're like, oh, my God, you're going to break the bank. The league folding.
There's a great joke by this guy. His name's Gary Goldman. He's a comedian out of Boston. And he said, you know that feeling you have when, you put on an old coat that you haven't worn, it's just getting past the summer, so you put your hands in your pockets to your jacket. And you're like, oh, my God, there's a 20 in here. Mm-hmm. And how rich you feel at that moment.
Mm-hmm.
I found a 20.
Dude, I find a 10 in the dryer, and I'm like,
He goes,
I'm Big Mac, here I come, baby.
He goes, what's the equivalent of Bill Gates' finding a 20 in his pocket? Where he would actually find some pocket of cash.
Hey, honey, there's a yacht outside.
Seriously. It's like you would have to lift that amount of money with a forklift
for
him to have the same feeling that I would have.
Whose 100-foot yacht in the driveway? Is that ours?
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
That's why I like to put on other people's pants, just to see if there's money in the pockets.
Dude,
well,
you know
I don't think middle schoolers have that much money, Vic, so.
When it goes through the wash and it gets all, wrinkled.
Thank you, Nelly.
It gets all rolled up, and you hit the dryer, it comes out all crinkly, and you're like, oh, wow. Oh, yeah, man, that's from golfing the other day, man. Yeah, I got some bread.
Moser's got the greatest story ever, though, when his dog ate $400 cash.
Yeah.
And Moser waited for the poop.
Waited for it.
It was a lot of money.
At least he could have eaten coins.
At least I found the C note that was in there and a couple 50s. I only found parts of some 20s.
Disgusting.
That is disgusting. All right.
Where do you think the rest of it went? And there's all...
That poor...
yes, did I look? Yes, I looked.
That poor gas station worker that was taking that from the burrito that you bought with that cash.
That's not what I did with it. I sent it to the treasury and they sent me new bills.
Wait, what? You could just send... No, you did not.
Damaged money from a dog's intestines.
No way.
Wait. How do you send it?
Poop fest.
I forget how I did it.
What?
I forget.
You just put a poop stain
you
bill in a...
You called the government and said, my dog crapped this cash out. I need new ones.
What?
And they said, no problem.
They'll replace money.
No problem.
You got to be kidding me.
No. This was, I don't know what, 14 years ago?
You took a wad of poop money, put it in an envelope and said, here, get me new ones.
It wasn't a wad of poop money. It had been washed.
He handed it to him in a dog poop bag. He's like,
If a dog ate $500, wouldn't you look for it too? You're damn right you would.
Oh, I
pay off your gambling debts.
Can only imagine being that person at the Treasury. Yes, sir. I guess it's fine. All right, fact checker next. All right, so we'll get the fact checker in just a few minutes. You know, one thing that's really annoying to me
Yes, sir.
is I've seen so much of this playoffs, and I don't know what it is, Vic, about, and we've discussed the NBA and how the league is covered and how flawed I think it is. There seems to be an active sort of pushback to complimenting anybody that's sort of the newer guard, if that makes sense. You know, you have your exceptions. Like, I think Ant is an exception.
Yeah.
But like in the case of a Halliburton, you know, like they spend these segments on these talking head shows being like, he's not a superstar. And it's like, why is this the route that people choose to take on stuff like this?
Same reason why Kendrick Perkins says into a live microphone, Nikola Jokic wouldn't want this smoke if he were to guard.
Wow.
I mean, come on. By the way, do you ever see? Are you watching the ESPN
smoke?
Do you see Perkins sitting next to Malone? That's like me sitting next.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Everybody on that panel made Michael Malone look tiny. I don't know. I think it's because also they put him back. He was sort of the furthest away from the camera, so he's going to look smaller. But that's where I'd put Perk if you want to have some sort of symmetry on your set, bro.
Uh-huh.
Anyway.
I don't know. I think it's so weird how a lot of that, and look, inside the NBA, for as good of a show as that is,
they rip on players.
They spend a lot of time talking about things that they hate more than things that they like. A lot of time.
I think it's sort of today's game. It's the game. It's what we do.
Do they do that? I'm trying to think. Like, if you NFL coverage, I don't think it's more negative than positive, is it? They'll do that with teams, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Like if the Cowboys are bad, they'll talk about how bad the Cowboys are. They'll do that, but
it's not as much. You have to understand, NFL coverage is once a week. NBA, NHL is a lot of coverage.
Well, what do you mean by once a week? Like, they play once
show,
a week?
Post-game show once a week. I mean,
that doesn't stop these shows from happening.
Yeah, that's true. The talking head shows.
Yeah. I don't know.
You know, the hockey guys, they get on guys pretty good too. I mean, they really do. You know, I mean, do you recall the amount of grief that Ovechkin got before he won a Stanley Cup championship? Do you remember back in the day when they would break down like his back checking and it was so lackadaisical? That sort of, I mean,
I was going to ask you something about that.
Not in a hate way or anything like that, just in a, you know, this guy needs to be better kind of way.
I want Florida to win in the NHL right now, and I want Edmonton to make it past Dallas. I've come to a conclusion, though.
What's that?
I'm okay with either team winning, assuming Edmonton moves on.
Sure.
3-1. I'm cool with either team winning because I'm kind of like, you know what? Give McDavid a ring, and then we can be done with that. You know what I mean? He's been such a good player. He deserves one.
Played golf with a guy named Gary yesterday. Great guy.
Gary? Our inflatable tube man?
No, not that Gary.
Oh.
And hockey coach as well. Good guy. He said he might have been onto something. So I thought, I don't think Edmonton is going to be, if Edmonton gets by Dallas, I don't know that anybody's going to get by Florida again, to be honest. I don't know that can happen. But he said, I think that Edmonton winning would be good for the game of hockey. I think it'd be good for hockey, maybe good for the NHL, that sort of thing. And it might be. I mean, a Canadian team hasn't won in 32 years. Patrick Waugh was the goaltender of the Montreal Canadiens the last time a team north of the border won the Stanley Cup. Would it be good for hockey, you think, to have a Canadian team finally get back and get it done?
Yeah, I also just think...
I do.
Get one for...
That's your pick.
I think I still want Florida to win. But all I'm saying is, like, part of me just wants McDavid to get one. I don't want this guy. He's been so good most. I don't want his whole career to not have anything to show for it. I don't want him to have that McKinnon moment the year before the Avs won the Cup where he's like, I haven't won anything in this league. Like that sort of thing, the defeated feeling. I don't know. Maybe I become sympathetic.
Okay. And you know what? That's if you want to watch the Stanley Cup final and just say, let it play out the way it plays out. Great. That sounds great.
What's the difference between sympathy and empathy?
Sympathy and empathy. You empathize with somebody.
That means you can feel what they. You
feel what they feel. A sympathy is you feel sympathetic toward them, but you can't have that same feeling.
Correct.
I empathize. Like, for example, I cannot empathize with your inability to get suntanned because I can, but I sympathize.
Okay, you guys did a good job. Sympathy involves feeling bad for someone who experienced misfortune. Empathy involves understanding and sharing that person.
See, I can sympathize your inability to suntan.
You cannot empathize.
I cannot empathize.
Now, see, Vic's got 2 dogs. Still.
I can sympathize with you being incredibly short your entire life.
Yes.
What?
I cannot empathize with you.
What's the little white dog's name?
There's 2 little white
No,
dogs.
not Roxy. She's the bigger one. The other one.
No, Lulu's the bigger one.
Oh, Lulu is the bigger one. You're right. So let's say, and Roxy's the one that bites, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So let's say when Roxy goes, how old is she?
I don't know.
You'll be
Up
able
there.
to sympathize with Brett that his little white dog is going to kick it, but you won't have any empathy whatsoever because you don't care about that dog, right? Does that make sense?
We brought our tiny dog back to life, and that dog is now going to live till it's 30. I swear to God, it's a tank now. It's unkillable. We made Terminator. Against my own will,
How old is the dog?
She's 10 now, but she's 10 going on 50. Like, she's died like twice, and we brought her back. And by we, my wife.
Okay, good.
And now this dog has seen the light. She's seen the other side. She's come back. She's like, I don't care about any of your rules anymore. I've been dead before.
What I do.
I'm going to do whatever I'm going to do now.
If she came back possessed.
No, seriously, it's a zombie.
This is my house now.
So nobody can quite, if I'm using this properly, sympathize with what the Rockies are going through because nobody has gone through what the Rockies have done.
No,
which
it's
is
historic.
No, nobody can
this.
empathize.
No, I guess the White Sox could because they were historical.
I don't know if anybody has gone this far into the season where I'm going to give you this stat. With the loss yesterday to the Cubs 2-1.
9-47.
They have now had their 9th sweep of the season. They've been swept 9 times.
22 straight overall.
Hey, it happens.
Well, not sweeps. Series lost.
Hey,
they have.
It happens.
They have the same amount of times they've been swept this year as the same amount of times they've won a game.
Right.
It
happens. It's sports.
So much so, people aren't even sympathizing. They're taking it as a joke. This is SportsCenter.
The Cleveland Spiders, the worst team in the history of all of baseball. Set back in 1899. See, what happened was the Spiders owners, they bought another team, and they traded all of their good players, including Cy Young, to themselves. It's a fun little trick for the new team, not so fun for the Spiders. Their fans stopped showing up. Visiting teams did too, which then forced the Spiders to go on a 50-game road trip. Like, how do you even pack for that? I really don't know. But I do digress, because 126 years later, the Spiders may have a run for their money. Courtesy of the Rockies. This is a real baseball team filled with professional players who have managed to win a whole 9 games. They are 9-46, on pace for 135 losses, one more than the aforementioned Spiders.
It's on a national sports broadcast.
Wow.
What do you?
That's tough.
First of all, how do you buy another team and trade players to the other?
Smart business.
It's $18.99, bro. You could do whatever you wanted. You could own the whole damn league, man.
Makes no sense.
Didn't you watch Yellowstone?
You just buy another team and say, all right, we're going to move everybody over there.
By the way, Nelly,
actually, you know what? I kind of love the idea, like back in the early 1800s, if you were at a saloon and you got in a fight with somebody, you just say, you want a shootout?
Mm-hmm.
We'll take care of this real quick. You take 10 steps, turn around and shoot, and we'll see who comes out on top.
There you go.
I wish I were in those situations. No, I'm good, dude. I got to Nelly. What do you need?
I apologize, sir. How's that?
My humble apologies.
Let's fact check it because I got to fact check Vic today.
Hang on.
Nelly monitors
it
the
done?
mistakes
Oh, sorry.
in today's Fact Checker.
My life has run out of lifespan.
Checker. Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
What happens when you grab the wheel?
Are we fact checking, Brett? Are we good?
Just one thing real quick. The Nuggets have won 10 games since the MLB season started.
Yeah, that's crazy.
The Rockies have 9.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah. Anyway, go ahead, Nelly.
So I decided to go to the official website of the Bureau of Engraving and Printing, and they have a department that is mutilated currency redemption. And I looked over the rules of what they consider money that has been legally mutated but is still acceptable tender and there is no clause that says anything about if it's covered in dog poop. There just needs to be at least 50% or more of any given bill, and as long as it has security signs on it that can prove it is legal U.S. tender, it can be redeemed for fresh bills, but you have to send it to Washington, D.C. So, Moser, did you mail these poop-covered dollar bills to our nation's capital?
Yes, I did. Yes. Or was that or Kansas City? One of the two, I forget.
What a transaction.
You sent it to the state capital.
Nation's capital.
Nation's
Also,
capital,
Vic, you asked me a question earlier in the show. We were talking about Italy. What's that line called again? That line?
The
you said?
Gulag line.
This is why I said, no, I've never heard of that.
Is it not the Gulag line?
It's the Gustav line.
Oh, yeah.
It popped into my head. I'm like, why don't I'm a World War II buff.
Yeah, it
Why
sounds
don't I
very
know
Russian to me.
Why do I not know
Very
the
Russian.
Gulag line? And I'm like, I don't want to. I mean, God, is there a Gulag line someplace?
Did I say Gestapo? I mean Gazpacho.
Hey, it's the Gustav line.
No, it's the R.J. Hampton line.
Yes, it's the Hampton line.
There's a line over there somewhere with a G.
Actually, the Gustav line is kind of several lines that run right through the middle of Italy, right from Rome to Pescara and down.
You know, I don't want to go to Italy with you if you start. I swear to God, he's joining us in Italy.
Mm-hmm.
If you start spouting off like history anecdotes, you're out. You're out. I'm telling you right now. I'm not going there for anecdotes from you.
Yeah, Fernando wants them, so he'll take them.
Well, maybe you'll have a couple more trinkets at the Gulag line when you guys go.
I'll buy you some Gulag when we're there.
Oh, my God.
Have a great Thursday. Talk to you tomorrow. Love
I
you.
knew I
Bye.
was right.
So what you gonna buy my baby girl come September 15th, Mark Bertinoli? Because, it's good to be back. Hello, everyone.
PS5? What's she need right out the gate?
She can have a PlayStation 5.
Switch 2, the new Switch 2?
Switch 2 would be very welcome in my house, Berto.
Yeah.
Very welcome in my house.
That's what I'm saying. Like, this is the time to buy presents for your kid that's actually presents for yourself. You know what I mean? Like, congratulations. How was Hawaii, brother? How was Hawaii,
Hawaii
man?
was nice. Well,
Is that the last trip you'll ever take without a little kid being like, Dad, 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 hey, Dad, hey, Dad, hey, Dad? Is that going to be the last trip ever in your life?
Yeah. Well, there's a reason why I extended and I've been gone for a long time. It's because, once the Nuggets got knocked out, my wife kind of gave me that look and went, this is our baby moon now.
Yeah.
And we extended 3 days. And
you'll never be alone again. There'll always be somebody else with you and your wife.
I drank my weight in Mai Tais.
Nice.
And I've got a little bit of a tan now, and I'm very happy. And
Twitch does not agree with that statement. They say you're not nearly tan enough. And for a week in Hawaii, brother, you need to be looking like a golden god. It looks like you just caught a little bit of sun.
Everyone always says that. All you crazies with the, tanning and stuff like that, unless you do it perfectly, and no one does it perfectly, you end up getting singed.
Yeah.
And I would rather come out of a week-long tropical vacation looking whiter than I should be.
Yeah, without the skin cancer, right? Yeah.
Without looking like a lobster.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to take that as a win, and I'll say that I did it right.
How much tanner is your wife than you after a trip to Hawaii?
Significantly more. Significantly more.
Give me the over-under on the number of... Hey, KJ, what's the over-under on the number of golf holes that Raj played in the last week? Over-under on it.
I'm going to
triple digits? Is it triple digits?
No. I only played 2 rounds, fellas.
Okay.
2 rounds. The triple digits,
yeah.
though, the triple digits is like that. That's the Mai Tais.
Okay.
That's where the triple digits comes in.
Yeah.
But I leave and things happen, right? I leave in Oklahoma City. It's funny that I don't have Coach Sanford sitting across me right now because I leave and, the Oklahoma City Thunder are who we thought the Oklahoma City Thunder are. Well, they're the best team in the world by a wide margin.
Yeah, that was a beatdown last night. That was
a
beatdown. Me and KJ were here last night. We only watched like half that game, and they're like, nope, let's see what's going on in the Stanley Cup playoffs, because that was nonsense last night. Nonsense.
Yeah, but we weren't supposed to be scared of that team.
No.
We weren't supposed to be scared of that team. No.
Man, they catch a 30-point loss by Minnesota. Tim Conley, what the hell are you going to do now? What you going to do now, Conley? What you going to do to change that team? I mean, you're going to have to do something, man. OKC, man. Yeah, OKC is just good. They're just good, bro.
So I leave. OKC returns back to who we all expected them to be. And that is dominant at home. Like, the only loss they have is that one loss at home to the Nuggets.
Yeah.
Where they were leading by 9 with 3 minutes to go and lost by 2. The rest of they have 2 games in which they held opponents to single digits in a quarter in a playoff game.
Yeah. That was 9 points last night by the Timberwolves in the first quarter. 9,
330, was it 3 30-point wins and 2 40-point wins at home now?
Yeah, they beat the Nuggets by 32 in Game 7. They beat the Timberwolves by 30 last night. Yeah, it's...
And they're not going anywhere. So you know what?
No, but I think they are. I think they are.
Really?
I think they are, because and we talked about this last week. As soon as Jalen Williams made an All-NBA team, you're screwed. You're done dirty, OKC, because now you have to hit Shea. Shea's gonna get paid. But you've already paid him. But now you got to pay. Now you got to give J-Dub a max deal. You got to give J-Dub a max, and then I'm not sure you can pay Chet. Depending on, if Chet makes an All-NBA team next year, then you can't pay Chet. You won't be able to play Chet. So all of a sudden, OKC's big 3 is gone. Because Chet's like, I guess I got to go play for
good thing
whoever.
19 first-round draft picks still.
That's true. But, yeah, the new CBA is even going to come for OKC, man. They're even going to come for OKC.
Next year, they're the same team.
Yeah, they should be fine next year. Yes.
Jalen Williams still has a club option on his rookie deal next year.
Yeah, you automatically pick that up.
What happens is... what we saw from Boston last year is you get 2 chances at this. You get 2 shots before your contracts start to come in. And now it depends what OKC is going to do. Do you pay out those contracts? Now you become an apron team, or will they see Jalen Williams and go, thank you for your service. We're going to ship you off. Someone's going to give us 4 first-round draft picks.
It might be the smarter
move,
move,
we're just going to keep recycling.
But it's good. It's no good for the NBA. It's no good for the NBA to have your fan base angry that one of your players made an all NBA team. Like, he improved. He did exactly what you wanted him to do. He got better this season, and now it's going to do you dirty because of the cap. So I don't like it at all.
So what's the worst
they're
of the
going to
two
win
evils?
the NBA title, right? They're going to win the whole thing, and they're going to do what the Nuggets did. They're going to celebrate. Everybody's going to be happy. OKC's going to go nuts.
Sure.
And then what's going to happen? Wait, you think it's going to be Indiana? You think Indiana is going to be able to? You think
Roger's been telling us all season, don't sleep on certain teams.
And
I think
don't
Indiana
sleep on
has
India?
emerged as that team to come out of the East. I'm not.
So you're telling me they're definitely going to beat the Knicks tonight?
Oh, I definitely think so, because I just think the Knicks don't have it. And then once Indiana gets there, I believe Indiana
will have something for OKC.
Indiana are just like the Nuggets. If the game is close, you can wrap it up.
Okay. Wow, man. So you're saying already the Pacers have that dog in them. They have that, whatever, that heart of a champion thing going on. I don't know, man.
What's the lesser of the two evils? Your homegrown talent is now so good that you can't afford him. And it's not that you can't afford him because you're a small market team like OKC. You can't afford him because, the CBA says you can't afford him.
Yeah.
What's the lesser of the two evils? That or dynasty runs that we saw with KD joining Golden State. And that's the reason why this new CBA exists. It's so that you don't have a team that makes 4 finals in 5 years.
Greatness doesn't scare me. I'm fine with super teams. I've always been fine with super teams. And maybe I'm leaning that way because if this CBA wasn't the way it is right now, then maybe the Nuggets could have a super team, because you could have the core 4, and then even if you didn't have the cap, you could spend money on somebody else and bring in somebody else or whoever. I mean, you could throw Giannis on that team if you weren't dealing with this second apron or whatever it is. You could pay somebody $50 million a year if you wanted to. But I think it's probably that's a good. I'm sure a lot of people will point at KD and they think that's a cheap move. Just like I'm already a really great player. I'm just going to join the best team in the league and then just steal me an NBA title. But I'm okay with it, right? Like,
if it's your team, you're okay with it. You weren't okay with it when it happened.
Yeah, you're right.
Right, because that run starts with Golden State beating the Nuggets.
But
in the playoffs.
Wouldn't you want NBA teams to have more movement than what they can do now? Because it feels like there's 20 teams in the NBA who can't do anything. Because they're already over the first apron and about to hit that second apron, or they're already in the second apron. Like, I think if the Nuggets spin the way they want to spin this summer, they will hit that second apron, and then you're in all kinds of trouble, man. Then you get then you get all kinds of issues. I just wish the NBA would make it. I mean, I guess the question is simply this: are you okay with the NBA trying to copy the NFL model despite not being as popular as the NFL? And that is, we want mediocrity through the whole. We don't want anybody who's too good or anybody who's too bad. We just want everybody to be kind of mediocre, and then we're just going to get different NBA champions all over the place. Because now
I don't know. I don't know if I agree with that. How does the NFL do that?
The NFL always just wants mediocrity.
I wouldn't say mediocrity and parity are the same thing.
I think parity is mediocrity. If you force 32 NFL teams to all basically be right there in the middle, and you don't let anybody, like, even who's the best team in the NFL? Right? The Eagles, I guess. The Eagles are the best team.
That's a really
in
good
the
team.
NFL. But we had this conversation last week as well. If you put the 2025 Philadelphia Eagles, because somebody texted in or we read something where they were like, the Eagles might be one of the 5 best teams in the history of the NFL. And you're like, no, bro. No, you got to look back at what the teams were doing in the 70s and the 80s and the No. The Philadelphia Eagles are not a dynasty. They're not a
dynasty. It's a good
in
team
the NFL.
You can't tell me that Philly with that defense and that offensive and defensive line beating Patrick Mahomes doesn't go down. I'm not going to call them an all-time great, but that's a very good team. They went 14-3 in. I wouldn't say it's a tough division. Like, Washington's an upstart team, but Dallas with an injured Dak Prescott isn't anything. The New York Giants are a dumpster fire, and they have been for many years. But, like, name the worst team in the playoffs last year.
Denver Broncos. Right?
So is that
the Broncos?
Is that mediocre?
Yeah.
I don't think Denver's mediocre.
I wouldn't call them a mediocre team, but compared to the rest of the NFL, they're just above mediocre. If you know what you understand what I'm saying, man, right?
I do understand what you're saying, but the CBA in the NFL
10 wins does not make you a great NFL team. 10 wins doesn't mean nothing to me, man. You know what I mean? Like in the NFC, the last team in the playoffs in the AFC were the Broncos with 10 wins. The last team in the NFC who made the playoffs last year was Green Bay, who won 11. And even at 11 wins, I'm like, okay, yeah, that's a good season, man. But that ain't great. That ain't great. And I want greatness in my NFL. I want greatness. You know what I mean? I want the Denver Broncos to be like, I want 17 wins this season or whatever it is. And the NFL just doesn't like that.
Your issue is not with the CBA. Your issue is with playoff expansion.
No, I think my issue is still with the CBA. I want to get rid of the cap in every sport. You know this, man. I want to get rid of the draft in every sport, and I want to get rid of the cap in every sport. And what you have to do is build a franchise that I want to come play for. You don't get to draft me. You don't get to hold my rights for 5 years or whatever nonsense.
Berto loves NIL.
No. You build a franchise I want to come play for, and I'll come play for you, man. That's what it's supposed to be. And that way you don't have outliers like the Colorado Rockies in Major League Baseball, where you're like, sorry, you have to go play for the Rockies. You have to go play for the worst team in the history of Major League Baseball. This is what you got because you went to high school in 2024. Now you're getting drafted in 2020 or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, I don't like it. I want teams to build up from ground zero by themselves. I don't need any help. I don't need a cap. I don't need a draft. Just let me do me and we'll be fine. But that's not the way we do professional sports anymore.
So much to get into today. We'll hear from Nuggets head coach. That's another thing that happened when I was gone. Head coach, not interim head coach.
Yeah.
David Adelman, we'll hear from him. We'll also speak with another head coach coming up at 10:45. That is Rapids head coach Chris Armas after a tough loss last night late against Portland. That coming up at 10:45. So much more. We'll get into the rest of the Stanley Cup playoffs and other things that I missed on my week hiatus. Raj, Mark Bertinoli, this is the Morning Sprint. The NHL playoffs are on Altitude Sports Radio, and they're powered by Mountain Hyundai. Hyundai, yeah, it does. It rhymes with Sunday. Mountain Hyundai. Tonight, the Western Conference Final, Game 5, Edmonton on the road at the Dallas Stars at 6 p.m. You can listen to it right here on 92.5.
Do the Oilers get it done tonight? The Oilers eliminate the Stars in Dallas.
Oh, I hope to God they do. I have had so much fun watching that Dallas Stars team.
I need one of these games to make it to the weekend, Raj. You know what I mean? Like, we ain't got, like, if the Pacers win tonight, we're not going to get another NBA game till next Thursday. If the Oilers win tonight, we're not going to get any Stanley Cup games this weekend either, are we? When does the Stanley Cup Finals start? If the NBA Finals start on Thursday, and Florida's now just waiting to see who they play, the Oilers or the Stars, when's the Stanley Cup Finals going to start?
Game 1 of the Cup Final starts on either June 4th or June 7th.
Are you kidding me, man? So if Oilers Stars go 7, we're not going to start until next Saturday?
If Oilers Stars go 7, we don't start until Saturday. If it ends tonight or in the next game, Game 1 of the Cup Final is Wednesday the 4th.
What the hell am I going to do this weekend? I can't watch the Rockies in the, I don't even know. Oh, the Mets. Yeah, the Rockies are in New York taking on your Metropolitans. See how happy you are? Because you know you're going to get 3 straight wins, bro. You know you're going to get 3 straight wins. You can't force me to watch the Rockies. You can't do it. You can't do it. So I have nothing to watch this weekend.
Isn't it kind of an endearing loss, though? Like, I thought when they beat the Yankees 3-2, dude, on Friday.
On Bo Nix night.
That made me very, very happy. Knowing that that's like the highlight win of the year. Come on.
Their 9th win of the season. We're almost in June, my brother.
My favorite stat I saw on Twitter was on Saturday after they lost 13-1. There was a tweet that came out and said, the Colorado Rockies are no longer in the running to be Major League Baseball's best team in history. And that was on May 24th. They were out of the running for the best record.
That's so crazy,
ever.
man. It's insane.
You'd like that, wouldn't you?
On the complete opposite side of the spectrum. Yeah,
No
it's a
bueno,
dumpster fire. And you think your crazy thought process of just like kicking everything out the door is going to help the Rockies, even though that's kind of already the thing in Major League Baseball where there are no rules and you can pay anyone as much money as you want.
Mm-hmm.
There's no such thing. Well, there is a salary cap, but the owners are crazy rich. They don't care about paying the luxury taxes. They found a loophole where you can defer all this money like your Bobby Bonilla.
Yeah, like they're not playing Shohei. Shohei's going to get like $100 million check in 10 years or something
when
ridiculous.
He's 60.
Like, yes, so wild. Like he's making $1 million. Like his salary's like $1 million. And but at the end of 10 years, he's going to get $200 million.
Major League Baseball is already doing what you want to do in the NBA and the NHL.
Mm-hmm.
And it doesn't really work well for the Rockies.
You do get a lot of 100-loss teams. But the Major League Baseball doesn't care because the Dodgers are great and the Yankees are great, and that's all they care about, man.
Well, Major League Baseball doesn't care, but you care.
I do care.
know how much you hate the Dodgers.
I do.
They're going to be in another World Series again this year.
I hate the Dodgers. I hate the Padres. I hate the Giants. I hate them all, man.
You hate the Mets because they have a bunch of money. I get it.
But right now, I'm hating on the Rockies, and that's my team because it's embarrassing. Hey, KJ. Play that thing that says that will show Raj how bad. Me and KJ are here last night doing that Rapids game, and it's a late night. It's a late night because the game's in Portland. And we're watching,
I have it. The Sports Center thing?
We're watching.
I've got it.
Me and KJ are watching Sports Center, and the very first baseball highlight they show the NBA playoffs and the NHL playoffs, and the very first baseball highlight they go to was this nonsense.
The Cleveland Spiders, the worst team in the history of all of baseball. Set back in 1899. See, what happened was the Spiders owners, they bought another team, and they traded all of their good players, including Cy Young, to themselves. It's a fun little trick for the new team, not so fun for the Spiders. Their fans stopped showing up. Visiting teams did too, which then forced the Spiders to go on a 50-game road trip. Like, how do you even pack for that? I really don't know. But I do digress, because 126 years later, the Spiders may have a run for their money. Courtesy of the Rockies. This is a real baseball team filled with professional players who have managed to win a whole 9 games. They are 9-46, on pace for 135 losses, one more than the aforementioned Spiders.
It's crazy, man. It's crazy. That's how bad your team is. That's how bad my team is. That's how bad. The Colorado Rockies are that. They are the worst team in the history of Major League Baseball. And they can't possibly be this bad the rest of the way, right? They can't possibly. They're not going to set the record for worst team ever. But we're all going to remember this season and be like, do you remember in 2025? Remember that? Remember the Rockies of 2025, man? And there is no answer to how to make them better. There is no solution. Not one I can think of. Certainly not one the Rockies can think of. You are as bad as a team that traded every single one of their good players away. That's how bad. Like, we talking 1899? Is that what it was? Like, yo, man, we talk about stuff from the 1800s. That was before radio was even invented, brother. And that's how bad you are. You're that bad. You're that bad. You got to look back like 150 years to find a team as bad as the Colorado Rockies. I don't know, but what are you going to do about it, right? I'll make you say Dick Monfort comes to Alex Ryan and says, Raj, we need help, man. We need help. What would your suggestion? Just like Josh Kroenke, when he was addressing the media, said that they're soliciting advice from all kinds of people inside the organization, outside the organization. They're getting thoughts into the So if you were like, you know what, Dick, let's go have a drink. Let me sit down and tell you what I think's going on with the Rockies and how to fix it.
Hire a team of 30 data nerds to come in and turn your farm system around. Like,
how long would that take, though? Is that going to take me 10 years?
No, it could take one off season.
Okay, if it's that quick.
Put the money there. I'm not saying that you would see results the next year. It would take one off season to completely retool how you look at the game of baseball. And the organization for so many years has not looked at baseball in a modern fashion.
Okay, yeah, you're right about that. Yes, you are.
It was 3 or 4 years ago when they were televising the draft on MLB Network, and they were going from war room to war room to war room. And I saw teams of 30 dudes just hammering away at computers and just crunching the numbers and trying to find what kid was actually going to do the most for you down the road. Every single team had like war rooms of 30 or 40 people. And then they went to the Rockies. Yeah. And there were 2 dudes in there.
Just Bill Schmidt
there
eating
were
some
2
Pringles.
Dudes in there.
Just housing some Pringles
That's
and popcorn.
where it starts. I mean, like, unfortunately, the good players that you supposedly had, well, they've been horrible. Like, Brenton Doyle is batting .210. Ryan McMahon is barely north of 200. Zeke Tovar is your best contact hitter at .274. But he's got no pop this year. He's got 2 homers.
Yeah, they're 9-47. Would you have a brighter outlook on the Colorado Rockies if they did this? Because during the press conference, the 2 press conferences Josh Kroenke had over the last week, and specifically the one yesterday, where he was asked about, he basically said, we were thinking that maybe we'd have to do a full teardown with the culture. And when they fired Malone and Booth, they were still thinking that maybe they'd have to just burn it to the ground and build it anew. But because of the buy-in from the players and the coaches for the playoff run, they decided, no, the culture looks good. It felt like everybody was pulling in the same direction. Let's not blow it up. But that was on the board. That was one of the things where they're like, let's just blow the whole thing up, get rid of everybody, and start from the ground up.
Everybody but Nicola.
Right, yeah. But would you be okay? Would you feel better about the Rockies if Bill or Dick Monfort came out and said the same thing? Like, this isn't working. We're going to rethink this whole process. We're going to tear it down and rebuild.
Do you still get insurance money if the house is already burned down and you set another fire?
Yeah.
Because the house is already burned down.
Yeah. So
it's already in cinders.
You should have more freedom to do whatever, because now it feels like, well, you're the worst team ever. You got to try anything, try everything, man. Do whatever, man. Make Bill Schmidt bat. Put that dude like 5th in the lineup and be like, all right, here, feel how it feels to catch L day after day after whatever it's going to take, right? Now you should have the freedom to do anything. The craziest ideas you have about Major League Baseball, install them, because you can't be any worse than you are right now. Now you are historically the worst team. So try anything and everything. Get crazy, man. Get wild. Put a uniform on Dinger. Put that fat dinosaur in left field or what. I don't care, man. Anything and try anything.
Stop it.
Throwing stuff at the wall, bro. Anything and everything.
We know that the Nuggets won't tear it down. Here's what head coach David Adelman had to say about what success means for him.
Indianapolis, Indiana. We got some.
It's just a day-to-day grind. And like I said, the ultimate goal is obviously to be the last team standing.
McAfee got in
and that's
there.
easy to say that, but it's day-to-day. Are you winning the day? And if you do that, I think you set these marks along during the season. And to have ultimate success has to be something you sustain. And the personality of the team has to be consistent throughout the season. And that has to happen. I thought last year we were up and down. We had success, but it didn't seem like it was a steady rise. And I think that's the thing you have to feel throughout a year. You want to go into the playoffs feeling that way. And we did have momentum. Josh talked about it. There was change at the end, obviously. We took that change and had the momentum and found a way to win that first-round series. But I want to feel that way in February. I want to work our way to that where everybody feels like we're progressing towards the ultimate goal. So again, I said it, you can talk about finality all you want, but the bottom line is that it is a process-based business. And you have to work every day to get to your ultimate goal and not just expect it to happen. That'd be my expectation for next year.
I don't think Adelman solely gets the job because he reinvigorated the team, because he got a little bit of juice out of the squeeze, right? That was the big thing from Josh Kroenke when they fired Michael Malone was we still think we can squeeze something out of the season. And let's be honest, you kind of played the Western Conference Final in round 2, did you not? After what we saw with Minnesota not being able to throw any punches against
OKC has
OKC.
lost 4 games in the playoffs. 3 of those at the hands of the Denver
Right. So
Nuggets.
let's call it what it was. The Western Conference Final was round 2. I don't think he gets the job just because Denver pushes the best team in the league to the brink.
Mm-hmm.
I do believe he gets the job because of how he went about it. Because he was willing to play younger players, different rotations. He was willing to throw a bunch of zone in there and try and change up what they had been successful at 2 years ago on the way to a championship into what would make them successful or as successful as possible with this injured of a lineup. That's the reason why he gets the job. It's because he's looking at this differently. I hope that they don't just run it back because there are rumblings about that happening because, it might just be too hard to trade either MPJ.
Yeah, they might. You just might be stuck in it.
You might be kind of screwed. I hope to God that's not what happens because I think your fate is the same next year.
Yeah, I was saying this I was saying the same thing the other day where I was like, it's hard to ask Nugget fans to just be like, hey guys, we're going to be better next year because the guys who didn't play as good this year will be better. We're just going to play better. That is, and that's not, just like I always say, hope is not a strategy, and just hoping your players are going to play better is not a strategy.
Well, the Toronto Maple Leafs are also thinking about doing that right now.
Yeah, what's up with Marner,
right?
bro?
Because,
what's up with Mitch, bro?
The prevailing thought was that Marner was just going to walk for 13 or 14 million somewhere in the open market, like Utah or Chicago was going to give it to him, or Anaheim, something like that. And now there's reports coming out of Toronto and with Shanahan.
Yeah,
or is it Traveling now? Is their GM? But
yeah,
Shanahan's the president of Hockey Ops?
Yes. Or no, he got got. Shanahan got, bro.
Is Shanahan gone?
Yeah, he's gone. I'm pretty sure he's gone. Right? I don't want to be just making stuff up. It's possible I drank one too many Coors Light, but I think he got, bro. I think he's gone. I think they were like, enough of that nonsense. You out. Who am I thinking of? Great former player in the front office and got from Detroit. It's got to be Shanahan, right? Who else am I thinking of?
Yeah, he's gone.
Yeah.
He's gone.
Did he get fired while you were in Hawaii? Last week?
On May 22nd.
Right when you went to Hawaii?
Right when I went to Hawaii. Another thing happened when I was gone. Shanahan.
Wait, are you telling me Mikko's going to get more than Marner? Is that what you're trying to tell me? Because Mikko got 13 milli. What is...
No, Mikko got 12.
Oh, he got 12? I thought he got 13 from Dallas. Okay. But so it's in. I pay Marner 12, but after these playoffs, there's some fans who are not pleased with him and how he's been performing.
But Toronto is now looking at the situation and going, well, if he wants to come back, well, why not bring this great regular season team back? Well, because for 10 years you haven't done it. Literally 10 years.
I think they're going to lowball him too,
team.
just to, you know what I mean? They're going to lowball him and say, what's up? What you going to do now?
It's not exactly the same thing as Denver's going through, but the outcome, the final message would be the same thing. If the Maple Leafs go to their fan base and go, hey, this thing that hasn't gotten us out of the second round for the entirety of these guys' careers, right? The best goal scorer in the history of the franchise, one of the best point-producing wingers in the history of the franchise, the most successful regular season teams in the history of the franchise. You know, that group that can't get past the second round, we're going to give it to you again and just hope that it happens.
No way.
Denver
They'll
would
lose
be
their
looking the
mind.
same thing, right? If the organization comes to the fan base and goes, you know those 3 contracts that got you to Game 7 of round 2 against a team that is getting better and still getting younger somehow? Well, we're going to try that again and just hope that if Mike's shoulder is healthier, that if Aaron's calf in his lower body is 100%, that if Jamal Murray decides to be in shape during the year and not just for
Anti-inflammatories, man.
not just for a month stretch, we're going to hope that happens. I think both fan bases would just look at their management and go, what are we doing here?
I'm with you, man. I'm with you because I'm saying the same thing, but the Nuggets almost have to do it because they have no wiggle room. There's nothing you can do. You can make minor moves like they did last offseason, but I don't think there's a big move out there. You could take a big cut. You could take a big swing, but it almost feels like your situation is going to be better after this year. So you can wait after this year because then Mike is on the last year of a big contract, and then 29 other teams would want to trade for Mike because then that big number comes right off their books. But if you do that, you're wasting a season of the greatest player in your franchise's history, and you can't. Every year you got to swing. You got to do everything you possibly can to try to win a title because Nikola Jokic ain't gonna be here forever. You know what I mean? He's not gonna play. He's not gonna play till he's 50 years old. So you got to open that window as wide as you can. Now I think the Maple Leafs have moves that they can do. Like the Nuggets are kind of stuck because of the cap problems and the CBA and the NBA. There's almost nothing you can do. Yesterday, Adelman kept saying one word over and over and over and over and over. It was change. He was like, we got to change this. We got to change that. We got to change this. We're going to change the offense. We're going to change the defense. So he kept saying change, 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 change. Do you think that speaks to how you're feeling about the Nuggets and how the fan base is feeling about the Nuggets? Even though when he's talking about change, he's talking about changing the offense, changing how we do things, changing how we come into shape and stuff. He's not talking about we're trading, Michael Porter Jr. for SGA or something like that.
I think you're going to know as soon as they announce who the GM is.
Okay.
If the GM hire comes from within, the change is X's and O's. The change
if it's outside
mentality.
the organization, it's somebody who came, it's somebody they interviewed and was like, here's my game plan. Here's what you got to do.
If it's from the outside, there is a far greater chance that there is change coming within the roster if the GM hire comes from outside the organization rather than inside. Yeah. And I don't think that the people that are raising the alarm bells of like, oh God, the Nuggets hired a coach from within the system. Adelman's not going to have as much say in that roster as you think. I do believe that I think he's Gumby in terms of his personality. I think he's going to be able to get along with whatever GM they decide to hire, but I do hope that it is from without rather than within.
Yeah, that's interesting because I don't even know. Like if I ask you, if they didn't hire David Adelman, like I don't know if there's a coach out there that you're like, that's the guy, bring that guy in, and that's a definite championship. Go ahead and grab that, and you know what I mean? There's not that coach out there. I don't know if there's a GM out there.
He did enough to get the job.
Yeah, I think they thought it could fall apart when they fired Malone and Booth at the beginning of the playoffs. And instead, everybody came and they're like, okay, this is what we're looking for. We're looking for this team to come together, and that's what they did around Adelman.
The other thing that he continued to talk about, and it won't be the last time that we hear from Adelman, we'll play it a little bit in hour 2 as well. He talked about changing the way that guys address the offseason in terms of them being in shape at the beginning of the year. And hint, hint, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. He is talking about Jamal Murray. Without a doubt, he is talking about Jamal.
Jamal was in that room right when he said it. He was sitting there.
3 active players in that room with him.
Yeah.
That's a shot at your guard. That's exactly what that is. I need you every day.
Yeah. Like, I don't need Jamal Murray to make an all-star team. I just need him to play like an all-star. That's it. Like, it doesn't matter. You go to the all-star game, not as long as you play like an all-star. That's probably good enough to get you to the West Finals, if not the NBA Finals.
We'll put a pin in Adelman. We'll get back to him in hour 2. On the other side, Rapids head coach Chris Armas. Don't go anywhere.
Colorado looking for real estate needs, buying or selling? Well, my guy, Barry Remington, my favorite realtor that I've worked with, and I have unfortunately bought and sold too many homes as a college football coach for the last 20 years. I loved working with Barry Remington and the Remington team at WK Real Estate. Barry says that real estate is like playing linebacker, which is what he did for the CU Buffs with 490 plus career tackles, all-time career leader in tackles for the CU Buffs. But you got to read the field. You got to move fast. And you got to protect your team. That's exactly how they work at the Barry Remington team at WK Real Estate. I just got a phone with Barry a bit ago, and he talked about this being a buyer's market right now. That's what we're dealing with, a buyer's market. So do not underestimate what a seller will do to get a deal done. Barry's got more inventory than he's had in 10 plus years, which is awesome for you, the buyer. Sellers, they can help you even more by buying down the buyer's interest rate and making the monthly payment more affordable. It's a great opportunity for buyers, but you need someone who knows how to take advantage of it without losing the home that you want. Barry Remington is your guy. Make sure you log into barryremington.com. There's 2 listings in Louisville, Colorado. Beautiful properties. One on Coal Creek Golf Course in Louisville, another one in downtown Louisville. So check them out at barryremington.com.
And here comes Mihailovic downhill. Mihailovic, Georgie tucks it into the corner. He says, I'll take it myself. 1-0 Colorado. Penso blows his whistle. Mora right foot. It's saved. The rebound pumped away. He went straight at Hansen, and Hansen stood tall, preserving the 1-0 Rapids lead. Nico Hansen, what can't you do? That's the final whistle. Final score, Timbers 2, Rapids 1.
Berto, a late game started off so well for the Rapids and then unfortunately devolved into a 2-1 loss late last night against the Portland Timbers. Typically, we do this on Monday mornings at 10:45. We were not able to get Coach earlier this week, off on the holiday, but head coach Chris Armas of your Colorado Rapids joins us right now on the morning sprint. Coach, first off, how are you? On with Raj. Mark Bertinoli filling in for Coach Sanford today.
Yeah, doing well, guys. It was a late night. We didn't get back till 4 a.m. or so, but yeah, this was a strange one, man. We had this game. We really went there with a plan that I think that made sense. The guys brought it to life, and yeah, just up 1-0, a chance to go up 2-0, and 20 seconds later, it's in the back of our own net. Very rare you see it this way, but yeah, just we got close over there in Portland, but didn't get it done.
I'll keep it simple for my first one. Prior to the red card, were you good enough to win the game? Were you happy enough with your team prior to the red?
Well, their goal comes before the red. The first, the red comes after it's 1-1, right? I think. So I'll tell you, up until their first goal, call it the 60th minute, they scored in the 59th minute. We're up 1-0 and in total control. Their building is quiet. Their players have no idea how to solve the plan that we set forth. We really put them in the opposite game of that we have in the past, and again, now they score right before we hit the crossbar. Right after we hit the crossbar. So it's, at that point, we're really happy. We double down at halftime and what's working. And then it's a turn of events. And we all know goals change games. And the red card makes it really difficult, so we're then up against it without a player. And then Mihailovic has to go off for injury. Josh Atencio went off at halftime for an injury. It became stressful.
Do you think, I'm sure you've got this question a lot in the last couple of weeks, but Nico Hansen he's been amazing. As a coach, it's always next man up, but were you surprised when, you bring someone up from Rapids 2 and all of a sudden he goes clean sheet, looks good last night? I mean, how surprising has Hansen's play been for you?
Listen, what you'd say is that he's on our roster. He's one of the goalkeepers in that rotation coming into the year. He's number 3, right? He's not even your backup. He's your third string. But he only makes it to this level because we see that he's got potential to be a really good player in this league. Now, no one would say we would expect him to come into these games, stop a penalty last night, make huge saves, shutout after shutout. But in those previous shutouts, like man of the match shutout. So we always say we would expect him to do a job. He'd be up for it physically, mentally, technically, tactically, all those. But you wouldn't know that he'd have these type of performance because they've been top notch.
When it comes to those young players and those types of performances, let's stick with the young goalkeeper in Hansen, right? Like it feels like the grade A scoring opportunity, he somehow finds a way to make the save. Obviously, stops the penalty to keep that 1-0 lead early on in the game. There's an opportunity from like his right side at the top of the box in the second half that chips off someone, and somehow he gets his right hand and chips it up over the bar. Like that's a save that you should not make. But then you go down to one again. Granted, you're playing with one fewer man, and it feels like there's a ball that slowly goes across his face and he doesn't get a hand on, doesn't find a way to finish that thing or at least kick it off to the side. Do you run into those issues with young players coming up and making the big time play and then not necessarily making the one that feels routine?
Yeah, you do with young players. A lot of times, yes, it's you just having the challenge becomes, can you just, as I would say, become a master of the basics, right? Just be able to do the little things right and then consistently right. Seasoned professionals tend to just be that steady those steady performers. So with the young guys, you get a little bit of the up and downs, really, really good. Then some of the basic things you might not be able to do consistently. So yeah, he's been able to do it straight away. And I think what we're getting with Nico Hansen is that when you see that what confidence can do for a player, you see it in basketball. He's in the zone. He just can't miss. That they just are locked in and be able to perform and be in the now type of thing, in the present. And that's a beautiful thing when an athlete has it. And he's got that right now. And hence he stops the penalty, has huge saves, and also gets a lot of the little things right last night.
How do you think your club handled just a busy schedule in May? Just match after. It felt like you had a match every 3-4 days in the month of May. And as a head coach, what's your preferred schedule? Is it just once a week, or do you like the fact that you have a midweek match where you can just be like, all right, here we go. It's a Wednesday night. Let's get it on.
Yeah, I think the boys have handled it well. You know, it was a tough stretch where we had some ties, draws that could have been wins, and then followed up by a couple of draws that probably should have been probably losses that should have been losses. And then we rebound with the Rocky Mountain Cup victory, follow that one up with a St. Louis victory, go on the road right now and really battle Portland, like in a real way. Like, I think the guys have shown that we're building something real here. And we put it to the test last night, and we were right there. So I think the guys have handled it well. For me, after living in England for the 7 months that I did at Manchester United, and you get these stretches of that you play, 3 games in a week where it's Saturday, Wednesday, Sunday, maybe, or Saturday. And I like that rhythm. I think the players like that rhythm because we love training, but the games are just the best. And when you play these every third day or fourth day, if that was our consistent life here in MLS, you'd see that you can dig into the roster deeper. More guys get playing time. However, the way it would go now, it's the way we're, our fitness levels, our appetite. Like Saturday give us nice chances to prepare and all this. So I like when it gets a little hectic in games, because it's still the best thing for us.
Last 2 at Dick's Sporting Goods have been 1-0 clean sheet wins for your club. You're coming up. Next 3 games will be at home: Austin, Orlando, LA on the 7th, the 14th, and the 25th. What does success look like for you coming up in the month of June with 4 games?
Success is that we win our home games. For me, that has to be. If I can tell you and our fan base, we went to Portland last night to win. We played to win. We put a plan to win. That was the mentality from everyone. So if I'm thinking that in Portland, let me tell you, every home game we want to win. So we have 5 of the next 6 at home. If we have, as you say in June, like home games, we want to win all of those games. Does that happen? Not sure, but our mentality will be must win at home. Let's enjoy some home cooking here.
Next Saturday on the 7th, go see the Rapids take on Austin at Dick's Sporting Goods Park. That is the head coach of your Colorado Rapids, Chris Armas. Coach, we appreciate you. We'll talk to you next week.
Thanks for having me, guys. Appreciate you.
Go get some sleep. I understand the early morning flight thing, except you had to work. I was drinking Mai Tais on the beach. Different strokes for different folks, We'll take a quick time out here. I want to hear more from Coach Adelman and his introductory press conference, as well as get into the Eastern Conference Final. Again, you guys can listen to the NHL playoffs right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, and it's all powered by Mountain Hyundai. Tonight, Edmonton in Dallas, 6 p.m. puck drop on 92.5. Listen to it tonight, and you got to hope, you got to pray that you don't have to see Victory Green skating around on NHL ice anymore. It's the morning sprint. Alex Ryan-Emmy alongside Mark Bertinoli. Berto, you guys know him better. He's filling in for
Congratulations
Coach
to Coach Sanford celebrating his 20th
that's
wedding
insane,
anniversary today.
Man.
20 years. Yeah, he doesn't look old enough to be married for 20 years. Did they get married when they were like 13? Like that's, yeah. Yeah,
I don't know if it was 13. That feels illegal.
I'm just saying 20 years. What coach is like 37 years old and they've been married for 20 years? Right? Like that, just do that math, man.
Congratulations, Coach. Congratulations.
Yeah, congratulations.
Very happy for you. Very happy. Coach will be back, but Berto filling in today. I've been talking about everything under the sun, as we always do with Berto. Special thanks to Chris Armas, Rapids head coach, for joining us last segment. Typically does that on Mondays, but with the holiday week, had to push him back. He, like me, had a very, very early morning flight.
What time did you leave Hawaii, and then what time did you land in Denver? How long is that flight, man?
It's like 6+ hours or something like that.
Bro, nah.
Might be a little bit more than that.
Nah.
Hold on, so you red-eyed back?
Oh, yeah. I landed this morning at like 7 a.m. Dropped the wife off at home, picked up the dog from my sister's place, and I came here. I just missed you guys that much. That much.
Feel like I need to take that red eye just to see KJ. I want to hug KJ. After a week in Hawaii, I just want to hang out with Granderson.
Oh, yes! Did you guys see this 25 minutes ago? Big news in a Washington Capitals season ticket email this morning.
Uh-oh.
A bullet point on an email sent to ticket holders says this: October, in bold letters, dash, the start of Capitals hockey season, and in red letters, Alex Ovechkin's final NHL season.
Wow.
This was sent out to Capitals ticket season ticket season holders. Sent out about 30 minutes ago, and then Capitals PR 16 minutes ago had this reply: no decision has been made on Ovi's future following the 25-26 season. An email was sent from an individual with the corporate sales department that mistakenly alluded to next year being Ovi's last. Where there's smoke, there's fire.
Yeah. That sounds like, it sounds like Ovechkin wants to announce that this is going to be his final season upcoming.
Ovi's next season is his final season in the league.
Yeah, and somebody didn't get that email to keep it on the down low or whatever. And you're a season ticket open, and you open up that email, and you're like, what?
Some dude named Craig in sales is the one to break the news.
Yes.
Ovi's sitting there like,
what is going on, man?
I just broke an unbreakable record, and I don't get to announce my own retirement?
Is Ovi's contract up next year?
A pocket protector is doing this?
Yeah, that's crazy. Although, yeah. I wonder if he just made that up and Ovechkin's going to play another 5 years until he's like 50 or 46 or something like that.
He doesn't strike me as that guy. He doesn't strike me as like the I'm going to play until I disintegrate type of player.
Yeah.
I think he has certain goals in his mind that he wants to hit. One of them was breaking the Gretzky record. I think the other one was 900.
Yeah.
Because in order for him to get to the next coolest mark, which is 1,000 goals, he'd have to play 3.5 more seasons.
Yeah.
And then he's 42 and a half years old.
Yeah.
The rush machine don't break, but it gets pretty slow pretty quick.
Yeah.
When you don't put, oil and gas in that thing, it don't move.
But I still would never have guessed. How many goals did Ovi have this season? It was over 40, right?
Over 40, and he missed 16 games with the broken leg.
Man, you're still doing it at that age. You just got to keep on keeping on, man. Right? Like, I mean, the Capitals crashed out, and they thought they were a contender.
They were always out kicking their coverage.
Yeah.
It always felt that way. Yeah, Ovi had 44 in 65 games.
See, that's dumb. That's dumb.
It's insane.
That's dumb.
Oh my
but
God.
He did shoot. It was his highest shooting percentage of his career at 18.6.
Yeah.
His career average for, again, the greatest goal scorer in history, his career average was 13.1% every single year.
Nice.
And he outpaced that by 5%, which is that's a canyon of a difference.
Yeah. Yeah,
dude,
just had a
he's
monster
done.
season.
He's gone. Come on. He's not playing again.
He's made. Well, now he has to. Now it feels like he's going to do it just because this dude sent the email. He's like, nah, to hell with you. I'm going to play 3 more years. I was going to retire after this year, but now you send this email out. It ain't happening.
You don't tell Alex when to retire.
Yeah. I'll tell you when I'm going to retire.
Only Alex tell Alex when you retire.
Is that? I don't know. KJ, can you do a good Russian impression? Because I'm not sure.
All I know is that the only voice that Steve Nelson can do as he sits to my right is a Russian voice.
He does kind of. No, he doesn't. Never mind.
It's the only one he can do.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
he
he's
tries.
not bad at that New York accent, though.
Oh, the New York accent's pretty good. Brett's great. I'm terrible. That's my best Opie that I got for you. Yeah, he's not playing again. I still have hope that the Avs can get Sidney Crosby.
That's why, I mean, if Ovechkin... No, wait, man, we've been talking about that. That dude's going to die in a Pittsburgh Penguins uniform, man. They're going to bury him in a Penguins uniform. You know what I mean? Like, he's never... I wish you would. And every time you see him hanging out with Nate this summer, they were hanging out already. I mean, they were playing, obviously.
Fix the Avs for me. How's that? Let's do this. We'll hear from Adelman in a little bit. Fix the Avs for me. We've been talking about how Adelman will fix Denver or change was the proper term. How he will change the Nuggets.
How
do you change the Avs without making changes at the top?
Am I once again looking for a 2C? Am I going to be searching for another 2C?
For the fourth time in 3 years.
Brock Nelson's going to go sign with the Wild or something. Although I wonder what he's going to get at 33. I wonder what Brock Nelson's looking for.
See, I've been hearing that though. Is Brock Nelson getting a pay increase?
Yeah, I don't know.
At 33 years old,
I don't know what he made this year.
He was a fit here, and I know it's really tough to hear because he did not score in the postseason. And you traded a first, and you traded Cal Ritchie. Obviously, there was a conditional third there. It goes away because the Avs don't do anything in the postseason. So the third goes away, doesn't exist anymore. But you trade a first and Cal Ritchie for a guy that was a really good fit. Like, your second line was far and away the best line that the Avs had in terms of shot production and shot suppression in the playoffs. So you can't tell me that Nelson didn't fit alongside Nichushkin and Landeskog. He did. They just didn't score, or at least he didn't. I like players that fit. I would like him back. Now, if it's $7.5 million over 5 years for a 33-year-old, I don't like that.
Yeah.
But that's all I'm hearing right now is that, like, Minnesota's going to pay out the nose. What about Minnesota under Bill Guerin tells you that they're going to pay for a 33-year-old center?
I don't know. Well, you're right. They probably won't do that again.
Because what did they do?
Yeah.
What did they do in Minnesota?
Yeah,
when Bill Guerin came in.
Yeah, they spent a ton of money and it didn't work out.
He saw the Suter and Parisi contracts and went,
like,
nay. Get that out of here. And he killed the contracts, right? He paid them to not be on the team because the contracts were so bad and aged so poorly.
Mm-hmm.
But that guy is going to sign a 33-year-old Brock Nelson, who, again, was a fit here, but then when it came to the most important time of the year, didn't produce. That makes him more expensive at the debt. I don't know, man.
I don't know. But I'm
same
saying,
thing with Brad Marchand.
If you're going to upgrade the 2C position, there is two names for you. Two names. Let me give you two names for 2C. Mitch Marner and Sam Bennett.
You can't sign Mitch Marner because he's going to cost too much money, and
$12 million.
He's too soft.
Give him the money you will give Miko, bro.
He's too soft.
Give him. Maple Leaf fans certainly think so.
He shrinks in the playoffs.
Yeah. I know. I get it. But if you're asking me for a 2C, I'm like, look, you got 102 points as your second line center, bro. What, like, you gonna complain about that?
I'd pay out the nose for Sam Bennett.
Sam Bennett, though? Yeah, you're not getting the point total, but you're getting Sam Bennett.
You're getting a rat.
What would Sam Bennett? Sam Bennett's 29, right? So, he's 28 now. He's about to turn 29. He put up 51 points last year.
His most ever. That's the big thing. Are you willing to pay $9 million
for a
guy who has only put up 51 points at the most in his career?
You want to pay $12 million for a dude who's going to give you over 100? Or you want to pay $9 million for a dude who's going to give you 51, but he's going to be a dog?
He's a rat, man. I love watching that guy play.
I don't know, man. I don't know. Listen, I'm a chucklehead, and I like sparkly things, so I'd probably try to convince the Avs to spend a lot of money to get Marner. But, no, Sam Bennett would be great. Sam Bennett would be great. But once again, Florida's just, there's no way you let that dude walk once you win another cup with him, right? You're just like, all right, yeah, let's pay him. And are you gonna have to overpay him, or does Sam just take? Let's see, what's he making right now, bro? He's making $4.5 million.
So,
or at least that's his cap hit.
I use a data crunching service to get these numbers. These are not my numbers. His projected value on the open market is around $7 million. It's probably low. considering what he does and what he means to a playoff.
I would give him $7 million tomorrow to do that.
I'd pay 8.5 for him. And you're not going to get the point value. You're simply not going to get the production. That's not who he is. You are paying for a guy that is going to change how you play and how you present in the playoffs. The Avs don't have enough bags. They don't have enough rats, which is why, like, if Brad Marchand gets to open market and talk about buddies with Nathan McKinnon, they're really good friends.
Yeah,
if Marchand gets to open market,
what's
I would
he
entertain the idea.
He's making $6 million right now. What's Marchand going to cost? If you're like, hey, come on, you'll come win a cup with Colorado, homie.
Again,
what's that going to cost you, man? $9 million?
Elliot Friedman came out with a report being like, Marchand is the only dude in that era who didn't get his big time ticket. Now, he's made $73 million over the course of his career. That's really good for a hockey player. But he's also 36.
I was going to say,
I see all of these reports about these aging players, how they're going to get these huge pay increases. Dudes who are about 35 or 36, they're going to get pay increases with term? That doesn't really happen anymore, man. So I think there's a little bit of smoke and mirrors. They can get bags on this team for cheaper than you think.
John Tavares is a free agent. He's absolutely going to re-sign with Toronto, though, right? He wants to.
He'll end there.
Yeah, he wants to be there. So you can't. And once again, Tavares would be expensive, even though he's 34. He'd still probably be expensive. You're right. Marchand would be great, but he's going to win a cup. Like Florida's got all kinds of free. Sam Bennett, Aaron Ekblad, Brad Marchand. They're going to win the cup, and then you would.
I would take Ekblad.
Ooh, he would cost you $9 million a season. He's making 7, 9, 10. I mean, but listen, man, if you just want to make the Avs blue line the greatest blue line in the history of the sport, yeah, sure.
I would take him. The guy that I want is, and this is a name that I don't think a lot of people will know, is Vladislav Gavrikov.
Yeah.
He's a big, mean, 6'3", 220-pound defenseman for LA. He's an unrestricted free agent.
He's gonna make a lot. He's gonna get paid though, right?
I think you can sign him 7x7.
Oh, really?
You have to trade Sam Girard or Josh Manson or a couple of forwards. You know, the guys that I would be thinking of just in terms of cap hits would be Ross Colton, Miles Wood. You can make it work, but you have to move on from some current roster players. And talk about guys that change your snarl. Gavrikov's one of them. Bennett would be another.
So go get both. Although that's way too expensive. But yeah, go get both. But you'd have to make adjustments.
Both. You would have to.
You could add Vlad and could you add Vlad and Brad? Vlad and Brad. Bring in Vlad. Then you got dogs everywhere. If you bring in Vlad and Brad. I'm here. That's my 2025.
The way to make it work, Berto, is this:
Brad and Vlad. Bring them in.
You can get those guys in. But then you kind of become the Dallas Stars on defense.
Yeah.
It becomes Cale Makar, Devon Taves, Gavrikov, and who else?
You can, you want a 2C.
Teams do it.
Matt Duchene. Matt Duchene's a free agent.
I'll take Dutchie.
He's going to be cheap too, though, right? Like you don't have to pay.
Another mid-30s guy.
Here's old centers that you can sign. Matt Duchene, Claude Giroux, Yanni Gourde. Mikael Granlund. That's about it when it comes to the center position, unless you want to get cocky with Marner. I don't know, man. I don't.
Marner's
no. Jamie Benn's a free agent. There's no. I will kill somebody if they sign. No, right? But he's exactly who you want. 36-year-old Jamie Benn.
I hate
just
the guy,
out there. Just doing the dumbest things possible, but also doing captain things.
You know who I've watched really closely in this Dallas Edmonton series? Corey Perry. You know who's really similar to Corey Perry?
Jamie Benn.
Jamie Benn.
Yeah.
I hate that guy. I can't stand watching him play. I hate Brad Marchand on the other team. If he was an Av, he'd be my favorite player on the planet.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
The same thing would be with Jamie Benn is a scumbag.
Yeah.
If he was an
people
Av,
here in this city
make
would
you better.
Yeah, they would love that dude.
You know why? Because I know who you guys loved. You psychopaths loved Mike Ricci.
Yeah.
You loved him.
Yeah.
That guy was a maniac, and you loved him.
Yeah.
You know who else you loved? Claude Lemieux.
Yeah, he was a psycho too.
The worst type of guy
He was a
if he wasn't
sociopath,
on your
yeah.
team. And you psychopaths loved him. So all of you out there telling me that if Jamie Benn decided to sign with the Avs for a 1-year,
You'd love it.
$3.5 million deal, you'd love him. Because you Avs fans, you historical Avs fans, love psychopaths.
How
because
about-
it takes one to know one.
Vlad, Brad, and Ben. Give me those 3 guys. Vlad, Brad, and Ben. 3 of the
Vlad, Brad, and Ben. Vlad, Brad, and Ben.
Just
Vlad,
dog.
Brad, and Ben.
Yeah, let's go, man.
I told you
I
we'd
don't know if you
fix
have
the
the
Avs.
Yeah. I think that does it. I think that fixes it. I mean, they'd be a bear to play against. There'd be blood on the ice every night. Somebody'd be angry at the Avs every single night. There'd be many more fights during the Avs season than we've seen before in the last 5 years combined if you sign those 3 dudes.
KJ's NFL notes are next. Don't go anywhere.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 presents KJ's NFL Notes.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football. Football's fun.
Fun, sir.
Fun, sir.
It's fun.
Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Locally owned and operated since 1993. Colorado's most complete appliance store.
All right, listen up.
Every day here on the morning sprint at 11:20, we go through the biggest notes in football with KJ's NFL Notes. And before we get to those, we do have start times for Broncos preseason games. Week 1, Saturday, August 9th at San Francisco, where the Broncos will travel to the 49ers for some joint practices. That'll be 6:30 Mountain Time. They'll come back home to take on the Cardinals on the 16th, 7:30 p.m. kickoff. And then Saturday, the 23rd, again, I think the Cardinals do come to Denver for some joint practices as well. And then your final preseason game, week 3 at New Orleans, 11 a.m. So get ready for a trip down memory lane with Sean Payton the week of Saturday, August 23rd. KJ, what's first?
According to 9 News' Broncos insider Mike Kliss, Von Miller said yesterday at his charity event that he definitely is playing in 2025, just a matter of which team. He said that the Broncos haven't reached out and they wouldn't make sense anyway for him because they have 2 strong pass rushers in Nick Bonito and Jonathan Cooper, and he's, quote, not playing special teams at 36. Is there any chance Von would take the vet minimum and take a lesser role in 26 or 27 if the Broncos were, getting close to being front runners to come out of the AFC? Or has the ship sailed altogether?
The ship is probably sailed, but if they make a run this year, like if they somehow get to a surprise AFC championship this year, like I think the prevailing thought around the Broncos is they will take a small step forward because of how difficult the division is, but best defense in the league. Now you might have a running game. Bo Nix feels like he's probably impervious to the sophomore curse just because of like who he is and how the team isn't reliant upon him to be like super successful as opposed to like Washington is reliant upon Jaden Daniels, right? I think they take a small step forward. I don't think it's a giant leap in terms of like they're expected to win an AFC championship. But if they get there and they scare whoever's in that title game with them, that might open up the door for a Vaughn comes back like DeMarcus.
Listen, I mean, I'm sure Von Miller, when he retires, will sign that one-day contract with the Broncos so he can retire as a Bronco. But let me ask you this. So I have no idea what team would want Von Miller. Obviously, the Broncos don't need him. And he said that to Mike Kliss in that article where he's like, yo, man, the Broncos got Cooper and Bonito, and they're pretty set at edge rusher. But he did say this. So Vaughn's at 129.5 career sacks. He wants to pass his buddy DeMarcus Ware. DeMarcus is at 138.5 sacks. So that's probably there's one season for Vaughn. A good season for Vaughn could get him 10 more sacks and break that record. Or is it going to take 2 seasons? Is Vaughn just going to
he hasn't had 10 sacks since
that's going to be tough, man. He needs 9 to tie and 10 to break that record. I don't know if he's ever going to get there. Because what team is going to want Vaughn at 36 right now? Like, edge rush, the most important position in the NFL is the quarterback. The second most important position in the NFL right now is edge rusher. So he's still at an incredibly important position. But at 36, man, I don't know, man. I mean, there was a reason that Buffalo's like, thanks, but no thanks. We're releasing you, man. See ya. Like, I love Vaughn, but I don't need him on the team.
I have talked about Vaughn needing to be what Roger Clemens was for the Houston Astros at the end of his career. I don't need you to be around right now. I don't need you to be around in August, in September, in October. I don't need you before Thanksgiving, Vaughn. Right? So, like, the years of 10 sacks in a season are gone. He had 6 last year. Yeah. He had 8 the year before in 2022. He did play 12 games with Buffalo in 2023 with 0 sacks, though.
2018 was the last time he had double-digit sacks.
At 14.5, and that was, a stretch of 6 straight years with double-digit sacks.
Yeah, he was a bad man.
And the only year that he didn't have double-digit sacks is when he got hurt in 2013. And he only played 9 games. He had 5.
I mean, so a team's going to sign him, but do you think it's There's no way there's no team in the division that he'd sign with, right? Like, as long as he's not playing against the Broncos 2 times, there's no way he signs with Vegas, right? There's no way he signs with the Chargers.
I don't see Vaughn signing with the team that he doesn't believe can win.
Okay. Yeah, good call.
So maybe,
you're right,
maybe that's damning. Like, maybe that is, if you're trying to read between lines there with Kliss's report, maybe Vaughn is telling you they're not there yet. And I think the question's really good, KJ. When they get there, does Vaughn have a different answer? I would say yes if he's still in the league. And I would take you, even at 38 years old or 37 years old, let's say, again, 2 years down the road or 3 years down the road, Bo is in the second to last year of his rookie deal, and they are knocking on the door of a title. I'll take that dude for 8 games. I'll take that guy just for the playoffs. Just a little package on the off chance that he can make a Von Miller play, a strip sack, a game-changing play. Yeah, I'd take it. And the guy's, he's beloved here. He's loved by the rest of the guys in the league. It's not happening this year. The ship is sailing, but it's not over the horizon yet. KJ?
Roll the dice and let's see what happens.
Jeff Legwold was on this morning with Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. One question they discussed was, who are potential holdout candidates this offseason for the Broncos? Could there potentially be a surprise guy that we didn't see coming, or is it just typical names? Here's Jeff Legwold talking about that.
Last year it was Sutton, who stayed away. This year, the only guy really, and 2 guys in that category are, Zach Allen's made his preference pretty clear that he wants a new deal. And Cortland, again, is, they didn't add any new money to Cortland's deal last year at all. They just turned base salary into signing bonus. He didn't get a raise. He didn't get more guaranteed money. He didn't get more of anything other than some incentive bonuses he earned. So they didn't add new money last year. Cortland did him a favor by coming back and coming to the mini camp. So I really think in terms of the locker room and other things, they should probably get something done with Cortland that, people can see and that is a real deal.
It wouldn't be a good look if Cortland holds out again or doesn't show up to certain activities.
Yeah.
I don't think that's going to happen. I think there was enough goodwill shown to Cortland in the past couple of off seasons that they're willing to go one more season and then sign him to a deal after that. Both parties. The Zach Allen thing is touchy. That's touchy. He's been upset for a few months.
Yeah. But I mean, you're going to come down and have to make some serious decisions soon. Like what?
Jonathan Franklin Myers could be one of those guys too, by the way.
You're going to have to pay Nick Benito. You're going to have to pay Benito, man. His contract is up at the end of this year. And here's the problem. What happens if he goes off again this year? And can you give him a contract now? Would it be smart to give him a contract now before he goes crazy and just racks up some serious numbers next year? And
what
then
are you willing to pay him? Because you're paying Cooper now 14 and 15 and a half.
What do you have to pay him if he gets 12 and a half sacks this season? Or what? I mean, you know what I mean? What is his price? How much higher is Benito's price tag getting when he goes off again this season? And when he's one of the major pieces in one of the best defenses in the NFL this season, and all of a sudden you're like, man, now we got to pay Benito I don't know how much guaranteed, but it's gonna be more than $5.5 million a year, which he's making right now.
You paying Benito first, or you paying Allen? Zach Allen is integral.
But only get to pay. Do I get to only pay one? Does it mean the other guy walks? Because if the other guy walks, I'm probably paying Benito, man.
He's younger.
I'm paying Benito.
And he plays a sexier position.
I don't know. That's a tough one, though. I don't know. Yeah. They're gonna have to figure out a way to get both. But I mean, I want to get Benito done now so he doesn't go crazy this season, because we want him to go crazy this season. But I also don't want him all of a sudden go from a $5 million a year player to a $20 million a year player because, he's just taking that next step like you want your guys to do.
The guys who have the right to do this are Zach Allen, Nick Benito. You can throw Cortland in there, I guess, but we've already been through this song and dance.
Mm-hmm.
Those are your 2 dudes.
I don't know, man. I don't know. These are the tough decisions you have to make.
If the question is who is the most likely to cause a stir and sit out,
It's Zach.
Zach Allen's the answer. Zach Allen feels way closer to Trey Hendrickson right now than any of those other players do.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying he's Trey. Like, Trey is going, I'm not touching the field.
Right. Because he was like, you guys kept telling me just play well this season, and then we'll pay you. And then that season went by, and they're like, you know what?
Just play well again.
Yeah, and then we'll pay you. And then they never. You're right. No,
on your garbage defense, I played well again.
Right. Yeah, they did him dirt, or are currently doing him dirty.
I'm not saying he's Trey, but he's closer to that than Nick Bonito is, and he's closer to that.
And can you imagine how much you're gonna have to give Bo here in 3 years? Like, look at what Brock Purdy just got, bro.
Bo Nix is a $60 million quarterback.
He's going to get a $300 million.
I'll steal it
His
directly
contract's
from
going to be
DMac.
$200 million guaranteed, $250 million guaranteed.
I'll steal it directly from DMac. You either have a $60 million quarterback on your roster, or you're looking for one.
Yeah.
The Broncos have one.
Yeah.
Get ready for it. He's going to be worth it, man. He will be.
Save that money.
That dude's awesome.
You have to pay him.
I was so wrong about that guy. I'll eat crow for years about that quarterback.
Now, what happens if he's garbage next season? You can be like, I knew it. I told you guys when they drafted him.
Yeah, but I don't take pride or joy in that.
Yeah, I don't. It does feel like there are some people out there.
I take pride and joy when I am right about things that make me happy.
Yeah.
When I'm right about things that make me sad.
Yeah.
I will not grandstand. I'll say that I was right, but I won't grandstand.
It does feel like there's people out there who want Bo to fail just so they can tell Sean Payton, like, told you he wasn't going to be good enough.
I say that. Middle fingers.
I say that, and I think I started off the show bragging about how I was like, remember how I was right about the Oklahoma City Thunder all along? I'm just talking out both sides of my mouth. KJ?
Roll the dice and let's see what happens.
Speaking of Broncos quarterbacks, a former Bronco quarterback who was here in 2019, Joe Flacco, was asked about being a mentor. Here's Joe Flacco talking about that in 2019 and how his comments went viral then.
Like I said, it's kind of Rich's job, and it's to be in that quarterback room and watch, and that's how you can develop. Listen, I got so many things to worry about. I'm trying to go out there and play good football. I'm trying to go out there and play the best football of my life. I'm not worried about developing guys or any of that. That is what it is. And like I said, I hope he does develop. But I don't look at that as my job. My job is to go win football games for this football team.
That was Joe Flacco talking about then Drew Lock. Here is Joe Flacco talking about being a mentor now in Cleveland. And it he went on a little bit of a rant here.
It's a good question to bait somebody into answering. And no matter how they answer it, it kind of makes the guy that's answering it look bad. If I say I don't want to be a mentor, I look bad. If I say I do want to be a mentor, then I look like an idiot that doesn't care about being good and playing football. So it's one of those questions that no matter what I say, you guys can write what you want to write about it. And there's a lot of questions like that. That's why you end up having to try to avoid them. I tend to try to be honest. And I've said I'm not a mentor. I play football. Here's the thing is, like, because of what I just said, like, you're acting like I wouldn't want to be a mentor. It's like, once again, it's not really about that. It's just not the main focus. I see myself as a guy that can play in this league. So if your main focus was just like, hey, but I'm going to get you ready, you're just not taking care of business. The best way to be a mentor, honestly, is like show people how you go to work, and like I said, hope that they pick up on that stuff, but not necessarily force them to pick up on the things that you do.
Man, Shadur's in such a bad spot in Cleveland, bro. Such a bad position. Joe doesn't like any of these young guys.
Hates them all.
Doesn't want to deal with any of these turkeys.
He's the old dog that's been up on the couch for 12 years, and you bring in a puppy to revitalize him, and he's having none of it.
Yeah. 17 years in the league. Dude's
you
made
want me to get along
million.
with that ball of energy?
He's got no time for it, man. I bet you, I would almost guarantee that Joe Flacco hates Dylan Gabriel's face.
Hates it.
You know what I mean?
Hates Shador
That quarterback
Sanders.
room has got to be crazy. Like, Gabriel and Shador's got to be
Joe's
killing
walking
it.
in Dockers and loafers.
Yes. And Shador and Gabriel's looking at him like, what the hell is going on with this turkey?
Joe's got like 4 kids tugging at his calves.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know.
He's worried about having to make mac and cheese when he gets home. Yeah. Shador's flashing bling and trying to get on the Stephon Diggs Cardi B boat. They live different lives, man. It's completely different lifestyles.
Joe.
The party favor for Shador Sanders or the guys that are of his ilk and age, vastly different from the party favors that Joe Flacco has to worry about. And that's like balloons and face painting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the dude's 40 years old, man. He ain't got time for your He's just he ain't got time
Get
for your
these
reindeer
damn
games.
kids away from me. Just let me play football. I kind of love him now. I hated him when he was here. I love him now.
I hated him when he was here. I hate him when he was in Baltimore, and I still hate him right now. Joe Flacco can kick rocks. I got nothing good to say about that man. Got nothing good to say about that dude. Like, you're supposed to be a leader. What do you mean? You're a quarterback of an NFL team, Joe. Get it together. I agree with you.
I mean, look, the quarterback room when he was here was Drew Lock and Brandon Allen.
Yeah. Yeah, not ideal. But then John Elway pointed at that dude and said he still has his best football ahead of him. And that was a lie. That was a blatant
that was a
lie,
lie,
man. Once again, that was just hope. That was just John hoping that Joe still had it in him. He said, no, man, I cannot believe the Browns have Joe Flacco on their roster. Kick that dude to the curb, man. I get it. There's a head coach there who's coaching for his job, and he's going to get got this season almost no matter what, unless they just make a crazy run. But you can't rely on Stefanski's saying, "Hey, Joe Flacco, save my job, please. I love being coach here. Save my job." And that's a bad idea. It's a bad decision to make.
KJ's NFL Notes are brought to you by Colorado's most complete local appliance store. They have locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. They offer every major appliance line and brand, and you can find them at mountainhighappliance.com. That is mountainhighappliance.com. That's Mark Bertinoli, Alex Ryan, You guys are listening to the Morning Sprint on Altitude 92.5. The NHL playoffs are on Altitude Sports Radio, and they're powered by Mountain Hyundai. Tonight, you can listen to the Western Conference Final Game 5. Edmonton looking to close out the Dallas Stars at 6 p.m. right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Again, Western Conference Final action presented by Mountain Hyundai. Before we get into some more of Coach Adelman's comments from yesterday, Berto, does Edmonton get it done even without Zach Hyman tonight? Dallas on the ropes at home.
I hope not. Like, this is stupid because I'd rather see the Oilers in the finals than the Stars. But like I mentioned, I need something to watch this weekend, bro. And you know what I mean? If the Pacers win tonight, and obviously, you know what I mean, we're not gonna have any playoffs this weekend. There'll be nothing. Because you know what I mean? Like, if the Pacers win, the NBA finals will start against OKC and the Pacers next Thursday. And when did the Stanley Cup Finals start? Next Thursday or Friday, right? Was when they said
it's either Wednesday or Saturday. I think the 4th and the 7th are the 2 days.
That's correct. So if Edmonton wins tonight next Wednesday, if Dallas wins tonight next Saturday.
Wow, that's crazy. Like, see, you know what I mean? Like, Dallas can burn. I don't care about Dallas, but I'd like them to win tonight just so I can get some more hockey. I need playoffs this weekend. I got nothing this weekend. You can't force me to watch the Rockies. I won't do it, man.
The Memorial Tournament doesn't do it for you? The 80th Women's Open at Aaron Hills ain't doing it for you? Nelly Corda's going to be great.
What about the French Open?
What about the French Open?
The French Open. Clay can kick rocks.
Open,
Clay can kick rocks, man. I don't want to see Rafa or whoever win another. Nah, man. I don't do clay. I don't do clay tennis.
Rafa's been retired for 2 years.
Is that right? See, that's the problem. There's nobody.
I feel like he hasn't played tennis
There's
forever.
nobody in tennis that I want to cheer for. Nobody.
College baseball super regionals this weekend. Does that do it for you?
Nah, not really.
You have been dialed into Florida and Texas softball.
I know.
You tell me you're not going to watch the super regionals?
Some chick just went yard, bro. She just jacked one.
Guys, I'm telling you, behind the curtain here, inside baseball, Berto's been snapping his neck the whole day during the show trying to watch Gators and Longhorns softball.
I'm just saying that chick took a 70-mile-an-hour pitch and tattooed it over the right field wall, and I'm down for that. I'm down for it. Dingers are great. I'm here for dingers, man. But that doesn't mean I'm excited about not having any playoff games to watch this
You're not
weekend.
watching Tiger's kid win his first tournament? That happened this weekend.
I saw that he tried to he tried to qualify for the U.S.
Tried
Open.
and failed. That's a very hard tournament to,
Once again,
qualify.
like, if my dad is Tiger Woods, I'm not doing anything. I'm like, yo, Dad, let's live the good life. Let's retire, bro. Let's never work ever again, Dad. Let's just hang out and chill. And I'm not going to work. No, not if Tiger Woods is my dad.
It's like Michael Jordan's kids playing playing basketball.
Yeah, you're like, well, first off, that's never going to work, man. You're trying to be the best. Just like poor Bronny James. Just like, yo, man, you need to take up golf or badminton or something because you're never going to be as good in the sport of basketball as your father is. You never. So move on, man. Do something else. Although I guess it's working out for Bronny, right? He got drafted. He got paid. Just chilling, even if he doesn't make it another couple of seasons. It sounds like LeBron going to wait for his younger son to make the NBA as well. His younger son's playing at Arizona next season. I think he's a college freshman.
Is it next season?
I think it's next season.
The younger kid's supposed to be the better.
Yes.
Ball.
Yeah, it should be better than
far. It's not even close.
Better than Bronny. Yeah, this is the kid that might actually. He ain't gonna be as good as his father once again, but he might be an NBA player.
You're gonna hate this, but you know who would look good on a vet minimum contract in a Denver Nugget uniform?
LeBron James.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he's going to opt into that $52 million. But could you? It'd be worth it just to watch Laker fan lose their damn mind when that story breaks. You know what I mean? In LA, like,
oh, there we go. Steph Curry better than Dell, 100%. Steph was better than Dell.
Yes, that's
Barry
true.
Bonds was better than his dad. Ken Griffey Jr. was better than his dad.
Yes, but those guys, their fathers weren't considered the best player in the sport.
That is
true. You know
true.
what I mean?
That's true.
So, like, and Michael Jordan was considered the best player in basketball.
Gordie Howe has a Hall of Famer as a kid.
Oh, does he really? I did not know that. Gordie Howe's kid is
he's a Hall of Fame defenseman. He played for, I think, a few teams, but I think he was a Red Wing.
Interesting. Yeah, no, other than those guys, I can't really think of one where you had your father is a great player, but you're an even better player in that sport. Maybe the Kachucks, one of the Kachuk. Well, I don't know, man.
Walt was really good.
I don't know.
Klay Thompson, David Thompson? Is Klay better than David?
David. Nah, you're not going to get me to talk bad about David Thompson. And I like Clay. But nah, I don't know about that one. I don't know, man, because Clay is considered probably one of the top 5 shooters in the history of the NBA. I don't know, man. I know it's just tough. Like, you want to support your kid, but if you're the greatest player in that sport and your kid is like, hey, Dad, I want to play basketball, you're like, maybe you need to learn how to pitch, son. Maybe do you know you got a 90-degree wedge? Let me show you how to chip and putt. Maybe you can do that sport. It's just tough, man. It just doesn't happen. At least not that I can think of. Did Wayne Gretzky have kids? Is Wayne's kids any good?
Gretzky had kids, but I don't think any of them either played.
Yeah, they're just like
I don't think his kids played.
Yeah, I can't think of a
Trevor,
Hall of Fame,
Ty, and Tristan.
Hall of Fame father, Hall of Fame son. Do we have any of those?
Mark and Gordie Howe.
Yes, yeah, that's true. Yeah, but you're never gonna. I don't know if we're ever gonna get that. Gordie Howe played hockey for 35 years, whatever. You know what I mean?
LeBron is closing in on it, man.
You're right. But outside it, let me see. Yeah, I'm not seeing a whole bunch of father and sons in
Vladdy Guerrero Jr. is good. He's not his dad. His dad's way better at this point, but Vladdy's got a chance.
Right. I thought about those. Bichette.
Also, Clay's dad is Michael Thompson.
Is Bichette's right? David Thompson's Skywalker. Michael Thompson's the LA Laker.
Yeah. Dante and Bo Bichette.
Yeah, is Bo better than Dante? No.
Dante's better than Bo. Bo's a good player, though. Bo's a really good player.
Yeah, I don't know, man. That's it. I can't really think of it anymore. Like, I'm sure there's a list of fathers who made the Hall of Fame who also had sons who made the Hall of Fame in their sport.
The Earnharts. Good for you.
That's a good one. Although Dale Jr. ain't nothing like, you know what I mean?
Dale's not his dad.
Intimidator, brother. He's like, Dale is Dale. Like, that's the intimidator, man. That's number 3. No. And Earnhardt is great. He's very popular. He's a very good driver, but he wasn't his dad, man. Like, his dad is one of the greatest drivers in the sport.
Peyton and Eli with Archie, but Archie's not a pro football Hall of Famer. He's a college football Hall of Famer. He played for the Aints. We forget about that.
Yeah, so you're right.
He's most famous for having kids. Seriously, he is most famous for creating Peyton and Eli.
How about
and now being the grandfather of Arch?
How about Brett and Bobby Hull?
Very good. But while Brett is one of the greatest players ever to play, I don't think he's Bobby Hull.
They're both Hall of Famers, though,
They're
right?
both Hall of Famers. That's a really good pull. Brett and Bobby Hull's a really good one.
Those might be the closest to your dad is truly great. You are truly great. Your dad's a little bit greater, though, but you can still have that. Yeah, the Halls. I don't know. Yeah, I can't think of it.
Ed and Christian McCaffrey, good. Christian is closer to the Hall of Fame than Ed is, despite not having championships.
Right. You're right. But yes, Christian McCaffrey is a better football player than his dad
Cal
was.
Ripken Jr. better than Cal Sear. It's a lot of baseball players are better than their dads.
Yeah, but I can't really think of anybody in I don't know in the NFL. Is there any fathers who are or son other than the Mannings obviously, but that when we're gonna rank Mannings,
Bruce and Clay Matthews. But Clay's not a Hall of Famer. Clay's not that. Clay is a good football player. He's not a Hall of Famer.
Yeah, that's a good one too, though, man. Especially because
look at what you got me doing. I told you we were going to hear from Adelman. We're not going to.
Doc
Rivers
run
out of time.
And
you guys have to wait
Austin
till tomorrow.
Rivers, Howie and Chris Long. Howie Long and Chris Long.
Pretty good poll there. The baseball players are the best ones, without a doubt. And Surtain's been thrown around there, but yeah. But his dad, is Pat Surtain's dad a Hall of Famer? I don't think so.
I don't think so.
Felipe and Moises Alou. That's old school right there. Grant Hill's dad played, right? Or no, Grant Hill's dad played football? He played in the NFL, and Grant played
I think so.
How many of those do we have? Like a dude who played professional sports and his son played.
Someone goes, did you know Patrick Mahomes' dad played baseball? Just got hit. We got hit over the head with that for 3 full seasons. Every time that he dropped his arm angle down a little bit to throw sidearm, all we had to see was Pat Surtain in some terrible-looking black Mets uniform.
Yes.
You mean Pat Mahomes?
How about this? How about this?
Did I say Surtain? Pat Mahomes.
How about this? Cecil and Prince Fielder. Cecil Fielder and Prince Fielder.
Another baseball one.
Yeah, another baseball one.
Prince is better.
Two big bad dudes.
Prince is better.
Swinging. Yeah. The sun.
I see somebody on the text line being funny talking about Dion and Shador. Let's calm down.
Hold on.
Hold on. Yeah.
If Shador starts for the Browns and is a 2-contract quarterback for the Browns, that conversation is real because he not only turns into the son of NFL royalty, having all of this controversy at CU, he not only turns in from that to success story, but he would then be like the greatest 5th-round draft pick of all time.
Well, yes, that's true. You're right. He'd be a massive, but
agreed.
There's no way. What would Shador have to do?
Time, though?
What would Shador have to do to pass Dion as a football player? Because Deion Sanders is one of the greatest defensive players in the history of football, right?
He'd have to make the Browns relevant. That's not hard to do. That's not a big bar to jump over.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
But
I didn't think about it. I didn't even
Joe
think
Burrow
about
are not retiring anytime soon, man.
Someone goes, is Eli better than Archie? He beat Tom Brady twice in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, it goes Peyton, Eli, Archie. Well, and it goes Arch Manning.
Okay,
Peyton
all
Manning,
right. That's enough.
Peyton, Eli.
Get some help.
It's going to do it for us today. For Mark Bertinoli, for KJ, I'm Raj. PhD's coming up next. Again, you guys can listen to the Western Conference Final in the NHL tonight at 6 p.m. Edmonton and Dallas, brought to you by Mountain Hyundai. PhD is next. We'll talk to you. Bye. See you tomorrow at 10.
Well, welcome to it. Availability at OTAs. We got you covered. Tyler is actually down there right now. They're going for another 10 or 15 minutes. And
now they let them watch practice?
Yep. You can
or
watch
you just
the whole
stand
practice.
Around, stand around in the little box and, okay, now you can come out.
No. You get to stand on the sideline. They've been pretty generous with that over the years when Sean Payton does allow the Muggles to be out there.
The 1 out of 7 days they've been doing this?
Mm-hmm. Well,
6. Oh, my bad.
3, because they shortened it by a week. They could have had another week of it, but they extended phase 1, and their OTAs are 1 week shorter. 12 teams chose to do it this way. 18 decided to have another week. So Sean is,
and I can't argue with either one.
Yeah.
And especially we had that press conference with David Adelman challenging guys to come in the season in shape.
Yeah.
I would say right now, honestly, I know you got to get the rookies catch up a speed, but some of it, listen, you're a grown-ass man now when you're in the pro sports.
Mm-hmm.
You got to take some of the responsibility of learning your routes, learning your responsibilities. I mean, right? Even if you're young.
What's interesting is because they extend phase 1, kind of what David Adelman talked about, what they're really extending is your conditioning phase.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about. So now, on one part, I have no problem with that because I'd rather, and now it's weird, and you've talked about maybe this goes away or the number day. You're going to have all these conditioners and you're going to get him close to top shape, and then you got, see you later in
6 weeks.
6 weeks, see you later.
I know,
it's weird.
I have looked at this schedule for 30-plus years covering the NFL. I've never quite understood it, and it's never really made a whole lot of sense. But, I think once they go to 18 games, they're going to have to extend the season anyway, and they'll just be like, hey, what are we doing here? We can either start training camp at the same time. They're only going to go to 2 preseason games, and they'll still have 2 preseason games because there's revenue coming in. But the owners realize there's so much more money to be had with an extra regular season game rather than some sort of stray, meaningless preseason game.
Yeah, because not all those preseason games are on NBC Peacock.
And the way the preseason games, there used to be rules to the preseason game, like you play this during this time, that during the second game. That's completely out the window. The coaches realize, listen, nothing means anything if these guys ain't healthy on week 1. And we're just going to use the first 2 weeks. Remember the Saints were great? The first 2 weeks of the season, we're like, they've revolutionized everything. And then, so some teams just catch other teams by surprise because, I don't know, for whatever reason. And teams, catch up. The Bengals traditionally start slow
and ended up catching them last year because they had another hot finish, but they dug themselves too big of a hole.
The first 2 games of the season practically mean nothing. Well, what you don't want to do is blow a game that, like the first game of the year for the Broncos is against the Panthers.
You can't lose that game.
Not the Panthers. No. It's hold on. First pick of the draft. The Titans. So, yeah, you can't.
Titans at home, then at Indy, at Chargers.
Yeah, so you really can't lose a game with the worst team in the league that's starting a rookie quarterback in his first NFL game ever at home. I mean, there's some games that stand out like a sore thumb. But other than that,
Here's an interesting question because I know teams make revenue by having preseason games because you're not paying the players yet on full salary.
Mm-hmm.
You're paying them monthly stipend or whatever they do during training camp. But you're charging, most people are still charging full price tickets and you're still charging full price on parking, all your concessions, hey, it's just a preseason game, 50% hot dogs, they ain't doing that. So that's cash in pocket. That's where I always wondered how hard some owners will fight against an 18-game season, way shortened preseason, because that's extra revenue in your pocket. I was told, and this one I was calling the Broncos, so my first year was 97, 98 was my first year. I was told they were making, this $97, $98, over $1 million a game on parking.
Wow.
That's a lot of money.
Wow.
Yeah, right. And now if you get get 2 preseason games, so now you get 10. I mean, there's $10 million the clubs make because that's not revenue share dollars.
Yeah, so they'll hang on to like a preseason game.
Well, you'll probably have 2, won't you?
Well,
Then
one
you have
home, one away.
One home, one away.
Sure. Listen, who knows? Whatever. And nobody gives a crap here in the media, complain about the media. But it's just a little bit of a bummer that Sean doesn't want more of these practices to be open, only because it just would be more content and more information and more fun to talk about to everybody.
Right.
But, whatever. Man, again, nobody...
Yeah, can we maybe send him the Rockies schedule and say, hey, Sean, save us? Or here's what we do. Let's compose a letter today.
Yeah.
1 to the Broncos,
1
to the Avs, and 1 to the Nuggets, and say, which one are we going to go to first?
Let's go to the Rockies.
I'll give you a real base. No, not the Rockies. We ain't writing them a letter. Dear Broncos.
Okay.
Here's the Rockies schedule enclosed.
Oh, well, so kind of the Rockies. All right.
Yeah. And if you'll notice, they ain't going to win many more games. People are bored. People are looking for an escape. Please, oh please, let the muggles of the media here in Denver step out on your pristine fields and go full bore coverage on your teams because the sports fans of Denver are dying right now. Signed, Altitude Sports Radio, 92.5 DMac. I got one for the Nuggets.
You got one for the Nuggets? I'll use the same music.
Dear Denver Nuggets, we understand that you have no draft picks. Not a lot of cap space.
Okay.
It's going to be an interesting offseason on what you do. But enclosed is the Rocky schedule showing us that there's crapola to talk about.
I thought this was about the Nuggets.
Could you please make some news? Make some trades. Get some draft picks. And if you can, sell a bunch of lead balloons to the national media muggles so they start writing about rumors. Because even rumors...
We can talk about that.
Even
about
rumors right now
Yeah.
will help. Sincerely for reading this, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, DMac.
I mean, why do I even?
Seriously.
Why do I even have to be here?
I mean, if the Nuggets threw out like tons of rumors,
it would help.
Would you not rather talk about that than another 2-1 loss to the Chicago Cubs?
I saw like the what is it? The trade wizard, the trade generator. It's like
trade simulator.
Trade simulator. It was a big one with Michael Porter Jr. going to like Orlando for the Heat actually. For like this, that, and the other thing. I'm like, I don't know. That's interesting.
Kreckman had one, and a guy actually reached out to Andy last night when we were doing our podcast to Chicago.
For?
Like Herter was in the trade, and then a couple other guys. One guy was a 5th pick in the draft, but really he's averaged 9 points in his career.
Well, I saw Shams' report because we looked through everything with a Nuggets lens. But he said this might be one of the most chaotic NBA off seasons of all time.
Could be.
So, shouldn't write off anything, I suppose.
Well, Minnesota, after getting their rear end kicked last night, has 2 or 3 decisions they're going to really have to make.
Way to fold the tents, Minnesota. They showed a lot of heart in that one.
Well, when your leader's still a kid.
No doubt about it.
Right?
I got some stats for you on that, by the way, with Oklahoma City. You know, man, or like, is it their time? Is it their time? You realize that Oklahoma City... I hate to say this because the dynasty was supposed to be the Nuggets. Dynasty. Oklahoma City, 8-1 at home, Scott. They've won those 8 games by, and the only loss was to the Nuggets by 2, where they led by 9 with 3 minutes to go. So that could have gone,
Well, Nuggets led by 8
in the fourth quarter of game 4 and 5 and 6. They won their home game so far by 51-19, 43-7, 32-36, 15, and 30.
They crushed Minnesota.
They are putting together a dominant historic run right now with 4 games left to win. They're like the youngest team in the league. They've got the MVP, whether we like it or not.
Right.
They're kind of scary right now. I don't know what cap hell they're in.
But again, now you look in hindsight, is Denver closer than maybe we even realized they were?
Yes, that's the good news. So the desire or need to just, blow it all up seems ridiculous, frankly. But you need to get better. Okay.
You got to get deeper.
Here's the deal. We'll hear from Sean Payton now. We're going to hear from Sean Payton today. Okay? Today. We're going to hear from Sean Payton.
We're not sure when. We got an empty mic up on the screen.
The question isn't when. It's like, how long can we hang in there for Sean Payton? But at least for today, we're going to hang in there.
It's either hang in with Sean Payton or talk about the Rockies being swept for the 9th time this season in a series.
In this recent sweep by the Cubs, they lost 3 games by a combined 4 runs. Horseshoes and hand grenades.
They're still taking L on the way out, though.
He sure did, man.
Right?
Watched every pitch. I got an idea for the Rockies, too, that I think you might like. Because it's so snarky. It's so snarky.
Beyond hiring me as GM?
It's just slightly below that. That's the ultimate snarky thing to do.
But I'm dead serious, too, though.
I'll tell you what that is coming up.
All right.
But I got an idea that's so absurdly snarky, it might be brilliant concerning the Rockies. It might be the most entertaining thing we've ever come up with when it's come to the Rockies.
Wow.
And it's super duper snarky. But we will take a quick break as they set up, and we'll hear from Sean Payton. We got OTA Grizz.
Oh, we got OTA Grizz.
We got OTA Grizz, and we have Tyler on the scene, as well as Jeff.
And we got OTA Grizz and taking a break, Tyler.
That's right.
Out at OTAs.
And then we got Scoop Legwald.
It's Scoop Legwald.
So we got you covered. That's Eric Delilah. He works for the team.
What a haircut.
He's a good guy.
Does he look like he's 12?
We're going to take a break, and we come back with Sean Payton as OTAs commence here on PhD. Oh, and also Nate Kreckman is there, as well as OTA Grizz, Tyler, and Scoop Legwald. This is DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They got you covered as much as we got OTAs covered here today when it comes to ED, and just like, this stinks, and maybe I just laugh it off and I just don't say anything about it. I just say, whatever, my life. Yeesh. But you don't have to live a yeesh life. You can live a whippy life. That's a combination of yippee and whoop. It's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Their success rate's well over 90%. Some treatments can have you last an hour or more. Good luck. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, treating tens of thousands of men. The initial visit, $99. Medical consult, that's what you get, a T and a PSA test. If advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. They've got an expert staff. Like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. So hit them up today at 720-440-7900 or visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Let's go out to Dove Valley. Joining in progress, Sean Payton talking about the Broncos OTAs. Coach, what's up?
Would have been just 4 weeks for these guys before training camp. I wasn't going to do that. And so we didn't really even have phase 2. We've basically, for 5 weeks, we're lifting and running, and we'll have plenty of time for the football.
Coach, with Drew Sanders, since moving from off-ball to edge and now back off-ball, has the vision for him kind of changed in your eyes?
No, the vision's clear. You know, inside linebacker, we think he's a pressure player. So obviously there's ways where you can pressure that guy from a stack position or to an outside position. But, yeah, he's doing well handling it.
How are you just kind of seeing him adjust?
Well, the defenses, I always enjoy this part of it. Now that they have a season, look, week 4 there was 4 games. Week 8 there was 8 games. So, you know, you see different looks based on who you play from an opponent standpoint. But one of his traits that I think serves him well are his feet. He can move, and you know, it's not always a clean pocket. And I think when it gets a little muddy, he makes good decisions. He doesn't hold on to the ball. His sack numbers were really good in college. They were really good last year, and we anticipate that to be the same. So, again, each week within the framework of our game plan, we'll understand what we're trying to do against the defense we play.
What were your initial impressions of Lombardi out here?
Good.
Kind of elaborate.
Yeah.
Like,
well, no, listen, this is, you know, we're not in pads. So when you ask about a safety, it's hard to elaborate when you're not in shoulder pads and helmets, or you know, full gear. Man, he's smart. He's a real good leader. He's played in real good defenses, so he's been a real positive addition and is going to help us a lot.
What are the most important things you want to see from Audric Estime here in year 2?
Yeah, year 2 for him, just running style, you know, his physicality, the things that got him drafted, you know, the things that we saw. A little bit harder for him last year for a handful of these guys. I don't want to say the grade was incomplete, but they just didn't have enough. You know, he's a back that requires enough touches. He's going to get those opportunities.
I know you did coach Demarius, but Demarius Thomas went up against him a couple of times. What would you see of him from afar, and what have you learned since being here about what you?
Well, just, you know, so many people have talked about, you know, not only his football skill set, but his makeup, his leadership, all the things he brought to that team. And it's much deserved, and congratulations, obviously, to all of his family members. It's a great way to, you know, to pay tribute to someone who was fantastic on the grass, but just as fantastic when he was off of it.
What have your conversations been like with John Frankie Myers this offseason?
They've been all good. All good. Anything else?
Were you any surprise in him not being here?
No. This is all voluntary, and so he's had a good off season.
Yeah, you signed a couple of free agents, maybe seemingly for special teams, you know, with Sherfield, Sam Franklin. Just talk about the emphasis on, you know, signing some outside free agents.
Well, we felt like it was important back after the, you know, 23 season. You know, one quick way to improve your team, we were near the bottom of the league in 22 in special teams. And so very quickly the last 2 years, it's been the opposite. And that emphasis, it's easy to say we want to get better in the kicking game, but, you know, you have to commit to that. And I've worked with Darren before, and that'll still be a priority for us.
Coach, how much does Evan Ingram help, especially a young quarterback, but any quarterback, being able to work middle of the field but also outside?
I think it helps a lot, depending on the coverages you're getting. But your third down, your red zone game plans, I think it really helps.
Did you lose your voice in Vegas?
No, I just been sick.
Sean, back on this is the first year since high school he's same here, like followed for 2 years in a row. What can that kind of attention just do for you two?
I mean, I think it's a positive. Just the stability in what we're doing offensively, his overall understanding. It kind of goes to the earlier question of him just out here taking the script, going through it, and feeling, almost like the plays can run off his tongue, where a year ago, you were having to repeat it twice. It's a lot different.
Sean, your rookies are obviously still very early in this, but what are the expectations from rookie minicamp to then coming out here, like the incremental improvements here?
Yeah, we talk about it with them. They're behind, obviously, in a couple areas. Mentally, they're catching up, and then also physically getting acclimated to the weight program, conditioning level. They're 12, 13 workouts behind. They don't have to get there today. They just have to work their way there. So by the time we get going in training camp, we bridge the gap, if you will.
You have a guy like Marvin finish the season last year as strong as he did. What does he need to do to sort of maybe not pick up where he left off, but to then take the next step and be that kind of player this coming year?
Yeah, I mean, we saw him take a big step middle of the year. I think you're going to see those type of ascensions with players like Troy. I mean, there's a number of young players competing for not so much spots, but competing for touches. And, he's one of them. All right, thank you.
All right. I tell you what, Scott. Sore throat Sean Payton, more concise. Doesn't ramble as much. Kind of gets to the point
Gets
a little
to the
bit
point
better.
and finishes what he needs to say.
I
think it's pretty good.
It's kind of, it's more, just right there.
Well,
I like it.
They did mention a name early that we have been remiss of saying. I know Tyler doesn't like him, so I get to talk about him. I know he's from Arkansas, but Drew Sanders, they had a lot of hope for him.
Yeah.
His rookie year, missed all last year with the ACL, I believe it was. But that's another body in there in the inside linebacker that may add a little depth for your team.
They said he's doing well. Drew Sanders is kind of a crazy wild card. Nobody's really expecting all that much. Nobody's really counting on him, but the talent he has is unbelievable.
Well, I talked to Leggy his his rookie year, and Arkansas guy. So he said, well, I've talked to coaches. They can't believe what he can do. He's so quick. He's so athletic. People can't stay in front of him. He said, but he absolutely has no clue what he's doing. So it's great to have that guy that's just like a Caruso. The difference is Caruso knows what he's doing, right?
Mm-hmm.
But just a wild bull in the china shop guy.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're shooting the wrong gaps all the time on the NFL, you're gonna get torn up.
I think that was our guy BK, who apparently knew that Sean was in Vegas recently and said it was your trip to Vegas that caused the sore throat. And
well, I tell you what, if you pay close attention, a lot of coaches that haven't coached in 8 months get sore throats.
You want to hear from Bo a little bit?
Yeah, let's talk to Bo.
Yeah, let's talk to Bo.
Second best friend.
The game going into this year as opposed to a year ago.
I feel like I'm a lot further. Just spitting out play calls is a lot easier, just processing. Being around VJ for a year, understanding the defense that I'm going to get. So it's a lot better. It's a lot more enjoyable not thinking, right now as opposed to what I was doing last year. So it's fun. It's fun to be in the know. It's fun to have a little bit more of an understanding of, what's going on, so I can kind of be a little bit more beneficial to others and kind of help them out along the way. But I feel good. We're in a good spot.
What are some of the things you've maybe done specifically since January to help you take another step?
I think it's just all about each season you get to start over and you get to start from square one. So it's all about getting the body back right and taking some, a mental break from the game. And then now when you pick it back up, you feel a little bit more rejuvenated, more, I guess fresh is the term. You're not going all season long, and I feel good. I feel like I'm in a good spot. Body feels good, and mentally I'm sharp right now. So we're going to carry that into the season.
Not thinking part, how does that manifest, say, when you're out there and kind of reading a defense that BJ throws at you?
Well, it helps a lot because I'm not thinking about what the offense is doing, and usually that's the case. When you go up to the line of scrimmage, you want to be only thinking about the defense, only processing and reacting to the defense, not, maybe the footwork or the motion or the timing or whatever that I'm doing. So that, I feel like, process is eliminated, and now I can focus on a lot more of the defense.
What have you noticed from R.J. Harvey, and how is he kind of picking up the system?
Well, he's done a really good job working. He does a good job out of the backfield. He, it's hard to tell with shorts and t-shirt, what it's like running the ball with the, no pads. But that's obviously why we got him. So he can run the ball, but I think it's the other things that he's showing, just the routes and his suddenness and quickness and hands. I think all that's really good to see. But he's a great guy, great dude, first and foremost. And then I think it's going to translate for him being a successful player.
What's your this team surprised a lot of people? Certainly this year there's higher expectations. How do you handle those both for yourself personally and for the team as a whole?
Well, it's a loaded question because each year you start over. Like I said, nobody really knows what anybody has. That's why you go out there and play the season. If we were all what people said we were going to be, we wouldn't play the season. We would just finish with the final standings of what they said we were going to be. So that's why you play the game. That's why you go out there and go through a full season. And, we're going to learn a lot from this time to the season. We're going to learn a lot once we get into the season and go. But, we got a buddy on the team we talk about all the time is, we tell each other, you're still a nobody. You haven't done anything yet. And so we got a lot to prove, and we got a lot to go out there and do. It's people like that keep you in check. It's guys like, teammates that, got your back and continue to motivate you. And because, he's right. I haven't done anything up until this point, and I got a lot to prove, a lot to show. So, every day it's working. Every day it's finding a way to get better because you don't want to get to, year two or go down the road and, all of a sudden you got stuck and didn't get any better. So that's my focus right now is just not even worried about what people are saying. Just internally, I know I got a long way to go.
Well, one of the things you did this offseason was really embrace the other teams in this town. You've been to Nuggets, Rockies games, Rockies and Hastings as well. Why was that important for you to do this offseason, really embrace those teams?
Well, honestly, it was fun to do. It was fun to get out the house and go, hang out at the games, and got to take a lot of teammates with me each time I went. So it was just fun time to kind of be relational with those guys and get outside of football, go enjoy another sport. It's fun to cheer on your city. So, all three of those teams are fun to go to games, fun to interact with, and, it's just a good city to live in.
What about beyond that, though, just being in town, you and your wife being here and going to Red Rocks and having a camp and kind of having a home base? Not that you didn't in Oregon, but you still, obviously, I imagine, go home to Auburn, and now you're here.
Yeah, well, this is where I live. This is, what it's the norm. So I'm going to find a way to, not only embrace it and enjoy it, but not take it for granted. I'm in a great spot. Denver's a unbelievable city. It's a great city to live in. A lot of people want to be here, and I'm fortunate to have been picked to play for the city. So we just want to make sure that we're doing everything we can to embrace the situation, and I enjoy being here, so that's where I want to spend my off seasons.
Well, when you guys add a guy like Evan Ingram, who's obviously going to be a big part of this offense, where did the process start for you in terms of, you watch his film? Is it just, getting to know him? How does that process kind of unfold as you're trying to kind of film that?
Yeah, well, it starts by getting to know him, see what makes him tick, what makes him go, what his passions are, and it's very clear from, the beginning that he's all about football. He's all about taking care of himself, and he's been here since he was signed, getting ready and preparing, and so that's been fun to see. So I've gotten to be around him a lot, and then we just start working on the field. Early OTAs, you get to come out here and throw routes and just see what he's like, see what kind of routes he runs, see what he's thinking. You know, we talk a lot. He's always asking me about certain things. And then when you get him out to practice, it's just seeing how he reacts. And so, you know, I'm excited to include him and add him to what we already got. And I think it'll be good for us.
This is the first year since high school, and you just haven't seen offensive play caller year over year. How much do you feel that? Does that make a difference for you? Talk about that too. What difference does that make?
Well, it's huge. It's kind of weird, you know, going back first install. It's not, you know, new verbiage and not new things. So it made it a lot easier this year. Now it was tough to learn last year, but you know, just being in a system and just kind of getting right back to where we were, just being able to call plays and understanding you know, what it's like. So going longer than 365 days, just hearing the same thing, I think it's going to be, you know, really beneficial. And honestly, it felt weird because it hadn't been since high school. And so, you know, I'm just used to learning different things. And so it's good not to have to, you know, learn an entire new system this year, have the same play caller and have the same quarterback coach. So, and honestly, the same guys you're throwing it to, and the same center, same O-line. I mean, the being the same, it's going to be, you know, it's hard to even explain. It's going to, you know, you're going to see it in ways that, you know, you can't even understand. And it's just a natural thing to go out there and, you know, just pick up right where you left off and not have to restart.
We heard from multiple free agents that part of the reason they wanted to come here was because you were here. They see a long-term future at the quarterback position. What does that mean? Did you play a role in that because you're around, you live here, and recruiting guys, talking to guys? Has it played out, whether it was an offensive or defensive phase?
Well, that's nice of them to say, but I, you know, just let the front office do their thing, and I feel like, you know, Coach Payton and George, they put together a great squad for us this year, and so my job is to, when they get here, just make them a part of the team and help them with the transition. And I feel like all the new guys have, you know, really bought in, and they've been around, they've been, you know, getting to know everybody, and we got really good pickups this offseason, so I'm excited to see them play. You know, it looks different out there right now, just, you know, a few different key guys in different areas, but, you know, they're fun to watch play football. So that's going to be good for us moving forward. But, you know, I feel like we had a great offseason, and, you know, we're building something that, you know, we look forward to seeing.
Last one, Jeff.
Physically, what did your offseason look like? Did you not throw for a period after the procedure, or what physically, when did you really start?
You know, physically for me, it was all about taking a break. Hadn't really had a break in, you know, 18 months to 2 years. So it's just a lot of, you know, just kind of winding down and getting your body back right. And, you know, that doesn't even mean like fixing like things that are hurt. It's just like giving your, you know, your legs some rest, not running every day, giving your shoulders some rest, not throwing. So I didn't throw football for a while, but I was doing a lot of shoulder care and arm care and doing some rotational work and doing different things that were kind of replacing, you know, the throw. Because when you throw, you, as a quarterback, I'm just worried about, you know, where the ball ends up. You know, was it accurate, was it not? So it's hard to really fix things and get back to like the fundamentals and really hone in on them. Because if you're throwing, you know, a ball against the wall, if you're mimicking, you know, throwing with a towel, you're not really worried about where the ball is going. You're just focused on your own mechanics. And so for me, that was good because I was able to do something different, work on my mechanics and tighten some things up, tweak a few things, and, you know, feel really sharp when I picked up a football. So I wasn't just out there wasting throws. And, you know, I feel good. I was, you know, really sharp going into camp, you know, feeling good, feeling strong. So going to continue that throughout the summer and then, you know, get to the season when it's a long season, keep my shoulder healthy.
Thank you very much.
All right, there you go. Robobo, the Bobot, the football machine. Good leader.
Yeah.
Comes naturally to him. More confidence in the second year. Clearly the guy.
I love the one thing he said, and this is so right, and I got to believe in every sport. He said, I get to go out now instead of worrying about, okay, what is my footwork on this play? What route is the Z receiver running? What is wide do? What am I? He's got that down now.
Mm-hmm.
So now he's just, okay, where's the defense playing? And that was the beauty of Peyton Manning, right? Peyton Manning got up there and did all his gyrations and Omahas and everything else because he's giving himself time to see, okay, what are you going to give me? What are you going to show me? So, okay. And I was talking to Andy last night. He said he talked about DT. Sean did. He said Peyton actually watched DT. He said because he was such a threat that he knew wherever the defense was sliding, he knew what play to go and where to go with the football.
All right, well, we got tons to react to. Love your feedback, too. 303-504-0925 on the Champ Mazda text line. Is that Evan Engram? I can't even. New guy. Help me. Who is that? Is that Engram?
I believe so.
All right, well, we'll catch up with him in a little bit. But, yeah, I think that's Evan Engram. God, I could be wrong.
That's Hufanga.
That's Hufanga.
Yeah.
Okay. Hey, man, first time seeing a lot of these guys, so my apologies, but we'll figure him out. Maybe we'll hear a little bit from him when we come back, and we'll certainly have more reactions. Tyler was out there to watch the entire practice. He'll be back in just a little bit. Nate Kreckman was out there. Jeff Legwall will be on with us. He's out there. OTA Grizz. He'll be coming in with whatever skinny he can provide. So we got you covered top to bottom with the Broncos OTAs right here on PhD on 92.5. What are you saying about Hufanga?
He looks like a safety.
What does that mean?
Well, he's got an edge in his eyes. You can see he's got a little package in the arms.
I'm sorry, what?
Like, he's been bro gymming with Tyler.
Tyler, okay.
And he just, I don't know. He just looks, I don't know. I like his look.
Well, we can hear. You want to pot him up just for a question here, Dan? See what he's talking about? Just a little bit of Hufanga.
Every day, and we could go out there and try to do it again this year.
Two more guys.
In Sanford, you run a lot, but here there's a long line of some, Hall of Fame and great safeties. Were you familiar with that? Zero Boston.
Safety talk. Here we go.
Just met Steve for the first time. Obviously, we've known Dawkins as well. But being around John, that was like something that I learned, and that was something that you go through in free agency. When I signed here, that was the first person that called me and congratulated me, John, and said how excited he was because he played here as well. But there's a long line of history here. My goal is to just, make sure I represent them the right way.
Mark, how does character impact when you're losing?
I think it's everything. It's how you do one thing is how you do everything right. They say it's the small things, and guys showing up for OTAs, guys showing up in meetings, and doing their best to be part of this organization the right way. So we just want to win. So we got to show it first. So thank you guys.
All right. Wow.
They
that.
If healthy, they got a steal in that free agent. True. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And now you also added a leader on the defense to a good defense. Now you added a pro.
If you have character, you show up for the OTAs. Well, as far
you do all the little things like showing up for the OTAs.
Yep. Myles Garrett is in Japan right now, shopping. John Franklin Myers is having a bit of a, Is that it, Dan? By the way, is that all they're bringing up? Does that wrap it up, or are you just leaving it there? We'll see.
Looks like it.
Okay. So I guess John Franklin Myers is the only guy. Tyler's actually walking in right now. There he is. Fresh from the OTAs.
What was John Franklin Myers' deal?
He wants a new deal.
Oh,
he wants a new contract. Just like Cortland did last year. Remember all that? Remember how we were breathlessly awaiting the arrival of Cortland Sutton during this time last year? Oh, my God. The chemistry with Bo Nix is going to be terrible.
Have a pretty good year.
Hi, boys.
Tyler, good to see you. Give us your firsthand report, OTA.
Well, good to be out there. It was a huge crowd.
I bet.
I mean, media. I don't know who all these media people were.
they're muggles.
I'm being dead serious, though. I mean, there were so many media folks out there. I had no clue who half these people were.
Well,
who do you guys even work for?
This is because you're starved for Broncos stuff.
Yeah.
Starved for it because they don't really do a lot for the draft. Rookie minicamp is whatever.
You haven't talked to the free agents.
The free agents. I didn't even know that was Hufanga up there for a second. I was like, who is that?
That's the one dude you can't mess up who that dude is.
Well, I get it.
Now that you've seen him once, you'll never forget him.
Hey,
again.
before you came on, I said I like him. He looks like a safety. Would you agree with that?
Yeah. He's got an aura. He's got a swag.
That's what I said. In his eyes, you could see it in his eyes when he speaks.
Yep. He carries himself very, very confidently, and you can see it on the field. You can see the way he's just running around. Certain guys, you could just tell.
If healthy, they got a steal there.
I think so. Yeah.
Right. We'll talk to a lot of people there.
It was also Alumni Day, which was cool.
Oh, wow.
I spent the majority of the day hanging out with some old teammates, which was great.
Yeah.
But in terms of practice report itself, it was interesting, the rotations. It looked like they were just rotating anybody and everybody in a wide receiver. I mean, I kept looking down at my list, and I'm like, who's that? Going with the ones. Rotating in dudes that I don't even know who they are. Didn't matter, but it was clear that the first three wide receivers, it was Cortland Sutton, Marvin Mims, and Devon Bailey. Those are your guys.
Sure.
RJ Harvey was taking first-team snaps from the get-go.
How short does he look?
He's short.
Short.
How about them thighs, though?
But those thighs.
Big thighs.
I mean, I'm being serious. Actually, I won't say I won't say the name, but I was talking with one of the coaches after practice, and the RJ Harvey hype train, it just continues. They were talking about him.
Love him.
And talking about the thighs. The coach was like, "Did you see those thighs?" Like, yeah, I can't miss the thighs.
We got the thighs.
Yeah, got the thighs.
I remember last year we were talking about Audrey Gessame's back. Oh, look, it's huge. Look at his back. Maybe you need thighs more than a back.
Well, no.
Who knows?
I think he's going to be okay this year, too.
Estime?
Yep.
Well, Sean did say, did you stick around for Sean, or did you split right after it was?
I was doing some alumni stuff.
Okay.
He split as soon as he got the donut covered with something.
I got
Yeah.
you.
What's on top of
60. Eat some donuts.
Sean said that Audrey Gessame is going to get opportunities, which to me is okay.
Well, he said he's a kind of back that needs to have touches and opportunities.
Yep.
He didn't get many last year. He'll get his opportunities.
He didn't get a ton today. Not that I noticed. I mean, you know how these things go when you're watching practice. You don't see everything.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't see him rotating in with the ones by any means. So for whatever that's worth.
Okay. Well, just talk to us in general. What did they do? How did it flow? All that sort of stuff.
Well, they got a lot of field goal work in. You care about that? The multiple different field goal periods. They practice the kickoff. So working on that.
It would be funny the one day that they allowed the Muggles in, that Sean Payton goes a full special teams day.
Well, I'm
right?
rolling my eyes because he could easily do that. They know what their schedule is. They're allowing. We're not in there every day. It's not like today was the most important day.
They do special teams every day. I mean, I was just kind of joking, but they did have 2 different field goal periods, one with the ones and one with the number 2 field goal unit, which that was a little bit unusual to have 2 of those. I thought they looked pretty crisp for it's not their first practice, but it was the first practice we got to see.
Right.
They practice Tuesday through Thursday. A lot of guys get out of town after this, so if you get your 4 workouts in throughout the week, you can take Fridays off if you want to. I don't know if that's how Sean runs it, but that's how most guys do. So
some guys have ice cream trucks on Friday.
They do.
By the way, I'd be stunned if he gives them the final day of mandatory minicamp off or anything like that. Only because they're only doing 3 weeks of OTAs, period. You only have 9 days on the field. There's not a huge reason to let's blow off the last day. So I'm going to imagine they'll just use all the time that they have, which again is only 9 days on the field. It's not that much.
Yeah. I was looking for Pat Bryant a lot. I just don't feel like I saw him. I kept looking to see if he was getting tossed in there with the ones. Didn't see that. I was talked to about Evan Ingram after the practice, and they're fired up about that dude.
Okay.
They're fired up about 2 guys, Evan Ingram and RJ Harvey.
But look good?
Yeah. I mean, it's an OTA. Didn't see any major mistakes. Cortland Sutton had one really awesome catch. Contested throw, probably 35, 40 yards, something like that. Catches, I think it was one-handed grab. I mean, really, really difficult catch. Came down with it. That was the highlight. And a lot of swing routes, getting the running backs involved.
Last year at this time, we were going through the charade that there was a quarterback competition. Not anymore. It's very, very clear. Does that give it any kind of different vibe out there?
Yeah. I mean, it's settled. The whole football team, for the most part, feels settled. There really aren't any competitions going on. I mean, you guys help me out here if I'm missing any.
It's just I would say depth competitions.
Well, the wide receiver is going to be interesting. The third wide receiver is going to be interesting. Corner is going to be interesting to see how Riley Moss and Barron work out.
How did that look today?
Tough to tell because there was just a lot of rotation going on. So maybe intentional, maybe not. But when I say maybe intentional, maybe they're just messing with us. I don't know.
Well, listen, I'm going to go back to this quarterback thing because I was thinking about this when we listened to Bo Nix talk. And I'm going to give Sean Payton props. And you just said it there. It wasn't a competition. It was already a decision. It was probably made on draft day.
Charade,
right?
Yes, but this time they were giving it lip service.
Yeah. But here's why I'll give him a lot of credit because he was not the best quarterback in OTAs in early part of camp last year. And Sean Payton stuck with him, kept giving him snaps. And I would say he had a great rookie year, wouldn't you?
Absolutely. 100%.
And maybe this goes to your theory by having a first round. That's what you do.
That's what you do.
You get a first round guy, and you're going to get because he was not.
You're clock committed to this guy. You could draft a guy in the second or deeper. And the deeper you go, the less committed you are. So like Shadur, good luck.
But he was not the best looking quarterback in camp last year. And yet Sean stuck with him. And listen, I'm trying to give props. I'm not trying to bash on Bo at all. Everybody who's out there, he was not the best looking quarterback in camp. He mentioned that. He said, now I don't have to worry about what the offense, I know what the offense is going to do. Now I can actually watch defensive players and see what they're going to throw at me.
Yeah.
It took one whole step of his process that he learned from last year. And that should equate to growth this season.
Well, let's dig into it because we got plenty of time. Nate Kreckman was out there. OTA Grizz was out there.
Vic was out there.
Vic was out there. Okay. Leggy was out there.
Yep.
So we got you covered on this top to bottom. Join the conversation, 303-504-0925. Make sure you like and subscribe on YouTube as well. It's PhD on 92.5. Broncos have opened up their OTAs. Tyler is back from it. We actually had quite a few of the fellows out there, so we'll hear the reports as they come. Jeff Legwald will join us. What time is Jeff? Dan, what time is Leggy going to be on? 2 o'clock? Is that right? Yeah, I got that. Thank you, Dan. How's the construction out there, Tyler? What's that look like?
That's pretty wild. I don't know last time you guys drove past it. I haven't driven.
About a month ago.
Last Friday. I haven't driven past Dove Valley in, I guess, a while now. So to me, that thing looked like it popped up out of nowhere. I mean, that is a monstrosity. Gosh, everybody was talking about it. All the alumni, they kept talking about it. Man, look at that thing. What are they putting in there? How many people are going to be working in that building?
All of them.
It is like, when you look at it, it's kind of like, what do you do with all that space?
So they still got some people down at Mile High, right?
A lot. Yeah. A lot.
So they're just bringing everybody up here.
Everybody will be in that facility.
I mean, it's all just iron, and but it's a big old building.
Yeah, and the building that you were standing right in, that's going to be gone. That's going to be a hill.
Yeah,
that's going to be where the fans are eventually going to go.
I mean, we were reminiscent of the alumni of just the variations of when I got there. We used to have the bubble. I don't know if you guys remember that thing.
Of course,
that sad little pathetic little bubble that they ripped down.
I was there the day it ripped.
Yeah,
it was during training camp. I was there the day it ripped.
Yeah,
huge wind came up. Irvin Joe's running to their cars already. We're still on the air, and all of a sudden,
the original weight room used to be inside the big building, and the team store. They basically turned the team store into the weight room. Just seeing the variations, it was kind of funny to just see it evolve.
Well, never mind when you were in height, like the hills and the trees and all that. I mean, that used to be, people used to watch training camp under trees on the side. There was no big hill, and there was a little hill towards the parking lot where the field, which is all flat now.
Yeah.
I mean, it was pretty wild. I mean, a lot of rabbits, too. No rabbits anymore, yeah.
You know,
rabbits, hawks, all sorts of things.
Put that artificial turf, I was there before the artificial turf came in. So that was new. And everybody thought, oh my gosh, now they can practice on artificial turf. And then they realized, well, nobody wants to practice on artificial turf because it hurts your knees.
This is probably the last big change that's ever going to happen for the Broncos training facility because it's going to be state of the art. It's going to be unbelievable.
Mm-hmm.
But it is radically different.
It's enormous. I mean, what was the total bill? It was like $200 right?
Oh, man. Dan, help us with that. I'm not sure. It was pretty expensive.
I think $250 million.
Yeah. Yeah.
Was it that much? Was it more than $200 million?
No, that's what I thought it was over $200 million. I could be way off on that. I don't know. It's gonna be impressive.
Wait till you see when they build the stadium. Ooh. 175? Okay.
Yeah, wait for overruns.
I heard everything so far. I heard the report is everything is like on time and working out well, and they've had the right weather to do the things they've needed to do. So far, so good, I think. When they build that new stadium.
Well, right now it's just pure infrastructure. I mean, right now it's just all the wrought irons and everything. Steel, yeah.
Cement, steel, and wrought iron.
Wait till they start that new joint. I bet it does go downtown. I think my dream of the Lone Tree Broncos is
thank God
not going to happen. So I've heard a lot of rumors about where it is going to go, and I'm just like, man, oh man, I don't know. But what was Coors Field and Lodo before they built Coors Field? It just feels like, man, I get you. You're in Denver where they're rumored to be putting it, but boy, oh boy, are we stretching the bounds of what we still consider Denver? Like, it's going to go in an area where nobody goes that, you would say is Denver. You've probably driven past it a million times, but nobody goes there. But they got to do that, right? Because they got to build all the everything.
You got to build and still be able to have a place to
play.
Got
to have space.
Yeah.
The new Denver likely is going to be around Ball Arena when our company finishes that unbelievable project, which could be incredible when that all comes to pass.
What, 29 bridges or something they said, or however many? 9 bridges.
If we could get into a time machine and just fast forward, 10 years from now, this city is going to look radically different.
Yep.
So, Denver, Colorado, good place to live. That's what Bo Nix said, Tyler.
I heard that. I was listening to you guys on the way in.
Yeah, what do you think about all that? Like, it's my home. It's where I live. Of course I stayed here. Of course I go to Rockies games with Frank Crum and Frank Gargiulio and Avs games.
Well,
and
listen, he
Nuggets
didn't
games.
just rent a little apartment because
No.
you made fun of him. He came in there and bought a house at Castle.
Well, I didn't make fun of
Fine.
it. I said he's putting roots down, man.
Yeah, that was roots.
He's buying a home that like a 50-year-old CEO would buy. He's probably the youngest homeowner in Castle Pines, I would guess, with a property that size. Tyler, how many of your teammates lived in Castle Pines?
A lot.
A lot lived up there?
Elon.
Oh, all
In,
right.
in that area? Yeah, I mean, between Parker and Castle Pines, almost everybody.
Well, I meant like Castle Pines itself, like near the golf course, like Castle Pines. Like not.
McCaffrey had a house there, still does. Elam had a house out there for a while.
Yeah. It's not unusual.
Okay. Got to have some money to buy a joint up there, man. You got to know some money's coming in. He's got some money coming in.
Well, and we'll get more in about 3 years.
Oh, he is going to. What is he going to get? He's going to be in the $60 million a year club.
Let's hope.
Well, that's right. That's right. Let's hope. That would be the best thing.
Pretty good attendance out there, it looked like to me. The only name that I was alerted to that was not out there was Jonathan Franklin Myers. Cortland was there, which we expected, but last offseason, this go-round, where Cortland Sutton wants a new contract. Well, Cortland Sutton still wants a new contract, but this go-round, he's showing up. There were some guys that did not practice. Didn't see Pat Surtain. Obviously, Drake Greenlaw, no. Who else? There was
Singleton.
But he was out there.
Yeah, but not practicing, obviously.
Yeah, you're right, but he was doing warm-ups and stuff.
Okay, good.
Like stretch stuff.
Mm-hmm. Cool. It's
Yeah.
getting there. It's getting there.
Yeah.
Well, so the only guy who's really a no-show is John Franklin Myers.
I think so. Yeah. Yeah, I think so.
All right, we like that? That good news?
Yeah, it's OTAs. Yeah, it's underwear and T-shirts, and if you're going to miss a practice, miss it on May, what is today? May whatever, May 27th. Miss it May 27th. I don't want to see you missing it August 27th.
That's 29th.
May 29th. I don't want you missing August 29th. Listen, Shannon Sharp never came to OTAs.
Well, we don't have too many of those.
He's got a gold jacket. Right? He got a gold jacket.
Listen, this is so different.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, I was actually just going to ask you guys because I got in the car right as Scotty was talking about Drew Sanders. Was there some Drew Sanders update that I missed?
Sean addressed him early in his press conference, just said he's doing well. People were just asking, curious, like where he fits in, what he's going to do. I think it's a good question. Like, what are you going to get from Drew Sanders this year? What should you expect from him?
Okay. I didn't notice anything.
Inside to outside, back to inside, I guess. The question was, how's his adjustment? Because then he started his rookie year inside, and then they moved him out. And I told him what Leggy said. He talked to coach that we love his energy and what he's doing. People can't keep him in front of him, but he doesn't know what he's doing. So, can you get that back, especially after an ACL, after 1 year after an ACL? Do you get that back?
Well, he's settled at inside linebacker now, right?
That was a conversation that Payton had. He's back inside, but they can stack him to the outside. They can do different things with him.
Yep.
Could be a nice addition, nice depth
Be
addition.
good depth addition.
I think you get anything out of him, you're happy.
Yeah.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Not taking a shot at the young man at all. But at this point, he's been bouncing around quite a bit. That's generally speaking not a good sign.
Well, he bounced around 1 year. They tore his ACL. When in OTAs, he tore his ACL last year?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you get hurt in OTAs. Anybody get hurt?
No.
All right. Well,
Not that
good.
I noticed.
Check that box.
That's good. That's good.
This whole process is so fascinating. Yeah, Bo came across like a leader.
So
everybody's saying nice things about RJ Harvey.
Yeah, and again, I guess I won't say the coach's name, but talking to one of the coaches after practice, the conversation was, man, we got some guys. We got some guys. Bo Nix is in charge.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, they love the leadership coming out of Bo. Really excited about Evan Ingram and RJ Harvey. Which I got to admit, man, RJ does look impressive. I mean, he's a little bowling ball. You see, Jaleel still looks like that dude looks, when that dude gets the ball, that dude's special. Like that dude is lightning fast. Every single time Jaleel McLaughlin touches the football, you're like, that's got a chance to go to the house. RJ doesn't necessarily give you that vibe, but what he does give you is that's a solid presence. That's just a body that looks like it could take a beating.
I think the Broncos are going to be sneaky. Sneaky good. Maybe not so sneaky. We were just sitting here and they got, little Broncos media right there on ESPN. Like, here's from Sean, here's from Bo.
You got to dominate home this year.
Boy, they have the right combination of just about everything, though. And listen, it all begins and ends with Bo Nix. But, man, oh, man. We're going to, I'm telling you this, man. We're going to still start feeling a little cocky around here. And training camp's going to come here, and it's going to be, we're going to have some awesome reviews of training camp. I can tell already.
That'll be awesome. Well, listen,
expectations will be high.
This team can't just be good at home. It's got to be great.
Okay.
So let me read this to you.
Who are you afraid of?
Well, I'm going to give you home games in order.
All right.
Tennessee, Cincinnati, Giants, Dallas, Vegas, KC, Green Bay, Jacksonville, Chargers.
Fun.
Does it not feel like if they are the legit team taking the next step, that you could go 7-1, 8-0?
Well, that would be incredible.
9, so 8 would be 8-1, 7-2 at the worst.
7-2 would be incredible.
It's home.
8-1 would even be better.
But does that schedule, Donner? Does that
same again?
Tennessee, Cincinnati.
Slow down. Okay, so Tennessee, we should take care of business.
Cincinnati.
Week let's
4.
go 1-1.
Okay. Giants.
Okay, 2-1.
Dallas.
Dallas, I'm a little bit concerned with, but they haven't beat the Broncos forever. Okay, we'll go 3-1.
Las Vegas.
Sure, 4.
Kansas City.
4-2.
Green Bay.
4-3.
Ooh, Jacksonville.
5-3.
Chargers.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to lose to the Chargers one game, whether it's at home or whether it's on the road. You'll probably lose one of those. You'll probably lose one of the Raiders games. You hope you win those at home. I see how you got to 7. I think it's a little bit generous. But
no, I didn't give it to them. I'm just saying if they're ready to take the next step, you got to be sporting about a 7-2, 8-1 record, because then it takes pressure off all these road games where you've got to go to Indy and the Chargers, at Philadelphia, at Houston, at Washington, at Kansas City. You dominate at home. To me, it takes pressure now off. If you're looking to try to win 11 games, and I think that was the number you wanted.
That's what I think, yeah.
Well, then guess what? You got to go 7-2 at home.
Well, Shanahan used to tell us you got to win at home, split on the road. That's how you get to the playoffs. Win all your home games, split on the road, and you'll be a playoff team.
We have some Von Miller news.
You'd win 13 games this year if you did that.
I don't think it's crazy.
13?
It's not crazy.
Ooh. That's a lot, buddy.
I'm not predicting it, but it's just not crazy. That's all.
13? That's crazy.
Well, we go 7-2 at home and split on the road.
That's 11.
Okay, don't give me the math.
I mean, 13-2. You're telling me we're only losing 4 games the whole year? I mean, 13. Sorry.
All right, maybe it's a little crazy, but this is the time of year to dream. That's for sure, and to be optimistic.
That's a good point.
We've got some Vaughn news. Joe Flacco. I think I love Joe Flacco. I think I love honest Joe Flacco, and he continues to not be a leader and not be a mentor everywhere he goes. We'll have proof of that, plus a crazy Rockies idea that's so good, it's terrible. Details next.
Well, it helps a lot because I'm not thinking about what the offense is doing, and usually that's the case. When you go up to the line of scrimmage, you want to be, only thinking about the defense, only processing and reacting to the defense, not, maybe the footwork or the motion or the timing or whatever that I'm doing. So that, I feel like, process is eliminated, and now I can focus on a lot more of the defense.
Well, we were well represented out there at Dove Valley today. Tyler, Nate Kreckman, Jeff Legwall will be around after 2 o'clock. Vic Lombardi and OTA Grizz. He's gone from the playoffs, the hockey playoffs.
He sucked at playoff Grizz. I'll tell you that much.
Did not bring them any luck, did I?
Playoff Grizz. I'm not going to blame you specifically. But you were there for all the press conferences and everything. What were some of your impressions about what folks had to say after the practice was over?
Right off the bat, Sean Payton's fighting something because he is sick. That dude lost his voice, so he could barely even talk. But what the number one thing? By the way,
we said we like Horse.
Oh, do you?
Sean, well, yeah,
because he was concise, answered the question, and then stopped.
It was the shortest full presser I've seen with him.
It was good.
It
was great.
It wasn't Ramble Sean.
It was not Ramble Sean. It was like just right to the point. It was good. So I'll take that.
Yeah, the other thing that I saw was
I shook his hand. Should I go watch that thing?
Yeah. Sean Payton?
Yeah.
How did you come to that moment?
Oh, he came over and said hi to the alumni.
To the alums. And then you didn't go stand with the Muggles over at the box.
I did work my way over there.
Oh, okay, okay. That'd be a weird. Well, it is what it is. There's a lot of alums that are also working in the media too. You're not the only one, that's for sure.
2 or 3, yeah.
So you shook his hand.
Well, I'm just wondering if I need to go watch that thing.
Nah,
well, I would.
Maybe.
Unless it's a pollen thing. Although the rain should have knocked down.
I heard you guys saying BK said something about Vegas.
He did.
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah, he goes, you got a sore vote. Was that because of Vegas? And
I'm sure Sean's like, yeah, appreciate that. Thank you for putting that out there.
That's more or less how it went. Yes. Is that how it went?
Yes. He just goes, nope, fighting something. I'm fighting something, fighting a cold. Yeah. So, no, I mean, it was the biggest thing that I saw was a huge rise in confidence. Like the way Bo presented himself at the podium, there is, and I heard you guys talking about this on the way in. I love that there's zero doubt that he is the starting quarterback. Yep. He has made it known. The entire team knows it for the first time in almost a decade now where you don't have a competition. He is the guy. Everybody looks to him as the guy. And the biggest thing that I heard was he's not even worried about what he needs to call anymore. He can now focus on the defensive side and see how and what the defenses are going to be throwing at him. And that's the biggest thing for me is like I have not seen a confident quarterback up at the podium almost my entire tenure is working alongside with the Broncos. So that was the big takeaway from me. And then Talanoa was also there. Hufunga, I believe that's how you say his last name. I'm excited for him. Like that is a dog there. That guy can turn it on the field. And I love the way he plays. I watched him with San Fran last year. And the way that he presented himself for the first time with media was awesome. I don't know if you guys got a chance to watch him, but I love the way that he presented himself and what he can bring to the team on the defensive side.
What does he look like physically?
He's big. He's jacked. Oh my gosh, he's jacked.
I told you.
He's, no body fat, but he's not as I guess tall as I thought he would be, but he's big. He's a big guy.
So it looks different than.
Well, you use Simmons as a reference.
Simmons, but he's Brandon Jones. Well, Hufunga's going to play like a lineman. He's going to play down the box, right? He's going to be not playing free safety, right?
What do you mean?
He's not going to be playing. He's going to be impact.
He won't be in the box.
Well, you know what I mean. Like he'll be however you want to say it. He'll be in the contact. He won't be playing Justin Simmons' role. Correct?
Well, Justin's a free safety, so sure.
Okay. That'll be oh my God. I'm forgetting him. Last year. We got him from Florida. Brandon Jones, is that right?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What else you got, Josh? Anything?
One thing I liked about him is his attitude towards football. Someone asked him, "Do you like contact?" And which, he goes, "Yeah, it's free violence on the field. That's what I love. Free violence. You get away with that." And I love that mentality. So that was the things that stuck out to me.
He's just got he's got an aura. He's got it looks like a personality. It's the hair, it's the bounce, it's all of it. He literally looks like Troy Polamalu in the most literal sense. His body mannerisms remind me of Troy Polamalu. The way that he plays, the way he tosses his body around. He's a physical guy. I think he's going to be a huge addition. Now we don't have Dre Greenlaw out there, so now add Dre Greenlaw to that picture, and the defense feels pretty different.
Yeah, and he talked about that too. He was his locker mate in San Fran. He's his locker mate here with Denver. Those guys together, that's going to be fun to watch. I'm excited for it.
All right, you're going to post everything on the socials,
Yep.
right? We'll have that on the socials and the digital, so some insight from OTA Grizz, and we'll get you back out there next week.
Sounds good. I love it.
Brother. Appreciate it. There you go. Our guy, Josh Grismer. Bring all that knowledge to Mix 100 tomorrow.
I'm glad you can remember that.
I had to slow down.
to catch it. Hey, what's the prognosis as far as Wooden Greenlaw? We won't see him in OTAs.
You know, I don't remember the timeline, but I remember it was not nearly as serious as what they originally thought it was going to be. I would imagine training camp.
Yeah. I thought I read somewhere, don't expect him in OTAs, but should be ready by training camp.
Von Miller was here in town, Commerce City specifically, doing a Von's Vision event, and said the Broncos have not reached out to him. They've not contacted him, and he does not see himself, playing for the Broncos, but he still wants to play. You good with that? Everybody cool with that? Or do you think the Broncos are missing out a little bit here?
No, I mean, Von said it. He said it right. It does make sense. We've talked about this before, and it never made sense. You've got young dudes that are progressing that, if you want to, I think it's a little bit different than the Nuggets because I think the Nuggets need to truly develop their young guys. But, I mean, the Broncos have got some young pass rushers that are developing, and they've kind of already arrived at the same time, So the last thing you need to do is add a veteran to that mix to take away. We've got some guys. We don't have a needed outside linebacker.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean it's a nice story, and it would be a good storybook ending for a Hall of Fame career. But we're not into the. Listen,
Shannon Sharp came back.
If it was 3 or 4 years ago, and you still had no hopes of making even the playoffs back then, and you brought him back, sure. Maybe you could teach some of the young guys something. But I'm with Tyler right now. Listen, I don't know. Does he have anything left in the tank? Does he? He's not obviously the same Bond that won a Super Bowl, but does he have anything? If he can help you win games, then you look at it. But if not, it's a good story. We'll let you sign back with the Broncos when you retire. Retire as a Bronco. Boom, boom, boom. See you later.
Could Von be just done then?
I don't think so. I mean, could he? Sure. Yeah. I mean, at some point, everybody's got an expiration date.
Right.
I based off what he did last year. Now, let me pull this up because if I remember correctly, Von Miller's stats last season were pretty dang similar to Marcus Ware's in the Super Bowl 50 season. 6 sacks on the regular season last year.
And he missed some games too, though, didn't he?
Oh yeah, and he was suspended. Yep. I mean, he definitely was out. Did not play a ton. Was just a very situational pass rusher, but he ends up with 6 sacks on the season. I mean, guys, there's dudes that have never gotten 6 sacks in a season in their entire career. Can the guy still play football? Not like he once did, but situationally, sure.
I wish him the best. And the Von Vision thing I think is cool. I think it's really cool he comes back here to do that. I don't know if you guys caught it yesterday, but there's a huge mural of Pat Surtain. They have a corporate sponsor on it. So I'm like, are we getting...
Why was Pat not out there?
You tell me.
Well, I don't know.
No idea. Didn't know he wasn't. Well, you said he wasn't out there, but was he there? Was he?
I didn't notice him.
Okay, I don't know. It's voluntary.
I don't think it was like that. I mean, because
he's here in Denver because there he is standing next to his. Well, it's not standing next to him, but
I'm just wondering if he's got something that's nagging him.
Oh, don't know.
I mean, because the only dude that was talked about like he was missing a voluntary practice was Jonathan Franklin Myers.
Don't know. I'm not that concerned about it. Are you?
No, other than I expected him to be there.
Yeah. Well, and there's now a big, huge mural of him in downtown Denver. Remember when Malone was talking about the mural of Jamal Murray and said, I don't know about that artist. Like he kind of ripped on the artist. Because he basically said the artist made Jamal look fat. Do you remember that?
Look. Well, it depends on when yeah, kind of.
What were you about to say? It depends when he painted Jamal.
What month was it? What game was it?
Training camp. Post-Olympics training camp, Jamal. A little fluffy there, Jamal. Oh, you're funny. You're funny.
Maybe it's motivational.
Maybe. But Malone, it was pretty funny hearing Malone talk about it. Okay, let me transition to something real here. This is funny. No, you weren't charting Bo Nix, were you?
No.
You're like, I dropped one. I hit one.
No.
Blah, 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 blah. None of that.
No.
Well, they're going crazy in Cleveland. They are doing that. Actually, by the way, specifically, it's technically against the PR rules of the Broncos to do that. That's stated in their little press release, and you're not allowed to do it. You're not. Cleveland is just like,
go for it.
Just whatever. We're gonna open up every practice.
Dude, it's smart. I mean, this is the most attention that they're ever gonna have.
No doubt
Open it
about
freaking up.
No doubt about it. So they report yesterday's OTAs. Shedeur Sanders, 7 of 9, 100+ yards, 3 touchdowns. I'm laughing at this because I saw some highlights. Some of these have to be like 7-on-7. So we're counting 7-on-7 as, okay. He was the most efficient quarterback of any Browns quarterback at the OTA.
But he only got about half as many passes as the other ones.
But his efficiency, Tyler. So this brings up the Joe Flacco. Go ahead, Dan, if you have, because
And then we'll hit the film room. No.
Bo Nix is calling guys. Bo Nix is like being the mayor of Denver. Bo Nix is doing this. Joe doesn't do any of that crap. He just sees that he didn't do that crap when he was here in Denver.
Well, what year is it for Joe? 17?
Sure.
I mean, something like that's got to be in
yeah.
it.
Hey, you know who else kind of has that same attitude?
Peyton Manning.
Well, I don't know about that. But I think our guy Nicole has got kind of that same attitude too. I think Nicole sees it as a business and as a job, and this is what we do, and everybody else just, what are we doing here?
I think Peyton had that attitude, though.
Peyton would seem to help out guys that would help him. So he seemed to, he didn't seem like much of a mentor to say Brock Osweiler, but Tyler's refuted that. He said Peyton got along great with everybody. But I know Peyton spent a lot of time with, a Ronnie Hillman or something.
I mean, I don't know how much time Peyton was spending mentoring Brock Osweiler, but, it seemed like over the years you always had this vision of them as they just didn't get along, and it definitely was not like that at all. I mean, they got along fine. Peyton treated him fine.
All right.
I doubt if he was going out of his way to help him take his job.
Right. Well, let me just ask you that. Do you think he was a mentor to Brock?
I think, yeah, Peyton Manning is based off what Joe Flacco, I think Joe's on the money. Everything he said is on the money. It's not his job to help somebody take his job.
Agreed.
Right? But I'm going to show up, and if you guys are smart, you will learn through osmosis. That's how I had to learn. I was terrified to ask questions my rookie year. I didn't want to be the dude that was interrupting meetings. Did guys treat me with respect? Sure. I mean, I was a rookie, but my job was to learn from them. And if I got them at a good moment, sure, I'd ask a couple questions. But they're in there watching film, getting ready for a game that I'm the backup in, right? I'm not there to get in their way.
Hey, he could be a turd. He can be whatever. You could disagree with that thing. All I know is that he's about to start his 18th season in the NFL.
Did you look it up?
Yeah, he's played 17 years.
Wow.
Yeah, and he wants to play.
Yeah, and he wants to play.
He doesn't want to.
I don't need to ask. He knows the end's coming, and I think it comes this year for him. To be honest with you,
I don't think he makes
sometime. And that could be a possibility.
There's no logical reason for him to make the team. The only logical reason is if Gabriel and Shedeur and Pickett are just
horrendous.
Yeah, but that's not what I'm hearing. How does Joe Flacco make this team? Why would he make this team? But I love the fact. I mean, swear to God, guys, how many guys would actually come out and say I'm not a mentor? No.
Here, let me ask you.
Fantastic.
Joe Flacco's cut the first week of training camp. How quick does Pittsburgh pick him up?
Well,
I don't know.
How are they looking?
I mean, right now.
How's Will Howard going to be?
Would on their staff right now, would Joe Flacco be the best quarterback in Pittsburgh right now?
Probably, but what's the point? What are we doing here?
You want to play a season.
I think Will Howard is a 7th-round guy is a really interesting dude to keep your eye on.
For what?
A quarterback?
When?
Now?
Hell no.
Okay. All right. Well, I guess not.
Starting?
Right now he just has to beat out Mason Rudolph.
All right. I mean, I guess I suppose he's got a chance if Aaron Rodgers is.
Oh, well, of course. If Aaron Rodgers is there, that goes out the window. But if it's just Will Howard or Mason Rudolph, the dude's got a shot.
Sure.
But they're in a bad situation. I'm not predicting anything good.
That's what I'm saying. If they don't do anything and Joe Flacco gets cut, aren't you Pittsburgh saying, and you think you can, again, have the Mike Tomlin non-losing record streak going? Does he not try to pick up?
If Aaron Rodgers doesn't come to your team, you got to give up draft picks and go get yourself Kirk Cousins. That's what you got to do. They don't want to do that, I'm sure, but you don't have it. Joe Flacco.
Yeah, I think Joe Flacco, this is his literal last chance.
Yeah, man.
The Cleveland Browns are his literal last chance.
I mean, I know what you're saying, Scott, and maybe you're not completely wrong. Who knows? Because who knows if you can put a package together for Kirk Cousins that makes sense. I don't know.
Well, I said this yesterday. I still think people like Pittsburgh go, let's don't go down the trade for Kirk Cousins route yet, because eventually Atlanta may go, listen, we're going to go Russell Wilson on this. We're going to eat it. We're going to have dead cap. We're going to suffer, bum, bum, bum. and we'll take it this year and be out of it in a year and a half. Let's go.
Let's get your no dumb questions in. Jeff Legwall will join us after 2 o'clock. All about the Broncos OTAs today is PhD on 92.5. Hey, what's going on? It's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. When dealing with low testosterone, that can cause a host of problems, including low sex drive, bad sleep patterns, unproductive workouts, decreased energy, brain fog, so much more. But they are the experts in treating low T and other men's sexual health conditions. This is how you start. You just go to the RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Take the low T quiz on the website. It's 10 questions, yes or no. Just takes a couple minutes. They're going to draw your blood, have your results within 30 minutes. Colorado licensed medical provider is going to review the results, discuss your options, and you'll make the decision together with their medical team. The cost of the appointment is only $99, not too much. Includes a medical consult, a T and PSA test. If you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, that visit is free. So get on board. Call them today at 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900, or visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
I like to use no dumb questions as parenting advice for myself.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
All right, open for No Dumb Questions, 303-504-0925 on YouTube. If you like and subscribe, we appreciate that. On Twitch, we're watching you there as well. Open for you guys, too, if you got anything right off the top of your head. Anything stumbling across your brain?
Is it good for the NBA if it's Indiana, Oklahoma City?
Does it matter?
Is it good for the NBA? No, probably not. I mean, I don't think it's bad. I don't think it's a bad thing, but I don't think it's like, I don't know. I don't see what the benefit for the NBA is.
What's the not benefit?
Well, did they say the same thing about the Nuggets? I feel like they did.
Maybe.
Well, I mean, I don't know if the Nuggets heat was good for the NBA.
Right.
I think it's good to have your best players in a championship, and SGA is clearly one of them. By the way, there's some bizarre talks that Therese Halliburton is not a superstar. Some really, of course he is. What are we doing here?
Well, he's an all-star, and I tell you what he does. He seems to play better in postseasons, maybe even than he does regular season.
He's an all-star. He's on Team USA.
Denver shut him down in Indy this year.
Okay, fine. But the dude's hit more last-minute shots and clutch moments than anybody in recent memory. Is it good for the NBA? I don't know. It's whatever. You got superstars. Halliburton to me is a superstar, and so is SGA. Are they the top players? Well, SGA is. Halliburton's probably a top.
He was second or third All-Pro, wasn't he?
Yeah, I mean, he's a top 15 guy, maybe top 10.
Well, here's why I like it. One, I'm tired of being dictated by New York and L.A. Right, I'm absolutely tired of being dictated by all those guys. I think it's cool that the world can see that there are great players in Ant in Minnesota, Joker in Denver, Shea in Oklahoma City, Halliburton in Indiana, and all these great players don't have to live in L.A. or New York. So for me, I like it. I think it's good for the NBA in whole. Now, the ratings-wise probably kills it because you don't have New York or L.A. or San Francisco.
I just pulled up the ratings out of curiosity, and so New York, Indiana, that's drawing about a little bit over 7 million viewers per game, which is pretty respectable. I think that's actually pretty good. The other series going on between the Thunder and Timberwolves, I don't know. Do you feel like this is as big of a drop-off as you would think for a New York City? So that series is a little bit over 5 million. So 7 million versus 5 million.
Which is pretty good when you talk about Minnesota and Oklahoma City.
That's what I'm thinking. I mean, when you've got New York City that's involved,
you should get 7 million.
Yeah.
Be interesting to see what that Nuggets and OKC series did.
Do you think the NBA has an issue right now, or
no
popularity?
I'm talking now as an old head NBA guy. I like that the world can see that you don't have to live in New York to be on a great super team, or that you don't have to be the Lakers and have Luka and what's his name, LeBron, right? That you can be in Oklahoma City, which is, other than maybe Memphis, got to be the smallest market in the NBA, doesn't it?
No dumb question. The Pacers finish things in Madison Square Garden?
I have a feeling they won't, but I hope they do.
Because you're just pulling for the Pacers?
Yeah,
I hope the Knicks win.
Nuggets.
Keep the drama going.
Nuggets Thunder Game 7 peaked at 7.6.
That's two small markets, too.
No, it's Game 7, but.
No dumb question. Should Pat McAfee sit courtside at Madison Square Garden? If he's going to make all that noise from
it would be hilarious if he did. He would get crushed.
So
New Yorker fans, can you imagine New Yorker fans?
According to Pat McAfee, Spike was cool with it and Timothy Chalamet was cool with it. And according to Pat McAfee, he said he didn't think Ben Stiller was cool with it. That Ben was caught, according to Pat McAfee, griping about some things behind the scenes. Pat McAfee posted something, and Ben Stiller said, "We'll see you in New York for Game 5." Ben Stiller posted that.
Well, that's cool.
I think that's a pretty clever response from Ben.
I do too.
Like, okay, let's see who was traveling.
All right. McAfee's got to sit courtside for that game, right?
Well, yeah. ESPN's got to pull some strings to get him there, don't they? And by the way,
planes work, don't they? I don't know, wherever he is.
Well, he works for ESPN.
What, I don't get it. What is Ben Stiller complaining about? I mean,
because Pat McAfee roasted him.
He didn't roast him.
He called him a son of a bitch.
I know. Is that roasted? I mean, is that roasted nowadays?
I don't know.
Calling Knicks fans? I don't know. To me, that's not roasted.
I mean, that's the whole thing was, Spike Lee, Ben Stiller, Timothy Chalamet. Let's get these sons of bitches out of here. I don't know.
Now, the interesting thing, the Knicks
I give Stiller and Chalamet credit for being on the floor.
The Knicks win Game 5. Do those streaks show up for Game 6?
I think it's a thing now. Well, Spike Lee is going to be everywhere. I didn't know Ben Stiller was traveling. I mean, I know he's a big Knicks fan, but I know he was to that degree where him and Timothy Chalamet were traveling. By the way, I just saw the Timothy Chalamet Bob Dylan music movie this weekend. I know I'm late to the party.
It's fantastic.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah,
I wanted to see it.
Dude,
see it.
It's
you got to watch it. It's absolutely fantastic.
It's ridiculous.
I went back and I watched. What's the Ring of Fire? I went back and watched that afterwards because it just got me in the mood for it. The Johnny Cash one.
That's a good one too with what's his face? The Joker. Joaquin Phoenix. Yeah, and not Renee Zellweger. What's her name? She's great. She was June Carter Cash.
Yeah.
Golly, what's her name? Gosh darn it.
Witherspoon. Reese
Witherspoon.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, she was great. That's a great movie.
Oh, fantastic. They're both great.
But then
I like Sweet Home Alabama with Reese Witherspoon.
The Dewey Cox. Have you guys seen the Dewey Cox story?
That's hilarious too. That's pretty hilarious too.
Because it parodies all of it. The Dewey Cox story with John C. Reilly is freaking fantastic.
Who I think's hilarious.
Yeah.
John C. Reilly's up there.
The fact that he had to try to make up time and throw the ball with his kids, and he's got like 100 kids to throw the ball with.
Take a number one at a time.
All right, anyways, Jeff Legwald's coming up. We'll give you everything from the OTA today as Tyler was out there, and we'll have Leggy on with us as well. It's PhD on 92.5. Jeff Legwald, brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW, Local 68. Start with a job, end with the careers. We have been allowed access to the Broncos, finally. Jeff, I'm sure it was a joy to be there. We see Tyler was out there, of course, was very well attended. I heard that, I am hearing Surtain was and has been around the building, but he wasn't on the field. Nothing to freak out there. And then John Franklin Myers isn't protesting anything. He just doesn't come to mini camps. How am I doing on that information? Is that about right, or am I missing something there?
Yeah, no, I mean, Surtain has been around. Again, I've said before, you don't know how many days a week guys are coming to these. We used to go in for every day so you could track it, but now with Sean, we're not. So you have to kind of do it behind the scenes. But I've been told Surtain's been around and everyone else has been around except Franklin Myers has been in contact with Peyton and the coaches and everything. He just chooses to work out elsewhere for OTAs. And he'll be here for minicamp. He's already told him he'll be here for minicamp. And from the team's perspective, and I know his agents said it publicly, they don't perceive this as any contract thing.
Okay. Good enough.
Anything you gleaned being out there today?
Well, Scotty, I think, it's the first time we've seen Nick's throw in person since the end of the season and after, whatever physical things he's gone through early in the offseason. So I thought he looked pretty good. Alex Singleton was participating in some of the individual work. He did not do team things, but 8 months out from an ACL, that's pretty good progress. And I think Hufanga showed up ready to show folks he can play a little football, and I thought he had some moments where you can have moments in these kinds of things. And did see Greenlaw on the field late in the practice, but he did not participate in anything and is not expected to until minicamp. But those are kind of my big takeaways today.
Jeff, one thing that I noticed, and maybe I was right, maybe I'm wrong on this, but it did seem like the starting wide receivers was Cortland, Devon Vele, and Mims, but it looked like they were rotating a lot of guys in and out with the starters, especially the wide receiver position. I kept looking down at my roster. I'm like, who is that? Who's number 80? Did you feel like there was a lot of rotation going on?
Yeah, some of that, Tyler, is they don't want the top three guys blowing hamstrings out because they're running 30 more routes than the other guys. So they've tried to divvy up some of that work, but it's also a lot of times when they sign these guys as undrafteds now, there comes a little bit of a promise that you're going to get some reps and get to show what you're about. And that's part of the recruiting process. So some of that work is getting guys the reps to get a good look at them. I mean, they know what Mims is about. They know what Vele is about. Cortland Sutton still had the best catch of the day. No matter who got the reps, but you're right. There was a lot of movement there. There was a lot of movement in the secondary, among the secondary, and then at linebacker too. I thought they were really trying to cycle people through and at least get some snaps on video.
How does Estime get the snaps and plays that are required of him while still getting the bang for your buck you want out of RJ Harvey? How does that work together?
There's a good chance we're asking that in November. How do you divvy up the carries? And, if there's no clear one, then it's just a sort of a fight to get whatever carries you can. For Estime, I think they'd really like him as an early down option, because they brought him here and saw him primarily as that early down runner, and then just never gave him the snaps. And the playoff game will befuddle me for a long time how he's a healthy game day inactive for a playoff game. But the hard part for a player like Estime is you don't get the windup. Whatever snaps you get in any practice, you better get noticed. Do something that forces them to give you the next snap. And whether that's fair or not, I don't know, but it's going to be a fact of life for the other backs, because they went searching for Harvey in the draft. They liked him in the draft. The head coach really likes him. So if you want to get snaps, you better get noticed, and you don't get okay, I had a bad Wednesday, but I'll come back and get him on Thursday. You don't get that luxury. You're going to have to get noticed every time, and that includes now.
Hey, this Bronco team coming off a playoff berth last year, a lot of expectations to do more this year. They were 1-7 against 500 or above teams. How does that record change?
That's that will be the crux of their season, because they don't get the luxury of the stroll through the NFC South this year. That 4 of their wins came from a division the head coach has owned since he arrived in New Orleans. So that's a big part of it, Scotty. What do they look like when they're fighting in their own weight class, as it were? And I think they got to do more on offense. I don't know, other than like the Browns game and some other bobbles. I don't know over an 18-week season, 17 games, 18 weeks, that you can ask more of a defense. You might have a little better stats and you might have a little better analytics here and there, but they need more from the offense. They were one of the 3 worst teams in the league last year at 3 and outs. They can't be in that company this year. You can't keep handing the ball back to the other guys and expecting your defense to hang in there. So I think, to me, that's the start, is just staying on the field and not being with the Carolina Panthers and the New York Giants in the 3 and out club.
How many battles do we have going on in this team? How many positional battles are there?
I don't think there are many. I think it's more about snaps. You're fighting for snaps because like Jahdae Barron's going to play. And I think they'll line him up at several different positions to get him those snaps. But that means somebody else isn't getting those snaps. And I think those are the kinds of battles you're seeing. What we're talking about at running back, the 3rd wide receiver, the 4th wide receiver, who's getting those snaps, the nickel linebackers, all of those sort of situational battles, but no real big, this starter over this starter. And I think that was kind of Sean Payton's goal this year. I don't think they wanted a lot of position battles. I think they wanted a lot of those situational choices. This guy's better on 3rd down, and that would make them better overall.
Man, we're seeing some highlights right now, Jeff, on ESPN about the Broncos, and Tyler talked about it earlier. That new facility is gargantuan. Holy cow. We knew it was going to be big and everything, but it is something else to sort of see it in real life. What impact will that have, if any, this year on anything going on with the team?
Just a noise factor. They're going to be practicing with, the diesel machines running all around them. So it's mostly just that the construction's going. I mean, they still plan on walking in there with it done next May.
Amazing.
So that's putting your foot to the floor to get that done. But it'll make the current facility look like a garden shed when it's done. I mean, it's just going to be
crazy.
I keep looking at that, Jeff, like, what the heck do you put in all that? What do you do? What do you do with all that space?
Yeah, it's just when I think about my first few years covering the team, the current building didn't even have a second floor for a lot of it's just funny to see. But they're moving a lot of their employees from the stadium down to the facility. They're going to have everybody in one place, essentially, which will be the first time since the earliest days of the franchise's history that will be the case. So that's part of it, but it's going to be palatial, and free agents are going to have really nice visits in the years to come because it's going to be pretty swanky.
Jeff, every time we have you on, we got to either talk about your hometown, Milwaukee, or being alums of the University of Arkansas that we are. Drew Sanders was mentioned today and asked a question about from Sean Payton. And
I
I gotta know. He's come back from an ACL too. What's your expectations, or are there any on him?
Achilles. He had an Achilles.
That's right.
Yeah. But no, that's a guy they want in the mix. And again, that's that situational competition. They want him at inside linebacker. Well, Dre Greenlaw's an inside linebacker. Alex Singleton's an inside linebacker. So it's about how you going to line all these guys up. But they see Sanders as that third down passing situation, inside linebacker with the potential as a rusher in those situations, moving them inside the box as a rusher, because those guys are hard to find. And he has that capability, but I think they expect him to be and have impact on passing downs, especially early in the year, and then go from there.
All right, Jeff, we'll let you go. By the way, did you catch Joe Flacco in Cleveland saying, "I'm not a mentor"? He said that again. I don't know if you heard it or not.
Yeah, no, that's his thing, man.
I am not a mentor.
I'm not a mentor. But I have heard from folks I know with the Browns that he and Sanders get along great, apparently. So apparently he likes Shadurs. So I don't know. But Flacco's funny because you talk to him and he's a very accommodating guy. And But, man, you ask him about mentoring young players, and he goes right to I got no
time. I have no time.
He was kind of quietly one of the better, more interesting athletes in Broncos history, Jeff, seriously. Because he gave you all that.
It was a weird year.
It was a weird year. He gave you the mentor stuff. Then he gave us the, what are we doing here? We're not going for it, that sort of thing. I got 5 kids that aren't twins under the age of 6. Joe Flacco's in his prime, according to John Elway. I mean, it was not a memorable year whatsoever, and he only played half of it. Well, that was the year where Sanders and Sutton got in the big fight, and Joe was standing right next to it, doing absolutely nothing. Like, I guess this is what they do here in Denver.
Yeah, no, this is how they roll here. And apparently, he's not a fight breaker upper either. He's not a mentor, and he doesn't break up fights.
Here's the question: Did Joe Flacco play against Shadur's dad?
God,
he's going into his 18th year.
I don't think they hit, but that would just be my gut.
God, they might have been teammates. Maybe.
I don't think that.
Dion's got to have been out longer than that, right?
But Dion wasn't.
I don't think they hit, but that's just my gut feeling off the top of my head.
Wasn't Dion's last team Baltimore though?
I don't know.
I thought it was. I thought that's where the end of the road came for him.
Sanders last year was 05, and his first year was 08.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. All right, Jeff. Well, the Sean.
I always trust my gut. See, that's my gut feeling that didn't happen.
Sean Payton graced us, generously allowed the media to enter his domain today. So we just are so grateful. And I think he's required by the league to do it. I think both those things.
Yeah, no, the media policy is pretty clear, and he sticks to the minimum, which he reminds me of quite a bit.
All the time. Hey, just one stupid question. Okay. It was a bunch of alumni out there. Anybody out there that you hadn't seen for a while was kind of neat to see?
I didn't get a chance to. They were down at the other end, and I got all engrossed in the practice before I saw them, so I did not get a chance. But I hope they're around some more next week and minicamp too.
Hey, one really quick one for you out the door. DT going into the Ring of Fame. What are his possibilities for the Hall of Fame, Jeff?
I've said before, I think he and Rod Smith both at minimum deserve several hearings, in the full committee. I don't know that they will ever get them. I think DT's cause, he had a 4-year stretch, only 3 other guys in league history had, and that would be my argument is I'd love to make that case. Number one, I'd love to be in there swinging. I think the injuries would be what people would use against him, and then 2010, 2011, he's stuck in an option offense and a year of terrible quarterbacking back to back. So the 2 of those years are trimmed off his career. But, he tore his Achilles twice, and his hip really bugged him at the end of his career, which limited his snaps. So it was kind of a gradual he didn't keep the momentum from the Manning years after that. But I think he's right on the edge. I'd certainly love to fight for it. And I think he deserves at minimum to have his case heard. And I don't know that he ever will.
Okay, great stuff. Thank you, Jeff. We appreciate it. Jeff Legwell, brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW, Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career. More football news on the way. Let's football go with Dan Buds Quinn Tanner next.
Hey guys, Tyler here for the best car dealership in Colorado. It's my good friends over at Phil Long Ford. Not only are they the best car dealership, they've got the best inventory at the best prices. When you go to Phil Long Ford, there's over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. So whether you're looking for new, whether you're looking for pre-owned, you're going to find the vehicle of your dreams and you're going to get the best price. Guys, they locked in those 1,000 vehicles at incredible rates so that you, the customer, you get to save big time money in comparison to other car dealerships. So go check out Phil Long Ford today. Relationships matter to me in life. I've been a customer since I bought my first car my rookie year in the NFL. And I keep going back because I always have a great experience with Phil Long Ford. They get me in, they get me out, they give me the best price, and I find the vehicle that I want to drive. Same thing's going to happen to you when you go check out Phil Long Ford. Check out those electric vehicles. They are fun. The F-150 Lightning, the Mach-E Mustang. They are fast, fun vehicles to drive. They've got an award-winning service department, so once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced over at Phil Long Ford. You're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let them know that Tyler sent you on over. Check them out online at phillongford.com.
I feel I should know the movie, but I don't.
I don't know what that was.
What is it?
It's a show. It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia.
Oh, okay.
I saw Dan giggling to himself, so
Great
he was
show.
proud of it. I knew that.
Great show. Thank you to Mountain High Appliance. Find them at mountainhighappliance.com. Dan, Buds, Quinn, Tanner, let's football go, brother.
All right, we'll get to RJ Harvey's thighs in just a second, but I wanted to start with new Broncos safety Talanoa Hufanga. About a minute clip here, fellas, but he was asked, why did you decide to come to Denver, and was Bo Nix a part of the reason you wanted to be a Bronco?
I think it's amazing here. I think it has everything you could think of. It has beautiful scenery, then the team itself, the organization, the owners, and great players. You look at a guy that just stood up here before me, Bo. You look at what he's capable of and what he can go do down the field. Like, it's exciting, And no, there's no disrespect to Brock Purdy and what I'm done. I know people will take it the wrong way. I love my guy Brock. I signed with a new team. That's exactly how it is. But you ask that question, and I'm out here with a team that has a bunch of guys that I'm excited to play with. Knowing him now, I'll say real quick because I can talk about my past. Just seeing how he works is one thing. I think that's like first in line. First guy that's going to run, that's going to beat a lot of guys in races. Like, he's just a guy that wants to work. I think for me, I was injured last year as well. I got to watch a lot of ball. You see a guy that I think started off the year a little shaky, but that's the beauty of it. He bounces back and he shows up each and every week, even when things aren't slotted in his way. And so watching a guy that, like I said, just battled through adversity, something that I admire, watching him do it each and every day, and we could go out there and try to do it again this year.
All right, there's Talanoa Hufanga on Bo Nix. He mentions ownership, beautiful city. Are the Broncos starting to become a destination NFL city for free agents, guys?
Well, I'll tell you that, Tyler, where do the Niners practice? Are they in Santa Clara? Do they practice there too?
They practice at the stadium.
Okay. I've ended up knowing that area very well as my son went to junior college out there. This is such a nicer area than the San Jose, Santa Clara area. That ain't San Francisco either. San Francisco's a long way from there. I'd be surprised if many of the players live up there in San Fran. And in terms of like getting out to like the beach, you're nowhere close to the beach in Santa Clara. I got to tell you, man, coming to Colorado for football, I think it's unbelievably appealing. Like, we heard Bo Nix talk about, well, this is where I live. This is my home. Well, I think that's pretty easy to do when you live in an area like this. I mean, and I'm not exactly sure why it's different for football than it seems to be for all the other sports. But, man, for football guys, it just seems to be an ideal place to live year-round. I think it's really attractive.
Yeah, I've never seen guys get rooted in other cities like they do in Denver. You just don't see it happen. They just scatter when their career's done and they leave. To answer Dan's question, are they a destination? I think they're on the map. They're on the map. You know where Denver is. You're aware. You're paying attention to what's going on out there. No, I don't think we're a destination for free agents yet. But you're about one breakout season from Bo Nix away from being there. Bo had a very, very respectable rookie season, and you looked at it and you're aware of who he is.
Yeah, he has a good year. It's only going to add, and then if he has another good year, and then as Jeff just mentioned, this state-of-the-art facility is going to be done come next, when you're bringing recruits around, and so to speak. I mean, they're going to go, what do you mean you got a barbershop here and you've got a this and this? And you got, that'll play a little bit. But the biggest thing, I think, besides great facilities and everything, you got an ownership that they're going to say, all right, $30 million of your contract's guaranteed. Here's $15 million in cash right now.
Nothing
tops. They have that ability.
Believe it or not, facilities don't mean jack squat in the NFL. I don't know how it is in the NBA, but in college, it used to be you recruited with your facilities. Now it doesn't work that way because now you got NIL, and it's very similar to playing in the NFL. You just recruit with a contract. But, yeah, you hit the nail on the head. You got owners to say, okay, you need 50 up front, and here you go.
By the way, it was I didn't even tell Tyler wasn't here yet. We're watching Tennessee OU play women's softball.
Mm-hmm.
Texas Tech's in the World Series finals also.
Mm-hmm.
Their pitcher, $1 million NIL deal.
Oh, I was just asking DMac that. I thought I heard one of you guys talking about it.
Scott did, yeah. Texas Tech, huh?
Texas Tech.
Well,
pitcher.
how much is this chick from Tennessee making? Because I watched it. I watched her pitch.
She can pitch
over the weekend, and she is ridiculous.
Yeah. Well, the Texas Tech girl who won 2 games in the regionals.
Well, the Texas Tech girl better not lose a game.
$1 million. But 1 million women softball, when you talk about NIL going
She
crazy
better be
for
pretty.
football.
She better be pretty good. But I mean, if they're in the softball World Series, they're doing all right. And by the way, if you don't understand how softball works, they just have like one pitcher.
You know what I like about this Tennessee one? She doesn't wear that stupid face mask thing.
Nah, she's got some courage.
Neither does the OU girl.
Not a
She
wimp.
just has glasses.
Next story, Dan.
All right, let's hear from Bo Nix, who spoke earlier today. RJ Harvey, he got a chance to get his first look at the Broncos rookie running back. What did Bo think?
Well, he's done a really good job working. He does a good job out of the backfield. He, it's hard to tell with shorts and t-shirt, what it's like running the ball with the, no pads. But, that's obviously why we got him. So, he can run the ball. But I think it's the other things that, he's showing, just the routes and, his suddenness and quickness and hands. I think all that's really good to see. But, he's a great guy, great dude, first and foremost. And then, I think it's going to translate for him being a successful player.
Sounds like Bo thinks he can be a pretty good receiving threat out of the backfield. And, fellas, are you disappointed Bo didn't mention his thighs in that answer?
Bit. Yeah, a little bit. Baby Quadzilla. I mean, it can't be Quadzilla. He's got to get something along those lines, right? Hey, I don't know. Like, I can't tell you for a fact he was the very first running back that was in there, but I can tell you that he was the first running back that I noticed was in with the ones. Okay? So I didn't notice the very first play. But he was the first one I noticed that was in there with the ones, which, you shouldn't expect anything different. He was drafted in the second round. Clearly, he's meant to be the starter. But they're not wasting any time. He's got a very strong running motion, which you would expect. And he did have they're in shorts and everything, but he did have a relatively big impact with a guy on the sideline. And you could just tell, man, he's going to be tough to bring down.
Vic was very focused on RJ Harvey's thighs.
As he should be.
Shooting some video from earlier today.
Look at him rolling those shorts up, too, making sure he shows off those quads.
Maybe there's a fine in there, like the belly. The belly had a rookie fine, couldn't show off the belly. Maybe he's going to, hey, dude, easy on your quads.
Hey, I'm working on if I get my quads like that, I'm wearing shorts like that, too.
Next story, Dan.
All right, let's hear from Bears quarterback Caleb Williams. We heard the story.
He loves the Bears.
That's what he says.
He loves the Bears.
Before the draft, there was reports that came out that said he and his father were trying to circumvent the draft to avoid the Bears. But Caleb Williams says he's all in on Chicago.
Through all of what was going on, through all of what happened in last year and previous years, I think that was enticing. I think that was something that was glaring to me, that I wanted to come here and be the guy and be a part and be a reason on why Chicago Bears turned this thing around. So that last thing that was said and all of that, I think, was the most important thing, is that I wanted to be here, that I love being here, I love my teammates, I love all the people that got me here, family, friends, Ryan, Kevin, Floos and Shane, all those guys that went through all of that process with me to get me here. But it was all those things, like I said, were thoughts. But the main goal and the main objective of being here is to turn around. That's why I was selected number one. And so, that's what we're here to do.
Do you believe him, guys? Do you
No,
believe he
wanted
to be a Bear all along?
Nobody wants to be a Bear as a quarterback. He wants to be the number one draft pick, I'm sure, but why would he want to be a Bears quarterback?
What was the last team that had a number one pick that you would say, yeah, I want to be that quarterback for that team?
Sunshine in Jacksonville?
I guess. I suppose. Why? Because of the weather?
Yeah, the weather and his hair, and it just kind of fits out.
He does fit out there, doesn't he?
Yeah, it fits. He's got that Florida look.
I mean, it's the trade-off. You're the number one pick, but
you're going to go to a crap team.
I don't know, man. Nashville's kind of cool. I mean, Titans it's a cool city. They're building a big, huge new stadium. That's a fun place to be.
Yeah, and they're definitely not a historically terrible franchise.
No, and they're in a soft division. Could win there. Maybe. I don't know.
Well, you win your first game of the year, you're on your way.
Oh my God, what a nightmare that would be. You know what? That would suck.
What if Shedeur Sanders starts before Cam Ward?
How would that be possible?
Will Levis, mailman.
Oh, you think he's beating out Cam Ward?
Hey, you never know.
That'd be fun to see. Losing that opening game would be it wouldn't be the end of the season. There's plenty of season left, but that would be.
Nope, it's all over. Lose that one, it's done.
Man, oh man. You kind of are in a no-win situation. You got to win that one. I mean, my God. Almost every other game on the schedule is somewhat explainable, but not that one.
Yeah, you got to win that one, and then, God forbid you lose, then the Raiders win, and
I mean, is there a
Brock Bowers has 3 touchdowns.
Is there a more winnable game on the schedule than that opening game? Did you guys see a worse team in a worse situation?
You got the Jets. Who else we got?
But at least the Jets are on the road, so you'd think that would help the Jets.
What week is
the Giants?
What week is the
6th?
Although the Jets is in London, so anything could happen there.
Right. Giants are pretty bad. You're right. Well, who's their quarterback? Probably Jackson Dart. You know what I'm saying? That's a good hot take. Does Russell Wilson get beat out by Jackson Dart in New York?
Yes, absolutely he does.
Right off the bat?
Yeah. I think Jackson Dart starts day one.
So Russell Wilson will go out on his career the same way he went in.
Getting beat out by a low draft pick.
most guys do.
Yeah, but the symmetry would be kind of wild. Although he's not that high paid of a but it did happen to Matt Flynn and Russell Wilson.
Yeah. Well, he's probably making about what Flynn made. He's making $21 million this year.
Sure it's a lot more.
It sure seems to me like the Giants love Jackson Dart.
Is Russ making $21 million? Is he really?
I thought
no
it was
freaking way.
I thought it was a 1 year, $21 million.
Oh my God, that makes me sick.
Well, if he's making $21 million, he's going to start. He's going to start if he's making $21 million.
Check it out, but
that'd be a disaster on the Giants' part to pay $21 million for a guy and he doesn't start.
It's worth up to $21 million.
Worth
10.5 guaranteed.
Oh, okay. Oh, well, that's
still. I mean, 10.5 guaranteed. That ain't nothing.
That's not chicken feed. It's not 21 though. I mean,
gosh, Russell Wilson is still getting 10.5 guaranteed.
It's unbelievable. How much money has that dude made?
Amazing.
All right, anything else, Dan? You got that?
Yeah, just real quick. Yeah. Speaking of Shedeur Sanders, fellas, reports coming out of Cleveland are very positive in favor of Shedeur Sanders. In fact, CBS Sports writes, buy some stock in Sanders after Wednesday's Browns practice as the 5th-round pick is starting to make this quarterback competition interesting. ESPN Cleveland reported Sanders completed 7 of 9 passes, had 3 touchdowns, no picks during team drills. It says Dylan Gabriel was 11 of 16, 2 touchdowns, did throw an interception, but reports coming out of Cleveland very early, are positive for Shedeur Sanders.
Dude, charting OTA throwing is ridiculous.
Whatever, we did the same thing.
Hey, you asked Tyler if he charted today.
We were doing the same thing over all those years.
And it was ridiculous when we were doing it too.
But it was fun.
It was fun. But we've definitely had moments like that in OTAs. We're like, oh, look at that. Look at this. How about that one? Complete? It's a drop. All that stupid conversation.
I'll give our guy credit for this. As we're sitting here talking about Bo Nix, and we're thinking back on all those years, and Bo's only in year 2, and it almost feels like he's in year 4. Like just the leadership, the way that he's taken over the team, the calmness. I mean, the waters are steady. Think about the pressers. Think about the person. Just think about the personalities of the QBs that we've had in this room.
It's crazy.
And compare that to Bo Nix's personality. It's like, yeah, I hate to sound like DMac, but I mean, goodness, I'll take this guy over anybody else we've had in terms of personality.
Some guys are
since Manning probably.
Yeah.
Oh well, Manning.
Although Drew Lock gave good pressers.
He never felt like he was in control.
No, Drew Lock seemed like a little kid.
Yeah.
Drew, like, I'm not calling him Paxton Lynch, but he had an immaturity about him that he did not carry franchise QB personality.
No, he sure didn't. Teddy Bridgewater, great guy. He didn't really carry it. Not really.
I think Teddy carried it. I disagree on that.
I just got the impression that Teddy was a really good dude who was just happy to be there and that sort of thing. Okay, that's fine. I mean, but I didn't feel Teddy really had the I'm the face of the organization presence. He was a good guy, though. Trevor Siemian never had that sort of presence. Bo does. Bo just has it in droves.
Yeah, I'll definitely give him credit where credit's due, and he carries himself high and mighty.
Yeah. The fact that that's a wild thing that he's been a starter on every team he's ever been on since the 9th grade as a quarterback.
That's not wild.
That's, you got to, first of all, you got to start as a 9th grader, which ain't easy.
Okay, that's true.
Then you got to start as a freshman in college at an SEC school. It's easy to start at Oregon. I gotcha. Then you got to start as a rookie
at Auburn.
Well,
all right. As a freshman,
for a 9th grader, even a sophomore, depending on your high school program, that's pretty impressive. Auburn freshman, yeah, I'd say that's pretty cool.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Then as a rookie in the NFL, so I think he's, and we heard from Coach Sanford about doing a camp with Bo. He's Iceman. He's that robot football quarterback guy. Like, some guys are just born that way. Peyton was definitely born that way. Elway was born that way. We could go through a laundry list of guys. When I started covering the NFL, Jim Kelly, born that way. That's just who he was. Then we've had a bunch of guys who were not born that way. That just Paxton Lynch, you think he was born that way? Oh my God. My Lord.
If he was.
It's just
he might have been.
Sometimes you can tell, man, when the guy just steps up and talks. Seriously. Sometimes you can just tell. And you can certainly tell by his presence around Tyler, I think, other players. I agree. You just sort of see it. You feel it.
I definitely agree.
The quicker a young player can get to quote Bull Durham, get your cliches down. Bo Nix hammered that from day one.
Yep. But he's not. I don't feel like he's phony.
Remember ball security is job security? Remember who that was?
Brock Osweiler.
Brock Osweiler.
Brock was like a little bit too much of a politician. He was just, I don't think he was necessarily.
I think Brock carried himself like that, though. I think Brock had that.
Yeah.
He had the robot presidential.
He did.
All of that.
Mark Sanchez was good at press conferences.
That's why he's on TV right now.
That's why he's on TV.
Brock Osweiler's on TV.
Yep. Yeah, he is.
Yeah.
Man,
Peyton Manning's on TV.
Well, Peyton Manning's in just a different level. The biggest question, if I could give some truth serum to Brock Osweiler, would you have played for less money with an opportunity to start if you knew you were going to have a longer career and could possibly make the money later? Or do you just take the money when you get in, that's it?
It's a really hard one, man. It was so much money.
Oh, I know.
The amount of money the Texans offered him was so insane. I don't know how you turn that down.
I agree with you, and especially because I don't think the Broncos treated Brock all that great either. It's not like they were head over heels for Brock. They did make him an offer, but it wasn't like a we love you sort of thing.
Yeah, but the Texans was weird also because the GM,
right.
The GM gave him all that money like behind the coach's back.
And it was a weird situation. He got paid though. He got the money, but his career was probably shorter than he would have been the starting quarterback for the Broncos.
Yep.
No doubt about it.
And still would have got paid.
Oh my God! Did the Broncos make the playoffs in 2016 if Brock Osweiler's the quarterback?
Yes.
Well, all it takes is one game.
That's it.
I mean, Trevor almost got you there.
Damn close.
You just needed one more win.
But if you have Brock, you're not drafting.
That Chiefs game, right?
Yeah, second to last game of the year.
Forget Brock. If you'd have brought Peyton back for one more year, would you have made the playoffs?
Yes. And then you could have tried to focus on whoever your next quarterback's going to be. If Brock's going to go, who cares? I think you definitely get to the playoffs. And
honestly, like looking back on it in hindsight with Peyton, you give him that whole offseason to heal.
Exactly.
Get better physically.
Yep.
Yeah.
Why chase him off? Well, why not just kiss his butt and just get him back here?
Because you didn't want him to win 2 in a row and then hurt a legacy.
Okay, D-Mac.
That's a good conspiracy theory. Who was it, do you think, that didn't want Peyton here the most?
I don't know. I don't really know the inner workings of what was going on behind the scenes that year. It's pretty complex.
Yeah.
It's complex with a lot of guys.
And it started the year before. Right? I mean, they had him take a pay cut the year before the Super Bowl.
No, that was the Super Bowl year.
Yeah,
but it's the offseason.
But it was,
yeah.
It was Elway wanted to take a massive pay cut. Joe Ellis got on a plane down to Louisiana and kind of hashed things out. He got big bonuses for getting to the Super Bowl and winning the Super Bowl, so he ultimately got all of his money back. He had 1 year left on his contract. He was not out of contract. He had 1 year left.
That's what I'm saying.
And they didn't do a deal with Brock the entire season and didn't even talk to Brock about a contract extension until they knew Manning was, going to retire. Like, there were so many opportunities to just say, come on back, Peyton, 1 more year. Seriously,
I
I
don't think he retires if they say come back for 1 more year. And I don't think that I think that retirement was more of.
I agree.
I'm not going to try to fight this and get 1 more year and be a quarterback that plays. I don't want to be Joe Flacco.
The big question is, why didn't somebody say to Peyton Manning, come on, Peyton, 1 more year?
Well, in the front office.
Correct.
Yeah.
Don't know. All right. Nate Kreckman was out at practice. We'll get his take on everything coming up next. Hey, tonight, if you're interested, Edmonton at Dallas. See if Edmonton can close them out. Everybody hates Dallas, so fine. Whatever. You're going to have Florida. Florida's going to the Stanley Cup Finals. Final, again. Third year in a row. 6 years in a row, Florida's had hockey teams in the Stanley Cup Final.
Because that state needs hockey.
It's just so stupid, but that's what's going on. And you can hear the game tonight right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Powered by Mountain Hyundai. Thank you, Mountain Hyundai. The NHL playoffs on Altitude Sports Radio, powered by Mountain Hyundai. Andy, you want to give us a little inside info?
What do you want to chat about? You guys, see, I love the Super Bowl years because I think that season was the one I remember. Well, for a lot of, I don't know. 2013 was pretty. I'm so bummed that people hate 2013 because of the Super Bowl. You know how fun that season was?
It was a great year.
Yeah, well, but people don't remember it well.
It was the offense was unbelievable. It was scoring like 40 points a game.
Despite 17 games, no one's still broken the record.
That's crazy, actually.
Well, I was playing, not here at the time, but I feel that way too because I'll never forget when Fox was let go or mutually walked away, whatever it was. I mean, I was out in Washington at the time, and what we thought of was that team, and we're like, John Fox is out with Denver. How is that happening right now?
Well, that was 2014, and things were different.
That was pretty
got
fresh.
Way weird at the end of that year.
It was weird.
Gase thought he had the job.
Jack Del Rio was looking for.
Del Rio had already accepted the Raider job or whatever. Fox is telling the people in Chicago, "Hey, don't fire your guy or don't hire anybody. It might be me."
Yeah, it was 2013 though. I just didn't think they had to play defense at all. I didn't think it mattered.
DMac, I'm telling you. And look, I saw some great Bronco years. I saw a few crappy ones after, but I mean, I saw the whole Manning thing from the sideline, right? I saw the end of Cutler. I had to endure Orton and Tebow and whatever that was with Josh, but it was like watching. And I remember I called arena football games. I've seen it. I was the color guy and the sideline dude for the Crush for like 6 years. And it looked like arena football because 10 yards was nothing. That team would get a holding call and it wouldn't matter. They're like 20 yards.
Whatever.
Here's Julius Thomas. Sorry, can't cover him. Oh, wait, there's DT. You got him doubled? I'm throwing it anyway.
Hey, Ravens.
Oh, he broke a couple tackles. Forget about it.
You broke our heart. All right, here's 7 touchdowns on your ass on opening
night.
night.
You're going to hang your banner on the side of my stadium, are you? Bang, 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 bang. He's pulling the assistants off. Who's our guy? Flip, break out. Oh, there's another TD.
It was crazy.
How you like that, Flacco?
It was crazy.
Dude, that was insane. My favorite all-time moment was Manning, the very start of the Manning year after doing Tebow's stuff. You probably remember. You guys, I think, were you locked in Manning's first Sunday night game against Pittsburgh?
Yep.
So I go in the end zone, right? I always go in the end zone so we can watch that, you were on sidelines together.
We all thought Peyton Manning's head was about to fall off.
But it was so funny because you watch Tebow. Look, the passes were, it just was a different passing game. But to watch Manning from the end zone, and there was one time where he I don't know which drive it was, but Manning goes up to the line of scrimmage. Palomalu's dancing all over the place. Manning would call the play, Troy would reset. And he did this a couple, 3 times. And Manning at one point stood back and put his hands on his hips. He's like, "Are you done? Wherever you're going to end up, I'm going to adjust. Or is this it?
That's awesome.
Are you deciding?" And I was like, dude, this is going to be different. And I think he hit Decker. He was hitting Andre Caldwell. Remember when Andre Caldwell was a big deal?
Yeah.
Well, the year didn't start great, actually.
No, with 2 and 3.
2012.
They were all running the why? I don't even know why. Somebody pulled out the old tapes of the 24-0 comeback at halftime. That was insane.
The San Diego game.
Look at Nate.
He's coming in. He was at practice today.
He's got a football coach walk to him today.
Yeah. The easy.
He looked in there and saw you on his mic.
All right, real quick. What was the Flacco deal? The Flacco and Brock Osweiler thing. Not Flacco. Peyton Manning.
Oh no.
Everybody's gone. Everybody's gone, and the limitations are up.
You're telling me to spit the truth here.
Yeah.
No. Well, first off, Brock told me, Nate, in an on-air interview. Brock is always one of my favorite people. I always point that out. I got a soft spot for him because I can remember when Manning was struggling with the Kubiak offense, and you'd probably understand this better than anybody. I went to Brock in the preseason because he would do the interviews with me, and Brock would I asked Brock, I go, what is this footwork thing he keeps talking about? I don't understand. And Brock explained to me how you're supposed to step around the pocket, and each way that you go takes you to the next window. And if you're late into that movement, if you get off a look and you have to manipulate late, it closes the window. Like if you're late getting there, the window isn't there as much as it is.
Yeah.
And again, I don't explain it as well because I'm not a quarterback, but he literally stood there and would show me what the hell he was talking about and why Peyton dropping back from center, Peyton Manning we're talking about, it was such an issue. And you remember, I'll never forget, we've laughed about it before. The end of that camp, Manning's like, well, Kliss asked the old softball that I'm sure he just wanted an answer to archive for the preview article in July. What do you think of the offense? And Manning's like, no one gives a damn what I think. Nobody asked me about it. And I was like, whoa, 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 whoa. That was the first thought that I don't think he liked the offense. And I think I'll tell you this. I was told when it comes to Manning's departure that John was a little surprised by how much stats meant to Peyton. And maybe they meant a little bit more than he thought, a guy that came from an era of, here's half my salary, please put a team around me I can go win a Super Bowl with. So did that lead into them parting company? I don't know.
Do you think Manning was just looking for somebody to ask him to stay?
I think he wanted to start somewhere, and I don't think anybody was willing to give him a starting chance. Because remember, there was a period, what did we go, about a month, 6 weeks, where he didn't
play.
He didn't retire either.
Oh,
No,
yeah.
He didn't just retire.
It went pretty deep into the offseason.
Right?
Yeah, he went on tour.
Yeah, I think he looked
Couple
at some
vacations.
spots.
He did a
but
speaking deal.
Couple of them, yeah.
I don't think anybody gave him a chance to start. I don't think he wanted to. Look, I get it, man. You're the greatest. I think he's the greatest of all time, honestly. And that's hard to say for a kid that grew up watching John Elway.
Had John come to him and said, you know what, Peyton, let's go for one more year. You're definitely going to start. We'll figure it out. Let's run it back.
But do you think John listen, do you even think Kubiak went? Do you remember?
I don't know. I don't know.
I remember the Peyton Manning Corton period. Remember, were you still at KOA?
Yep.
I'm trying to remember. I drove Mark Johnson nuts that year because I had to go down and do CU games with him. And in the middle of the Buffs playing in New Mexico in the tournament, I'm trying to keep up on what the hell's going on with Manning. I'm just talking about it nonstop. And Mark's just like, I don't care. I was like, I do. I want to see this guy as a Bronco. But the Texans never courted him because Gary never thought he was a fit for that offense.
Yeah.
And I remember having one of our old pals show me actual tape. And again, something Tyler could break down if we put film up here of why it's so important that you drop back for running back. C.J. Anderson talked to me about that. C.J. didn't love the pistol. The running backs didn't love the pistol. They talked about your two-way go when the guy's under center. Like, I had one of our buddies actually show me tape of Patriot linebacker, not Patriot. There was somebody they played early in the year, maybe it was Cleveland, not respecting bootlegs or anything at all. It was Cleveland. They were in Cleveland, and the dudes were just, the minute they snapped, they were chasing the running back. They didn't have to hold it all. Then they showed me the Patriot tape where Brock is in, and when Brock takes a snap, the outside linebacker has to hold. He may boot out much. It's that backside chase backer had to hold outside because he had to worry about Brock rolling out.
Yeah,
and none of that was in play in the pistol.
Yeah, well, it's not so much about the pistol, although you're not wrong. I mean, the pistol was the compromise because you can't run wide zone out of shotgun. You can barely run wide zone out of pistol. So you're absolutely right in terms of it's about the timing of when you hit the line of scrimmage. But what people don't necessarily understand, what you're breaking down there, football is played 10 on 11, right? Like you've got 10 guys on offense, meaning you've got 10 hats to block 11 hats because the quarterback doesn't count. The quarterback can't block anybody. So when you've got the wide zone running game that's going on, you always leave that backside defensive end unaccounted for. How is he accounted for? Through the bootleg action. When you don't have a quarterback that can actually throw off the bootleg, well, now they don't have to respect that, and now they can crash down, which is exactly what you were talking about.
When it comes to Brock, and I've said this, and again, I like Brock a lot, but Nate will tell you, we had Brock on, and it became the coolest interview because we just got talking about what went wrong in Denver, and Brock was willing to talk about it. And I asked him point blank.
What year was it? This is the year after?
This was he got into TV work. This was
probably
2
the last
years
couple
ago.
years ago, yeah.
Because he was doing the CU game
Got
on
it.
Colors. So we talked a little CU football with him, and Nate and I just were like, we're going to ask him, should you have stayed here in Denver? And he said, yeah, I should have.
Yeah.
Because, and you can attest to this, one of the things that I think went wrong for Brock Osweiler, you got the big fancy, you're the highest paid QB in the NFL at that time or whatever like the most guaranteed money or whatever
Yeah,
it
he
was.
became the highest paid.
Right? And so now everybody knows
like
your
18
business.
million, wasn't it, or something like that?
It was a lot.
for only 2 or 3 years. But again, more guaranteed money than anybody had. But I'd asked you about this. I've asked Akib, I've asked Harris, I've asked all these guys. You all have told me that locker room trusted Brock. You guys had his back. You won games with him that Super Bowl year. Well, instead, now you're Mr. High Paid. You walk into Houston, and again, it's kind of like when Russell Wilson showed up. You ain't done anything for us. You may have got a ring, won our ring. You know what I mean?
Yeah. A couple things about Brock. I will never forget the first game that he started was Chicago.
I remember it was freezing.
We were in Chicago. It was one of those travel disasters where anything that could go wrong getting to Chicago went wrong. And we got in at like 11 p.m., canceled all of our team meetings. We just had one quick team meeting before we went to bed. And Kubiak's like, Brock, get up here, say something to the team. And you know how this goes, Scott. I mean, when you're a professional athlete, you get 100 speeches a day. I mean, literally every single day, you probably get 10 different speeches. And 90% of the time, you're slouched back. You're thinking about the milk you got to pick up on your way home, whatever. You're just barely hearing the words that are being said. And I remember we're all tired. We're exhausted. And I wish I could remember the words that Brock said. I can't. But what I can remember is the experience of being exhausted, of being worn out, wanting to go to bed. And by the time Brock is done, every single dude in that room has got their back straightened up, the hair on your arm standing up. You're like, we're going to be okay. Like this dude just brought the same confidence that Peyton Manning's bringing, I think had Brock stayed here in Denver, I'm not telling you he would have been a top 10 quarterback.
Sure.
I don't think he gets benched. I don't think that he's an embarrassment, and all we needed was one extra win that year. Trevor Siemian almost took the Broncos to the playoffs the next year.
Yeah, it was so funny because you guys were talking about it. I will never forget it because I remember we were in Tennessee, and I say we because I was on that sideline, and one of the receivers, it doesn't matter. One of the guys dropped. It was the 4th down pass, and the dude dropped it in the end zone. Trevor put it in there, touchdown, would have won the game.
Benny Fowler, I believe. There was a Benny Fowler drop.
He also, I love my guy DT. He put one up for DT. He could. Now it was a tougher catch than what Fowler dropped, but he put one in a place that DT could have had to, and DT didn't come up. That was the famous chain. What was it? Where it wasn't the chain game, but where Akib went after one to go after that receiver that cut Chris.
Or Michael Crabtree.
Yeah.
No. That was Harry Douglas.
The Tennessee DB, yeah.
Yeah.
So, but anyway, or receiver. But
it was Harry Douglas.
But yeah, look, they had that one. If they win that one, and I remember being on that plane,
Cortland Finnegan, was that the guy's name?
Cortland Finnegan.
Thank you.
Am I talking about something else?
Yeah.
Remember, but Keep called him punk. I'm going to look him up in the offseason, and I'm going to,
And we'll see him in Atlanta.
But again, they lose that game. I want to say they lose that game. They come home. They lose to New England, which I think we all thought would happen. Then you go to Kansas City on Christmas night, and there's no hope. You're not winning that game, right? Had they just held on to that touchdown pass, they go to the playoffs. They don't need the KC game.
Yep.
And Brock, I think to your point, if Brock's here for all that, maybe they get that win, but I know this, Brock, to me, you're a competitive team.
Absolutely.
And probably, I don't know if you're a Super Bowl team, but you're a competitive team. He probably sees a couple more years of his contract.
Dude, you're a competitive team with a 6th-round draft pick in his second year, weren't you?
Look, I love Trevor, too. T-Sizzle, Mr. Subway, Mr. Cold Cut Sandwiches. He told us one time, wasn't it our show where he told us, he really values a quality sandwich, and you better bring some proper bread, and you better have the high-end cold cuts. That was his big deal.
I mean, who doesn't value a proper
no
sandwich?
Question.
I've settled for crappy.
Yeah, but you value a good one when you have it.
Hey, you
right?
value a good one when you're having a lousy bologna and cheese.
That's
I
what
can tell
I'm
you
saying.
that.
Yes, when it's the Wonder Bread and the PB&J, you're just like, I could really go for
All
a
right,
nice.
here's my question. Who gets RJ Harvey's thighs as their first, as the fantasy team name? Is that the fantasy football team name?
Absolutely it is.
That's a low center of gravity.
Because that's
on that
all
guy.
I hear about.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, what'd you think? Did you think he looked special? Did you think he looked unique?
No, he looked like a NFL running back.
Yeah.
He had shake to him. I liked him. Yeah, I didn't lose my mind though.
No, shorts and shirts, as Bo said.
Right. He
looks like he's gonna be tough to take down.
He looked good.
Yeah.
But it wasn't like that's unlike anything I've ever seen before.
No, but the hype around this guy right now is pretty damn significant.
All right.
I mean, I was talking with one of the coaches after practice.
Simply because he's in Sean Payton's offense now?
Simply because Sean Payton identified him.
Yes.
Yeah, or allegedly, right? So like they moved down. They were okay with it. They overdrafted him. Nobody else is going to draft him in the second round, but that was Sean's guy. And now there's a lot of hype rolling around this guy right now. I mean, you go on ESPN, every time somebody writes anything about the Broncos, it's look at the fit between RJ Harvey and the Denver Broncos. This is going to be the sleeper. So,
all right.
Go ahead.
I got a question for you because this is what we're going to hit at 3:20, but I'll ask you since you're in here. On the NFL Network or NFL.com, they put the 11 rookies with the most pressure on them.
Yeah.
RJ Harvey's number 8.
I don't disagree.
Is this the Sean Payton effect?
I think it's borderline unfair to the dude.
Well, I was about to say, he's a late second-round draft pick. Like, Travis Hunter's number 1 on the list.
Yeah.
How does RJ Harvey make that list?
Well, it does feel like there's a lot riding on it.
Because Denver desperately needs somebody to be able to do the skill set that he is supposed to bring, and that is absolutely what they were lacking in their offense a year ago, is a competent receiver out of the backfield, and that's like the final compliment that Sean Payton, the final piece that he needs to put in place, because he got Ingram, and he's got receivers, and he's got his quarterback. Now he needs a running back to make plays out of the backfield, and if he has that, this offense should hum.
Yeah,
that's pressure.
It's not just the wide receiver, though. I mean, the one thing that was missing was a consistent running game. And guess what? You got the same offensive line. You got all 5 of those guys back. So
I think it's a good line.
I think it is, too. I like it. I think it's a very respectable offensive line. But my only point is your running game didn't get any better by improving your offensive line. Those guys are all back.
How much of that, though, is a play calling? To be fair to the situation. You don't dedicate to the. You've been at you. Hey, you were in Washington. We had RG3 and a number of good backs. Who was your back then?
Alfred Morris.
Yeah,
was
fantasy stud
he
by
was
last
a 6th
check.
or 7th rounder. He was the leading rusher his rookie year.
Yeah, he was good.
That was you were dedicated to the run in that offense.
Yes. Now, do you think Sean Payton will be more dedicated to the run because he identified RJ Harvey?
No, I think we're going to see RJ Harvey out of the backfield. Could RJ Harvey be the true joker of this offense?
I thought they threw him the ball a handful of times today out of the backfield, actually, which I was like, okay, they're already trying to get him involved.
Yeah. I don't know that he sees. I don't know if he had the stars in his eyes because I'm sure he likes the run. But let's be honest, he likes to throw the ball. Sean Payton loves to throw the ball. That's what he did in New Orleans.
Yes,
they run it.
I thought Audric Estime looked noticeably slimmer, by the way. Not like any less powerful, but I was like, oh, okay, that guy, you could tell.
He's had an NFL offseason.
You're inactive for a playoff game. And maybe that's not even it. Maybe the guy just by his very nature works hard. But like I noticed him today. I was like, wow, he looks okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it used to be his thighs we were talking about.
Right.
Poor Audric. Now we're not talking about his thighs.
I don't care about your thighs anymore.
No.
Yeah.
Would you be upset about that?
I thought RJ Harvey, like, he's got good thighs.
Good thighs.
I didn't lose my mind over the thighs. They're fine looking. I heard the hype about the thighs, and so one of the first things I did today, as soon as 37 touched the ball, I was like, yeah, let me look at those thighs. I was like, yeah, they're thighs.
By the way, have you heard he's pretty much said during the rookie, where they took all the rookie card shots, he's like, yeah, I ain't keeping this number. He said,
didn't want to be 37.
He said, I do like a single number.
How about,
is that right?
Oh, yeah, so I don't think 30, whatever he is, 36,
I was pretty
37.
thrown. They have a wide receiver that's 39.
Is that the rookie? Is that the guy from
and
rookie camp?
he's got some long hair.
From Utah State.
Yeah,
that's the
Tyrese
rookie
White.
tryout.
Yes, rookie tryout guy. He's the guy that they hung on to. He
got in there with the ones. It was weird. They were rotating wide receivers in there that I'm like, who are these guys?
Yeah, he's got long, like Palomalu-like hair flowing out of the back of his uniform. He played at Utah State, and like the thing is, and you guys know this, I'm Mr. Mountain West. We never talked about Tyrese White because he was on a team with Jalen Royals, who was like a 3rd-round pick or whatever it was. Like, he was a stud, Tyrese White, and suddenly he shows up here in Denver, and Sean Payton's in love with the guy. I don't know, maybe he's the Joker. Who knows?
Who was the old, he might even played with, who was the old number 39, the fullback from Syracuse?
Kyle Johnson?
Kyle Johnson. Did you play with Kyle Johnson?
That's
the
does
last
not ring a
39.
bell.
Before Ray Crockett, that was the last 39.
This segment has proven yet again that I am Andy Lindahl's sitcom wife. There's 3 different times you've been like mid-story.
Remember that dude?
And then
I don't even give you a lot of hints, and you're like, yeah, I know.
And then I have to get the name. I got Benny Fowler, Cortland Finnegan, and Kyle Johnson all in one segment right there.
I remember Benny Fowler. I just got to throw him under the bus.
Benny was out there today. I saw Benny.
I know. I like Benny.
Yeah, good.
That's why I was trying to play the old. I don't know. You're like Benny Fowler.
Benny Fowler.
There'll be no people hiding.
I remember it. He dropped.
There
that
was
thing.
that. You know what we've hit with this 6-year run we're on for now. We've hit
always for now.
It's radio, baby. We've hit that stage where Chris Rock talks about where you come home and you can't stand the stories of your significant other anymore. Remember the time? Yeah, I remember the time. Get kidnapped or something. Have some new things happen to you. That's you and me.
Tyler Polumbus, everybody. He was there watching OTAs. He's very tall. He saw more things than I did. But I was there and I watched it nonetheless. And
are you fired up? Are you ready? You going to give me a 17-0 prediction like our buddy Lou from Littleton would have?
I might come up a little bit short of that. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You're not pounding the over right now.
What is their total? 9.5?
Okay, you know what? I was listening to the
9.5?
Spring show last night, and Spring went and looked it up. I was listening to Berto and Spring on my ride home.
I think it's 9.5.
It's 9.5. So I've got questions for you two gambling aficionados. Not that you do it as much as you used to, but
I see a 10-win team.
Okay, but why would you hammer any overs or unders right now? Why would you not wait till the start of the season?
Because you're just staring at numbers and they're jumping off the page at you, and you're like, "Hey, I can absolutely nail this right now. I've got a sense of it." It's
but one bad injury, that's out the window.
Very much so.
9.5, like last year.
Yeah.
I get everybody. What were they? 5.5 last year?
Yes,
I got that.
Right.
But 9.5 right now.
And 9.5 is tough. By the way, looked it up last year. The on the totals, I believe it was like 17 of the 32 like were within a game and a half basically of the total. Like those numbers, they're pretty damn good. And it was like 17 to the over, 15 to the under, but they were all pretty much right there. Those numbers, they do a pretty damn good job on those. Generally, there's always the massive outliers. You'll get those in the Broncos were that last year.
Broncos and the Buffs cost Vegas some money.
Yeah, you always get those outliers, but they're generally like when you looked at the 32 teams in the NFL, it was like 17 up and 15 under, and it was like, well, that's pretty much what they're going for, you know? It's not the perfect 16 and 16 split, but that's basically what they're going for. But yes, I did go watch some football practice today. I do have some thoughts. Obviously, the highlight was Bo Nix to Cortland Sutton along the sideline, high point, back shoulder throw, great catch by Sutton over the corner. It was one of those throws that you looked at and you went, okay, that's good. Plus, Jeff Legwold trying to extract as much information as he possibly could from Bo Nix about the offseason back procedure and what that was like. I want to get to some of that audio coming up here in just a moment, so we've got all of that to do here on the show. The Oklahoma City Thunder are in the NBA Finals.
I got a question regarding that.
Timberwolves did not show up, like, at all for a Game 5, like, at all.
Yeah.
And, man, if there's anything that I took away from this series, it's that what the Thunder did to the Denver Nuggets is not unique at all. They're doing that to pretty much everybody right now. We'll dive into that today here on the show. The Rockies hit yet another new low, another level of infamy with their 2-1 loss last night to the Cubs at Wrigley Field. They'll open up a weekend series against the Mets at Citi Field tomorrow, so we'll be talking about that today here on the show. Plus, Andy, we got a new coach, still waiting on the official word on the GM. But I have isolated down. I've got fun moments from the Nuggets season. It wasn't all a terrible slog. I've got some great cause stuff. We're going to play some audio today. We're going to have some fun talking about the good moments of the Denver Nuggets season. So we'll do that today here on the show as well. Sean Payton talked. Bo Nix talked. Talanoa Hufanga spoke to the media today. That guy, he looks good in a football helmet, let me tell you.
He looks, I heard the midday guys say it. I saw the video.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like a safety.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That's the dude you want hitting a few people.
That
You know, the
guy-
last guy I saw like that was Kanoe Kennedy back in the day.
Yeah,
that dude showed up in pads. I was like, all right, I don't want to get hit by you.
Yeah, Hufanga is that's a football player right there. Very excited about what that guy's going to do in a Bronco uniform. But we'll take a break. When we come back, Andy, I've got a major special teams concern.
Oh, really? Okay.
Regarding the Denver Broncos this upcoming season.
The Broncos!
Something to keep an eye on when we return on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Broncos were OTAing today. I was there to watch it. Lovely day for football practice, by the way. Just overcast, low 60s, lovely.
Felt a little fall-like.
It was nice. It was nice weather to be watching a football practice today, given how many times, Andy, you and I have just stood over there, getting swamp ass and sunburned all over the place. It was pretty nice to just comfortably stand there and watch a football practice. It was good. So I saw something today that kind of caught my eye. And I want to bring up a concern that this team may have on the special team side of things. All right? First off, Mike Sando, and we cite his stuff a lot from The Athletic. He tweeted out today, or he put this report out of his favorite offseason move by every NFL team. Okay? With the Broncos, he didn't go Hufanga or Greenlaw or Evan Engram or drafting Jahdae Barron or any of that stuff. His favorite offseason move for the Broncos? Hiring Darren Rizzi as the special teams coach.
Okay.
The Riz man.
Rizzi.
Pointing out, you put him with Peyton and VJ, and that rounds out a very solid coaching triumvirate for the Broncos. Saints, typically an upper half of the NFL special teams group while he was there. And so it could potentially make it a strength for Denver, having a very good special teams coordinator in the Riz man, who is, he was the interim coach after Dennis Allen got fired last year in New Orleans. Remember, he liked pooping in the individual bathroom that he got. He was very excited about that. But I think the Riz man might have a problem. Something that he might have to deal with. Jeremy Crawshaw.
Okay.
The rookie punter out of Florida.
I think the only punter on the roster currently?
Only punter on the roster currently. That dude's got a boomer.
All right.
That dude can lay the wood.
I like that.
I'm a little worried about him out kicking the coverage every now and then. I think the leg might be a little too strong, and with a rookie punter, I think it could take him a portion of the season to kind of learn his off-speed pitches a little bit.
More height, less distance.
I'm just, I'm worried about the kid potentially maybe putting the punt coverage unit into some untoward spots by just blasting the ball a little bit too far. This, Andy, this thing was, Sauerbrunn was a little different, but it's the best punting leg I've ever seen in my life. But this guy can punt, dude. And I think it's very possible that a rookie punter could be a little up and down early on in his career. I'm worried about the leg strength early on of Jeremy Crawshaw. That's a legit concern I came out of OTA's day one with.
I want to salute you.
Thank you.
Tip the cap.
Thank you.
You found the perfect offseason problem
Sure
to
did.
worry about.
Mm-hmm. It's an offseason problem.
Well, let's hope it's not a regular season problem. Look, this kid, the leg you're describing, we need to get him on, I think.
He's an Aussie.
I want to know, has he ever seen the ball take off like it does here for him? Florida hadn't played here. I'd love to know the last time, if ever, he's punted at altitude. Because he might even be surprised with what that thing's doing.
He's also got a pretty sweet stash.
Does he?
Yes.
All right.
Yes. Like it's.
Is he 40 years old like some of the Aussies are? I mean, what do we.
He could be. He's got to look because he's got this stash. There's no doubt about that. It's and it's kind of like a reddish sort of stash. Who was that guy that played for the Calgary Flames? Lanny McDonald, legendary
mustache,
kind of ginger mustache. Yeah. Jeremy Crawshaw is sort of in that category. A little bit. It's a good stash, though. It's a very good stash.
Now I'm trying to remember, which team did I tell you where the punters spent halftime with me? And he was Aussie. It was late in the season.
Okay.
And he was joking how all the Aussies kind of know each other. Now I want to know if they all know one another.
If they know of Crawshaw.
Yeah,
and his
if
sweet
Crawshaw
stash.
knew him because they both were in college last year.
Yeah.
Gosh.
Yeah, it's a big time leg. That one made it into my notes right there. Big time leg out of Karasha. Again, RJ Harvey, low center of gravity. Good shake, good wiggle, all those kind of things. I think Estime looked a little slimmed down, a little toned up.
Yeah. He probably wants to be able to run away from a few guys this year,
This is the classic, right? Like this time of year, every guy either comes in 10 pounds lighter than he was a year ago, and he had the best offseason of his life, and he wants to focus a little bit more on speed and all that, or a guy will show up 10 pounds heavier than he was a year ago, and he really spent the offseason trying to bulk up because he thinks he's going to need that this upcoming season. Every guy is 10 pounds away from whatever they were a year ago.
Yeah, the only time I got worried about a guy getting lighter was remember, it was one of his final years. He might have even been 18 where he got traded halfway through where DT went full vegan, and he really looked thin. And I was like, all right, that might be too thin. But for the most part, you get a little more, like when Vaughn showed up and was 10 pounds heavier, he tore his ACL in 2013. He had to sit out the suspension that he
was
had.
Suspended for the first 6
and then
games.
He came back heavy because he wanted to be an every down linebacker.
Didn't he weigh like 272?
Yeah, it was like, come on, man, you got to.
And he wasn't in anything resembling shape, and he was just terrible.
And the weight worked against him, and then magically he was slimmed down for 2014.
Yeah.
So,
Evan Engram looks good in football pads. I can tell you that. Where's number 1, by the way? Number 1 for a tight end.
That's a bold move.
Yeah, it's that was a little bit interesting, I thought. Cortland Sutton looks absolutely terrific. Marvin Mims, speedy as ever. I did see him drop a pass, but hey, it's OTAs. You know what, Andy? That's what football practice on May 29th is for. It's for dropping passes.
Yeah.
Do you like some of these? I'm hitting you with some good offseason cliches.
You show up, you find some things to roll over that day.
You do. Mm-hmm.
All right, I will ask you the question we asked Tyler.
Okay.
Is it fair that a late second-round draft pick in R.J. Harvey makes the top 11 rookies with the most pressure on them list from the league's website, the NFL.com number? He's number 8 out of 11 with most pressure this season.
I don't think it's unfair. First off, you got to think of the position that he plays, okay? Running backs, there were 2 running backs taken in the first round this year. It was Genty by the Raiders. Omari and Hampton was taken by the Chargers. So
whole bunch in the second, though.
Yeah, a whole bunch in the second, but also like if here's the thing. Second round is the new first round when it comes to running backs, essentially.
Sure.
If you're taken in the first 2 days of the draft and you're a running back, that bequeaths some sort of pressure and expectation onto you. Also, Harvey is walking into an offense, and do you remember when Sean Payton sat down with Kay Adams at the Super Bowl, and the very first thing that he said, remember, must, needs, and wants, and the thing that he needs in his offense, what was that thing again?
I would say we need a joker.
Yeah. Sean Payton himself, Sean Payton, the architect of some of the great offenses in the history of the NFL, said, I need a joker. Okay? Hold on, let's have Sean say it one more time.
I would say we need a joker.
Uh-huh.
Trying to find a goddamn joker.
Yeah.
And George Payton was sick of hearing about it.
Sure.
But, yeah. Sean had had a night before that. Okay.
The French Quarter, I think, was calling.
Sure.
Although I don't know that he does the French Quarter. He knows New Orleans well enough. He probably has some sneaky hangouts.
Wherever he may have been,
he knows where
appeared
the
to
cool
have had
offbeat places are.
He had a cool night. Okay.
Our buddy Reno Nataro took us to some perfect ones.
He had a cool night.
There.
All right. But Sean highlighted that, like that was the story of the Broncos offseason, was I got to find a joker. And guess what? R.J. Harvey and Evan Engram. Okay? He signs Engram, but Engram's a veteran, and he's performed in the NFL, all those things. Like, Harvey's a rookie, but also, like, that was where Denver was going to do it. They didn't sign any running backs in free agency. They let Javonte Williams walk. They were a team that was connected to Ashton Genty. Omari and Hampton was on, like, 80% of the mock drafts going to Denver, so you know the Broncos were going to take a running back. They take one in the second round. You fill the role of exactly what the coach said that you needed. There's going to be pressure on you. And you know, second round rookie, but guess what? You're a running back in the NFL. Like, you got to be good right away.
Yeah.
You got to be good right away because, like, you're
Clock's ticking.
Yeah, what do you got? 5 or if you're lucky, like 6 years of a paycheck that you're getting out of this league before it chews you up and spits you out with 2 busted up knees.
Well, and fair or not, look at Audric Estime.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't seize the job right away. Now, you may seize it this year, but you didn't seize it right away. So guess what? They took another second-round running back.
Yeah. I think there's a role for Estime on this team, but R.J. Harvey is the guy, and Sean Payton has highlighted, and he's brought up names like Mark Ingram and Darren Sproles and Reggie Bush this entire offseason. Well, guess what? R.J. Harvey, up next, guy. Go get him.
Is there pressure on the Broncos as a whole? It's why. First off, I had read there was a ton of media out there. I hadn't even read it. I think someone said it when they got back that there was just a lot of media out at this thing today.
It's the usual giant cadre of people there to cover the Broncos.
From national people, though, or just
I didn't
folks?
see any national people there today. I mean, Vic Lombardi was there.
Well, then that's it. That's over the top.
Yeah, absolutely.
It might as well be opening day training camp.
That's as national as it gets right there, as far as I'm concerned. But no, there was, the huge usual pile of media that is out there. It's, there's new media outlets and in the ever-evolving landscape of sports media and internet and everything else popping up, and all of them have their coverage there, and it's definitely cool to see. But yeah, as per usual, I mean, Jeff Legwold points it out all the time. The Broncos set the record for when they went to London, more traveling media going to an international game than the NFL had ever seen. There's just this team derives more coverage, probably like per market size, than any other team in the NFL.
Well, there's no doubt, but again, when you tell me out of all the rookies you could select in the NFL, and like I said, top of this list was Travis Hunter.
Mm-hmm.
R.J. Harvey falls 8. That means the Broncos are about to deal with some expectations nationally that I don't think we've seen them deal with since the Manning era.
They were a playoff team a year ago.
Yep.
They were the sexiest kind of playoff team. They were an ahead of schedule playoff team.
They've got a fun young
a year
QB
ago.
People like.
Exactly.
They've got a
the Sean Payton, what is the heir apparent to Drew Brees? Well, guess what? The storyline is now that it is Bo Nix, that is the heir apparent now to what Drew Brees was. Look at what Sean Payton did with Brees. Again, they put together a Super Bowl winning offense. They put together one of the most prolific offenses in the NFL for the better part of like a decade. And now Bo Nix has an opportunity to do that with Sean Payton. Sean Payton instantly, he's one of probably the 5 buzziest or most recognizable or most polarizing, whatever term you want to use, NFL head coaches working today. And he's got a winning team. He's got a fun team. He's got a sexy team. And he's got a team that, Andy, you pointed out all the time that, like, the Denver Broncos are one of those teams that they move the needle when it comes to national conversation. And so I think a combination of the team has improved. They have a celebrity head coach. They have an up-and-coming young quarterback. And they desperately needed to fill a big hole in their offense. And R.J. Harvey, you get to be the guy that does it. I think that's pressure. Yeah.
Well, it's definitely pressure. I just don't want everything to get running away too quick here. You want to put some pressure on Bo Nix after a great rookie year? Fine. Go ahead. You want to put pressure on the O-line to continue to improve and be what they've been? Fine. I just guessed I was just a little surprised that, again, he was a late second-round draft choice, and many thought they overdrafted it, and I haven't seen too many of the Bronco people push back on that.
Yeah.
They don't care.
Yeah.
Sean lets everybody knows. He doesn't care if I'm going to use him, and he's going to be useful for me. And really, at the end of the day, if he's a useful player for you, who cares what the grade was?
But, Andy, what's the other thing right now, okay? Think about the way think about the way that football content is presented to us. What is every nerd in America doing right now? Who can I get as a fantasy sleeper?
Yeah, they need their fantasy guy.
I need an RB2 to take in the 7th round. But, like, people will click on that stuff and they will read that. They're like, offensive skill position guy. I want to read about this guy. And, by the way, I'm doing the nerdy fantasy guy voice. I also am a fantasy sports dork. So nobody get your undies in a bunch. I'm making fun of myself right here. But also, like, those are the names that move the needle. When you're a skill position guy, you're going to have the football in your hands. And people are they need to know about you because you could potentially make or break their fantasy football season. People want to know. People want to know. And so I got no problem with Harvey being on that list. Like, he's number 8. That's okay. That's a good spot to be. But I think between the coach singling out your importance on this team, the franchise that you play for, the position that you play for, guess what? RJ Harvey, ready or not, you're an NFL celebrity, kid.
Yeah, I just wonder. I'm trying to look this up real quick.
I will say this, though, and again, everyone's talking about the thighs. They're fine. They're fine. They're good running back thighs.
Well, you need a little girth to get through the line.
They're not insane, okay? They don't. I will say this, Andy, and I think I told you this story last summer when Sandman and I were in Vegas and we were walking through. Where the hell were we at the? I don't remember. Anyway, we were in one of the casinos and we walked past Ashton Genty. Okay. And we just, we stopped and chatted with him for a moment. That dude was like, whoa.
Yeah.
Okay.
Put together.
Whoa. And that was before he goes out and finishes second in the Heisman. It was just like, wow. You look like a very difficult to tackle running back, and that's exactly what he was. RJ Harvey is just a good-looking running back.
All right, so last year, Javonte got about 8.2 carries a game. Yeah. There's another little video to pull up here that I could, if I wanted to, talking about why do rarely running backs get 20 carries a game.
Wasn't Javonte too? Didn't Cosminer tell us, wasn't that the lowest total for like a leading back on a team in the NFL?
Yes. I guess my point is if the pressure truly is on Harvey.
Yeah.
And look, I think Harvey's going to be, as we said, he could be the Joker. He could be the guy that comes out of the backfield and cause your passing defenses problems. I think there's a lot of ways they're going to utilize him.
Yeah.
I guess I just don't feel like I'm not getting the vibe that Sean Payton's now going to become, one of his his mentor Parcells kind of run first, run second, and then we'll throw about it later.
No, I don't think that's his role. I think he's going to get a lot of touches and he's going to get critical touches, but he's going to get Sean Payton touches.
And they're going to still have a committee. I think we'll see Estimate. I think we'll say Bidet. I don't know if anybody else is going to come in here. There's probably some rookie we don't even know about yet that may show up and do something.
Got your Blake Watson.
Little Blake Watson back in my life.
Blake Watson on this team. Mm-hmm.
By the way, are there two number 39s? Yeah. Joshua Pickett and Kyrese White, the corner and the receiver.
Yeah, Kyrese
Matter
White
of fact,
was taking first-team reps today. Kind of cool.
Now hold on. Are Pickett and White, are they both the free agents, or was that a linebacker? I think that was the other rookie they kept. I think it was a linebacker.
I don't know.
Linebacker and wideout. I saw it today.
I can only remember so many things about this team.
How many single digits are even available? Again, if your guy
9,
RJ Harvey wants, because Cooper's wearing 0.
I guess 10 technically if you count 0, yeah.
7 ain't available because it's
true.
retired.
Good point. Mm-hmm.
Someone's going to have to, Trent Sherfield Sr. is going to have to get let go. 5 might become available for your guy RJ Harvey.
Isn't Sherfield, he's a special teamer though. I think they like him. I think he's on this team. Trent Sherfield Sr.
Can you give me a pun for that somehow, for sure thing, Sherfield?
Yeah, there you go.
He sure felt a lock.
It sure seems like he's going to make the team.
That's right. Thank you. Hey, if Serbian guy wants to jump in,
not going to work here anymore.
Yeah, go ahead and weaponize it. Yeah, I don't think our guy RJ Harvey's got a lot of, because Talanoa Hufanga's wearing 9 for a safety is a little weird too.
This is always one of your hang-ups. You're a big number guy.
I am a big number guy. I don't like it. 9 is like a kicker number. Treadwell wore that.
Well, it's a safety now. Welcome to the new NFL.
I'm not so sure. Are you sure he's not going to want to switch that up?
Like I was saying, man, there's a receiver in 39 right now. That's pretty weird. That's a weird number for that guy to be wearing, let me tell you. Kreckman and Lindahl, Thursday, watching OTAs, talking football. We'll take a quick break, and when we return, the Thunder are in the finals. What did the Minnesota Timberwolves show us that made us feel better about the Nuggets? I'll tell you a big thing that I saw, especially last night while they were getting blown out. That's coming up next.
Guys, Andy Lindahl here. I'll tell you what, you've heard a lot about the thighs of RJ Harvey today. Are you feeling like your workouts aren't getting you the thighs of RJ Harvey? Could be because you have low testosterone and he doesn't. Could be that maybe those gains in the gyms just aren't coming to you the way that they once did, and that you're not going to get those RJ Harvey thighs back unless you get those T levels up. So if you want more productive workouts, if you want better sleep, if you want less brain fog, if you want the old sex drive to come back, these are all signs of low T. You don't want to wake up and take a nap a couple hours later. That was the biggest thing that I was dealing with. That wasn't cool. That wasn't enjoyable. You got all these plans for the day and you feel like a nap by the time you get just past lunch. Go and talk to the folks over at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They can help you figure out what you need to do. Plus, if you like taking a quiz, they've got one there for you at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Just go right there. Low T quiz, 10 questions, yes, no answers, take you 2 minutes. Your first visit, they do a blood draw, have your results in 30 minutes. You're going to talk to a Colorado licensed medical provider, and they'll discuss your options today. They'll tell you what they saw as far as your T levels and all that. The cost of the appointment's $99, which includes the consult T and PSA test. And if you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your visit, then it's all free. So don't go through life with the lesser workouts, the gains not showing up. I can't promise you, nor can they, RJ Harvey thighs that everybody's talking about. But you know what? You can maybe see a little more muscle in the biceps. You take that, right? 5 locations to serve you throughout Colorado, including Fort Collins and the Springs. Call them today, 720-440-7900 or RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Doesn't look like anybody's left. They want to be here for the big applause and thank you and salute. But of course, the job not done. There's only one goal for this team. And that challenge will start next Thursday. Final seconds. Another 30-point plus win. As Dillingham will dribble it out. Well, the magical season continues. The Oklahoma City Thunder are going back to the NBA Finals.
Yeah, they sure are. 124-94 was the final score last night, Andy, and I don't even think the game was that close. I mean, the Timberwolves, you talk about mailing it in. It was all the way mailed in last night. It was emailed in. They didn't even bother to get up off the couch. They didn't even walk to the mailbox for that thing. They got absolutely destroyed last night by the Thunder, who came out, meant all business, and they win that Western Conference Finals in 5 games. Here's some crazy numbers for you here, okay? Because that game, obviously, I mean, it was decided in the first quarter, in which the Timberwolves had 9 points. By the way, the Nuggets had a game against the Thunder where they scored 8 points in the first quarter.
But they'll let the Thunder get to 18.
It was, I think it was 17-8 at the end of one.
Something like that.
Yes.
Whereas what was this, 29?
26-9 at the end of the first last night. 65-32 at the half. So here's some halftime numbers for you, okay? Thunder had 28 points created off turnovers. The Timberwolves had 32 points total.
Yeah.
Minnesota.
Is that bad?
It's bad. Minnesota had 12 made field goals in the first half. They had 14 turnovers. The Thunder had 12 assisted field goals. And Oklahoma City had 30 points in the paint. Minnesota had 32 points total. I mean, just pure domination last night for the Thunder over the Timberwolves, and they win that series in 5 games. Something else that I saw, and it's funny because I put the game on and then sat down and watched it, and I was just like, oh, okay, well, this thing is over. So I was around the house doing things, but the game was just on. And at one point, I think it was late third quarter, and I stopped to watch for 2-3 minutes, and in that span, I'm watching the Timberwolves players just walking over to the officials and just whining their asses off at the refs, down 40, and they wouldn't stop, okay? And I'm just like, guys, throw in the towel on this, okay? It's not on the refs. But also, it took me back to the Nuggets series, and I'm just like, this is what the Nuggets were doing, you know? This is just what the Thunder do to teams. They just play such a swarming, physical, borderline, violent style of defense. They have more active hands than any defensive team you have ever seen. Yes, they still get called for a lot of fouls during games, but they're just going to keep hacking away. They're going to keep slapping away, and they're going to get away with it because they do it constantly. And I'm watching Minnesota, and they've got nobody but themselves to blame, and yet they're just piling on, and they're going at the refs. And I'm thinking of what the Nuggets look like in the second half of Game 7, and I was like, it's the same thing, man. This is just what the Thunder do to teams, and the rest of the league, you're gonna have to figure out a way to just deal with it because this is the way these guys play.
Yeah, it's like the Legion of Boom.
Yeah, exact same comp. Yes.
It is where they're going to hit you every time. They're going to take everything right up to the absolute border of the rule.
Basically what Andy's saying is, yes, it's if it's the and Pete Carroll even said it out loud. If you commit PI on every single play, well, they can't throw a flag on every single play.
They're not gonna, and they're not going to let this just be 1,000 free throws.
Right.
Because the NBA, I think, is trying to let some physical play happen so they don't have to have you watch 1,000 free throws.
It's been the mandate with NBA officiating over the last couple of years. They don't want 1,000 free throws. They don't want constant stoppage in play.
And the problem is there's just too many of them. It just breaks people. My daughter, I've had a fun spring with my daughter she's got this newfound sports fandom that she's just never had, and she's watching everything.
Mm-hmm.
So for some reason last night, she wanted Carolina to win, and I'm like, honey, I don't think they'll win. And then they got up 2-0. I'm like, oh, maybe I'll be wrong on this one. And I told her, I said, Now, I told her what you and I talked about yesterday. I was like, this will be a game for the half, and then it's not going to go their way. Because I just don't see the way what you're talking about enduring last night. A team has to mentally prepare itself that not only do I want to survive this game, I've got to deal with it again next and then come back here and try to and I just said they're not mentally going to do that.
Right.
You can already tell. And then it was what? They had a 5-0 lead, and that was all she wrote. It was brutal. It was brutal, but they've got too many guys to physically throw at you that nobody else has. See, again, when we talk about, because I did the podcast with Scotty last night, and we were going to talk a little bit about DT, then I watched that game, and so most of the podcast last night ended up being Nuggets surrounded, as you could probably imagine.
Yeah.
And, again, Scotty's point is, and I think you maybe wanted to talk about this too, because you've hinted at it, you should feel good about what this starting five, the Nuggets starting five, did against the Oklahoma City Thunder.
Yep.
That's fine. We can all take comfort in that. But the problem is the Thunder are so damn deep. They have so many draft picks. They're not going anywhere.
No.
So if you want to get past this team anywhere in the future, you are going to have to be deeper because, especially for the Nuggets, at least I will say, at least the Nuggets 6 guys that got to play mentally handled OKC better than what Minnesota checked out before that game got going.
Right.
It was unbelievable.
Didn't even show up.
And they have 8 or 9 guys they can play.
Yep, they do. And they were all terrible last night.
It was 1-2-3 Cancun.
By the way, I was, I went on and on about how good Nickeil Alexander-Walker was in Game 4 of that series. See what he did last night? 0 for 8.
He kind of had a Julian Straw moment there.
Turned back into Nickeil Alexander-Walker, I think, was kind of what happened right there. Anthony Edwards was terrible last night. He scored 19 points, but it was basically all after the game was out of reach. He was bothered that entire series. It's what the Thunder do, man. That's what the Thunder do.
The guy that I really was surprised was Julius Randle being as ineffective as he was most of that series.
I mean, and it happened quick.
Like Alex Caruso was all in his head.
Julius Randle was great in the first half of Game 1, and the rest of that series, they took him out of the thing.
Well, you got to give it to Caruso, man. The guy drives me nuts. And
great player.
But
see him doing push-ups last night on the baseline. Yeah,
but he shows up and he plays tough every game.
He does,
and not everybody wants to deal with it.
And he knows he's going to get elbowed in the schnoz and all those things, and he just keeps going out there. How sore do you think
that guy is when he goes to bed every night?
Yeah,
man, that would be a dude. If the Thunder just are like, "Hey, thanks for what you did for us," and let him go.
Everybody
the Nuggets
wants
need to be all over that thing.
That guy.
I got a question. Well, I got a question for you later on in the show.
All right.
I think the Nuggets help develop what we're seeing.
I've got some stuff on the new worst team in the history of baseball, Andy.
Did you see they're doing a tracker now?
They're worse than the Cleveland Spiders.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
They have fallen below the Spiders on the list of all-time crappiness.
Can you get a Spiders jersey?
I'll see. I'll check it out.
What
see
did the jerseys look like?
Maybe Mitchell and Ness has printed one up. Yeah. I don't know. Well, I'll Google it in the break. We'll find out next. finds the roof, and it's 2-0. Yeah, Pete Crow Armstrong, solo home run in the fourth. Low breaking ball. Crushed that thing. Rockies would get their only run via a two-base error by Matthew Boyd on a pickoff attempt and then a sacrifice fly. They would lose 2-1. Swept for the 9th time this season. Andy losing 2-1 to the Cubs last night. 28th time the Rockies were held to 2 runs or fewer this year. Bad, huh?
Show you my shocked face.
Yeah,
not,
right.
And sadly, I mean,
okay, so they're 9-47.
Yeah, that ain't good.
It's the worst 56-game start in baseball history, surpassing the 1899 Cleveland Spiders. Yes.
Hello, Cleveland! Hello, Cleveland!
Yes. Yes.
By the way, I did find a Spiders jersey. Pretty underwhelming. It's just a white jersey in black lettering. It says Cleveland.
Real.
Not much to it.
So how do I know you're a spider, pal? They have a mascot?
You gotta take their word for it, apparently. But yes, the 1899 Cleveland Spiders. By the way, fun little segment on SportsCenter last night about the Rockies versus the Cleveland Spiders, the only other team that is in their territory. This is the Nicole Briscoe one from last night, I believe. Spring roll it. Here we go. This is SportsCenter last night, comping the 2025 Rockies to the 1899 Cleveland Spiders.
The Cleveland Spiders, the worst team in the history of all of baseball. Set back in 1899. See, what happened was the Spiders owners, they bought another team, and they traded all of their good players, including Cy Young, to themselves. It's a fun little trick for the new team, not so fun for the Spiders. Their fans stopped showing up. Visiting teams did too, which then forced the Spiders to go on a 50-game road trip. Like, how do you even pack for that? I really don't know. But I do digress, because 126 years later, the Spiders may have a run for their money. Courtesy of the Rockies. This is a real baseball team filled with professional players who have managed to win a whole 9 games. They are 9-46, on pace for 135 losses, one more than the aforementioned Spiders. Cubs win 2, and they earn their 6th straight win at home. That is their most since 2022. And then there are the Rockies, who are now 9-47. Now through 56 games, that is actually worse than the 1899 Cleveland Spiders. The Rockies are currently on pace to lose 136 whole games this season.
You know when you get the wacky swing music, you don't want to be the feature of that.
You don't want to be that club.
That's like the not top 10.
By the way, if let's say, okay, so it was the owners of the Cleveland Spiders that Nicole Briscoe mentioned right there, Frank and Stanley Robeson. Okay, in 1899, they purchased a second team, the bankrupt St. Louis NL franchise. I believe at the time they were called the Perfectos, and they sent all of the Spiders' top talent to that club, including Cy Young. Okay, as she pointed out right there. Here's my question. If Dick and Charlie Monfort pulled a Robeson Brothers and bought another team, who would be the good players that they would send to the other team?
There wouldn't be.
There wouldn't be.
There would have to be the good players would be the other team they bought and sent them to the Rockies.
Maybe Ezekiel Tovar, and that's probably it. Whew. Here's a number for you. You ready for this one, Andy? So the Rockies are they're in 5th place in the National League West right now. 5th place. That's out of 5 teams, so they're in dead last. All right. They're 25 games back of the first place Dodgers.
Okay, that's tough. That's a tough hill to climb.
They are 18 games back of the 4th place Diamondbacks. Okay. In the rest of baseball, there is only one team that is further out of 1st place in their own division than the Rockies are out of 4th place in their own division. The White Sox are 18.5 games back of the 1st place Tigers in the American League Central. 18.5 out of 1st. The Rockies are 18 out of 4th. right now.
They're 18 games behind the closest team they're chasing in the division.
The Arizona Diamondbacks at 27-29 on the year. Mm-hmm. Yep. Unbelievable.
You want to hear the power rankings? ESPN put these up today.
Are the Rockies lower than 30?
No, but that's because 30 is as low as you can go.
Yeah. I mean, the other part of this is like, okay, so the White Sox last year, so the Rockies are on pace, obviously, to beat the White Sox, who last year set the modern era record for the worst or the most losses, worst record ever. But like, since that time, like the White Sox are actually in a little bit of a better place. Like, they hired Will Venable to be their manager. Their GM, Chris Getz, like, made a bunch of trades with the worst team in baseball last year. They traded Tommy Pham. They traded Michael Kopech. They traded Eloy Jimenez and Paul DeJong. Like, all these dudes, like, right now, Andy, like, first off, Marquez has been good the last two starts. Like, trade him now. Trade him now before he does worse. Like, maybe you can move Freeland. I don't think anyone's going to want Senza. He's awful. I don't think anyone's going to want him on their club.
He was borderline in his good days.
Ryan McMahon is like, his value has only dropped over the last couple of years. I don't think he's going to fetch anything great in a trade right now. Like there's no path out of this.
Well, here's more depressing news. The Colorado Rockies, in the blurb that they wrote about the fact of why they're 30th, even though no one's asking, no one's debating why would they be 30th.
Uh-huh.
Did you realize that the 2024 White Sox, the team that did set the modern-day record for losses is at 121 last year, had won their 10th game by May 9th. It's now May 29th.
May 29th.
And the Rockies still have not notched win number 10.
We could get to June 1st, which would be Sunday.
Yeah.
Rockies get 2 against the Mets. The Rockies have 2 games against the Mets tomorrow and Saturday to get their 10th victory before June 1st.
Yeah.
Crazy.
And it's, again, they're already on pace to be 20 days past that mark.
It's borderline comical what is happening with this club right now. By the way, they have 2 positions right now generating a positive WAR, a wins above replacement value right now. 2 positions on the field. One is third base, and McMahon has not been very good offensively, but at least defensively he's good. So he has a positive WAR value right now. And the other one is left field.
Who's playing left?
Jordan Beck, who's actually like kind of okay.
The guy they sent down for a minute to bring up.
Fixed himself.
The Wiener.
And then he's kind of come back and he's sort of been okay. Right now, Tovar will eventually be generating a positive WAR, but he missed a bunch of time, so it took time. But basically, like, the reason why I bring that stat up is because even if the Rockies called up an average player from AAA, they'd be improving basically at like 6 of their positions right now, which is what they are as a major league club. It's incredible.
There's no fixing this either. You don't have anything great in the system. They've called up anything worth having from the system right now, right?
Yeah, Charlie Condon kid that they took 3rd overall, but he's like in high A right now. He's so far away.
A long way away.
Yeah, a long way away. There's no promise coming your way. You know what this segment requires right now?
Give it to me.
It requires a palate cleanser.
Okay.
I have one for you. Courtesy of our friends at USA Today. Hikers report a member of their party dead. Turns out they were just on shrooms.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Explain, please.
This is your screwball rock pit of the day.
We do some hiking.
We do some hiking. We do some drugs.
Sure.
Okay, so here we
legal,
go.
Apparently.
2 hikers mistakenly thought a companion, the 3rd member of their hiking party, was dead and reported the false death. However, they were later determined to be in, quote, an altered mental state after ingesting mushrooms, according to officials. On May 24th, 9 a.m. local time. Thank you, Spring.
You're loathing in Las Vegas.
A forest ranger responded to a call on Cascade Mountain in New York State after 2 hikers called 911 to report the death, according to the state's Department of Environmental Conservation. The 2 hikers also told the Cascade Summit steward that they were lost. Quote, the steward determined the hikers were in an altered mental state, the agency stated. The 3rd member of the hiking group was not injured. So not only was he not dead.
There was nothing wrong.
He's just napping.
He's just dead, man.
I don't know, man. Poke him.
He's just dead. I can hear your friend right now, sir. No, man, he's dead. The hikers had reportedly eaten hallucinogenic mushrooms, according to the statement. The hiking duo was escorted to an awaiting ambulance and a New York State police unit. Wow, trip got real bad. The ranger also escorted the third hiker back to their campsite, the guy that was supposedly dead. He's dead, man. Cascade Mountain is located in New York near Lake Placid. It is a part of the Adirondack High Peaks and is the 36th tallest, according to information available on lakeplacid.com. So while climbing the 36th tallest mountain in the Adirondacks, not exactly a 14er.
Why did they pick this one? That other one's too tall, man. Let's
too
do
tall,
this one, man.
The Cascade Mountain Trail is considered to be a challenging route, according to All Trails. It spans across 5.6 miles and has an elevation gain of 2,286 feet. He's dead, man. He's dead.
So ultimately, like, they just roused him? How do we get them to believe your guy's not dead?
I think he was fine.
Right.
Just while these guys were shrooming, listening to House of the Rising Sun on their Bluetooth speaker, they just convinced themselves that their friend, it was only a group of 3 of them. It wasn't like there were so many people they could get confused by. And they called 911. They took it seriously enough that they were like, let's call the authorities. Which you have ever been on an altered state on hallucinogenic drugs, the last thing you want to do is contact the authorities.
Pull a super trooper out there to shake down the scene.
It's also just funny to think, like, again, like the the 911 operator that
Do we have a we gotta get the audio of the call now.
Called in everybody from around the room and put it on speaker of like, you gotta get a load of these guys right now.
Here. Tell me again what happened. He's dead, man.
Can I speak to him? Oh, sure. Here he is.
Hold on here. Tell him why you're dead, man.
Well, I guess if you think about it, Andy, the story is a happy ending.
Sure, he's not dead.
The third guy is not
dead.
Not only not dead, he's not even injured. He's just alive and fine.
Now I'm wondering, was he actually there? Had he moved, but in the altered state, they were just seeing him not moving? The illusion dude
it's kind of like
laying by the campfire.
It was like Predator, and like they could see like the waves, the transparent waves in the jungle.
He was Jedi Obi-Wan hanging out on the log. Why are you dead, man? There's a blue shimmer around you, man. Meanwhile, this guy's trying to, I don't know, gather firewood so they don't freeze.
He's dead, man.
No, he's dead.
Anyway, maybe the Rockies should try taking mushrooms and playing baseball. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl.
Wouldn't you?
Keep it here. Oh, we've been waiting for the upcoming football season there, Fugazi. It's Kreckman and Lindahl on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, rolling with you until 6 p.m. this evening. So, Sean Payton got to chat with the media today. He was a little hoarse.
Yeah, he said he had a little bit of a cold.
Yeah, he was he was fighting a little bit of a voice thing here. But let's just start here. Sean Payton. Bo Nix is now the guy. All right,
dude.
He's taking all the reps, all those number one reps. Sean talked about the difference of having Bo Nix for an entire offseason compared to last year when he came in as a rookie and had to split reps and win the job and all that good stuff. Sean Payton on the difference this offseason.
I mean, we don't use that term pick up where we left off, but just the processing, understanding of what we're doing in and out of the huddle these 3 days, as you're watching each decision there where you want the ball to go. Yeah, I think it's entirely different.
Yeah, it's not a surprising answer there. Even Bo talked about his familiarity. What I thought was interesting is Bo even said today, I don't know if he was supposed to say this part out loud, but he goes, I'm used to what VJ is showing me as a defensive guy, so I can expect what he's going to give me on a given look.
He's got the scouting report
ready. He's already got it down. But, yeah, I mean, you know what? This is what I'm most excited about, and let's all not kid ourselves. We probably won't see it on display until the very first game of the season. I highly doubt Sean gives Bo any extended work in the preseason. He may give him a game, but remember last year where we felt like, man, he's actually running plays we may see in the year just to get Bo used to the timing and all that other stuff. I don't know that he goes that far into it, but with Bo not having to split reps, with this not, and you already described it on the play of the day, being able to throw a back shoulder fade to Cortland Sutton because now they have chemistry because he's not splitting reps with three other guys, I think is going to probably be the biggest development of the offseason.
Yeah.
And therefore, I'm excited to see what kind of dividends it pays off when we actually get to real football in September.
Yeah, it again, this is where hopefully he is going to take a step forward. Sean also talked about the process of Bo growing, getting better in this offense along with some of the other young players. Here's Sean Payton sort of expanding on this theme.
Well, the defense is – I always enjoy this part of it. Now that they have a season, look, week 4 there was 4 games. Week 8 there was 8 games. So, you see different looks based on who you play from an opponent standpoint. But one of his traits that I think serves him well are his feet. He can move, and it's not always a clean pocket, and I think when it gets a little muddy, he makes good decisions. He doesn't hold on to the ball. His sack numbers were really good in college. They were really good last year, and we anticipate that to be the same. So, again, each week within the framework of our game plan, we'll understand what we're trying to do against the defense we play.
Bo Nix was sacked 24 times last season versus 567 attempts right there. It's a low sack rate. He was sacked on 4% of his dropbacks a year ago. But, again, what did Sean Payton want to change out going from Russell Wilson to Bo Nix? Stop with the negative plays. Stop killing us with the negative plays.
Quit taking sacks.
And largely, Bo did a pretty good job of being able to avoid that last season. He thinks pretty quickly on his feet. He makes plays with his feet when he needs to, and this was a part of his huge value right there. And that's sort of, I think, again, the biggest thing that Sean is talking about right there is in third and long doesn't have to just be death to a drive. It doesn't have to be. But the key is it's is it 3rd and 9 or is it 3rd and 17? 3rd and 17 is death. 3rd and 9, I can convert that. Okay, that you give me something to work with. It's not a high percentage, but you can keep that drive going, and that's what I think that Bo is giving him right now, and hopefully going to be even better at here in year 2.
Yeah, and again, Bo, here's
what's going to be interesting now, okay, teams do have tape on Bo. There's no doubt about it. And look, C.J. Stroud struggled with the adjustments the defense has made to him a year ago. Here's what Bo's got going for him. He didn't really have a great tight end last year. Now he's got Evan Ingram. Now, is Evan Ingram going to fall into the great category? We'll find out. But he's a much better tight end than anything Bo had as an option last year. So that's going to change some of the options in the game that Bo gets to play. And if R.J. Harvey becomes this legit threat out of the backfield, which all of us think he's going to be used plenty in the passing game, well, all of a sudden some of the tape you have on Bo goes out the window because he's got new toys to play with.
Yep. And hopefully it's going to be that much better. I want to jump ahead to some Bo Nix stuff here, specifically Jeff Legwold asking Bo Nix about his offseason back procedure and sort of how he felt recovering from all of that. We have asked Leggy about this numerous times here on the show, and Leggy's always given us the answer of, well, they've given me no reason to believe there's a need for concern, but also until I see for myself. Well, nobody had asked Bo about it during the presser. They did work in like, hey, you went to a Nuggets game. Was it cool? Why did you do that? And I think his answer was something along the lines of like, they gave me courtside seats and sports are fun.
I live here and I like sports.
Yes, I live here and I like to do things.
Yeah. I think he literally said, I like to get out of the house.
Yeah, sometimes it's fun to go do things.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, hey, what's the deal with you going places? I live here.
Why are you taking him up on glass side seats? And Cale Makar giving you a wink, I think, as they celebrate. Remember, he was there for one of those big wins.
Do you think it was really cool to get to throw out a first pitch?
He did say all the teams are entertaining, and I was like, Bo, let's pump the brakes on the Rockies. But
although it was a Yankee game, wasn't it?
It was a Yankee game.
And that was the night they won 3-2.
Yeah, you're right. He actually gave him
a
little kiss of luck.
Yeah, a little good ball game right there. And then they gave up 10 runs in the fifth the next day. By the way, real quick, on the Rockies, they actually played okay this week.
They've played okay most of the year.
I mean, not really.
Not great. They've been all right. They've been all right
But they lost. Like, they got swept, but I think they got swept and lost by a grand total of 4 runs.
Right.
But they didn't score.
No, I get it.
They didn't score. They scored 5 runs the entire series, so they still suck.
They give us 1 to 2 stinker games a week, but they hang around in the others.
Yeah.
We'll see.
They were competitive with the Cubs this week.
You don't have anybody that slams the door shut. They don't have anyone that blows the door open on offense. It's the problem.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Also, wind was blowing in big time at Wrigley this week. They had a couple last night that would like, all right, but the wind was blowing in, so they didn't go out of the park. Anyway, Jeff Legwold asked Bo Nix about the back and about what the recovery has been like and all this. This is an interesting exchange right here, and I thought of some pretty candid responses from Bo Nix about how he's doing physically.
Physically, what did your offseason look like? Did you not throw for a period after the procedure, or what physically, when did you really start?
Physically for me, it was all about taking a break. Hadn't really had a break in, 18 months to 2 years. So it's just a lot of, just kind of winding down and getting your body back right. And, that doesn't even mean like fixing like things that are hurt. It's just like giving your legs some rest, not running every day, giving your shoulders some rest, not throwing. So I didn't throw football for a while, but I was doing a lot of shoulder care and arm care and doing some rotational work and doing different things that were kind of replacing, the throw. Because when you throw, as a quarterback, I'm just worried about, where the ball ends up. Was it accurate? Was it not? So it's hard to really fix things and get back to like the fundamentals and really hone in on them. Because if you're throwing, a ball against the wall, if you're mimicking, throwing with a towel, you're not really worried about where the ball is going. You're just focused on your own mechanics. And so for me, that was good because I was able to do something different, work on my mechanics and tighten some things up, tweak a few things, and feel really sharp when I picked up a football. So I wasn't just out there wasting throws. And I felt good. I was really sharp going into camp. Feeling good, feeling strong. So going to continue that throughout the summer, and then get to the season when it's a long season. Keep my shoulder healthy.
Thank you very much. Was it different? Did you not throw for a long time after a college season? Or?
Well, after a college season, you pretty much practice like a month later, so you don't really have time to stop. And if you stop, then you're not in shape for practice. And then if you're not in shape for practice, then that's just how you kick off your season. So pretty much in college, you're throwing year-round. Not that it's good for you, but that's just how the system's set up. But now you can actually take a break and restart and actually get better. You can actually focus on things that you want to get better at. And it's a lot of individualized training that I enjoy because you can focus on yourself. You're not doing the same workout as your offensive lineman or your defensive lineman. You're not having to throw because, that's just what the authorities are telling you. But you can go out there and actually get better and work on your craft. And so I think it's going to be beneficial.
That's pretty punk rock of him there at the end. Don't listen to the authorities, man. I thought that was fascinating stuff right there from Bo Nix. Also, tip of the cap to the legend, Jeff Legwold right there. Did you hear PR try and wrap that thing? Legwold got that follow-up in
listen,
there.
we haven't talked about this.
Yeah.
I'm going to talk about this. I got one more for you.
I got a follow-up.
Yeah.
You're not going anywhere. No, great. I thought that was really interesting, okay? So I don't know if you've ever heard, but Bo Nix had 61 starts in college.
Sure.
I know. It's but also, like, he wraps that year at Oregon. They're playing deep into the year. Then
combine time.
Directly into draft process. Draft prep, exactly. Combine, pro days, all those things. Like, you're working every single day. You're going to the workouts, the interviews, and all those things that you're doing. And then you immediately go from that to rookie minicamp to, like, it's on, man. And plus, you got Sean Payton handing you his binders of information. You're swimming in this stuff as Bo Nix. So last air quotes off season, it was nothing like an off season. It was all ramp up to season, and then he plays a full year in 17 games, and they go to the postseason, and he's got to have a back procedure. Like, I think it's almost like, okay, you are now forced to have to, like, physically slam the brakes on for a minute, and like he talked about right there, it's like, well, I'm not instantly just like going into drills and throwing the football again. Like, I'm doing some rehab and recovery stuff and actually giving my body a break. This is also a thing, and I'm not trying to make light of this. He is 25. He didn't come into the league at 21. He was in college forever. And so there is, like, wear and tear physically on his body. Like, that, the forced break of a back procedure might be really good for this dude, because it doesn't sound like he's basically ever stopped.
No, and I'm sure transferring to Oregon from Auburn, you got to learn a new offense and be the main guy that throws there. And then, like you said, he's in there last year. And
how about landing, like, just being like, hey, you got 30 days, and then you're working out with the O-lineman again,
Yeah, let's hope it's good. I mean, I don't know that these guys ever stop, though. I don't care what sport it is. I understand your point. You're right. He probably needs to give himself more of a break, and hopefully at the end of even this year, if everything's healthy, and hopefully it will be, whenever the year ends, he gets a chance to just chill, and that becomes part of the process.
Take it easy on the shoulder and all those things.
Go to Mexico, my guy. Go back to that boat. That boat you were on looked like a pretty good time.
Do you remember the backpack?
Oh, yeah.
So remember, he's got the lacrosse ball in the backpack, because you got to be rolling out that back at every opportunity. Again, like, he had a back procedure. There is some wear and tear on this guy physically. He played so much damn college football. Like, that is a part of this whole thing.
He played a lot of NFL preseason football last year, too.
Yeah, that
too.
Like,
again, I don't think we'll see as much Bo Nix this year as we saw last year.
Yeah.
So,
freshen this guy up a little bit. But, yeah, I thought that was some pretty interesting stuff right there. And it just, like, it really screams like, okay, this is what life is like now for a guy that played 5 years of college football. He played through COVID, in the transfer portal era, SEC, Pac-12, you're contending for playoff spots, all those kind of things, and then you get thrust into the pros. It's, you're not just like Anthony Richardson, who started for a year and then boom, you're into the NFL or anything like that. Like, this guy's almost had a borderline professional career before he even got to the league.
There may be some more college guys that look like this with the NIL dollars. Hey, real quick, I found this list.
Ooh,
you like a list.
I love a list.
This is from Moneyline Football on Twitter, on X. Top 10 defensive players in the NFL.
Okay.
I'm going to go through it real quick.
Surtain is top 5? He, by the way, was not there today.
Really? Oh, yeah. Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
He was not there.
Number 10 is Fred Warner of the Niners.
It's pretty good.
9 is Zach Bond of the Eagles.
Mm-hmm.
8 is Kyle Hamilton of the Ravens.
He's fun.
Micah Parsons comes in at 7 of the Cowboys.
Yep, he's good.
Christian Gonzalez of the Patriots.
Corner. Former Buff. Where'd he transfer? Oregon?
Oregon.
Yes.
Dexter Lawrence at number 5 of the Giants.
Yeah, he's good.
Myles Garrett, number 4 for the Browns.
Mm-hmm.
We're getting tall cotton.
$40 million a year.
TJ Watt, number 3 for the Steelers.
Yeah, he's not bad.
Jalen Carter, number 2 for the Eagles.
Number 2?
Number 2.
He's a beast.
Who do you think number 1 is? Pat Surtain.
It is Surtain.
That's what they're listing.
Okay.
Do you agree with that list?
I was waiting for you to tell me he wasn't going to be on the list.
Well, no, hey, look, I'm a little surprised he's number 1.
He's defensive player of the year.
No, look, he's fantastic. I love the guy. I really do.
Best player on one of the league's best defenses.
But don't you feel like it's tough for corners to get recognized as the best defense? We're talking the best defensive player. The only other corner on this is Christian Gonzalez, and the only other DB is Kyle Hamilton. Everybody else is a defensive lineman.
Yeah, they're generally edge rushers. Yeah.
So
it goes to show you how different Surtain is. First off, so he won DPOY. He was the first since Stephon Gilmore with the Patriots in 19 or whatever year that was that he won the thing. But yeah, it goes to show you that how damn good Surtain is. And again, in a day and age in which this is where the information overload that the NFL and the internet gives us about the NFL now is you can actually look up coverage numbers. You can look at, okay, this is what this star wide receiver put up against you. Oh, you absolutely shut that guy down. Okay, then now we know exactly what your value is. Even if, you don't have a ton of interceptions or a ton of pass breakups, it just goes to show you how damn good you are at coverage.
Would you bet on him for a repeat DPOY?
No, I would not. No.
What would the number have to get you enticed? It's already probably going to be pretty thick to begin with.
Yeah,
right?
actually, I'm curious to look and see what that market looks at right now.
Let me ask you this: with him being considered the number 1, at least according to Moneyline Football.
Well, here's the thing. Here's why I wouldn't. This is why I wouldn't bank on it. Is just simply because pass rushers almost always win that award.
Well, look, his teammate Nick Bonino may challenge him for it this year if he comes out and improves on what he did a year ago.
Exactly. Like, that's just it. Is like, as long as, Myles Garrett and Micah Parsons and TJ Watt exist, like, those guys, their names are always going to be at the very top of these kind of conversations.
All right. So if we're looking for individual awards this year, would you put money down on Jahdae Barron for Defensive Rookie of the Year?
I think he's got a shot.
Because he'll be playing in the same secondary as this guy.
Yeah.
You got Hufanga back there. I mean, if they're going to – I would imagine they test the rookie early. Now, if he proves that he's up to it, they may quit testing him pretty quick. But he would be a guy that I think that's going to be the guy they're going to try to – I remember Sean Springs getting absolutely torched one year. He was a rookie for the Seahawks, the old corner out of Ohio State. Rookie year, I think he might have even ended up winning Defensive Player of the Year that year, or Defensive Rookie of the Year that year, I should say. Ed McCaffrey and John Elway took that dude to a clinic during a game one year. I mean, Ed twisted him in like a pretzel in Seattle, no less. And so they're going to come after Jahdae Barron.
Right now, Defensive Player of the Year. Yeah, Myles Garrett is the betting favorite right now. Aiden Hutchinson, Micah Parsons, both at 9-1. I guess you forget about Hutchinson because he was injured. TJ Watt plus 950. Will Anderson 13-1. Max 666 Crosby at 18-1. Nick Bosa at 22-1. Jared Verse at 25-1. Trey Hendrickson 28-1. Jalen Carter 33-1. Pat Surtain 35-1.
So he's how many deep? He's the first corner.
Yeah, he's the first DB that is on the list, and yeah, he's
You're
like
into the
9th
double
or 10th.
digits.
Yeah, it's and again, like, it's just kind of sound betting. Like, Defensive Rookie of the Year, like, I'm assuming Abdul Carter is probably number 1 on that. Where'd he go? The Giants?
The Giants.
Yeah.
Well, they could have a pretty good defense.
They do. Yeah, you got Dexter Lawrence. They're pretty fun. So yeah, he's I would assume is going to be number 1 because pass rushers, they get paid the most and they win most of the awards.
Well, but if Jahdae Barron can get his hands on a few interceptions, then I would not ignore him.
I will go out on a limb. I will make this proclamation today. Pat Surtain will never win another Defensive Player of the Year award. And that is
it's not a knock against him.
It's not a knock against him whatsoever. It is talking about that the position that he plays in that race.
Would you right now put more money on Travis Hunter for offensive or defensive Rookie of the Year?
Offensive.
How insane would it be if he won both?
That'd
I don't
be
think
cool.
he will.
Right.
But what if he did?
Yeah, it would be cool. No, and some of the updates that you're getting out of Jacksonville and what they're seeing out of him, he's incredible.
He is. Now, they are saying he's got to polish the route running, but anybody that's shocked by that, I don't think you were paying attention to what he had to do.
We know that, and if there's one thing we know about Travis Hunter, he's going to put the work in. That's for damn sure. Dude is absolutely special. It is Kreckman and Lindahl. We're rolling with you here. It is a lovely Thursday afternoon. Bronco OTA day number 1 in the books. We got the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL coming up at 5 o'clock. At 5:20, special little treat for everybody here on a Thursday afternoon. David Adelman is the new head coach of the Denver Nuggets. Josh Kroenke talking to the media yesterday. We're still waiting to hear who a GM is going to be. But we're going to run through some of Kaz's best calls of the 24-25 campaign coming up at 5:20 today on the show. There was some really fun stuff sandwiched in between losses to the Wizards and the Blazers. We'll get to all of it today here on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Have you guys gone to roller.bid this week to check out the latest on the June 2025 government fleet vehicles and equipment auction that is available to bid right now? Well, you absolutely need to. Go to roller.bid/altitude. Get signed up. By the way, if you sign up at roller.bid/altitude, 2 cool things. Number 1, they'll send you an email every single time that a new auction opens, which you like to be at the front of the line on these things. And number 2 is you will be eligible to win sporting event tickets and concert tickets from us here at Altitude. So make sure you sign up right there. This June 2025 government fleet vehicles and equipment auction is available. We're talking about well-maintained city and county fleet vehicles and equipment. There's some great stuff to be able to bid right now. Phenomenal selection of pickup trucks at great deals. I'm looking at this 2009 Ford F-150 4-wheel drive crew cab pickup, less than 100,000 miles on this thing. You know it is well maintained. Go to roller.bid right now and get a bid on this. It is the June 2025 government fleet vehicles and equipment auction. SUVs, trucks, vans, utility vehicles, all kinds of great stuff. Go to roller.bid. The June 2025 government fleet vehicles and equipment auction is open to bid. It'll be open all weekend long. Go to roller.bid now. Kreckman and Lindahl, we're raging against the machine right now. We got the 5 biggest stories of the day from Broncos OTAs coming up at 5 o'clock today. We'll hear from Sean Payton, Bo Nix, and Talanoa Hufanga. Andy, no John Franklin Myers today.
Yes, he would like a new contract.
Yes,
Now,
interesting.
Coach said don't freak out over it.
Yeah, let's hear from Sean Payton on this one. Sean Payton asked about the lack of John Franklin Myers at OTAs. Here we go.
What are your conversations like with John Franklin Myers this offseason?
They've been all good. All good. Anything else?
Were you any surprise in him not being here?
No. This is all voluntary, and so he's had a good offseason.
Okay. All right. You're a little short about that, but okay.
Well, this kind of was the storyline with Cortland Sutton last year, remember? And look, this is why I think it's good that you have a GM and you have a coach. Because Sean can say, I'm not making the contract decisions. Have your guy call. I'm your pal. I'm in your corner.
Yeah.
You're darn right. We got to give you what you want, man.
Mm-hmm.
You tell your agent to get working on him, and I'll go tell Sean, or I'll go tell George the same thing.
Our buddy Mike Kliss tweeted this out. Kliss always goes right to the source. Talks to JFM's agent, John Franklin Myers' agent. Relax on John Franklin Myers, not at voluntary OTAs, not a contract protest. His agent, Cliff Brady, quote, JFM hasn't been to OTAs for a few years now. No contract issues. He'll be there for minicamp. He's currently working his ass off to have the best season of his career, close quote.
There you go.
All right.
Sure.
Yeah, you say so. Okay.
Look, they've got some decisions to make.
Yeah.
We just went over the best defensive player list.
Mm-hmm.
Most of those guys have been paid recently. Remember, they paid Surtain before the season last season. How smart does that look now with what is going on in his ranking and DPOY and all that kind of stuff? You're going to have to maybe, if you like Nick Bonito, you might want to get that done before he has a chance to explode in this defense this year.
Bonito, Cortland Sutton, Zach Allen, John Franklin Myers. Those are 4 guys who got to make a decision. Now, here's the good news. You got a quarterback on a rookie deal. So
you also drafted a couple D linemen. Now, I don't know who you would see taking
and
the
here's
place
the,
of
here's
whatever.
the other thing. These players all know that the Broncos have a quarterback on a rookie deal right now. They know now is the time to go barking up this tree with this organization. This is the time to go and get it from these guys.
But if you're the Broncos, you would like to see this defense. I mean, again, the offense is adding in some new parts, and hopefully it's taking an evolution into another step with, a viable pass-catching tight end and hopefully a very fun running back.
Evan Ingram.
But you know what you got in the defense. And you even got stronger there, assuming everyone's healthy.
Here's an interesting story out of our nation's capital, and actually a fun one for a change. The Capitals said Thursday that no decision has been made on Alex Ovechkin's future in the NHL after an email was sent to season ticket holders calling next season his last. The team on social media said the email was mistakenly sent by someone in the corporate sales department. So basically, somebody had sent an email to season ticket holders being like, renew now. It is Ovi's last year in the NHL.
You don't want to miss it. We're taking deposits.
Buy your tickets now. And the Capitals said, wait, what?
Yeah, hold on now.
Hold on.
That's not really our news to deliver.
Yeah, or they thought we weren't supposed to tell anybody that.
Yeah.
Hey. Either way.
Did you not read internal on the email?
As we know, Ovechkin broke Gretzky's career goal-scoring record in the spring and now has a career total of 897 goals. The upcoming 25-26 season, his last on his current contract, signed in 2021. He turns 40 in September. He said he intends to play next season, which would be his 21st in the league.
Yeah, how do we know he just doesn't go Yarmir Yager on us, grows a sweet mullet, and plays till he's like 60?
He could.
Goal scorers don't seem to lose that touch.
Nope.
Now, it would shock me if this is his last year. Here's another little interesting NHL note. Former Blackhawks star Jonathan Toews plans on NHL comeback. Which of the popular rumor mill vet names would you like to see? Jonathan Toews, or finally the magical trade for Sidney Crosby in an old Avalanche uniform? Because remember, his last year, what did he end up going to the Wild, I think, or wherever? Did he go to Detroit? Do you remember where he went, Spring? Where did Taves end up going when he got traded from the Blackhawks?
You're thinking of Patrick Kane.
Kane is who they traded.
He's in Detroit, yes.
Taves hasn't played. He's been hurt.
He had like long COVID.
Yes.
And then and yeah, it was he had dealt with illness, and then I mean he said some pretty stupid stuff when the Blackhawks' entire scandal was exposed that I don't think went well for him. So I think there was some mental anguish that he was dealing with in addition to illness, prolonged illness and all of that. So yeah, he's just been out of hockey for a while.
Well, he's a free agent now and free to speak with any team.
He's how old now?
37.
37.
But had a couple years away.
Mm-hmm. Could Jonathan Taves be the Avalanche's second center?
Well, apparently they're going to need one.
Yeah.
Spring says no.
What's going on with Brock Nelson?
Brock Nelson, well, the rumor is he's about to go get a bunch of money from the Wild, or the Wild are going to allegedly pay him a bunch of money.
Mm-hmm.
Probably more than what the Avalanche can offer. Now, again, it's the rumor. We're in the early rumor part of the season. And how many times we've seen it happen before where guys are allegedly going to go get these. It took Nazem Kadri forever to find his deal, if you remember.
Yeah.
And Brock Nelson's 33. Now, again, I'd like to see him back with the Avalanche, in part because you gave up a lot.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Alex Ryan-Emmy was laying this out earlier in the morning, and he had said because the Avs did not go deep in the playoffs, they get their third-round pick back. There was a conditional third-round pick in the trade, but you still gave up a first-round pick and your top scoring, your top prospect who was supposed to take up some goal scoring for you in Cal Ritchie.
Conditional third, though.
Yeah,
I mean, come on.
Hey. I'd like to see Nelson back, but I've seen Dater's had the note a couple of times that he hears that Brock Nelson is not coming back.
How the hell do hockey players play 21 years, by the way?
I just think,
and dudes do it, you know?
Yeah.
Like you mentioned Yager, like dudes do it.
When Gordie Howe, how many decades of Gordie Howe playing?
Didn't he play for the Hartford Whalers when he was like 52 or whatever it was?
Yeah.
Yeah. How do these guys do it?
Chelios played forever.
Right. Some of these guys, I don't understand it. I don't know. Is it because skating is like easier on the soft tissue because it's like a glide?
I don't know.
There's a lot of other things in that sport that are not easy on
100-mile-an-hour pucks are not
right. Exactly.
Soft tissue,
but like maybe because it doesn't have all the running and the jumping, like your body maybe just doesn't get. If you're fortunate, doesn't get as destroyed.
I don't know. Did you see Joe Sakic walk up to give the speech at the Cup celebration? That was a saunter, my friend. That was an old athlete saunter.
You know what, though? I bet he could still skate.
No, I mean, he still had that John Wayne, I'm the man kind of gait to him. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah, I don't need him to walk.
But I'll just tell you.
I just need him to glide. That's all that I need. Uh-huh. I bet he can still spin a Rama. I bet Joe still got it. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. We got Bronco OTA news that you need to hear. Sean Payton on the development of Bo Nix. Bo Nix on the development of Bo Nix, plus his chemistry with his new tight end, Evan Engram. You want to hear all of that coming up next. Tonight on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, it's Game 5 of the Stanley Cup Playoffs, Western Conference Finals. The Stars and the Oilers. Dallas trying to stay alive. Edmonton looking to advance to take on the Florida Panthers in the Stanley Cup Final. Would be a rematch of last year's final. Andy will drop the puck at 6. Edmonton 3-1 series lead. NHL Playoffs on Altitude Sports Radio, powered by Mountain Hyundai. OTA news time, Spring!
Let's do that high five, and we start with Sean Payton talking to the media after Broncos practice today. Has he seen Bo Nix alter his game now that NFL defenses have a year of tape on him?
Well, the defenses, I always enjoy this part of it. Now that they have a season, look, week 4 there was 4 games. Week 8 there was 8 games. So, you see different looks based on who you play from an opponent standpoint. But one of his traits that I think serves him well are his feet. He can move, and it's not always a clean pocket. And I think when it gets a little muddy, he makes good decisions. He doesn't hold on to the ball. His sack numbers were really good in college. They were really good last year, and we anticipate that to be the same. So, again, each week within the framework of our game plan, we'll understand what we're trying to do against the defense we play.
Yeah, we know that this is – when you talk about the dangers of the sophomore slump in the NFL, the reason why is because, hey, the tape is out and everybody's got time now. Now they know this is what you're trying to do with this guy, and now we can react accordingly. And Sean kind of talked about, at the start of that whole thing, that's the chess match of all of this. This is now I got to be able to respond to what they're going to do. It's called football coaching, and you're in it now. And that's sort of where the Broncos are at as a team that has finally found an identity. I think, Andy, one of the big reasons why Bo Nix can be a success here in year 2, he's not guaranteed to have a sophomore slump, is Marvin Mims got really good like midway through last year, and he became an impact player on this team. Sean Payton also was asked about Marvin Mims if there was another step forward for him to take.
Yeah, I mean, we saw him take a big step middle of the year. I think you're going to see those type of ascensions with players like Troy. I mean, there's a number of young players competing for not so much spots, but competing for touches, and he's one of them.
Yeah, and again, like, how did you get him involved? You put him in the backfield, started using him in run plays, and suddenly that opened up a whole other skill set for Marvin Mims that we didn't know anything about. And that's one of those things of like, okay, what is RJ Harvey going to be? What is Evan Engram going to be? Well, like, okay, what Sean Payton showed me last year with Marvin Mims was a willingness to adapt and discover new skill sets out of players that then allows them to expand their role and be awesome in this offense. Because, ultimately, Andy, like, versatility and the ability to be able to do a lot of things, that's what gets you on the field in Sean Payton's offense.
Well, and what could be a lot of fun, I just looked it up. RJ Harvey had a 40 time of 4.4 at the combine.
Very fast.
Put Harvey in the backfield, and you start throwing routes to him, especially that wheel route that Bo, of all the routes, Bo was just a master at the beginning of camp. Like, he threw some of the best wheel routes last year that I'd ever seen.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we're talking running backs not having to break stride, ball placement perfect. He can throw a wheel route. And you get that going with RJ Harvey, that's going to be a problem. Now you take Mims out of the backfield, you put him on the outside, and you have speed both on 2 spots. That could really stress some defenses. Look, Bowen, the sophomore slump, we'll see what happens. Again, I think there's more they can do with the offense. I do think they have new toys to play with. I think that helps. But C.J. Stroud went through it last year, and C.J. Stroud was thought to have one of the best rookie years of all time, and that was eclipsed by what Jaden Daniels did.
Mm-hmm.
But it's going to happen. There's going to be some challenges. Listen, they're playing a better schedule this year. A lot of people have put out there. Bo could have better numbers. This team could play better games. They could be more competitive against better opponents and still maybe not have the same record they had a year ago. They could improve and not show it in the win-loss column.
Yeah.
It's possible because they have a much tougher schedule this year. So we'll see. I'm excited to see how the chess match is going to be played. Bottom line is, I think what's going to help Bo fight that is not splitting reps in camp with a stupid QB competition.
High five.
So maybe the Broncos' most physical running back is Audric Estime. They don't really have a true RB1. Did draft RJ Harvey. Sean Payton today. What does he want to see from Audric Estime in year 2?
Yeah, year 2 for him. Just running style, his physicality, the things that got him drafted, the things that we saw. A little bit harder for him last year for a handful of these guys. I don't want to say the grade was incomplete, but they just didn't have enough. He's a back that requires enough touches. He's going to get those opportunities.
I thought he looked pretty cut today. I thought Estime looked a little more, well, he looked as though he worked off a little bit of the college pudge.
Yeah, he had an NFL offseason.
Yeah.
He knows what's expected. He got around some NFL trainers. He probably got told what to eat more. And
looked impressive.
This is what happens.
Yeah,
sometimes.
looked real impressive when you saw that guy out there today. RJ Harvey, low center of gravity. Estime is going to be the run you over kind of guy, and hopefully break a tackle in the second level and turn a gain of 6 into a gain of 25. That'd be an awful lot of fun. But I think Audric Estime still has a real chance with this team. It was bizarre when he was inactive last year for the playoff game. And it was bizarre, really, too, because of the way that the Broncos ran the ball in that game against Buffalo. Like, instead of working the edges and the outside, which it's like, okay, if you're going to play Tyler Bidet, go ahead and use your speed on the outside. Use McLaughlin on the outside. Go ahead and do all of that. And then they just kept running the ball up the middle with smaller guys. It was the weirdest game plan.
Yeah, that, again, as we talk about some of the improvements, I don't know. He doesn't have a Mark Ingram, I don't think.
Nope.
So,
don't forget Jaleel McLaughlin on this team, too.
No, you're right. Yes, the running back room is anything but settled.
Yeah.
Now, RJ Harvey, much like Bo last year, RJ Harvey's the guy I think Sean is out to prove to everybody, I know why I took this guy, and I'm going to make you see it.
Yeah. I think he's going to get an awful lot of touches. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
All right, it's Bo Nix time. Bo Nix was asked, how does he feel today compared to this time last year at OTAs?
I feel like I'm a lot further. Just spitting out play calls a lot easier, just processing, being around VJ for a year, understanding the defense that I'm going to get. So it's a lot better. It's a lot more enjoyable not thinking, right now as opposed to what I was doing last year. So it's fun. It's fun to be in the know. It's fun to have a little bit more of an understanding of, what's going on, so I can kind of be a little bit more beneficial to others and kind of help them out along the way. But I feel good. We're in a good spot.
It's got that Vance Joseph defense scouted out.
Yeah,
Andy.
I know what you're throwing at me, pal. You're not going to get me this time.
Yeah, these are all things he should absolutely be better at. As a year 2 NFL quarterback, Sean Payton talked about, getting in and out of the huddle, how it's just entirely different with everything that he is doing with Nix right now. I mean, the Broncos haven't had. When was the last time? Was it Manning? The Broncos had a quarterback returning with the same play caller? When was the last time?
Yes, it was.
Because Russell Wilson had 2 years as a starter, but he had different play callers.
It was Manning and Gase there 2 years together.
Yeah.
Right? Yes, 2013, 2014.
Since the Broncos had a returning starting quarterback with the same play caller.
Because then it was Manning and Kubiak, Kubiak and Simeon.
Yep.
McCoy and Simeon
in 17.
Osweiler.
Yeah.
And on and on and on we go. And then it was Musgrave with Case Keenum.
Why
don't I just keep going?
Why have the Broncos sucked for a decade?
Who was our guy? Rich
Scangarello.
Scangarello was there with the other three, Flacco and Brandon Allen and Drew Lock in 2019.
Yep.
Then 2020 it was
Drew and Teddy.
It was Drew. No, 2020 the starter was Drew with Pat Shurmur.
Yes.
Then it was Teddy with Pat Shurmur.
Yes.
Then it was Russ and
Paxi.
Then it was Sean and Russ.
Just two guys that hated each other.
And then it's Sean and Nix.
And it's the second year of it.
Good God, man.
You know what that sounds like? That sounds like a lot of games where the Broncos scored 16 points.
points.
That's what that sounds like to me.
And one that had Al Michaels wishing he could leave with everybody on a Thursday night.
High five.
All right, Bo Nix, how can you build chemistry with Evan Engram?
Yeah, well, it starts by getting to know him, see what makes him tick, what makes him go, what his passions are, and it's very clear from, the beginning that he's all about football. He's all about taking care of himself, and he's been here since he was signed, getting ready and preparing, and so that's been fun to see. So I've gotten to be around him a lot, and then we just start working on the field. Early OTAs, you get to come out here and throw routes and just see what he's like, see what kind of routes he runs, see what he's thinking. We talk a lot. He's always asking me about certain things. And then when you get him out to practice, it's just seeing how he reacts. And so, I'm excited to include him and add him to what we already got. And I think it'll be good for us.
Is Bo looking Evan Engram up on a dating app right now? What is going on? His likes include when you throw him the ball. His dislikes include when you don't throw him the ball. The end.
He likes when he gets to be the Joker.
He likes when he scores touchdowns.
Yeah.
Yes. He dislikes having to block or when you throw a ball over the middle that's going to get him killed.
Yeah. So avoid those. We'll be good.
Other than that, I bet you guys will get along great, and who knows where this relationship could go.
High five.
And finally, new Broncos starting strong safety, Talanoa Hufanga, talked to the media today. He's dealt with numerous injuries in his career before signing with the Broncos. How does he feel now after recovering from his recent injuries?
For me, injuries are part of the game. I think Troy Polamalu always tell me it's 100% injury rate, regardless. So for you to go in, you got to understand what comes with it. And so every injury that I came along, I think it's just a testament to who I am and to battle through adversity through those moments. And so something that I'm taking in and wear on my sleeve when I go out on the field.
Yeah, and you play in a high injury position right there. He was absolutely brilliant his second year in the league. He was a first-team All-Pro, and since that, he has missed 17 games over the last couple of years. The Broncos decided, you know what, we'll bet on the ceiling. Look at how good this guy was when he was healthy. His second year in the league, Andy, I mean, you notice that dude every single time that he was on the field. He was blowing somebody up and knocking the football out. Broncos are betting on it. Hope you get the health.
You get the health. This defense is scary.
Yeah.
You don't.
He looks pretty good right now.
Yeah.
Dre Greenlaw was working. By the way, Broncos, Singleton not out there right now. Dre Greenlaw is going through the injury. Drew Sanders working on the inside now. Sean Payton basically declaring today, Drew Sanders is going to be an inside linebacker on this team. I'm very interested to see that guy. Decent depth at inside linebacker that the Broncos have going on. It was a quality educational day of OTAs, just like it was an educational season of Denver Nuggets basketball. We'll take a break. When we come back, Andy, I know a lot of us, yourself included, didn't always have the best time with this year, but there were good moments. When we return, Jason Kosmiski's best calls of the 24-25 campaign. Some of this stuff I bet you will have even forgotten about. We'll bring it back.
Come on, man. You can't lose to Lou Dort.
Coming up next.
Come on, man. You can't get beat by Lou Dort.
All right, so the Oklahoma City Thunder are 4 wins away from the NBA championship. They will take on the Indiana Pacers, inevitably. Game 5 of that series, by the way, coming up. Although they're back in New York. I could see that thing going 6, but I don't think it's going much further than that. And I think Indiana and Oklahoma City will be an entertaining enough NBA Finals.
You think?
I just think the Thunder are going to win in 5, you know?
Yeah, the Thunder are a machine.
Yeah, they're too good. And
they're so young.
And when they lock in, they will just take your soul, which they eventually did to the Nuggets after Aaron Gordon hurt his hamstring in Game 7. Yeah. So anyway, Andy.
But there were fun points.
There were
of
moments.
This season.
There were good points
when
of
you
this
weren't
year.
playing Washington or Chicago
or Portland,
or Minnesota.
Yes,
you were having some good times.
When Russell Westbrook wasn't missing layups, and remember
and had fully constructed ligaments in his hand.
Apparently, yes. We didn't know he had ligament problems in his hands that we learned about from his blog. But hashtag why not? But also, there's the thing about Russell Westbrook. A lot of the season was pretty good with him.
Yeah, he provided a lot of fun.
He had some triple doubles.
He provided some angst.
There were portions of the season. You and I were having the debate. You were on the point, and I was pushing back on you. You said Westbrook should be starting.
Yeah,
yeah. Which looking back on it, you're like, it wasn't outlandish. He was playing really well.
He wasn't.
The Clippers series, he was marvelous. The Thunder series, he was awful.
No, I wanted him to start, and then I think you got 2 or 3 games of starting there, and you're like, okay, just keep that a bench.
Well, and it was. Do you remember? When they put Russ in the starting 5 and CB off the bench? Which
that last 2 games, and then Russ pulled his hammy.
Well, it was 2 games, and it was somebody got hurt right after that, and then CB was right back in the starting.
I think
5.
It was Russ pulled his hammy.
Oh yeah, that happened pretty quickly too. So yeah, there was
right before All-Star break. I want to say
too many injuries that happened with this team. Anyway, that's getting back into the bizarre. There was fun stuff. Jason Kosmiski, the legendary voice of the Denver Nuggets, on the call all season long. And it was a 50-win season. They finished top 4 in the Western Conference. Again, if you remove the context of the Nuggets won the title 2 years ago, most teams in the league would have taken this year. It's just the Nuggets had higher aspirations. So let's relive some of these moments right here. First off, Andy, Nikola Jokic shot 2 of 20 on heaves this year. Let's listen to some heaves. Let's go back to January 23rd, end of the third quarter against Sacramento.
1.7 seconds left for Denver. Inbound to Jokic from 78 feet. Got it at the horn! Oh my God! From 78 feet! Joker, baseball pass, throws that thing home! Oh, my heart's going to explode. Swished it. It's the greatest play I've seen in a minute. That was amazing. I almost cussed right there. Wow! 110-85, Denver heading into the fourth quarter.
That was a roller coaster ride right there.
It really was. Kaz almost had a grabber on us there for a minute.
Almost had a grabber. He nearly said something he shouldn't.
Yeah.
And all that was just after one heave, and we were just going to a quarter break.
We were just headed to the fourth.
What do you know?
Also, do you remember the controversy? Because it was the NBA tracking data said it was a 66-foot shot, but if you looked at it, it was basically free throw line extended, maybe just inside of it. And so Kaz called it at 78 feet. I think Kaz was pretty much right on right there. Wasn't that the one, too, where Vic went and, threw his shoulder out doing however many shots?
Shoot 1,000 shots at the DAC. Actually, I give him credit. I think he made it in 40.
It's not bad.
Wasn't a ridiculous number.
It's pretty good. Yeah. Jokic did it in 1. Then against Utah, there was a heave at halftime against Utah on March the 28th.
4 seconds left for Denver. Inbound goes to Jokic. 69-footer. Got it! He did it again! From his own three-point line, he swished that thing home. A guy is an alien. He is not a human being. Incredible. Just a one-handed flip shot.
Also, 69-footer. It would have been good if instead of got it, he gave us a nice. That would have been it right there. From 69. Yeah, Joker made 2 heaves this year. They beat Utah that night.
Good old heaves.
There you go.
We all love a heave.
I love a heave.
Well, sometimes.
Do you remember February 12th? February the 12th against Portland, Jamal Murray went for 55 points that night. Double nickel from number 27.
Rebound cleared by Christian Brown. That's a double-double for CB. Back the other way is Jamal Murray. Murray has it on the high left side, gets a slip pick from Jokic. Murray goes to the left hand, spin move with the dotted line jumper. Got it! 55, a career high, Jamal Murray. Denver leads this thing 130 to 117, and this thing is over.
Got the catchphrase on the 55 right there. Nice job right there by Kaz. Yeah, February the 12th. That was a part of a back-to-back streak of victories over Portland. Nuggets scored 132 that night, but Jamal dropped 55. That was a part, Andy, of the season-long 9-game win streak that wrapped around the All-Star break. The 8 consecutive wins going into the All-Star break, if you do recall, saved Michael Malone's job at the time. Little did we know.
We would find out later.
Yes, as we would find out later, they came out of the break. They blew out Charlotte right after the All-Star break, and then Saturday, February 22nd was the J.J. Redick game, the hugger-mugger defense, as Chris Marlowe would call it, against Nikola Jokic.
And we would see way too much of it from that point forward.
That was a terrible time, and then the season was just generally pretty lame after that. Until the playoffs came along. One more thing I want to hit from that win streak in February. There was a 3-game run. February 3rd at home against the Pelicans, February 5th at home against the Pelicans, February 6th, second night of a back-to-back at home against Orlando. Michael Porter Jr. went for 30-plus in 3 straight games.
Inside the arc is Jokic. Porter 3. Got it! New season high for Michael Porter Jr. Christian comes down with the basketball. Shot clock winding down, takes a jump shot. That one misses. Tipped up and in by Porter. That's 39. Jokic has it across the timeline. Throws off over to Porter for 3. Got it!
Yeah, had that run of games that he put together, scoring 30 in 3 straight. And then he was just hurt after that and was never the same again. He missed that game. He missed that after he dropped 30 against Orlando. He was 11 of 16 from the field. Andy, he made 17 threes over those 3 games. Then he missed the last few games before the All-Star break. He came back after the break. And in his first game back, he shot 2 of 11 against Charlotte. He was never the same player, really, the rest of the year. He was battling injuries the rest of the way.
Did we also isolate where his brace broke and he had to break the brace in?
I think that was like right before the start of the playoffs.
Okay.
Yeah. When the foot brace, that helps him with his drop foot, when that thing broke and became a factor right there. But, like, what was it? Was it a hamstring that he had? He missed some time.
Hamstring.
Right, yeah.
It was a hamstring.
Right before the break.
And it was the shoulder in the playoffs.
Yeah, and it was up and down the rest of the way for MPJ, but like those 3 games you were just like, hell yeah, this is the dude. This is him right here. And then it's been an NBA career of just too many fits and starts, man. Just too many. It's frustrating to watch because you see how good of a shooter he can be when he's healthy and when he's in the groove. All right. In the midst of what we'll call the less fun portion of the season, a Friday nighter, overtime affair at home against the Phoenix Suns. Nikola Jokic did something thank you, alarm, did something we have never seen before.
Jokic gets a pick from Porter, throws it to him as he leaked out. God, 2 hands! Pick and roll, Jokic to Porter. Denver leads it by 9. Jokic in the game tonight, 31, 20, and 20.
Yep. The 30-20-20 went for 31 points, 21 rebounds, 22 assists, and the Nuggets won that game in OT. Also, wasn't it Christian Brown hit a massive 3 right at the end of regulation that helped get that game pushed to overtime so the Nuggets could actually
believe so, because Christian had been struggling,
Yeah.
so that was a massive shot.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. There was that interesting game, to be sure.
Yeah, because Phoenix was already kind of checked out by that point.
Yeah.
They knew their fate.
But a massive victory that night for the Nuggets, and Nikola Jokic did something we had never seen before, a 30-20-20 game in the NBA. That was pretty sick, right?
Sure.
See,
yes, we love that. History.
These are good memories.
History.
Yes. Let's go to the playoffs. There were good moments in the playoffs. Do you remember Game 4 in Los Angeles against the Clippers? Nikola Jokic at the horn, comes up short. Aaron Gordon swoops in for the save. Again.
Free throw number 1. Missed it.
That was definitely not
That was not the save.
That was 100% not the highlight we were going for, although a missed free throw is almost like Aaron Gordon's game-saving dunk. All right, you think you got it now, Spring? Here we go. Let's try again.
Nuggets looking to avoid overtime and getting home court advantage back. Here we go. Murray looks in. Throws it in over to Jokic. Hands it. Fake the handoff over to Murray. Jokic at the logo. One-on-one with Zubac. 2 seconds left. Fade away. Dunked home by Gordon at the horn. You count that basket. It's good at the horn. And Denver wins game number 4. 101-99. They will review that.
A good basket that plays under review.
I think that was an air ball by Jokic, dunked home by Gordon. And in my basketball eye, folks, that was good.
There it is.
There it is. Also,
Yes.
shout out to Kaz, because every other call was like, I don't know.
Not him.
Not Kaz.
You count it.
Kaz manifested that. He spoke it into existence. You count that basket.
We're leaving.
Yes.
Getting on this plane. I'm not calling any more basketball.
That's
I am done. No free basketball tonight.
That would even the series at 2 games apiece. The Nuggets would go on to win that series in 7 games. Andy, I think it's one of those replays. I think I've watched it, I don't know, several dozen times in my life now. Here's my conclusion. If you say so, I'll take your word for it.
The eagle eye camera had it.
Yeah.
It was out of the hand through the hoop.
Oh, totally. Sure.
You shut your mouth.
Was it, though?
It was.
Either way.
It was.
Okay. Did Holiday touch the plate?
No.
Oh, you don't think so?
Okay. I don't think so. We've heard from enough people. Even Holiday doesn't answer the question. Didn't we ask him? I thought you asked him.
We did. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. He talked around it.
He did.
He did.
There was no, yes. In the books, it said I touched it.
That's friend of the program, Matt Holiday, right there. I think Matt Holiday he did have a good time when he came on our show.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
Certainly and much better than Adazi.
He'd hang out with us again.
He wouldn't remember that he talked to us.
No, but
we could ask him all those questions over again.
We do the exact same interview again. He'd be fine with it.
He's like, there's a touch deja vu.
Do you remember Game 1 against Oklahoma City?
How could I forget?
Game 1, Oklahoma City.
It was a struggle, and then it wasn't.
It was, and then Nikola Jokic was out of the game. Caruso committed a foul in like 0.2 of a second. Thank God Jokic could get back in there. And then Russell Westbrook was out on the break. Here we go, Spring.
Free throw number 1. Missed it. That's a big miss. Now this next one to go up by 2. Now they can't foul anymore. So Denver's going to have a shot here. Boy, this would be a huge miss. Second free throw, Holmgren. Missed it again. Rebound down to Christian Brown. You got to hurry. 7 seconds. Front court over to Westbrook. Left side Gordon for the win. Yeah! 2.8 seconds left, coming back the other way. Williams from half court. Banked it, no good at the horn. And the Denver Nuggets shock the Oklahoma City Thunder in game number 1. Final tonight, 121-119. Oh, baby.
Did you realize that is the Thunder's only home loss of the playoffs?
Really? No, I did not.
Yes.
That is news to me.
It is their only home loss of the playoffs. Here's another note for you. Going into the NBA Finals, you know what the Thunder's record was against the East this year? 29-1.
It's pretty good.
They had a road loss at Cleveland. That was it.
And wasn't it a close game?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, it might have even been overtime.
Okay.
Yeah. Was their only loss of the year against the Eastern Conference. They swept the Pacers, they swept the Knicks, and they have only lost one home game this entire postseason, and that was it. Aaron Gordon, right there.
Man, when you think about it, they didn't lose. Who did they play first round? Memphis? They didn't lose any to Memphis. Swept Memphis.
Do you remember the Memphis the game when they were down 29 at the half?
Yeah, won it anyway.
And then they just destroyed them in the second half.
We'll just go ahead and win this anyway.
Now we'll try.
Take 2 weeks off before the Denver series, it felt like.
And then lose game 1.
Then they lost game 1.
Yep.
They only lost 1 to the Wolves that they clearly didn't care about.
Didn't try. Uh-huh. Yep. Didn't even bother showing up. Yep, that's kind of it. That's like
they lost more to Denver than any of the other 2 series.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
that's nuts.
Yeah, I mean, in some ways, okay,
they may lose as many to Denver as they lose the entire rest of the playoffs. Because you said it, you think it'll be 4-1 versus Indiana.
Okay, follow me on this for a second. Okay, when the Nuggets won the championship, they went 16-4. They lost a weird road game against Minnesota. They lost a couple of weird road games against Phoenix. They lost a game 2 at home against Miami in the NBA Finals.
Funky call at the end.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. That was the Cool Carl game. And that was it. They were 16-4
Cool Carl.
On their way to winning an NBA championship. Okay, knowing what you know right now about the Thunder, and maybe we can speak about it in a greater context after the Thunder win the title, but they're going to. Was that game 1 win in Oklahoma City more impressive than anything they did on their way to winning the NBA championship?
Yeah, because they had that game lost.
Yeah.
And then we heard the weirdness that allowed them to get back in that thing. I think taking the Thunder to 7 is more impressive than anything they dealt with in their championship.
Like degree of difficulty, the Thunder are vastly better than any team. And, Phoenix, obviously, you dealt with a couple of games of Devin Booker and Kevin Durant going unconscious on you. And that's how you lose game 3 and 4 of that series. But then, game 5, you come back, you smack them. Game 6, you blow Phoenix out on the road in their building. You sweep I say that. Don't forget the Lakers did play better while getting swept by the Nuggets.
Best all time, according to Wendy.
Than any team ever having been swept.
Best swept team ever.
Mm-hmm.
Best competition out of a swept team ever. Although, look, his point stands when you look at the sweep against Memphis, who couldn't hold a 29-point lead.
We were going to play the game 3, AG3 against OKC. We're good. We know. AG hit the late 3. Send it to overtime. They dominate the Thunder in overtime. And at one point, the Nuggets were up 2-1 on the Oklahoma City Thunder.
It felt good.
That was good.
Right.
That was fun. Remember they had an 8-point lead going to the fourth quarter, too, of Game 3. They could have taken a 3-1 series lead.
Yeah.
Or that was Game 4, in the ugliest basketball games anyone's ever seen. And then
10-point lead in
Game 5. They had another fourth quarter lead and didn't win that game either.
And Strother came alive.
Game 6 was
Game
cool.
6.
I had a good time.
Fun, yeah.
Game 6 was awesome.
Excellent pizza at Ball Arena. Get the pizza.
Wonderful time that night. I don't remember what happened in Game 7.
I don't think they do either.
No, nothing there. See, there was good stuff.
Sure.
There was good stuff.
Drop of the year candidates for a guy Kaz.
All over the place. See, there was
Come on,
good
man. You
stuff.
can't get beat by Lou Dort.
Yeah. Ironically, even with AG's dunk, although you count that basket, that's a drop of the year candidate right there. That is legendary stuff out of Kaz. That's on the positive side. Then you got beat by Lou Dort. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. All right, tomorrow, Scott Friday, here on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Andy, you're hearing Sound System by the legendary Operation Ivy right there. Check out a piece of punk rock trivia that I've got for you, okay? 36 years ago yesterday, Operation Ivy played their last public show.
Okay.
924 Gilman Street, the legendary punk rock club in the Bay Area. By the way, Tim Armstrong, Matt Freeman, they would go on to form Rancid after the breakup of Operation Ivy. But basically, right as Operation Ivy were releasing their seminal album, they break up, okay? Last show, May 28th, 1989. Do you know who opened for them that night at 924 Gilman Street?
Less than Jake.
A band that had previously been known as Sweet Children. However, on that night, they were playing their first ever show under their new moniker, Green Day.
Oh, look at that.
How about that?
Nice.
There you go. So Green Day opened up for Op Ivy at their final show, May 28th, 1989. Punk rock trivia for you.
You know what? This isn't punk rock, but I like the band Nirvana because I'm a kid from the 90s.
They're pretty punk.
Did you know, and I can't remember, I saw this on Facebook. I didn't even know there was a drummer before Dave Grohl, but apparently there was. And
he was on Bleach, yeah.
Do you realize he played his last show with Nirvana, it turns out, in Denver at a place called The Garage.
The Garage? Where was The Garage?
I don't know. I'd never heard of this.
I want to hear
if somebody knows, 303-504-0925.
Were any of you at that show?
I knew of the KTCL Garage, obviously, but I'd never heard of The Garage.
Okay.
But apparently, I read the story on Facebook last night where the drummer talked about it, and he said, yeah, we got back from that show, and they knew that he basically said he told the guys in the exit meeting, if they will, because he goes, it wasn't really a firing. I just told them, why don't you just get a drum machine to do what you want because you guys don't respect me at all. And that was that. That's how they left it up, but I did not know that Nirvana's original lineup had played their last show at Denver at a place called The Garage in like February.
Yeah, if anybody knows where The Garage was, this would have been in the, late 80s, early 90s?
Yeah, right. I think it was 1990, they said, because it was right before, obviously, Nevermind came into our lives and blew up. All right, we've got an update on Brock Nelson that appears to change some information here.
Okay.
This coming from Dave Pagnota it's at the fourth period.
I will Pagnote it.
He says, there appears to be mutual interest from both the Colorado Avalanche and Brock Nelson in exploring a new contract. How that may look is too early to tell, but Nelson is open to the possibility, and talks between the Avs and his agent are expected to pick up in June. This was quote tweeted by Guerrilla Sports' Jesse Montano, who we're all familiar with his reporting, and he says, I can confirm this. I've been told the Avs have actually been feeling like they have a good shot at bringing Nelson back if that's the route they choose to go. And they are definitely interested in exploring what it might look like. Now, I know Brock Nelson didn't exactly do all the scoring we wanted in the playoffs, but let's be honest.
He didn't do any of the scoring we wanted in the playoffs.
None at all.
Yeah.
But look, Val got shut down for a number of games too.
Sure did.
But I think he still was a good fit. I'm still going to say I would like to see Nelson and Natchez play together. I don't think you have to force Natchez up with McKinnon.
Mm-hmm.
But I think you almost have to bring Nelson back for what you gave up for him, don't
just
you?
it. Like, if he's a pure rental and you got bounced in the opening round for the massive future, they basically gave up 2 first-rounders. You know, it was last year's number 1 pick and then your number 1 pick this upcoming season. That 2 first-rounders. This is essentially what you're moving in that deal. And that's a pure rental, and you got bounced in the first round. That's not a good look.
Not with the new NHL.
Okay.
Not with the money that you have to spend and on and on.
But I will also say this, all right? And it doesn't, because if the reporting is that the Avalanche are interested in moving him, bringing him back, then clearly they don't view it this way. But if you think he's a poor fit, don't re-sign him just for the sake of, we don't want the trade to look like a complete disaster.
No, I'm with you, but I don't think he was a poor fit.
I think he just played poorly in the playoffs.
Look, was it disappointing? It was. There's no doubt about it.
They're also playing a really good team.
That second line, though, was phenomenal at points coming down the stretch.
It was.
We've seen bad fits. Like, listen, Casey Middlestat was fine. Brock Nelson, I think, was a good player for this team.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, like we said, a lot of guys had bad playoff series against Dallas.
Yep.
It stinks that it went. We love Charlie Coyle. When I go back and look at the plus minus, Coyle got crushed in plus minus. Drury got crushed in plus minus. I said it before. I still believe that if you were to put this team together and actually let them build chemistry throughout a season, instead of trying to, speed it up over a 4 or 5 week period before you get to the playoffs, maybe that series looks different. Here'd be an idea. Get the damn home ice from Dallas and see how that goes. Look, if Dallas loses again tonight to Edmonton, that could get interesting for them. All right. Good work by the detectives on Twitch.
Okay.
The Garage. Thanks to our guy, Dr. E. I think it was Dr. Evic. We've met him a number of times on a number of remotes. But anyway, he said he looked it up. The Garage was located inside 23 Parish Club, which was at 2301 Blake Street, which you know what that means? That was ahead of Coors Field's time. 1990 was before Coors Field was a thing.
What was the address?
2301 Blake Street.
Hold on.
Because remember, the Rockies started playing in 1993, I believe it was. And then Coors Field opened in 95.
Okay. 2301 Blake Street was not. Wait, is it the building the Blake Street Tavern was in?
Could be, yeah.
2301 Blake Street?
Yeah, I could see that because that was a number of clubs. It was polyesters once upon a time.
Yeah, because Blake Street Tavern was just a block north of Park Avenue, and Park Avenue was essentially 23rd because it's 22nd.
I could see it being that. That sounds about right.
So that's the building the Blake Street Tavern was in.
And again, we're talking 1990.
Which is now reopening as
the Tavern on Blake Street.
The Tavern at Blake Street. Yeah, whatever it is. Yeah.
I see what you did there. It's what we're talking about.
It's kind of like when they renamed the 16th Street Mall, 16th Street. I see what you did there. Okay. Yes. So
I could see the Garage being downstairs. Because when polyesters was a thing, they had 70s upstairs and 80s downstairs.
So basically, what you're telling me is Nirvana played at Blake Street Tavern.
Yes.
When it was the Garage.
Sure.
That's
I don't
very
think,
cool.
Yeah.
That's extremely cool.
It is.
It's not surprising. It's a legendary building. It's been around forever. I mean, what year do you think that building was built?
And now another Twitcher just Googled it and said you're 1,000% correct. It was the old Blake Street Tavern, which I knew was polyesters before Blake Street Tavern.
That's fantastic. That's punk rock history. You know what, man? What that tells me is 2301 Blake Street, that building is going to be legendary because both Nirvana and the Kreckman and Lindahl show played that place. To me, that's one and the same.
And it just keeps coming.
Yeah.
Because Mel Tucker made his last appearance as a Buffs coach
on the Kreckman and Lindahl
exact
show.
Space, and then went off and took a Michigan State job
at Blake Street Tavern. And we don't know who he was calling on the plane on the way to Michigan State, but it could have been anybody.
Sure.
Yeah.
Hopefully no messages were exchanged or pictures or
Cobain,
like
Novoselic, Kreckman, Lindahl.
It's
all the same.
No, never
mind. Never mind, literally.
Well, yeah.
That's going to do it
I am
for
editing
us
myself
this afternoon. Coming up next, we have got Game 5 of the Western Conference Finals. The Oilers trying to finish off the Stars. The Stars trying to stay alive. Stick around and enjoy it tonight right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, all powered by Mountain Hyundai. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Have a good night, everybody. We'll see you.